Umbrella Company headquarters, the president's office. Lin Luo is looking down through the giant glass window. In just 2 months, the place has changed drastically, from an ordinary commercial street to a high-tech park. It no longer has all the characteristics of Luosheng before, but only a sense of high-tech that is unclear. This sense of modern technology is not only reflected in the rapidly rising high-rise buildings, but also in the increasingly bright and conspicuous logo of the Umbrella Company. Raccoon City hasn't been fully built yet, and this urban area has completely turned into the shape of an umbrella company. For this situation, Wanda has long been familiar with it. Today, she has fully adapted to the life of the assistant to the president. If Wanda had some ideas before, now she doesn't dare to have any. Before, Wanda could still sense Lin Luo's life energy, but that energy was too powerful to be controlled. After that, a layer of invisible defense appeared on Lin Luo, and it became stronger and stronger until she could no longer sense Lin Luo's existence. From that moment on, Wanda knew that her only support was useless, and Lin Luo became more and more unpredictable in her heart. At the moment, Wanda is reporting to Lin Luo the intelligence that has been sorted out these days. As of yesterday, we have sold more than 20 billion worth of bao. However, all raw materials have been almost exhausted, and stocks in various departments have reached their limit. Also, Hydra, S.H.I.D.L.D. and other organizations are increasingly in conflict because of the bao issue. Our customers have a large number of bows stationed in most of their bases. Lin Luo nodded and said, everyone has worked hard during this period. Now that the reputation has been established, let's expand the production department, and then start to limit the sales ratio. Let them temporarily stop the production of liquors and ordinary T103 tyrants, and start mass production of cursed tyrants and trackers. Sure enough, during this period of time, he spread and sold a large number of bows, and the market opened up at once, and even the mass-produced T103 tyrants in the umbrella stock had been sold out. Because there is no need to take human casualties into account, there are constant conflicts between various organizations that possess new biological weapons. Where there is conflict there is consumption, and the umbrella company has business. And bao is the entry ticket to a new type of warfare. If you don't buy it, people will consume money, and you will consume money from your loyal subordinates, and you will die. Once the war starts, it is difficult to stop, let alone this kind of arms race-like struggle. As for S.H.I.D.L.D., it is even more of a duplication technique, and it was completely dragged down. On the one hand, S.H.I.D.L.D. has to go all out to hunt down the large and small organizations on Lin Luo's list, and on the other hand, it has to be careful about being backstabbed by Hydra and investigating Hydra. There are not so many people available. Although Hydra successfully disrupted the situation by relying on bao, it consumed a lot of funds in a short period of time and was targeted by SHIELD originally. It was not easy. Lin Luo's previous plan successfully weakened the strength of both sides, forcing them to enter this arena. As a result, S.H.I.D.L.D. and Hydra were also dragged into this quagmire, and they had no time to continue paying attention to the umbrella and Lin Luo. In doing so, he bought himself and the company valuable development time. However, Lin Luo reckons that Nick Fury will not remain passive forever, and this wily one-eyed dragon will soon take action. Sure enough, at this moment, Lin Luo's cell phone rang. This is his private number, only a few of them know it. Lin Luo looked down, and after connecting, he smiled and said, Maria Hill agent, what's the matter? Hill's serious voice came from the phone. We S.H.I.D.L.D. need a batch of anti-bao weapons. I wonder if President Lin Luo can sell us a batch of more advanced bao. Although I really want to help, but this time I really can't help, because a better bao is still under development. Lin Luo continued. As for those ordinary mass-produced bows, it will take a while before they are available, so US.H.I.D.L.D. may have to wait for a while. Then I'll wait for the good news from President Lin Luo. Maria Hill hung up the phone very simply. In this regard, Lin Luo is not surprised. Hill originally is a vigorous and resolute person. And probably because of the double agent, this beautiful female agent doesn't want to face her, even if it's just a phone call. At the moment, Wanda looked at Lin Luo faintly and said, since the outside bao has spread on a large scale, why not sell it to S.H.I.D.L.D.? Although Curry's bao is basically sold out, if the cost is not considered, a batch of bao can still be produced quickly, but the profit is not so high. Lin Luo shrugged and said, I know that S.H.I.D.L.D. represents the official power, and we will have to deal with this department in the future. But because of this, we have to take the initiative in the transaction, so we have to let them hang out for a while, so that they will have a lot of headaches. Only in this way can we realize the value of our umbrella company. To put it simply, in this magical country, facing those organizations with different file sizes, one must show great strength, and everything else is false. Fear power but not virtue refers to these people. When speaking, the Red Queen also brought the latest developments about bao. Master, the Hive base is already collecting data about bao worldwide. Once the data collection is completed, Dr. Wilhelm will make new progress. Then the Red Queen continued. Also, Master, I found a guy who is very similar to the one on the list, the one with the codename Green Fatty. This guy is being hunted by a general named Ross, and they seem to have used some sort of bao. Hearing the news brought by the Red Queen, Lin Luo secretly sighed in his heart. It seems that the plot of the Green Titan has begun. The world is about to go berserk. Before, he briefly described some villains and superheroes in his memory and made a list. Then, Lin Luo asked the Red Queen to keep an eye on the movements of the characters on the list. The appearance of the Green Titan means that other
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Heroes are not far away. The age of great heroes is just around the corner, so will Chairman of the Universal Family Planning Committee Thanos be far behind? After thinking about it, Lin Luo didn't intend to intervene in the plot of the Green Titan, but just let the Red Queen pay close attention. Although in the future, the Green Titan may not be a big deal to the Umbrella Company and Lin Luo, but the current Umbrella is definitely unable to control Bruce Banner. Although the Green Titan is a living treasure, let's put it there for the time being, since no one else can take it away anyway. Speaking of it, Lin Luo felt that Ross and some people in power really never died. They couldn't help it with the Green Titan, and they drove Bruce to death all day long. I never thought that the Green Titan would really go crazy and kill them. What would they use to stop them? Freedom and democracy? It also bullies Bruce Banner as an honest man, plus he has a crush on Ross's daughter. If you change to someone else, you will have the cover of the sky removed, and your hometown will be removed for you. They couldn't control such a good-tempered Bruce who was as good as a virgin, and they even wanted to copy this power. It's like randomly assigning nuke switches to lucky viewers, which is outrageous. Thinking of this, Lin Luo suddenly thought of something. The Green Titan can't be controlled for the time being, but the abomination should be fine. And hated Emil Brunsky originally as a militant. This kind of guy who fanatically pursues power, Lin Luo is the best. It is estimated that as long as the golden signboard of the Umbrella Company is played, the other party may obediently cooperate. At that time, if we get the secondary Green Titan of Abomination as a sample, it may improve the bow research and development ability of the Umbrella. In fact, in terms of using biological DNA, the T-virus in the game world has an advantage. In 1960 in the Resident Evil game world, Spencer discovered in a naturalist magazine that the Mbeya tribe had a strange and cruel selection ceremony. Whenever the chieftain dies, all candidates devour a strange flower called the Sun Staircase Blossom. In this process, most of the candidates will die, and the remaining ones will be the chiefs. Moreover, the new chief will not only become stronger physically, but even extend his lifespan. Later, Spencer, together with his friends Edward and James, went to the Mbeya tribe and robbed their tribe's sacred object, which is the flower of the sun ladder. Oswell E. Spencer and Edward Ashford, the two aristocrats who never set in the sun, plus James Marcus, a doctor of biology, are the big three of the creation of the Resident Evil game world. Later, James Marcus extracted an RNA retrovirus that can change the DNA of living things in the flower of solar disintegration. He named it the Ancestor virus, and this virus is the root of all evil, the source of all Bao. Later, Marcus integrated the progenitor virus and leached DNA to obtain the original T-virus. The original T-virus can also carry out various integrations and become more powerful with the help of specific aptamers. This is how the tyrant is so powerful. For example, by integrating the T-virus with a special microorganism, one can obtain the emesis alpha parasite, also known as the alpha parasite. After this parasite successfully parasitizes other living organisms, it can comprehensively improve the host's IQ and physical ability. In the Curse animation, Li Sangguang Leon was fine after being slapped by the T-103 tyrant after awakening. Some people complained that it was strengthened by parasites. In Lin Luo's view, whether it is the T-virus in the game world or the movie world, it is actually the key to evolution. Just like the legendary chief of the Mbeya tribe who swallowed the flower of the sun ladder and ruled the tribe for hundreds of years, the T-virus is stronger when it encounters it. Integrating the T-virus, which can evolve infinitely and break the genetic limit, with various powerful cells, no one knows what kind of terrible monsters can be created. This unknown sense of transcendence and conquest, Lin Luo feels very much looking forward to it when he thinks about it. However, Lin Luo knew that the problem was still the same, and he had to show his corresponding strength. Otherwise, hating Emil Brunsky would be like S.H.I.E.L.D, only thinking about snatching, not cooperating. This can be regarded as their ancestral unique skills. Thinking of this, Lin Luo slightly estimated the current strength of the Umbrella. The current Umbrella Company has tens of billions of funds alone. The new Umbrella headquarters are under construction and should be completed soon. The construction of Raccoon City, the exclusive kingdom of the Umbrella, is also progressing smoothly. In terms of personnel, the Hive base and the Umbrella headquarters are full of talents, and there are thousands of security personnel alone. Umbrella headquarters has a strong military presence as well, including the top USS Alpha Squad and soon-to-be recruits from Lockford Island. Definitely the main fighting force is still the strengthening Tyrant, Tracker, and Cursed Tyrant. The current Lin Luo's combat power is not weak, but as the ruler of this empire, he will not take it lightly. Thinking of this, Lin Luo frowned slightly and thought to himself, the personal strength of the USS members is nothing to say, but the equipment can't keep up. After all, most of the USS troop members use conventional individual weapons. Against ordinary troops and enemies without supernatural strength, USS members are explosive kills, but after dealing with superhuman enemies, ordinary equipment alone will not be able to do what they want. But the era of supervillains and superheroes is coming soon, when the most indispensable thing will be all kinds of extraordinary powerhouses. It seems that there is a wave of strengthening for the USS troops. This unit is loyal to him, and in terms of combat literacy and intelligence, it is not comparable to Bao and ordinary special soldiers. It would be such a pity to give up like this. After all, Bao is just a weapon, just a tool, and talent is the key. After thinking about it, Lin Luo made a decision in his mind. He plans to find a time to trade super soldier serum information with Hydra through Wanda. In addition, Hydra also has a variety of weird black technologies and strengthening methods, so you can choose them carefully at that time. In fact, the system version of the super soldier serum that Lin Luo got before was perfect. But he has already used it, and it is estimated that it is not easy to reverse analyze. After all, the version provided by the system is not a regular version, but an enhanced version. Maybe it was strengthened with the power of the system, so there must be no way to analyze it. At this time, Lin Luo suddenly thought of what information about the Iron King and the old Arc engine to be obtained after taking down the Oba Manor. With the upgrade of Tony Stark's technology and the replacement of the steel battlesuit, these technologies will soon be eliminated, and these materials will also become waste paper. In line with the principle of thrift, simplicity, and no waste, Lin Luo decided to sell these materials immediately for a good price. So, he said to Wanda, who was waiting next to him, "Wanda, please make arrangements for me. I want to visit our good neighbor Iron Man Tony Stark. The sooner the better." Seeing Lin Luo's expression, Wanda's eyes lit up in a blue suit and black stockings. Someone is going to be unlucky again, and it's that BD Tony Stark, which is great. At the moment is a high-tech multi-story built-in luxury villa on the cliff above the Malibu coast. Iron Man Tony Stark was rapidly operating the holographic projection screen in front of him. He is tuning his Mark II and preparing for a new generation of steel battlesuits. He may not have much time left, so he must hurry up. The future war machine next to it, James Rhodes, while drinking red wine, said to Tony Stark as tactfully as possible, "Tony, some people in the military can't wait any longer. Shouldn't you make some concessions? How can I give in? Unless I give them my steel battlesuit, they won't give up." Tony said firmly without raising his head, "I'd rather destroy it than give it to them." At this moment, Pepper Potts came in and asked, "Tony, Lin Luo, the president of the umbrella company next door, came to visit. Do you want to see him?" Hearing the names Umbrella and Lin Luo, Tony frowned and said impatiently, "The BD who spread dangerous weapons everywhere and imitated my idea of building a villa by the sea? Do you think I want to see him? Everyone comes to bother me." After hearing the conversation between the two, Rhodes rolled his eyes and joked with a smile on his face. "Tony Stark, didn't you say that Lin Luo and the Umbrella Company are just something? Then why don't you dare to see him?" In fact, Pepper does not agree with Tony Stark's approach, because the Umbrella Company has been very strong recently. It's not wise to offend Lin Luo for a little thing. Pepper was a little worried, but she knew that Stark would not give in easily. At the moment, after hearing Rhodes' words, the shrewd and capable Pepper's eyes lit up, and he instantly understood what the other party meant, and also chimed in. "Tony, you have to admit that there are people smarter than you in this world, and there's no shame in admitting your fears. Will I be afraid of him? Their products are just low-level products, which pose no threat to me," Tony Stark said angrily. "Whether it's Jericho or Mark II, they can easily eliminate those big fools. Let that Lin Luo come over, I want to see what he's up to. I will not be afraid of anyone, let alone bow to anyone, including the military." Tony Stark didn't pay much attention to the rapidly expanding Umbrella Company. In fact, now he does have reasons to ignore many things. Hearing what Tony Stark said about the military, Air Force Colonel Rhodes shrugged helplessly, and Pepper smiled, and hurried to arrange the meeting. Soon, Lin Luo arrived at Tony's famous beach house with Wanda in a red dress and beautiful face. Pepper received them very warmly and brought them to the living room. At the moment, Tony Stark and Rhodes were drinking and chatting. Seeing Lin Luo coming, Tony reluctantly nodded with a sullen face, while Rhodes raised his glass with a smile. After seeing the two acquaintances Rhodes and Stark, Lin Luo nodded calmly and said, "It's the first time we meet. I am Lin Luo, CEO of Umbrella Company." For some considerations, he did not introduce Wanda to these people, and Wanda also stood quietly, not intending to introduce herself. Everyone subconsciously thought that Wanda was just an ordinary sidekick. "Welcome, President Lin Luo," Pepper said politely to Lin Luo and Wanda while smiling vigorously. "What do you want?" Lin Luo ordered a glass of bourbon, while Wanda chose to order an iced Americano. Pepper, who was obviously well-groomed, immediately poured wine for the two. Tony's expression softened a little, and he raised his glass to Lin Luo, which contained bourbon whiskey, and then complimented him. "Taste." "No, it's just that I don't know much about wine," Lin Luo said modestly. "Rhodes is yin and yang," Tony said. "A person who likes to drink grass knows how to praise others for their taste in drinking." Tony glared at Rhodes, then looked at Lin Luo, and said seriously, "You don't come to see me just for a glass of wine, do you?" Lin Luo smiled, put down his wine glass, and nodded to Wanda. Wanda, who was signaled by Lin Luo, took out a USB flash drive and handed it to Tony Stark. During the process, Wanda tried not to make eye contact with Tony. She was afraid that she would lose her anger. After receiving the USB flash drive, Tony turned on the tablet, inserted the USB flash drive and turned it on. When he saw the information above, he was obviously stunned for a moment. It turned out to be the Stark Industry technology stolen by Obadiah before. Originally, Tony thought that Lin Luo's visit was not kind this time. After all, Lin Luo's umbrella company has expanded rapidly, and major organizations all over the world have customers of the umbrella company. Moreover, they have made such a big commotion in Luosheng. Maybe when their heads get hot, they want to wrestle with Stark Industries. I didn't expect that the other party came here this time not only did not find fault, but returned such an important technology, which is tantamount to giving up several golden mountains and powerful means. This is the core technology of the steel battlesuit, and even the military is desperately trying to get it. Tony looked at Lin Luo suspiciously and asked, "What do you mean? You don't want my technology?" Rhodes and Pepper, who knew what was going on, looked at Lin Luo with confusion. How could anyone ditch the steel battlesuit? Lin Luo smiled and said, "I definitely want these technologies, but more than these technologies, I would like to be friends with you, Tony Stark. By the way, in addition to producing Bao, our umbrella company is actually a pharmaceutical company. Our medicine works much better than vegetable juice, especially for palladium poisoning and kidney overdraft. If you have troubles in this regard, I can help you solve this problem, but a transaction needs to be made." Stark hesitated for a moment, nodded and said, "We can talk about the details of the transaction in private later." After hearing Tony Stark's words, both Rhodes and Pepper shook their bodies and looked at Tony with surprise. The eyes of the two focused on Stark's waist in unison. Noticing the gazes of the two, Tony Stark quickly hid the unnatural expression on his face, and said very uncomfortably, "What are you looking at me for? I'm in good health, he's talking nonsense. I'll open Impact tonight and bring me 10 models." As Iron Man Tony Stark's most intimate personal assistant, Pepper is very sensible. After hearing that Tony wanted to chat alone, she took Wanda to another room to chat. It just so happened that Wanda didn't want to meet Tony Stark, so the two women went to chat about makeup and fashion. After the two beauties left, Rhodes did not leave, but looked at Tony Stark seriously, and asked seriously, "What's the matter with palladium poisoning?" Seeing that the secret was gone, Tony explained helplessly, "I need to put a small reactor in my body to absorb the tiny residual shrapnel in my body, but then the palladium in my body will surge, so I am poisoned. Isn't it ironic that a genius inventor dies at the hands of his own invention?" In the attack planned by the Attila armed group, Tony Stark was injured by a missile sold by the Stark group, and a large number of micro-shrapnel seeped into the chest wound. Because the shrapnel are too tiny, they cannot be surgically removed. And they flow with the blood, and once they enter the heart, it's Tony Stark's death. So he can only put the energy device of the steel battlesuit on his chest, and use it to absorb those tiny shrapnel and prevent them from moving, so as to save his life. But using the energy device to continue his life is only a lingering breath, because the palladium element of the reactor will slowly enter his body. When the palladium element in Tony's body accumulates to a certain level, it cannot be excreted through normal metabolism, so this is also a dead end. In fact, at the beginning, Stark really didn't take this issue to heart. In his view, the only way to upgrade the reactor is to use a safe and harmless element instead of palladium to generate energy. Tony had a good idea, but after trying all the combinations of known elements in the Earth, they all failed. In other words, this is an unsolvable problem, and time is running out. The palladium element in his body has exceeded the standard several times. So these days, Tony Stark has also been under a lot of pressure, and he can only show off chlorophyll juice to expel the palladium in his body. Seeing that the heat is about the same, Lin Luo suggested, "Don't worry, our umbrella company will solve the problem of palladium poisoning for you, and make your body healthy and strong again. But after me, Stark Industries will sign a technical cooperation agreement with our umbrella company. The specific content is that the umbrella provides funds, and you Stark Industries help us protect the umbrella to improve the Iron King mech technology. And also to help our company make military power armor, and assist the umbrella to build 3 large arc reactors." Hearing the content of this transaction, Tony Stark's eyes shone with joy. However, immediately he looked at Lin Luo very puzzled and said, "For you, the arc reactor is enough? You know I have better technology." As he spoke, he pointed to his chest. Lin Luo smiled and said, "It is enough to use an arc reactor for a large reactor. Anyway, the 3 large arc reactors are only used for base facilities. Thank you." Tony was very grateful to Lin Luo. He knew that Lin Luo only wanted the large reactor to show that he had no intention of snatching the steel battlesuit technology. Stark suddenly felt that he had taken advantage of it, and at the same time felt very guilty for misunderstanding Lin Luo's thoughts before. After all, before that, in Tony's view, Lin Luo was just a greedy arms dealer. Maybe he was an ambitious man like Obadiah. But looking at other people's attitude, Tony really felt guilty. In an instant, Lin Luo's image in Tony Stark's heart was reversed 180 degrees. Rhodes next to Lin Luo was also very appreciative of Lin Luo's act of understanding righteousness. He raised a glass of wine to Lin Luo, and took the opportunity to ask, "I don't know, does President Lin Luo intend to cooperate with our military to develop a new type of Bao?" Due to the severe situation and battlefield defeat caused by the proliferation of Bao, the federal military urgently needs to upgrade its own arsenal of armaments. As Lin Luo said before, you can use Bao as a weapon, but you must not. So the military couldn't sit still and wanted to take the initiative to seek cooperation. A new round of arms race is about to begin. Moreover, the umbrella company that has monopolized the Bao production technology has been invincible in this silent war. Lin Luo said non-committally. Although our umbrella company will not reject major customers like the military, because of limited production capacity and short selling of goods, our board of directors needs to find a time to discuss this issue. Rhodes said sincerely, I will immediately convey your meaning to the higher UPS. I believe that the top military officials will offer your company a price that will definitely satisfy you. After speaking, Rhodes nodded goodbye to the two, and then left in a hurry. Hearing the conversation between the two, Tony Stark's previous PTSD flared up again. The desperate scene of Ethan being killed by Attila militants in the cave came to his mind again. At the moment, Iron Man Tony Stark frowned deeply, thinking to himself, will Bao be the new Jericho again? Seeing Tony's frown, Lin Luo knew that this guy's Zhong-Er disease had struck again. In this regard, he has long been mentally prepared. So Lin Luo's momentum changed, and he leaned back on the sofa very calmly, shook the whiskey in his hand, and said with the attitude of someone who has come here, Tony, I once fell into the same entanglement as you. However, if you don't control power, someone else will control it. You must know that once Pandora's box is opened, it cannot be closed again. The powerful Bao of Umbrella Corporation is all based on a special virus called the T-virus. This virus has a terrible infectivity and fatality rate. Once it is leaked, the whole world will fall into crisis. Before, the Umbrella R&D department invented the T-virus to cure diseases and save people, and for the evolution of all mankind, so that human beings have the opportunity to compete with gods as mortals. But the former high-level executives of those umbrellas only know how to make money. For profit, they used the T-virus for weapon development and created Bao. I have worked hard and made great efforts to only sell Bao as a product instead of using the T-virus as a weapon. The Jericho missile is just a missile that blows up an area, but if you use the T-virus to make missiles, can you imagine the terrible consequences of a missile destroying a city? Now that the umbrella has become a major part of the huge chain of interests in the military-industrial complex, guess what will happen if I announce that the umbrella will withdraw from the military industry? Once I lose my control, the umbrella will be controlled by others, and the consequences will be unimaginable. I have experienced what you said, buddy. It seems that it is better for you to control the umbrella. For Lin Luo's situation, Tony Stark empathizes. Before, when he chose to close the arms production department of Stark International Company, he knew that he would encounter many constraints, and it would not be surprising if he was even killed. The military-industrial complex is a huge community of interests. Once you become the leader of it, you can't help yourself, because every word and deed represents the interests of too many people. It's not about quitting when you want to. Lin Luo's current state is exactly the same as when he escaped from the desert. Suddenly, Stark felt that he could understand Lin Luo. In the living room, thinking of Lin Luo's difficulties, Tony raised his thumb and exclaimed, you should sit in the White Room. This man actually sealed the terrifying biochemical weapon T-virus by himself, and no news was leaked. You know, just listen to it and you will know that it is an absolute weapon, possessing the same deterrent power as nuclear weapons. Lin Luo can hold back the need and control the situation. This kind of control ability and strong will make Stark have to admire. Forget it, I can't do anything to snatch other people's core technology. Lin Luo shrugged and said, I don't want my clean arms dealer career to be tarnished by politics. These words made Tony directly introduce Lin Luo as his confidant. If it weren't for the different customs, the current Tony Stark would have pulled Lin Luo to chop the chicken head and burn the yellow paper to worship. Thinking of the military's increasingly excessive persecution these days, Tony cursed, can this blood-sucking federation get better? If this continues, I'll take jujube pills. It's never been good, it's been black from the beginning. On this point, Lin Luo definitely supports Stark. In this regard, the two are a natural united front and a community of interests. He is 100% supporting Tony and the military to fight to the end. Then Lin Luo and Stark first continued to curse the Federation's incompetence and greed, and then complained about the various evil deeds of the military taking advantage of the fire. Don't talk about the personal rights of federal citizens in 700. Some military departments and those in power don't even care about human life and the future of mankind. After scolding the military and the Federation, the two looked at each other and smiled, and became sympathetic to each other. This is really a half-brother. Sure enough, anything can be betrayed, only the interest camp cannot betray. In Tony Stark's luxurious seaside villa, Lin Luo patted his chest and said to Tony, Tony, don't worry, when I go back, I will let the Research and Development Department customize a harmless optimized T-gene strengthening agent according to your body. Although T-virus is a virus, it is actually a gene strengthening agent. This medicine can not only strengthen your metabolic function, so that the palladium element can be metabolized normally, but also greatly strengthen your physical fitness. At that time, let alone 10 models, 100 models a day will be trivial. Having said that, Lin Luo sighed pretentiously and said, Actually, the original intention of Umbrella Corporation to study the T-virus is not to manufacture BAO, but to treat various incurable diseases and open the evolutionary path of all mankind. These are secrets that the Umbrella is developing, and I hope you can keep them secret. After hearing Lin Luo's heartfelt words, Tony Stark's eyes turned red. What is a good friend and a good brother? This is a good friend and a good brother? Bab, there is still true love in the world. So, Tony also patted his chest and packed the ticket. In the future, our two companies will have an in-depth cooperative relationship. If anyone wants to touch you, you must first ask me. As for the rubbish of the Iron Overlord, just throw it away. I, Tony Stark, promise you a better and better mech for Umbrella Corporation. Seeing Tony Stark being so upbeat, Lin Luo also pretended to be moved. He raised his wine glass and took a deep gulp, singing, in this situation, it's hard to find a confidant. Come on, let's do it. Tony didn't say anything else, and drank a glass of high-strength wine. Both of them were a little drunk and laughed loudly. It's just that Lin Luo is definitely pretending, and he won't get drunk. Tony is really on top. Lin Luo took the opportunity to propose. The proposal of in-depth cooperation is deeply in my heart. I think our two companies should not only advance and retreat together, but also cooperate in technology. So, you said, can we combine the biological technology of the Umbrella with the Stark industry to create a brand new biological nano-armor? In this way, there are both mechanical intelligence and infinite growth of organisms, repeatedly. Ordinary nano-armor is simply not enough to interest Lin Luo. What he needs is a perfect product that integrates biotechnology and nanomechanical technology, and can even evolve and become stronger with the host. Similar to Venom, but more resilient. Hearing Lin Luo's proposal, Tony froze for a moment. Because of his aversion to weapons, he didn't know much about BAO, and he didn't think about how to strengthen this kind of weapon. But after some enlightenment from Lin Luo, Stark felt that BAO is really a more benevolent weapon. Therefore, at the moment, he was very interested in Lin Luo's idea. Stark, who was already a little drunk, began to utter some incomprehensible technical terms. Then Stark began to gesticulate in the air on his own, obviously unable to restrain his desire for scientific research. J.A.R.V.I.S. also immediately turned on the holographic projection screen for Star to start researching. Seeing that Stark has entered the tech geek mode, Lin Luo said with a smile. Since you finally got inspiration, I won't bother you. Another day, I will ask Dr. Wilhelm, the director of our company's biological research and development department, to come over and ask you for advice, and then you can have a good comparison. I'll kick his hard. While concentrating on calculating something on the holographic light curtain, Tony still didn't forget to say harsh words. Sure enough, men can't stand provocation. Just when Lin Luo and Wanda sat back in the Rolls-Royce Phantom, a pleasant system prompt sounded. Complete an A-level transaction, and reward the Crisis NS1 nanobiochemical armor design blueprint. Seeing this, Lin Luo was overjoyed. It is worthy of being the golden supporting role and the strongest tool man in Marvel novels. This wool is really rich and good. What a joy to do business with these guys. They may not lose money, but Lin Luo, who has a system in hand, will always make money. Lin Luo is very familiar with the NS1 nanobiochemical armor from Crisis. This is a powerful and versatile nano-combat armor. This armor allows the user to perform various Superman-like feats. The armor can switch between 4 modes, namely armor, speed, force, and stealth mode. The effects of each mode are different, but they all consume the energy of the nanosuit. Light, heat, radiation, static electricity, and even carbon can all be its energy source. However, with the technical support of Stark Industry, there is no need to worry about energy, and the 4 modes can be used casually. Among them, the armor mode is the heavy armor mode. Lin Luo estimates that ordinary heavy firepower will be difficult to break through the defense. The speed and power modes are well understood, and can double the strength and speed of the user, and it is enhanced in all directions, including reaction speed, jumping power, and so on. When the stealth mode is activated, the nanosuit will transform its own surface layer, thus transforming into a strange crystal that can fully absorb and bend the surrounding light waves. This crystal can absorb all kinds of visible light, as well as radio waves, infrared rays, microwaves, and so on. Therefore, the human eye, radar, thermal imaging and other monitoring equipment will all be confused and cannot see the armor wearer in stealth mode. Only a direct touch can break this stealth mode. Lin Luo is going to equip USS members with this nano armor. With such advanced nano armor, members of their USS troops are equivalent to T-103 tyrants who have brains, stealth, and use weapons. That's pretty much how small a Superman is per capita. That fighting power is scary even thinking about it. Even if it is a modern army, if it encounters a USS Special Warfare team equipped with nano-biochemical armor, it will only be killed by a blast. Lin Luo is very satisfied with this award. If this continues, the Umbrella Company will be unrivaled in terms of location, profit, and military affairs. It can be said that after Lin Luo has the USS troops with nano-biochemical armor, forces that are not at the level of Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. are no longer qualified to be called enemies. Only an interstellar civilization like Shido Rising is qualified to make Lin Luo look directly at him. Just when Lin Luo and Wanda returned to the headquarters in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, Wilhelm came to the door. As soon as they met, Wilhelm in a white coat said excitedly, "Boss, we made it?" All departments have just collected all kinds of new combat data for Bao. Through the comparison of all the data and the research on the perfect Alice clone, I finally made the perfect T virus. I used these viruses to optimize the existing Bao and found that it worked very well. And from that I developed the Alice-type tyrant you've been asking for. After testing, this new type of tyrant has amazing strength and great potential. Hearing this good news, Lin Luo is even happier. Double happiness? Thinking of the Nemesis mission that will be completed soon, Lin Luo can't wait to take Wanda to the laboratory to visit the tyrant-type Alice. In Umbrella No. 1 Research Institute, in a culture tank filled with nutrient solution, Lin Luo and Wanda saw the newly developed tyrant Alice. This blonde and blue-eyed sexy beauty has become even more beautiful and alluring now. His height has increased to 1.9 meters, and his figure has become even hotter than those world-class supermodels. Looking at such a beautiful and enchanting beauty, Wanda felt a great sense of oppression. In terms of the intensity of life energy, she can feel that there is a huge gap between herself and the Alice-type tyrant, just like the gap between her and Lin Luo. But if it's just this gap, it's not enough to make Wanda, who has special powers, feel chills in his heart. With a keen perception, she noticed that there was even more terrifying energy hidden in the body of this extremely beautiful Alice-type tyrant. Today's energy intensity is only the superficial strength of an Alice-type tyrant, and the power like a dormant volcano is hidden inside. That is a power that conventional tyrants simply cannot match. Thinking of the name of the project mentioned by Lin Luo, Wang Fan, who was a little terrified, sighed secretly, maybe this is the real nemesis. Looking at the Alice-type tyrant in the training tank, Lin Luo, who possesses psychic powers, also clearly perceives its horror. He was very satisfied with the potential and combat power of the Alice-type tyrant, and nodded repeatedly. Wilhelm is indeed the lover of James Marcus, the founder of the T-virus, and he really has a hand in the research and development of Bao and T-virus. At the moment, Wilhelm introduced triumphantly, Tyrant Alice is the most perfect and powerful Bao I have created so far. Just the combat effectiveness tested now is astonishing. A normal Alice tyrant can easily kill 10 T-103 mass production tyrants or 3 cursed tyrants. When an Alice-type tyrant in a regular form is fighting, all fingernails will turn into elongated alienated claws like the alienated awakening tyrant, which are extremely sharp and can even shred steel. After the alienation awakening, the body ability of the Alice-type tyrant will become even more terrifying. Moreover, her body will be covered with a layer of alienated armor like biological armor covering her vitals, and her arms will also become alienated claws. Because the perfect T-virus is integrated, the Alice-type tyrant cannot reverse the alienation unlike ordinary tyrants after the battle. Ally tyrant can easily switch between normal state and alienated awakening state. Its stability and security far exceed any version of Bao. This is the king of tyrants above all Bao. Hearing the somewhat exaggerated ability of the Alice-type tyrant, Lin Luo nodded in satisfaction again and praised, Minister Wilhelm, you have done a good job, now we have a real nemesis. The codename Nemesis can only be possessed by the strongest tyrant in the Nemesis plan. In the Resident Evil game world, the final product of the Nemesis project is the Tracker. However, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the Alice-type tyrant in front of him is the real nemesis, and the Tracker is scum in comparison. This is number 1 and number 2, and they are also the most comprehensive and powerful Alice-type tyrants. Wilhelm clapped his hands. 2 Alice-type tyrants in black suits with stern expressions and knife-like eyes came out of the inner room. Then, Wilhelm said to the 2 supermodel-like Alice-type tyrants, from today onwards, President Lin Luo is your supreme master, and his orders are absolute and unique. Ask for flowers. You must defend President Lin Luo with your own lives. The eyes of the 2 Alice-type tyrants changed for a while, and then they immediately came to Lin Luo's side as if they had received some order, and stood beside Lin Luo, one on the left and one on the right, like to the god of door. Looking at these 2 powerful tyrants, Wanda was a little envious. If there were 2 such powerful bodyguards to protect her, she and her younger brother would not need to hide, let alone the protection of Hydra. Lin Luo appreciated Wilhelm's sensible actions. At this moment, the voice of the Red Queen came from his ear. Master, I can upload the split consciousness into this special Bao body, so that I can serve you better. Just after the Red Queen finished speaking, the White Queen's voice sounded immediately, Master, I want to, and I want to wear all kinds of clothes to show the Master. For this suggestion, Lin Luo definitely agrees with both hands. A simple Alice-type tyrant's combat power is enough, but there are still some problems in intelligence, at least he can't speak. With the strongest artificial intelligence in the red and white Shuanghao as the brain, everything will be different, and the Alice-type tyrant will have no pitfalls. After obtaining Lin Luo's consent, the lights in the laboratory flickered. Under the curious gazes of Wilhelm and Wanda, the momentum of the 2 Alice-type tyrants suddenly changed. The originally somewhat slack eyes became clear and sharp, but they were still emotionless and indifferent. Only when they saw Lin Luo, the eyes of the 2 would have a little more warmth, and it would be a bit like a life. Master, I am the Red Queen. Master, it's me, I'm White Queen. The 2 Alice-type tyrants suddenly spoke, one with a soft voice and the other with a royal sister. It seems everything is going well. Lin Luo nodded in satisfaction and said, from today on, you will be called Red and White. At this time, Red, who had just obtained a new code name, the Red Queen, spoke. Master, the military has started to act, things are as you expected, and the abomination has appeared. The Green Titan and the abomination are fighting now. Hearing this news, Lin Luo's eyes lit up. The opportunity has come ding. In New York, on a busy street in the Harlem district, two terrifying green monsters are fighting hard. The power of the two monsters is incomparably great, and their destructive power is even more astonishing. Whether it is reinforced concrete or automobiles and airplanes, they are all broken at the touch of two monsters, just like they are made of plasticine. The guns hit the steely muscles of these two monsters, just like tickling them, completely unable to break through their defenses. Just 10 minutes ago, this place was an ordinary bustling city full of feasting, singing, and dancing. Pedestrians either pass by in a hurry, or wander casually. A large number of cars lined up in several long queues as usual and began to move forward slowly. Sirens and conversations continued. Then the two monsters only fought for a few rounds, and they turned the place into a mess. There were wreckage of broken cars everywhere, thick smoke billowed everywhere, blood flowed like rivers, and screams, shouts, and cries for help continued to be heard amidst the flames. A picture scroll of hell was drawn in an instant by two monsters with the terrifying power to tear everything apart. 803. The original bustling city instantly turned into a bloody battlefield. At the moment, an Osprey transport aircraft bearing the Umbrella Group logo flew over the battlefield. On the plane, seeing this tragic scene that seemed to be the end of the world, the blonde-haired Wanda in a red dress was stunned and shuddered. This monster is too terrifying. With her little ability, she will be gone with just one breath, and it only takes one finger to kill her. Wanda once again felt the crushing of life levels. Even though she has seen a lot of unimaginable things in the protection company, the scene in front of her still makes Wanda feel broken. If the fight continues like this, let alone this block, the entire city may be forcibly demolished by these two monsters. But when she saw the reliable figure in front of her, she instantly became more at ease. In the transport plane, the two Alice tyrants and Lin Luo watched the earth-shattering battle between the two monsters indifferently. Lin Luo, who was wearing a one-piece black trench coat, looked calmly at the big green guy who was retreating steadily. However, this has nothing to do with Lin Luo. He only wanted to capture the hatred back and use it as an experiment. Thinking of this, Lin Luo focused his attention on the hated Emil Brunsky. Others may not be able to tell which of these two green monsters is which. After all, both are monsters, but one is bigger and the other is smaller. However, Lin Luo knew that the older one, more than 3 meters tall, hated Emil Brunsky. The skin that hates the whole body is light greenish-gray, which is obviously different from the pure green skin of the Green Titan. In addition, the two ears of the abomination look like two fish fins, which is very strange. Fishbone-like ribs also protruded from the chest of abomination, and the spine behind him also protruded. The exterior looks similar to Doomsday Next Door and the Deep Aquaman from One Punch Superman. This guy was originally an elite veteran of the empire on which the sun never sets, and he was considered one of the most powerful soldiers among ordinary people. Later, he was seconded by the supernatural General Ross to participate in the hunt for the Green Titan Hulk. Then Brunsky watched Bruce Banner, who turned into a Green Titan, kill his comrades like melons and vegetables. In order to defeat Hulk, Brunsky first injected himself with a large number of replica super soldier serums, and then forced Professor Samuel to inject him with Green Titan serum. So, he turned into this look of neither human nor ghost. At the moment, Brunsky, who turned into hatred, completely lost his mind and wanted to kill Hulk to avenge his shame. Along the way, anyone who stood in his way, whether they were soldiers or citizens, were all blown away by him. One punch down fully explained what it means to hit someone like a painting, the kind that can't be picked off even if it hangs on the wall. Only Bruce Banner, who turned into a Green Titan, can barely stop this ferocious monster. Whether it is the Green Titan or the abomination, they are all the products of body cell mutation caused by high-energy gamma rays transforming the body. But it wasn't Bruce Banner's intention to become such a monster. Bruce Banner was originally a doctor and had a beautiful girlfriend Betty. As a result, in an experiment, his body was exposed to a large amount of gamma rays. Once emotional, Banner will transform into the green-skinned, hideous-faced monster in front of him. He lost his job, lost his girlfriend, and could only live a life of exile Tianya from now on. What a miserable word. That's why, Bruce Banner risked his life to use the inhibitor created by Dr. Samuel Stern to eliminate Hulk's existence. Just to deal with the hatred, he had just finished taking the potion and could only be forced to transform again. The body of the abomination is more than a circle larger than the 2-meter-long Hulk, and the current Green Titan has just taken the potion that suppresses the power of the Hulk, and his strength has not yet fully recovered. So, Lin Luo and Wanda saw the Green Titan being chased and beaten by the abomination. At this moment, General Ross on the MH-53 Pave Hawk helicopter in the distance discovered the transport plane where Lin Luo was. He ordered his subordinates to open the nearest communication, contacted Lin Luo, and sternly said, "Who are you? It's about military secrets. What's the purpose of you irrelevant people coming here?" "Hi, General Ross, I'm Lin Luo, president of Umbrella Corporation." Lin Luo responded indifferently. "I heard that there was something wrong with your capture of the Green Titan, and our Umbrella company has the ability to solve this problem, so I'm here to help you solve this problem." This Thaddeus Ross, nicknamed General Thunderbolt, acts vigorously and unscrupulously, and has a wide network of contacts and a prosperous official career. Not only can he second elite soldiers from other countries, but he can still be promoted to Secretary of State within a few years after making a mistake of hatred. So Lin Luo was not surprised at General Ross's tone, nor did he take it to heart. After listening to Lin Luo's words, General Ross also thought of the recent popular umbrella company. He thought of the bow data he had seen before, and said with disdain, "You don't need to take out those little toys, those so-called organic biological weapons are simply not enough to deal with this level of battle. You'd better protect yourself first. Both the Green Titan and the Abomination have the strength to crush planes and tanks head-on." Previously, they had used Apache helicopter gunships, several armored vehicles, sonic weapons from the Stark Group, and an elite special forces team. Even so, there is still no way to get the Green Titan Hulk. With such strength, what qualifications do those bows have to fight against it? After all, there is a difference between flesh and blood and flesh and blood. Regarding the contempt in General Ross's words, Lin Luo smiled lightly, not paying attention at all. He continued calmly, "In this case, I will make a bet with General Ross, if I can solve the battle here and restore the military's reputation. If I win, the Abomination will be the property of our Umbrella Corporation. We hope to study the body of the Abomination to avoid such disasters." "As you like," General Ross said indifferently. 2.2 However, all consequences are at your own risk. Just now, because the two planes were very close, he glanced at the distribution of personnel in the Osprey through the cabin of the other party. Song Yuzo, a woman, Lin Luo himself and several soldiers. With this combat power configuration, isn't it a gift to the Abomination? Lin Luo didn't care about General Ross's arrogance at all. In his opinion, it was nothing more than an exasperation caused by his own incompetence, which didn't make any sense. Then Lin Luo nodded to the two Alice tyrants possessed by the Red-White Queen. After receiving Lin Luo's order, two hot beauties came to the cabin door, and the crew immediately opened the cabin door. Then facing the gust of wind that hit the door directly, the two Alice tyrants, the Red Queen and the White Queen, jumped directly from the Osprey transport plane without any protective measures. On the other side, General Ross in the helicopter was stunned when he saw this scene. What are these two women doing? Well, why commit suicide? Under the surprised gaze of Ross and other military personnel, the two Alice tyrants fell straight to the ground from a height of 1,000 meters. The last one to fall like this was the Green Titan Hulk, but that guy was a monster. Just when these military personnel thought that the two Alice tyrants were dead, the Red Queen and White Queen stood up unharmed. Where they fell, a deep pit appeared, and the hard concrete ground had completely collapsed. There are cracks all around the pit. Among them, the White Queen looked at the Abomination in the distance, stretched out her hand and hooked her fingers, and said provocatively, "Hey, big guy, look here." Looking at the two unscathed Alice tyrants on the ground, the MH-53 Pave Hawk helicopter military technician suddenly said, "General Ross, those two women should not be ordinary humans, but bow." After listening to the technician's analysis, Ross was very puzzled. Is there such a bow? When will this thing talk? With such a body shape, what kind of strength can you have? In his opinion, only a strong body can have strong strength and combat effectiveness. These two so-called bows are too intimidating, and they are not that kind of fighting type at first glance. The technician continued to analyze. Actually, this type of person is more threatening because it is very suitable for sneaking work and more flexible. I guess the reason why this bow gave up its physical advantage is to maintain this flexibility and camouflage. In addition, being able to speak shows that this bow has extremely high intelligence and obedience, which is completely different from the previous bows. Judging from the fact that they can fall directly from an altitude of 1,000 meters without being injured, their combat ability is also very strong. Ross nodded non-committally and said, "I want to see if this bow is really as powerful as you said." The Abomination of at the moment was roaring and kicked the Green Titan Hulk away again. After a loud noise, Hulk's hill-like body had already submerged into the building. At the moment, the Abomination finally vented the grievance of being beaten by Hulk continuously before. He yelled at the building, "Hulk, get out and fight me." 17. Then, the green monster heard Bai Muhong's provocative voice. From the corner of the eye, Abomination caught a glimpse of two Alice tyrants approaching at high speed, and sneered with disdain, "Weak bug, don't get in the way." After finishing speaking, he stretched out his thick bucket-like grey arm, grabbed a heavy truck beside him with a little force, and smashed it directly at the two Alice tyrants. After all this was done, the Abomination turned and rushed to the building to find Hulk and fight with him. He thought that if he was hit by a truck with hundreds of tons, those two bug-like women would definitely be smashed to pieces on the spot. However, just as the heavy truck descended from the sky carrying a terrifying force, the two Alice tyrants, the Red Queen and the White Queen, rushed forward without dodging. You still talk about high intelligence, but the result is nothing more than that. Ross, who saw this scene on the helicopter, shook his head, thinking that Lin Luo and the new bow were a joke from beginning to end. On the other hand, Lin Luo looked indifferent. Just when everyone except Lin Luo thought that the two Alice tyrants were about to be destroyed, the Red Queen and White Queen suddenly raised their arms, and followed the trend. The moment the truck hit, their hands had already turned into terrifying blades. And this blade was so sharp that it was unimaginable. It cut the oncoming truck into 3 degrees. From the cut, the two Alice tyrants rushed directly to the Abomination who was climbing and jumping on the building at high speed. Annoying bugs. Seeing the two Alice tyrants rushing over again in the blink of an eye, Brunsky, who hated him, was not polite, and directly punched him down. With a muffled boom, he punched White Queen. It's just that the White Queen's reaction speed was beyond imagination. The moment the fist wind hit, she had already crossed her arms in front of her body. Thousands of tons of force could easily blow down a small building, but it only knocked back the tyrant Alice who was possessed by the White Queen. Soon, the retreating White Queen stopped firmly. During the whole process, her body didn't even completely lose its balance. It's impossible. Seeing this scene, the abominable Brunsky and the General Ross in the sky were stunned. Where did the other party's small body come from so much strength to withstand such a powerful impact? At this moment of days, Hate only felt a sharp pain in his knee joint. Since Brunsky turned into an abomination, his recovery ability, defense ability, and fighting ability have all reached the point of inhumanity, and his pain perception seems to be non-existent. But the severe pain in front of him reminded him of his weakness as a human being. He roared and looked down to see another little bug hitting his knee. Soon the second heavy blow came, and this time the hatred couldn't help but let out a miserable howl. With all his strength, he rushed towards the Red Queen like a heavy tank. The Red Queen reacted very quickly, dodging the loathsome pounce with a single dodge. After the shot missed, a terrible smile appeared on the hideous face. You have some strength, but you still have to die. Now Hate understands that the strength and speed of these two women are very powerful. These two are not ordinary enemies, and they need to use all their strength to defeat them. As long as he seizes the opportunity, he will crush the bodies of these two women. After finishing speaking, the body of the abomination just jumped up, and the large body was used as a weapon to limit the dodging space of the two Alice tyrants. The abomination of at the moment is like a dark cloud covering the sky and covering the bodies of the Red Queen and White Queen. However, it was this opportunity that the two Alice tyrants were waiting for. In an instant, the two Alice tyrants turned on the alienated awakening state. Magical white close-fitting bone armor emerged from their whole bodies, setting off their already very hot figures even more perfectly. Then, the White Queen and the Red Queen jumped up like lightning, and shot at the abomination in midair with all their strength. In this way, the two Alice tyrants collided with the abomination Brunsky without dodging. Hate laughed in midair, and swung his fist to smash the heads of the two Alice tyrants. However, this punch, which was enough to shatter rocks, remained motionless on the white bone armor of Alice tyrant. Both sides hit the enemy almost simultaneously. The Red Queen and White Queen were safe and sound, and they were able to dodge quickly after landing. The abomination in midair fell heavily to the ground like a dead pig, unable to get up for a long time. At the moment, the abominable Brunsky's internal organs were severely injured, and he didn't have Hulk's almost immortal instant regeneration ability. Therefore, the abomination of at the moment has lost consciousness and is unable to fight anymore. General Ross in the sky saw this scene, and everyone looked like him. He muttered to himself, how is this possible? Then how can such a petite body hide such powerful energy? It's just that Alice Tyrant's camouflage effect is too good. She looks like a slightly taller supermodel beauty. Unlike the Green Titan and the Abomination, the whole body is full of massive muscles that bulge like steel, and they are very capable of fighting at first glance. The technician next to him also exclaimed in amazement. Sure enough, this Bao does have extremely high intelligence and camouflage ability. In terms of flexibility, obedience, and combat effectiveness, this new type of Bao has no flaws. This is the most perfect Bao, and if this kind of Bao uses weapons, the combat effectiveness will become stronger. Lin Luo at the moment has ordered the crew to descend to the ground, and he is ready to recover the unconscious Abomination. As for the Green Titan who was on standby in the building for some reason, Lin Luo didn't bother to care about it at all, and left it to General Ross to finish. He is very satisfied with the performance of Ellie Tyrant. In the Marvel world, this is considered a mid-high level combat power. In fact, the technician's analysis was not wrong, but it was not safe. The alienated awakening Alice Tyrant already has the strength to crush the Abomination, and Alice Tyrant can indeed use a variety of complex and powerful high-tech weapons. In that way, their strength will become even more terrifying, and it may not take two people to solve the hatred. If Lin Luo can develop the perfect nanobiochemical armor, and then equip it to Alice Tyrant, their strength will increase again by a big level. Moreover, as a perfect integrator of the T-virus, Alice Tyrant still has a powerful undeveloped psychokinesis as his whole card, and may even have a rapidly evolving ability. Such an ability is comparable to the Green Titan's ability to become infinitely stronger when angry, and it is theoretically an invincible ability. At the moment, General Ross finally reacted. Impatiently, he ordered the driver to land in front of Lin Luo. General Ross didn't even look at the Green Titan and Abomination that was right in front of him. The beloved goddess who was once unaffordable now seems to be the same. At the moment, General Bruce just walked up to Lin Luo and pointed at the two Ellie Tyrants who had returned to a high-cold attitude, and said eagerly, I want this new type of Bao, let's make an offer? It doesn't matter how much it is. With such a powerful weapon, it is completely superfluous to capture Green Titans and develop super soldiers. General Ross felt that directly using this new type of Bao would be able to flatten the enemy. Lin Luo laughed and said perfunctorily, it's great that the General is happy with our product, but this product is our latest achievement. This product is currently still in testing. Such immature products are likely to have many defects, so we cannot sell such products to customers. However, if the military has an order, our umbrella will definitely come up with products that meet the needs of the military. General Ross wanted to say something, but the soldiers over there exclaimed. It was obvious that the Green Titan Hulk was restless. Seeing that the situation has changed, General Ross can only rush over to check the situation. And at the moment, a system prompt sounded in Lin Luo's mind. Because the host has greatly increased the influence of the umbrella, we hereby reward the V-100 vertical takeoff and landing transport aircraft. Hearing the news, Lin Luo smiled slightly. This thing just came in handy. This reward came just in time? Not long after the battle ended, those well-informed organizations knew that the latest bow developed by the Umbrella Company had defeated the abomination. Especially the two extraordinary organizations, Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., who have been paying attention to the battle situation, got the specific battle report immediately after the battle ended. This battle almost made their jaws drop. For a while, the leaders and key elements of Nick Fury, Peel and many other organizations were shocked again. They don't know that this is the first time they have been shocked by the advanced and powerful bow of Umbrella Company. This time, the constantly Umbrella Company, which has always been the trump card, has come up with a shocking melon. Because Lin Luo deliberately did not shield the signal during the battle, so many powerful organizations have obtained the first-hand battle videos of Alice Tyrant and Abomination. Then everyone was terrified. Green Titan Hulk is a fierce god who can resist nuclear bombs. Any organization of any size will pay close attention to such dangerous elements. Otherwise, if such a killing god who can destroy a city in a minute doesn't know it when he gets to his doorstep, then this organization will almost die. In addition, the Green Titan Hulk and the Abomination made such a big commotion during the battle. I don't know how many satellites and surveillance devices are aimed at where. At that moment, that street was almost like the center of the world. And at 870, there happened an astonishing battle that those big shots never expected. No one expected the Green Titan Hulk to lose. In their cognition, the Green Titan Hulk is like a walking nuclear bomb, a monster among monsters. Without such deterrence and strength, the Green Man Hulk would have been captured by constant military pursuers and taken to the laboratory long ago. Such a terrifying monster is not an opponent of hatred. But on the other hand, hate was overwhelmed by Umbrella Company's latest bout, with almost no ability to fight back the whole time. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. director's office, Nick Fury looked at the video, the Abomination that hammered the Green Titan, and the two latest bows that beat the Abomination to autism. He was almost autistic. After being shocked for a long time, Nick Fury remembered his mantra and exclaimed, "Maze. This Abomination is not some unknown person. Its combat power is so strong that it can destroy a modern army by itself. And how strong is the latest bow that can defeat the Abomination? What's more, this latest type of bow looks no different from human beings. With such a disguised ability, if an assassination is carried out, who can defend against it?" Thinking of this, Nick Fury didn't continue to finish his mantra, but immediately picked up the phone and gave an order, "Let Natasha Romanoff and Maria Hill come to my office, and I'll be right now." At this time, there is no need to be cautious, prudent, and the overall situation. Lin Luo and the Protection Company are the overall situation. We must find a way to obtain the latest information of the Umbrella Company. If we can win over Lin Luo and obtain the latest bow in the video, then it's good. At the same time, in the Minister's Office of the World Security Council, Alexander Pierce also looked dignified and shocked. He didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, bow and the Umbrella Company would be so strong. At the moment, Pierce can only be thankful that he did not choose to provoke Lin Luo and the Umbrella Company. Otherwise, facing such a bow, it would be difficult for him to save his life. The bow of the female image in the video is simply the goddess of death, and it is hard to guard against. But at the same time, Pierce felt a little uncomfortable. These days, he has been frightened by Lin Luo and the Umbrella. Originally, Pierce thought that when the Insight project was completely successful, they would be able to wipe out all those who resisted Hydra in one fell swoop and gain absolute control of the world. This will bring total freedom and peace. At that time, neither Lin Luo nor the Umbrella Company can escape their grasp. Now, Peel is really starting to worry that the infallible Insight plan they have placed high hopes on can really incite this mysterious, as if it is a miracle. Words of Lin Luo? Fortunately, the previous move of idle chess has become an ace. With this card in hand, Pierce thought he still had a chance and would not be out. Lin Luo from at the moment is summoning the reward he just got. The V-100 vertical takeoff and landing transport aircraft is an extremely advanced transport aircraft. Its appearance is somewhat similar to the Osprey transport aircraft, but it is jet, without rotor blades, and has radar stealth and optical camouflage systems. This is a special warfare artifact, which can just replace the conventional transport aircraft of the Umbrella. Lin Luo summoned this V-100 vertical takeoff and landing transport plane to contain and transport the Abomination. In this way, Lin Luo and the others don't have to be crammed into an Osprey with Abomination. The V-100 vertical takeoff and landing transport aircraft is fast. After a while, two large transport planes landed on the large tarmac of the Umbrella headquarters. At the moment, Wilhelm Birkin was already waiting with the people from the Biological Research and Development Department. The poor Abomination has just regained consciousness, and before he can figure out the situation in front of him, he has already been placed in a specially made large-scale cultivation tank. At the same time, all kinds of sedatives submerged Abomination's huge light gray-green body like money. Seeing the hatred who was struggling but could only faint faintly, Dr. Wilhelm looked excited, and his eyes were full of fanatical desire for scientific research. It looked like his wife had encountered a delicacy that she had never eaten before, and her impatient look made people feel that Wilhelm wished to slice the hatred directly on the spot with his eyes. At the moment, he was chanting words, speaking some incomprehensible professional terms. Lin Luo had just seen this scene at Stark. He patted Wilhelm on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, from today on, this big guy will be left to you to study." Although the Abomination does not have the infinitely stronger characteristics of the Green Titan, Brunsky first injected the Super Soldier Serum and then absorbed the power of Hulk. Brunsky integrated the power of the two serums, and his body has not completely collapsed. As a scientific research mouse, it is really valuable for research. Dr. Wilhelm straightened his back and made an excited promise. "President Lin Luo, I will definitely research useful results as soon as possible. Moreover, I already have research ideas. As a prototype, such a monster might be very suitable for the G virus to transform, and with the new NE beta type parasite and new chips, I will definitely be able to create an extremely powerful bow as a milestone in the umbrella." Lin Luo nodded in satisfaction and said, "You can figure it out, I'll leave it to you, I'm at ease." Just when Lin Luo had just returned to the office, Wanda in a black silk red dress walked in with the urban beauty unique to white-collar workers. She first glanced at Lin Luo carefully, then handed over a series of printed call records and said, "President Lin Luo, that woman from S.H.I.E.L.D. just kept calling you, but because you have turned off your phone, it was transferred to the message mailbox. I also sent several messages saying that S.H.I.E.L.D. liaison officer Hill is coming to see you too." In order to be quiet, Lin Luo chose to turn off the phone. He knew that because of Alice Tyrant's perfect debut performance, it would definitely attract the crazy attention of all parties and the Umbrella Company. It's just that Lin Luo didn't expect that Natasha Romanoff and Hill, who had always been very calm, planned to come directly to Alice Tyrant. It seems that S.H.I.E.L.D. and these two female agents can't sit still anymore. Seeing the two beautiful female agents, Lin Luo also showed a harmless smile, and greeted warmly, "Aren't these my two ace little agents? Why do you have any information for me?" After hearing this, he didn't take it seriously at all, raised his eyebrows, and made a provocative look. Maria Hill, with a sullen face, snorted coldly and said, "You made such a big commotion this time, can we not come?" She already knew that she was completely manipulated by Lin Luo, and she was going around in the hole dug by him from the beginning to the end, but Lin Luo had her handle. So even though Maria Hill was very angry and anxious, there was still nothing she could do about Lin Luo. At the moment Maria Hill had no other way to resist Lin Luo except expressing her attitude with her face. Lin Luo didn't care about this, and said casually, "I didn't make the noise, our umbrella company is not that bad. That's a Green Titan and Abomination mess, and it's done under the noses of the military and USHIELD. After hearing this, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff and Maria Hill were silent for a while. They also saw that video. The Abomination in the video is like a demon coming out of hell, with infinite power and lightning speed. The soldiers who fought against the Abomination were all aces drawn from various units, with rich combat experience. They were veterans who could count as 10. However, when they faced the hatred, they all fell into daze, fear, and panic, and they did nothing throughout the whole process, just like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. In less than 5 minutes, the quiet and peaceful street had turned into a sea of flames and hell. Thinking of those innocent citizens who died tragically and the streets turned into ruins, both Maria Hill and Black Widow Natasha Romanoff felt a little sad. But worst of all, they are helpless in the face of hatred, and cannot do better. The two still have some sense of justice, hoping to do something to protect the innocent and make the world a better place. And just like Lin Luo said, the military was largely responsible for this disaster, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had no hand in it from the beginning to the end. Check out what they've protected. However, the latest bow developed by Lin Luo easily did what they wanted to do but couldn't do, turning the tide and saving those innocent citizens from suffering. Those victims who were desperately waiting to die in the ruins of the Sea of Fire even regarded the two supermodel-like bows as angels. Because of this incident, the already well-known Umbrella Company gained greater influence and fame. The company's image has become better than before. Thinking of this, the eyes of the two top agents looking at Lin Luo became complicated. That is really a godlike power. God. Lin Luo smiled disdainfully, even if there is a god, I only believe in myself. In this world, when Chengdu is in trouble, only I can rely on myself. However, at this point, Lin Luo seemed to have thought of something, nodded and said, "Speaking of which, I suddenly thought of a good idea." Maria Hill was a little eager. "We are now purchasing the latest bow from Umbrella on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D., the kind that beats the Abomination in the video. There were too many changes in the end, and she felt that she couldn't understand the world a little bit. Fortunately, she thought she was very familiar with all the secrets of this world. As a result, another Hydra, another Bow, another Iron Man, and another Green Titan all appeared. Now their S.H.I.E.L.D. must gain strength to take the initiative in the chaos to come. The Black Widow Natasha Romanoff next to him also looked at Lin Luo with great anticipation, and said, "Director Nick Fury said that the price is not a problem, you can even make some reasonable demands." These days, the very experienced Black Widow is actually not having a good time. Once, she thought S.H.I.E.L.D. was strong enough to wash away her sins. Natasha Romanoff, who wants to atone for her crimes, thinks she knows who she has worked for and who she has lied to. As a result, once the Hydra incident broke out, the previous persistence was like a joke. Everything seems to be the same as before. She just jumped from the Red House in Bear Country to the Red House in SHIELD. However, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff simply doesn't have time to struggle. Like Maria Hill, she also feels old and unable to understand the changing world. Not long ago, a strange hammer that no one could pick up fell from the sky, which is really outrageous. Even if aliens hit the Earth suddenly, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff and Maria Hill feel that they will not be too surprised. The two are very fortunate now that the umbrella has suddenly emerged and developed a bow that is so powerful that it can change the world pattern. And this new type of bow, like a nuclear weapon, must be in the hands of their SHIELD. Lin Luo had already anticipated the arrival of Black Widow Natasha Romanoff and Maria Hill. Anyone who sees such a monster in the world wants to buy an Alice Tyrant for self-defense. Walking on the street while driving a small car, humming a little song, and then a monster fell from the sky, the car rotted and people disappeared in an instant. Who would have thought of such a day? Every reliable bodyguard, those rich people dare not go out. Lin Luo, who had a good idea in mind, smiled slightly and said, "Alice Tyrant is currently the highest masterpiece and top secret of our umbrella company, so we cannot sell it to the outside world. Only when the blade is hidden can it be deterrent, and it is the most difficult to defend when the head is not shot out." With Alice Tyrant in his hands, Lin Luo is like a fat blue robot cat holding a nuclear weapon. No one can figure out his details, so he dare not be this early bird. Seeing Lin Luo's expression, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff knew that Lin Luo was planning something bad again. As an ace spy who is on the brink of death, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff's ability to read words and actions can be said to be full. Although Lin Luo's mind is difficult to guess, and his temperament is also unpredictable, but Black Widow is Black Widow after all. She relied on a bit of intuition, even blindly guessing, and sometimes she could still see a little clue. Maria Hill, on the other hand, looked innocent, and was anxious there, earnestly persuading President Lin Luo, "We, S.H.I.E.L.D., really want to cooperate with your company. This time, we are really sincere." Hearing this, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff looked at Maria Hill with pity, like looking at a little white rabbit begging a carrot for a big bad wolf. But thinking that she might not be able to run away later, her complexion suddenly collapsed, and she couldn't hold back anymore. But Black Widow didn't think about resisting or refusing. A man who played with the three forces of the military, S.H.I.E.L.D., and Hydra in applause, and relied on the deterrent power of the mysterious bow to build a giant-level military-industrial complex in just a few months is not something they can resist. This is a career that ordinary people dare not even think about, and it would take 10 lifetimes to complete. It took Lin Luo only a few months to complete it all by himself. Seeing Lin Luo, who has done such a big thing and still kept calm, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff can only sigh. Some people are born strong, and Lin Luo is such a person. Sincerity. Lin Luo stroked his chin and praised. Sincerity is a good word to use. Since you have said so, I would be too sorry if I didn't see your sincerity. After hearing this, Maria Hill's heart sank. She is not so good at the traditional agent art of observing words and demeanor and trying to figure out psychology. But Lin Luo's map of Yen Kingdom is almost in front of her. If Hill can't understand it, he will be a fool. But people have to bow their heads under the roof. Even Hill, who was going to be strong all his life, could only grit his teeth and say, "What do you want?" Appreciating Maria Hill's amazing expression, Lin Luo smiled even more happily, and said slowly, "Don't worry, I didn't think about it, it's a good thing. Umbrella has sold too many bows lately and I feel guilty. If you can have 2 beautiful nuns to pray for and atone for your sins, it's not impossible to consider selling some more advanced bows to you." "Nun? Pretty." Hill froze for a moment, but didn't respond. On the other side, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff rolled his eyes almost to the sky, and he really didn't feel at ease. But what can she do? She can only hold back the anger and shame in her chest and say, "Then do you think we are beautiful? Are we suitable to be nuns?" Eyelid Black Widow is so popular, Lin Luo didn't pretend anymore, and replied directly, "Pretty, very beautiful, very suitable." Hearing the conversation between the two, Maria Hill's complexion changed, and she looked at Natasha Romanoff with a questioning look. "It's so big. Are you sure?" Black Widow Natasha Romanoff instantly understood what Hill meant, and nodded helplessly. As soon as Maria Hill gritted her teeth, her expression became firm. "Nuns should be nuns, in order to complete the task. Endure. I've prepared your clothes a long time ago, and I'll tailor them to your satisfaction." Seeing that the two agreed, Lin Luo snapped his fingers and said, "White Queen, take those 2 sets of clothes. Come." Soon, Natasha Romanoff's eyes straightened at Maria Hill and Black Widow. Black Widow is better. Everyone in Hill was trembling, and his teeth were rattling, just like how he grinned when he was angry when he was a child, and he was about to bite someone. The reason is that this outfit is indeed a nun's dress, but it's not exactly a nun's dress. This is called a nun's costume, but it's more like a cosplay suit. Natasha Romanoff even, Zhao's, saw the label on it, the original cos nun design of Huohuajia? Look at it by Natasha Romanoff. His teeth itched with hatred. For those who are interested in the book, you can search the internet to know what it looks like. Although this set of nun cos looks a bit similar to the traditional nun design, it is unexpectedly bold. For example, there is a lot of white space in the headlights, and the silk nun dress looks very often self-cultivation, paired with black and white stockings, it looks too dazzling. Orthodox nun who wears a nun dress like this? Are you praying to God by wearing this, or are you torturing God and his old man? Mentality has always been as strong as Black Widow, who couldn't hold back anymore, and couldn't help cursing, hell is empty, and the devil is in the world. That's why I need you angels to purify the demons. Lin Luo looked indifferent. You are not a nun's costume. Maria Hill's face was ashen, her eyes were like knives, and she gritted her teeth. Are you a nun's costume? Black Widow Natasha Romanoff muttered. Otherwise, this guy would be so kind. Lin Luo said solemnly. I'm also doing this to wash away my sins, and to a certain extent, it can be regarded as promoting positive energy and inheriting some of the fine traditions of the section. If you don't wear them, I won't say anything. It doesn't matter how much I sell bow to wash away my sins. Hill is very firm. Anyway, I will never wear such clothes. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, who has experience, understands how doggy Lin Luo really is. In order to complete the task, it is impossible not to satisfy the other party, so he can only persuade. Hill, don't forget your duty. Don't you give up so easily? This is not like you. Everything is for the mission. At the moments Maria Hill's eyes were empty, and finally she lowered her proud head helplessly, closed her eyes and said redly, is it okay for me to wear it? Her heart was very broken. As as.h.i.e.l.d agent, she can be regarded as doing good deeds. Why can't God open her eyes? In Umbrella Company headquarters, in the luxurious president's office, Lin Luo looked expectantly at the dressing room next door. Come on. He is still looking forward to it. To be a human being still has to combine work and rest. It's time to reward yourself. Soon, two beauties with extremely tall figures and perfect looks walked out wearing tight black nun clothes. Just looking at the hat and face, it is very normal, just like a real nun, and even has a little holy taste. But look at the tight nun dress with clear lines, which outlines the hot figure to the extreme, and the dazzling white silk round long legs. It can only be said that it is very bright, white, and moist. Holiness and profanity coexist, the temptation is infinite. Lin Luo nodded again and again, experiencing the fun of cosplay again. This is really a great invention, wearing it is more attractive than not wearing it, great. At the moment Black Widow Natasha Romanoff held back his shame and looked at the clothes on himself that seemed to be blasphemous, and then looked at the dogman with bright eyes and a serious look. Natasha Romanoff couldn't help complaining inwardly, my old lady has been cleansed, why should she suffer such a shameful humiliation? If I had known earlier, I might as well have stayed in the Red House. As for Maria Hill, although she tried her best to maintain a cold expression, her helpless look and that red apple-like face still exposed her true inner thoughts. The originally heroic female agent has now become a holy and shy servant of God. Lin Luo looked at Hill, come one. Hill's face became even redder, and the shyness in his eyes was about to overflow, his face seemed to be surrounded by layers of mist. In the end, she could only follow what she had learned before, holding the hem of the black skirt with her white hands, blushing and saying to Lin Luo, tell me, your sin. After admiring the talent show of the two beautiful nuns, Lin Luo snapped his fingers and said, eat first, and then play a fun game. If you're tired, you can just sleep here. After finishing speaking, the two Alice tyrants brought up the well-prepared French dishes, and opened several bottles of Reserva Lafite and Romani Conti. The three of them started to enjoy the food in the nearby restaurant. To be precise, Lin Luo was enjoying 3 times the food and 3 times the happiness. And Maria Hill and Black Widow Natasha Romanoff can only act as nuns to serve Lin Luo. This meal is really a perfect interpretation of what it means to be delicious in color, fragrance, and taste. Fortunately, after a few glasses of wine, although the faces of the two beautiful female agents became redder, they let go a little under the influence of alcohol. After the beautiful meal, Lin 907 Luo casually picked up a few game props on the table and said, in this situation, it would be a pity not to play this game. As he said that, Lin Luo also played a script-killing game about indulgences with the two nuns. The beginning of this game requires everyone to ask a question about religion, and those who cannot answer will be punished by the questioner. At the beginning of the game, Lin Luo asked the first question according to the rule, why do priests like to live on islands? Maria Hill, who was dressed as a nun, thought hard for a while, but still felt clueless. It seems that there is no specific mention of this in the teaching. Is it some kind of unorthodox sect? Thinking of this, she looked helplessly at Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Noticing Hill's inquiring eyes, Black Widow shrugged, indicating that she didn't know either. Because little boys will fall on the island. Lin Luo answered seriously. Maria Hill hasn't reacted yet. What does this ghost answer mean? Black Widow Natasha Romanoff thought of something, blushed. What kind of hell joke? Then, Natasha Romanoff glared at Lin Luo, as if to say, give you a chance to reorganize the language, look at our clothes, and answer again. However, when she looked down at her nun's costume that made her blood pumping, she suddenly felt that this question was somewhat appropriate. Fuck? Natasha Romanoff feels like she's crazy, she's about to break down. Then according to the rules, I'm going to punish. After all, the glory of the Lord cannot be tarnished. Lin Luo's face was full of righteousness, and his little hands were ready to move. Men's pleasures are so unpretentious. For a while, the temperature in the room seemed to rise a bit. Are you satisfied now? Maria Hill finally survived the game, and the blush on her face was about to disappear. It's just that her eyes were faintly glowing red. Hill, who has always kept himself clean, has almost reached his limit. If Lin Luo doesn't give an explanation today, she will drag him to die together. Just to completely bury the previous black history. The Black Widow Natasha Romanoff over there also has knife-like eyes and a cold expression, without her usual playfulness and cuteness. After this set, the two of them only felt that they had suffered a great loss, and felt even more humiliated and uncomfortable than being subjected to that. But I can't resist, so angry? Lin Luo was not afraid at all, and joked. Are you guys going to evolve into Armageddons? But, this Alice tyrant really can't be sold to you. Hey, Hill, put the gun down. I haven't finished talking yet, what's the rush? Lin Luo is a little curious, where did this gun just hide? But he also knew that he couldn't really push these two women into a hurry. So, Lin Luo took out a stack of documents that he had already prepared. Although the latest Alice tyrant cannot be sold to you, you can curse the tyrant. This is also a bow that is not available on the market, and it is powerful. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff and Maria Hill dubiously looked at the parameters of Cursed Tyrant. Finally, the two looked at each other and nodded. After suffering such a big loss, I can't return empty-handed. Besides, this Cursed Tyrant is indeed a bow that other organizations do not have, and its performance is very impressive, so that there will be an explanation when we go back, which is enough to deal with. So, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff said to Lin Luo, you still have a conscience, let's take this back and show it to director Nick Fury, and I'll contact you when the time comes. After reaching a deal intention, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff and Maria Hill walked out into the fitting room and picked up the clothes they were wearing to change into. At this moment, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff suddenly took out his phone, made a V gesture, and took a picture of himself. Are you serious? At the moment Maria Hill's mouth twitched. If possible, she would like to burn all her memories of today together with this dress. What's up with Natasha Romanoff keeping her own black history? This woman. Although I'm sorry, but it's actually quite pretty, hee hee. Natasha Romanoff stuck out her tongue as she spoke, smiling cutely, would you like a picture? After being silent for a while, Maria Hill suddenly gritted her teeth and said, Fack, don't worry about it, let's fight fire with fire. After finishing speaking, she folded her hands upwards and made a prayer posture. No matter what, the task is completed, just treat it as a reward for yourself. Crack sounded softly. The black history of the two famous female agents of S.H.I.L.D. has been preserved like this. In the office, Lin Luo watched this funny scene through the surveillance camera, and thought to himself, isn't this a very fun game? Say no to it, but your body is quite honest. Lin Luo felt that he might have unintentionally discovered a special hobby of Hill and Natasha Romanoff, which can be regarded as a good deed every day. After watching the two beauties leave, Lin Luo called Wanda, who was always on call, and showed her the transaction plan. He thought that by handing over this mission to Wanda, he could be regarded as cultivating her. As the top combat force in the MCU world in the future, Scarlet Witch's potential is needless to say, and it can be regarded as a right-hand man after being cultivated. After reading the plan, Yuda's eyes lit up and said, I know what Your Excellency the President is doing. The so-called closed Su Jechi, after being nurtured by Lin Luo for so long, Wanda has also grown a lot. Because Lin Luo would come up with a famous saying of the Dragon Kingdom from time to time, she even planned to learn the language of the Dragon Kingdom by herself, and she had already prepared Sun Tzu's Art of War and 36 strategies. Tell me. Lin Luo looked at Wanda with interest. He also wants to know how much Wanda has learned, from him. Wanda knew that Lin Luo was testing herself, so she immediately said in a firm tone, This is the Game of Thrones. The boss wants to determine its status by monopolizing the distribution of arms and weapons. Before the umbrella was sold to Hydra with so many bows, S.H.I.L.D. was at a disadvantage. Now, Your Excellency the President specially provides S.H.I.L.D.'s latest cursed tyrant, just to balance the situation and balance the strength of the two organizations. At the moment Wanda finally found some of Scarlet Witch's confidence. She has now mastered a more powerful force, that is, the calendar of ingenuity. The power of mutant is limited, but the power of wisdom is infinite. It seems that you have indeed grown a lot. Lin Luo glanced at Wanda with admiring eyes, smiled and said, however, you are right or wrong. In fact, balancing the situation is only a means, not an end. Wanda, whose temperament is becoming more and more like a queen, is a little unconvinced. What's wrong? My purpose is not just to balance the situation, because there is no need for that anymore. For S.H.I.L.D. and Hydra, they think they are on the right side and hold the truth, when in reality they are all the same. There is no difference between the two organizations to me. I think the solution to the problem is to solve the problem. Talent is the root of the problem, and the truth is within the range of the canon. And I will be the only truth. What's the meaning of Game of Thrones? Qin Wang's sweep of the Six Kingdoms is more interesting. Your purpose is. Wanda suddenly understood what Lin Luo meant. She looked at Lin Luo with surprised eyes, and the latter just smiled without saying a word. At the moment, Wanda finally realized that Lin Luo's ultimate goal was not to make the umbrella stand firm or to balance the situation, but to directly eat the two big organizations, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. Now it is just gaining benefits through the open and secret struggle of the two major organizations, and then secretly accumulating strength. This is just the calm before the storm. Wang Yan was very surprised by Lin Luo's ambition and strategy. Although the development momentum of the umbrella is very strong, the two organizations Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. are deeply rooted, and S.H.I.E.L.D. has a background. It can only be said that Lin Luo is very courageous, and his capacity has exceeded everyone's expectations. Sure enough, some people are destined to be extraordinary. At this time, Wanda thought of the news that Hydra had obtained before. All the bows were deployed to New Mexico, and it seemed that they were planning to snatch something that S.H.I.E.L.D. was guarding. Originally, Hydra had a powerful bow army to support the battlefield, so it should have gained a huge advantage, but now S.H.I.E.L.D. will soon get a new type of cursed tyrant. This fight, the result is hard to say. However, as Hydra's undercover informant, Wanda does not intend to warn Hydra. Because once Hydra completely defeats S.H.I.E.L.D., her own value to Hydra will be greatly reduced, so Wanda is also happy to see Hydra deflated. Besides, whether it's Hydra or S.H.I.E.L.D., Wanda doesn't care. She only cares about those around her. And if she had to choose one of these organizations, Wanda would prefer to choose the umbrella. Because Lin Luo has a special temperament, people subconsciously want to believe this man. Looking at the thoughtful Wanda, Lin Luo almost guessed what Wanda was thinking, and smiled slightly in his heart. It looks like this Scarlet Witch made the right choice. Just at the moment, the system prompts. Ding, congratulations on completing a coercion and getting a C-level reward, the Spirit Fox Mercenary Group. Seeing this reward, Lin Luo was overjoyed. It turned out to be them. The Fox Spirits are a group of female mercenaries who are also born fighters. As the name suggests, each Fox Spirit has an astonishingly beautiful face, clear eyes, slender willow waist, and a sexy figure. Although they have petite bodies, they also have Baihu's lightness, agility, and flexibility, and they are flexible in thinking and full of spirituality. Therefore, each Fox Spirit can have a strong combat power with almost no training. More importantly, they are very good at teamwork, they cooperate seamlessly with each other, and they are extremely good at teamwork and using various weapons. Therefore, the task completion rate of the Fox Spirit is very high, and it can almost perfectly complete various difficult tasks. Lin Luo is still very happy to have obtained such a group of attractive and capable girls. He took a look, and found that the Fox Spirit Mercenary Regiment had a total of about 200 fighters. Each of them has a combat power roughly equivalent to that of a USS member, which is a good addition to Lin Luo, who is currently understaffed. At the moment Lin Luo ponders the current situation and the merits of Fox Spirits. Spirit Foxes are good at hiding, flexible in action, and their camouflage ability is even more outstanding. With Alice Tyrant and other bows around, I don't lack frontal combat power at all. It's too wasteful to use the Fox Spirits for frontal battles, and they can't bring out their maximum value. Rather than throwing these girls into regular battles and losing them, it is better to train them all as agents. Therefore, Lin Luo told White Queen, I have a new group of people here. White Queen, please arrange for them to go to Lockford Island to receive agent training. What else knows how to hide better than a fox? Faced with a delicate and beautiful girl, most people will instinctively let their guard down. The combination of these advantages is enough to make Fox Spirit a first-class agent. What Lin Luo values more is their loyalty that they will never betray, so that he can equip them with various black technology weapons. According to Lin Luo's vision, his biochemical nano-armor has great potential. When the time comes, this legion will surely shock the Marvel world. And the office, Lin Luo quickly arranged the training plan for the Fox Spirit. Lockford Island Training Base has prepared everything, just waiting for the arrival of the Fox Spirits. I believe that the returning Spirit Fox will be reborn, and his strength and agent skills will also be improved to a higher level. At the same time, Wanda also submitted a report and completed the preparations for the transaction Cursed Tyrant. For the rest of the time, Lin Luo emptied his mind, leaned back, and lay down on the sofa. The Red Queen and the White Queen gave him a caring massage from left to right. At this time, the Red Queen next to her suddenly said, Master, Mjolnir, and Thor on the list have already appeared, and the people from Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. are currently eyeing Mjolnir at the same time. Then, the Red Queen sent video data. Lin Luo saw that not long ago, many old Inkmen were happily drinking beer and eating barbecue, and then competed with Mjolnir. However, their efforts were destined to be in vain. This thing has a spell cast by the great god Odin plus some strange powers, so Song has a noble character and firm beliefs, and people who advocate justice can lift it. This kind of person can't be picked out, plus some other implicit conditions. Therefore, few people in the entire Marvel world can lift this seemingly inconspicuous little hammer. So these old Moes were wasting their efforts. In the end, even if they used a truck to drag it, there was no way for the hammer embedded in the stone to show any signs of moving. After that, the familiar and friendly Phil Coulson led a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to surround it. Soon a simple plastic shed was erected. These facilities, full of surveillance equipment, surround the Hammer's location in the center, and Hawkeye Barton is still squatting on the commanding heights. The Sidwell from Hydra is still hanging around there, and the Hydra people must have known about the Hammer and have already begun to deploy operations. After all, now that Hydra has been exposed, trying to take the Hammer from within would affect their final plans. So for Hydra, the best way is to rely on the bot bow gun. Seeing this, Lin Luo knew that Nick Fury would definitely agree to this deal. They had to buy Cursed Tyrant, otherwise the Hammer would be lost. Sure enough, after a while, Hill sent a message, Director Nick Fury agrees to the transaction, please quote. Seeing this news, Lin Luo said indifferently, White Queen, how many Cursed Tyrants can we send to S.H.I.E.L.D at most? Currently, the Cursed Tyrant who has integrated the perfect T-virus is the main guard of the Umbrella's top secret area. In this magical country, many medical technology companies have private armies with sufficient firepower. The reason is to deal with traditional business wars. Therefore, the company's guards cannot be sloppy at all. I don't know how many people are jealous of Bao's technology. Fortunately, Lin Luo has his own scientific research team and research base, otherwise he would be busy enough to deal with the constant stream of commercial espionage. Therefore, Lin Luo still needs to keep some cursing tyrants to look after the house, so he can't sell them all. The White Queen beside him immediately said, under the condition of ensuring sufficient security forces, drawing out 6 cursed tyrants is already the limit. Lin Luo nodded and said, reply to Hill for me, 6 heads curse the tyrant, 1 head is $10 million, no bargaining, no delays. Monopoly business is so domineering. In S.H.I.E.L.D's office, Hill looked at the quotation sent by Lin Luo, secretly speechless. Cursing the tyrant at 10 million a head is really expensive, enough for her salary for many years, even if she sells her, she can't afford it. You must know that the quotation of a main battle tank in the Federation is only a few million USD, and this cursed tyrant is equivalent to 2 tanks. Hill was a little speechless, this Lin Luo really dared to make an offer, this is killing SHIELD. In fact, Lin Luo's offer is just taking advantage of the fire. Anyway, everyone knows about S.H.I.E.L.D's military expenses, and if he makes a fortune, it's like robbing the rich and helping the poor. According to Lin Luo's existing information, in order to compete from Mjolnir, S.H.I.E.L.D and Hydra are likely to face each other. This time, he not only wanted to watch a good show by the side, but also stood up to make money. That's why Lin Luo offered such a high price, because the current S.H.I.E.L.D is not qualified to bargain. Seeing Hill who was silent, Nick Fury asked, Hill, how much is the Umbrella Company asking for? Black Widow Natasha Romanoff saw Hill's hesitant expression, and knew that Lin Luo probably wanted a lot this time. That's right, with that man's intelligence ability and personality, he would definitely not let go of this good opportunity, but he didn't know how much the other party was asking, which would shock Hill so much. Is it $7 million? After hesitation for a while, Hill still replied, report to the director, Lin Luo agrees to sell 6 cursed tyrants, but the asking price is $10 million per head. 10 million, ma zefak. Hearing Lin Luo's offer, Nick Fury's eyes were red, why doesn't he go for it? This Lin Luo's heart is darker than his ancestors' skin. How many plantation labors can this much money buy? Nick Fury himself wants to quit. It's much faster than robbing. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff shrugged, now it's hard to find a place where 10 million can be robbed. She was also surprised by this offer. It can only be said that it is Lin Luo. Bye. Nick Fury almost gritted his back molars, I'll report to the World Security Council immediately. 60 million is not a small amount, even if he is the director of the bureau, he has to report it and go through the process. It's just that the money has to be spent. If you buy Cursed Tyrant, you still hope to regain control of the situation. If you don't buy it, the money can only be used as paper money. If they don't have the latest bow, they may not be able to hold on to it. As for other strengthening means, both the military and S.H.I.E.L.D have Project Rebirth cloned super soldier serums. The serum was developed by Dr. Erskiner and has been used by Red Skull Smith and Captain America Rogers with great results. However, the recipe for the original super soldier serum was lost with Erskine's death. All that exist on the market today are replica versions of super soldier serum formulas, which also have the effects of strengthening the human body and enhancing recovery ability. It's just that this serum has a huge flaw. That abomination, Emil Brunsky, was injected with a large number of replica super soldier serums before he became an abomination. Although this allowed him to recover quickly after suffering a fatal blow, his spine was also shapeshifting and his body was already on the verge of collapse. So this is a pit, and it can only pit those who don't know. Otherwise, the military would not abandon this rebirth plan. Beyond that, S.H.I.E.L.D has some secret weapons, but they are all invisible and cannot be used easily. With the recent series of incidents, Nick Fury has become more and more insecure, and a certain ominous feeling has become stronger and stronger. Therefore, he must strengthen the military strength of SHIELD. These 6 cursed tyrants must be bought. Moreover, the alliance that is in the heart must be established as soon as possible. Originally, Nick Fury had to wait to win over the beast named Hulk, but now he can't wait. In the office of the Minister of the Security Council, Pierce quickly received the funding application report from SHIELD. In addition, he also saw the data of the cursed tyrant. As a diplomat and a cultural person, Pierce is generally polite, rarely speaks harshly, and pays great attention to his personal image. This is in stark contrast to the maze fake man who swears when he has nothing to do. However, Pierce from at the moment also broke the defense on the spot and began to curse, BD Umbrella, damn curse the tyrant. It's not that his mental quality is not good, but that this time point is really critical. This time the transaction really hit the 7 inches of Hydra. Because of the previous exposure and the loss of personnel, Pierce and the other forces had to go into hibernation temporarily. In order to avoid suspicion, Pierce even personally sent several Hydra agents to jail. After all, their final plan requires the use of the vast resources of S.H.I.E.L.D, and it's still some time before they start. Therefore, Pierce can only reduce the number of hands-on from inside SHIELD, and they were very interested in the alien hammer that fell from the sky, so they had to use Bao to snatch it. But if S.H.I.E.L.D gets the 6-headed cursed tyrant, Hydra will definitely be greatly hindered in capturing the mysterious object that is suspected to be the alien hammer. It's really a Bao for success, and a Bao for failure. Pierce knew he had to break the deal. Then Pierce summoned the Crossbones Rumlow who had just installed the electronic prosthetic eye. How is the new Crossbones Special Forces training going? Faster and stronger than planned. Crossbones is confident. His right eye was blinded by the stalker's attack. Although he was assisted by a prosthetic eye, it was still not as good as the original one. But fortunately they have Bao now, so they reduced the number of battles in person. In this way, Crossbones' rich combat experience and ability to train soldiers can be brought into play. Thanks to this, Rumlow's status has not declined much. For this, he didn't know whether he should thank the Umbrella Company or hate the Umbrella Company. Let your people stop S.H.I.E.L.D's transaction, and I will send the latest Bao troops to cooperate with you. Pierce spent his money this time. He sent out 10 agents who had received special parasite combat. These agents can command 300 lickers to fight. Such a force paired with the newest Wishbone force should be able to successfully stop this deal from S.H.I.E.L.D and Umbrella. Definitely the best outcome would be to get back the 6 new tyrants. After possessing the regular tyrant, Hydra conducted several tests successively, and as a result, several powerful organizations were easily swept away. Through these few battles, Pierce has a deeper understanding of the tyrant's Bao. Ask for flowers. He fully realized how powerful the T-103 tyrant's ability is in urban combat. The ordinary mass-produced T-103 tyrant has such lethality, not to mention the cursed tyrant that can crush the ordinary T-103 tyrant in all aspects. It is also because of this that Pierce is so eager to block this transaction. However, he was still reluctant to use a regular tyrant to perform this kind of field consumption task. In the evening, Wanda walked into Lin Luo's luxurious office and reported, "Boss, I have already made arrangements, and the team is already on the road." Hearing this news, Lin Luo thought about it and called Stark. "Tony, don't say I don't take care of you, watch a good show with me tonight. You can wait for research or something, and it is easier to burst out of inspiration when you relax occasionally." "Okay, it's settled like this. By the way, call your good friend Colonel Rhodes." Tony definitely wasn't called because of how much Lin Luo relied on Iron Man, but because of Tony. Stark is really the most cost-effective NPC in Marvel, not one of them. This guy wants money, technology, and skills, and he values feelings and loyalty, and he really does it when something happens. Just these few items are the standard equipment for top tool people. Li Tanhua is second. This guy has a lot of wool, so it's a good deal to have a good relationship with Tony Stark, that's all. When she heard the name Tony Stark over there, Wanda's expression changed, but she quickly returned to normal. In fact, after getting access to various confidential information of the Umbrella, Wanda has already understood that Tony is not the culprit. It was Obadiah who sold those weapons to the bad guys, and then those weapons killed his parents. Later, Lin Luo led people to level the Obadiah Manor. From this perspective, Lin Luo can be regarded as her benefactor. But even so, I still don't like Tony Stark, Wanda. On the other side, Stark asked in surprise, "What the hell is it? A party? I don't believe your resources are better than mine. I'm a serious person." Lin Luo, who just watched the nun's performance, said this without blushing and heartbeat, explaining, S.H.I.E.L.D will make a deal with Umbrella today, but I have a very reliable source of information. This time someone is likely to disrupt the situation. S.H.I.E.L.D. On the phone, Stark frowned upon hearing the name, and immediately agreed to the invitation. When dealing with Obadiah before, this organization appeared many times, seemingly to help themselves, but secretly collecting various technologies of the Stark industry. Stark, who suffered once before, has a natural distrust of this kind of intelligence organization. After hanging up the phone, Stark immediately called his friend Rhodes. "Tony, why are you calling me in such a hurry?" Rhodes, who came to the luxury beach house, asked while taking the red wine handed over by Tony. Tony took a sip of whiskey first, then shrugged and said, "Lin Luo informed us that S.H.I.E.L.D is going to be ambushed tonight and asked us to watch the excitement. Would you like to come along?" This. Rhodes struggled whether he should report in hesitation. It stands to reason that S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military belong to the same camp, and both serve the country. But in fact, don't say that the FBI and CIA are almost out of their minds. Even if they are in the same department, they have different factions, infighting. Therefore, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military are actually in a competitive relationship. And recently, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s forces have expanded so much that the country has been overwhelmed. It's also very interesting to see S.H.I.E.L.D. deflated now. And Rhodes is sure that even if he reported it, his superiors would ignore it, and blame him for being ignorant by the way. Just pretend you don't know about this kind of thing. What does it mean to report it? Thinking of this, Rhodes nodded and said, then I'll go and see how powerful Bao is. Hearing this, Stark nodded and said, the Bao developed by Lin Luo and the umbrella is really good, and Lin Luo is also a very capable person, very strong. Thinking of what Lin Luo said before, he was shocked and admired by Lin Luo's ability and strength. Lin Luo, a young man, has to control a powerful beast like the military-industrial complex, and even protect the T-virus from the wolves to maintain the balance in all aspects. NI is very clear how terrifying the T-virus value and deterrence are. Lin Luo, who can perfectly control all of this, is really strong, and Stark is ashamed of himself. Then I need to get to know him better. It was the first time that Rhodes saw his friend admire someone so much. Even to his own father, Tony Stark has never been so convinced. Now, Rhodes is really interested in Lin Luo, the Umbrella president who has become famous in a short time and has been in the limelight recently. What is so extraordinary about this Lin Luo that Tony can't help but praise him? In a valley, Maria Hill is leading a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents waiting for the arrival of the Umbrella convoy. On the one hand, S.H.I.E.L.D. has to guard Mjolnir, and on the other hand, it has to investigate the hidden Hydra and those organizations that bought a lot of Bao. This has resulted in a severe shortage of S.H.I.E.L.D. manpower. And their director Nick Fury has been acting very mysterious recently, and he doesn't know what he's doing. Before, Maria Hill trusted director Nick Fury 100%. Since being backstabbed by everyone, although she is still willing to trust director Nick Fury, she is a little bit ignorant of her confidence in SHIELD. Fortunately, the agents around me are carefully selected, and the tragedy of last time should not repeat itself. While thinking, Hill saw the Umbrella convoy approaching slowly. Then, through the binoculars, she saw the familiar logo of PMC, or Private Military Contractor, on the equipment of the convoy guards. Obviously, the Umbrella outsourced this escort mission. Seeing this scene, Mary Hill had a very strong sense of sight. She immediately recalled the unlucky action last time, her brows were tightly frowned, and an ominous premonition surged in her heart. Just then, Maria Hill's secret satellite phone rang. She took a quick look and found that the message was from that hateful Lin Luo, with a reminder, there is an insider, terminate the transaction. In the darkness, Hill was startled, clenched the weapon in his hand, and the creepy feeling became more obvious. She was about to speak to remind her companions to be vigilant, but it was too late. Some lickers with exposed brains, long mouth parts, and sharp claws are attacking 070 from all directions. Maria Hill has dealt with these monsters before. These guys have average defensive ability, but strong jumping ability, and are good at climbing and sneak attacking. There is no vision, but the hearing is extremely sharp, and it can capture the slight sound of breathing and even the sound of heartbeat. In addition, their fast movement ability that can act silently makes them the most terrifying sneak raiders. In open areas with good visibility during the day, these lickers are good targets, but in dark, forested valleys, they are the deadliest killers. They can jump suddenly from rock faces, trees or attack silently. Even a heavily armed S.H.I.E.L.D. agent has no way to defend against such ubiquitous sneak attacks. Soon, the nearby S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were attacked one after another. Although Hill and other agents fired together and provided fire support, but in the face of these monsters who came and went without a trace, the mere pistol was not easy to use at all. If you use heavy firepower, your companions will also be unlucky. Moreover, the targets chosen by these lickers are the ones that are not easy to support, and it is obvious that someone is secretly controlling them. Hundreds of lickers swarmed out, and within a short time, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent suffered a huge loss. Boss, we have been attacked by a large number of lickers, please help. In desperation, Hill hurriedly asked S.H.I.E.L.D. for support. Hearing the news, Nick Fury broke his defenses again, yelling, Mom Zayfuck? Damn attackers, goddamn Hydra, I want your lives. After scolding, he quickly searched for the rescue team. No way, the manpower of S.H.I.E.L.D. is really not enough. Although Nick Fury is trying his best to recruit agents these days, he still can't keep up with the current situation. Definitely an important reason is that the Hammer dispersed too many of their forces. After some tossing, Nick Fury had no choice but to inform Hill. Hill agent, I have already contacted the rescue force, but it will take 10 minutes for them to arrive at the fastest. During this time, you can only rely on yourself, keep going. 10 minutes. Maria Hill froze for a moment, looking desperate. Facing the siege of so many lickers, in 10 minutes, they only had bones left. Thinking of this, Maria Hill sighed, and her dignified expression calmed down slightly. When she joined S.H.I.E.L.D, she imagined that such a day would come sooner or later. It's just that Maria Hill didn't expect that she would die in such a place, and at the hands of such an ugly monster. Thinking of these monsters, she thought of that hateful face, and then thought of the shameful scene during the day. Hill couldn't help cursing, "God, why did you punish me like this? The last moment made me still think about that hateful smiling face, and I can't erase it. If it weren't for that BD Lin Luo, I wouldn't be in such a miserable situation, let alone suffer such humiliation." Just after cursing, Maria Hill's satellite phone rang again. She was overjoyed, thinking that the reinforcements had arrived, only to see another text message from Lin Luo, with a smiling face on it. He is still laughing? This reminded Maria Hill of Lin Luo's playful smile when she was wearing that embarrassing nun's costume during the day, and felt even more indignant in her heart. She is about to die, this Lin Luo still laughs at herself, damn it. Immediately, another text message from Lin Luo came over. "How could I be willing to let you die here? My trump card secret little agent, the activation password is HY239. Seeing the information that followed, Maria Hill's expression changed instantly, from anger to joy. She suddenly saw the hope of life. Next, Maria Hill turned over vigorously and escaped the silent attack of a licker. Then, with a few clicks on the wrist, the lock pistol fired continuously, directly blasting the licker's head. After shooting, Maria Hill turned and ran to the transport truck without looking at the dead licker. The previous guards who did not know which unlucky military contractor came from were slaughtered by those lickers in the first place. Under the cover of darkness, Maria Hill boarded the truck smoothly. 6-meter-high refrigerated metal containers appeared before her eyes. Looking at the extremely tall cursed tyrant in the metal container, Maria Hill also instinctively trembled, feeling a burst of instinctive fear. However, she soon overcame the fear in her heart and directly opened the metal container. Six-headed tyrant appeared in the carriage. Even if the cursed tyrant who was more than 5 meters long stood there still, he looked like a mountain, giving people a great sense of oppression. A cold and chilling atmosphere enveloped the carriage, freezing the air here. This time, Maria Hill didn't flinch, wasn't afraid. She firmly followed the report and gave the order, "The agreement is activated. I order you to destroy all Hydra attack forces." After hearing this order, the cursing tyrant with 6 still heads and cold eyes reacted instantly. Without any words, there was no outburst of momentum, their eyes and expressions just became more indifferent and more terrifying. In the next second, the 6-headed tyrant stepped on the carriage lightly, and his huge body rushed out like a locomotive at an extremely rapid speed. The carriage shook for a while and the hurricane caused by the cursed tyrant's huge body running fast made Hill a little unsteady on his feet. She immediately supported the heavy metal container in the carriage with her hands, and when she looked up, she found that the 6-headed cursed tyrant had disappeared without a trace. With a huge body like a hill and such a speed, it is really amazing. Immediately afterwards, Maria Hill reloaded her Lock 19 pistol. After taking a deep breath, she held the gun in both hands and walked quickly to the outside of the carriage. This time, Hill was ready to go all out to support his teammates. She has done everything she can, and there is no need to spare her life. However, when Hill went outside, he found that support was no longer needed. The 6 cursed tyrants wearing giant black one-piece trench coats are like harvesters, constantly harvesting the lives of the lickers. Even in the dark, they can lock the position of the licker at the first time, and attack quickly. The licker's flexibility and speed are different from ordinary people. When facing the cursed tyrant, it seems to be crawling like a turtle, which is extremely slow. The cursed tyrant can either punch the licker directly into a ball of minced meat, or pass by with lightning. The moment the two bodies came into contact, the cursed tyrant's sharp claws popped out quickly, opened and closed, and those lickers were disemboweled in one fell swoop, without any possibility of resistance. Although the number of lickers was dozens of times that of the cursed tyrant, the situation at the scene was that the lickers were unilaterally killed by the cursed tyrant. Along the way, the cursed tyrant did not spare even those of Hydra. As for the weapons, let alone break the cursed tyrant's defense, they couldn't even lock the cursed tyrant's position because the speed was too fast. As long as the shooter or the licker is regarded as a teammate, he will be killed on the spot by the cursed tyrant. The cursed tyrant is like the perfect killing machine, the perfect combination of strength and speed. In a short period of time, the cursed tyrant killed Hydra's people and lickers like chopping melons and vegetables, fully explaining what it means to be unparalleled in mowing grass. Because the efficiency is too high, there is no chance for S.H.I.E.L.D agent to make a move. Seeing those lickers who looked like Proxima Midnight demons were killed by those pairs of iron fists, all the scarred S.H.I.E.L.D agents cheered. It's over. We won. Survived. At the moment, when looking at the figure of the 6-headed cursed tyrant again, the eyes of all the S.H.I.E.L.D agents have changed. In their eyes, cursing tyrants is no longer a cold weapon or a cruel monster, but a life-saving guarantee. This cursed tyrant is too reliable, because there is a sense of security. The technology of the protective umbrella is also too powerful, and it can produce such a powerful bow. Hearing the cheers from her teammates, Maria Hill, who survived the catastrophe, also showed a big smile. Seeing the 6-headed cursed tyrant who re-entered the standby state unscathed, Hill was extremely surprised. In just 10 minutes, the 6 cursed tyrants almost wiped out more than 100 combatants and 300 lickers. This efficiency is really too high. Then, Hill suppressed the shock in his heart. After thinking about it, he still sent a thank you to Lin Luo. At this moment, Nick Fury called, Hill, how are you doing? Rescue is coming soon. Keep going. No need, Director Nick Fury. Maria Hill took a deep breath and barely calmed down. Lin Luo gave me the way to unblock. I ordered 6 cursed tyrants to fight, and they killed all the enemies. At the moment, Hill recognized something irreplaceable about Bao. In an increasingly dangerous world, it does seem time to break the mold. All enemies? Killed them all. Nick Fury confirmed again with a puzzled expression. After getting Hill's affirmative answer, the SHIELD director suddenly took a breath, feeling a little unbelievable in his heart. You know, this time it is not an ordinary enemy, but hundreds of lickers, and they are still attacking the lickers. Favorable terrain. Under normal circumstances, S.H.I.E.L.D. would need to dispatch hundreds of modern troops to completely destroy this Hydra force. Moreover, their troops will suffer heavy losses. This cursed tyrant was able to kill all those lickers in a short period of time, and he didn't suffer any harm. At the moment, Nick Fury finally realized what it meant to curse the tyrant's off-the-charts stats. Earlier, he was used to Bao's astonishing physical data, so he didn't feel much about it. Because these guys have bad brains and have no power at all, there is no way to use all their power. But it is obvious that the cursed tyrant is different this time. This guy is very intelligent. Super strength and speed, huge body, and high-level intelligence. This is a genuine war machine. Just like the 2 Alice tyrants who beat and hate, the cursed tyrant is almost beyond the 3.9 category of flesh and blood creatures, just like a living steel battlesuit. And this thing is more flexible than ordinary steel battlesuits. Earn big? This is, Nick Fury at the moment, the only idea. Although the price is still painful, it is definitely worth the money. Just like the victory of this battle, it is no longer measurable by money. The director of the Black Stewed Egg made a decision in an instant. From now on, he will sell the iron, and even if the flesh hurts, he will have to buy the latest Bao with a protective umbrella. Otherwise, it will be the same as others are using hot weapons, but you still insist on using cold weapons, and you can only end up being ruthlessly eliminated. At the moment, in the luxurious office, Lin Luo, Stark, and Rhodes watched the entire battle process. There is no doubt about Red Queen's camera technology and communication ability. The 3 looked at those images, as if they were there. Originally, the 2 were drinking wine and talking and laughing with Lin Luo, but when the cursed tyrant appeared and killed the quartet, Iron Man, and the future war machine were all stunned. It was the first time for the 2 of them to feel the direct impact from Bao. Every punch and kick of the cursed tyrant felt like a blow to their hearts. It is the art of killing, the extreme aesthetics of violence, a kind of metamorphosis and sublimation of life. If it wasn't for a good relationship with Lin Luo and bad timing, at the moment's Iron Man Tony Stark would have conceived the anti-curse tyrant armor. While Tony and Rhodes were still immersed in the invincible majesty of cursing the tyrant just now, Lin Luo found that the 60 million payment had arrived, and got a system prompt. Congratulations to the host for completing a B-level transaction and obtaining the UBG-01 experimental individual gauze electromagnetic gun. Looking at the electromagnetic cannon that was rewarded this time, Lin Luo thought of the extremely aggrieved chasing. In the game world of Resident Evil, the pause and oppressive force in the battle when the tracker first appeared are unparalleled. The scene when changing weapons several times is also violent, but Jill, who looks like an ordinary weak woman, just can't be killed. Fortunately, the survival ability of the tracker is also top-notch. Just like the Terminator, it can't be killed no matter what, it can be resurrected at any time, and start all over again. In the end, this stalker, whose vitality was like Xiaoqiang, died in the hands of the electromagnetic gun. As soon as Jill fell into the soul, she directly shot the tracker with full regeneration ability to cannon and died. The electromagnetic gun is powerful, and it can also create a strong electromagnetic force field. Once fired, it can destroy some electronic equipment and block the enemy's communication. It is a very convenient and powerful weapon, and it is effective against large creatures including various bows. Lin Luo reckoned that although the abomination wouldn't be fatal if hit like this, it would lie there directly, completely losing its combat ability. However, he doesn't need to use this thing to deal with Bao. In fact, as a traditional arms dealer, Lin Luo has left something similar to a backdoor program in every Bao. This ensures that their own Bao will never be rebellious, so naturally there is no need to use electromagnetic guns on Bao. Having obtained such a cool weapon, Lin Luo also felt a little itchy, and couldn't help thinking, I don't know if I can shoot it down. Can I beat the Green Titan and Thor? If you have time, you can try it. At the moment, a big green guy on the far Arctic iceberg suddenly felt an inexplicable chill. Caught off guard, the Green Titan Hulk sneezed heavily and staggered. The Green Titan who almost fell was suddenly raged, and the history became even more terrifying. Thinking of the unprovoked attacks these days, he rounded his fist and punched the iceberg in front of him fiercely. Half a day later, after venting, the Green Titan left contentedly, but he didn't find that under the broken iceberg, a flight vehicle with a unique shape and the Hydra logo was being revealed. And this scene happened to be discovered by the Umbrella satellite controlled by the Red Queen in the sky. At the same time, in a hamburger restaurant in a small town in New Mexico, Thor Thorso, who has just been knocked down by his old father, is showing off hamburgers and Fat House Happy Water. After 17 tons took a few sips of Coke in the cup, he shouted happily. This stuff is so delicious. Have another cup. After speaking, Thor broke the cup in his hand with a snap according to the Asgard tradition. The astrophysicist Jane Foster on the side looked at Thor, who had turned into a mortal body with burning eyes. The female assistants Darcy Lewis and Dr. Eric Selvig looked at Thor, who was suspected of being a madman, with question marks on his face. Thor at the moment shuddered suddenly, and said doubtfully, "Why did I suddenly have a bad feeling of gratitude, as if I was being targeted by someone? Could it be that the Frost Titan killed me?" Jane looked puzzled, but her eyes didn't change, and she thought to herself, although he looks silly, he's so handsome. At the moment, in the luxuriously furnished president's office of Umbrella Corporation, Tony Stark and Rhodes gradually recovered from the shock just now. They fully realized the horror of cursing a tyrant. Experts' comments on Alice's tyrant and abomination are basically unfathomable and difficult to evaluate. The reason is that the duration of the battle was too short, and they were all newly appeared combat units, without specific reference. But the characteristics and combat data of the liquor were well understood by the two present. With the help of favorable terrain, the liquor's lethality is astonishing, and it is possible to fight off several well-armed elite soldiers. Swatting a liquor like a cursed tyrant like swat a fly, you can intuitively feel the powerful oppressive force. Well, I just said that this scene will be very lively, right? The old god Lin Luo looked at the two stunned friends on the sofa. He brought the two of them to watch the battle for two purposes. The first one is to demonstrate strength to the military through Rhodes, paving the way for subsequent transactions. The second is to give Tony a reassurance, showing that Umbrella has super high technical strength in the field of biotechnology, and will definitely be able to cure his disease. Rhodes and Stark are smart people. These 2 points don't need to be explained directly by Lin Luo, the two can understand. At the moment, Rhodes reacted with yearning and said, "This bow is too strong. I really hope to reach a deal with your protection company. I can't wait to lead this bow to perform missions." The two sides reached a transaction intention last time, but the high-level officials are still negotiating specific conditions. When it comes to the issue of military armaments, we really need to be more cautious. And Rhodes is really optimistic about the bow in the video. With such a powerful subordinate, don't worry about it. It's not a matter of minutes to build credit, and it's very worry-free. Compared with ordinary soldiers, Bao is very cost-effective, absolutely obeys orders, and has no PTSD, no troublesome moral dilemmas, no pensions, and even self-decomposition after death, even eliminating the need to clean the battlefield. It really is the perfect soldier. While thinking, Rhodes suddenly drank a glass of strong wine. As an Air Force officer, he would not normally drink such spirits. But the scene of cursing the tyrant's wanton killing is really too cool, too violent and too happy. What Rhodes, a soldier, saw was blood boiling, and he was really sorry for this wonderful battle if he didn't drink a glass of such spirits. Regarding Rhodes' praise of Bao, Stark also nodded and agreed with this statement. The prospect and role of Bao are indeed much better than I expected. In terms of influence alone, Umbrella Corporation is already pretty much Stark Industries. Because of his experience of being kidnapped before, he was not interested in all kinds of arms, and he didn't seriously consider the advantages and disadvantages of Bao before. However, after being instructed by Lin Luo, coupled with today's personal witness, the genius scientist Stark immediately realized that this Bao is of great significance. The lethality of Bao can only be said to be quite satisfactory, but it has an important role that thermal weapons can never replace. Because Bao can develop intelligence, in addition to being used in war and killing, it can also be used in other aspects. Moreover, the cost is low, and there is no worry about using it. These days, Tony Stark, as Iron Man, has been fighting for righteousness all over the world, mainly against the forces of the Atala armed organization. During this period, he also saved many innocent people, but the effect is average. However, with the Bao, those militants who did many evils have restrained themselves. This is because all major organizations have Bao. Conventional infantry do not have heavy firepower at night and in complex terrain. When encountering Bao, they will be massacred one-sidedly. In addition, Liquor's sneak attack ability is very strong, making it impossible for troops to disperse their actions. Therefore, the exchange of fire between various armed organizations is relatively low. Everyone is very afraid of each other. It is precisely because of the strong deterrence of Bao that some militants and terrorist organizations dare not do evil so recklessly. In fact, compared with other munitions and more terrifying people's hearts, Bao is really relatively harmless. Like the Jericho missile, it will kill a large area when it falls, while Bao can accurately kill the target without wasting energy for unnecessary killing and destruction. To put it bluntly, if you choose between the righteous-looking American soldier and the unattractive T-103 tyrant as a guard, most people will choose the T-103 tyrant. In fact, the former is more harmful than the latter. So the human heart is the scariest thing. Regarding the praise of the two, Lin Luo smiled slightly and said, "This is because Bao is a weapon that can define an era." As for the deal with the military, Lin Luo is still waiting for an opportunity. Rhodes is not a person who can make decisions, so don't worry for now. To this statement, Stark totally agreed. He sighed. The history of human development is the history of conquest, the history of weapons. Stirrups, bows, and arrows created the famous kingdom on horseback, and the torrent of steel formed by aircraft, tanks, cannons, and missiles has shaped the current world pattern. After the era of cold weapons and hot weapons, now is the era of Bao. No way, compared with thermal weapons that can only kill and destroy, Bao has a broader prospect and huge potential. As long as the umbrella can maintain this momentum, Bao may really define the era, just like hot weapons change the world. Rhodes smiled and said, not to mention, even our suppliers are very optimistic about the umbrella. Although Rhodes does not have the right to decide on the purchase plan of Bao, he has the right to investigate. In order to reach a better cooperative relationship with the umbrella, Rhodes has been researching the Bao umbrella these days. During the investigation, Rhodes found that Lin Luo had done a superb job of balancing interests. Generally speaking, the rise of a new interest group will inevitably cause the loss of the Japanese interest group. But Lin Luo cleverly passed on this part of the loss to the Federation and the military. Those arms dealers who originally competed with the umbrella sided with Lin Luo. Because of the emergence of Bao, the amount of ammunition and weapons used by various organizations has doubled. At this stage, the production capacity of Bao is insufficient, and Bao can only be consumed with heavy firepower. Those arms dealers are making a lot of money recently. Now who wants to touch Lin Luo and the umbrella company? These arms dealers are the first to refuse. Delay them from making money, even if it is a real father. Some obsolete and outdated weapons can be sold at high prices, and the losses to America and the military are nothing at all. Anyway, this country is very powerful and can afford to lose. And as long as you have money, you have weapons and soldiers and you can equip them with Bao. If you are rich and powerful, you can be the boss here, and anyone who doesn't try his best to make money is a fool. After listening to Rhodes' words, Stark took another deep look at Lin Luo, and said, Bao is very strong, but it also leaves the strong control and judgment of President Lin Luo. I really want to know, Lin Luo, how did you make the umbrella rise in a short period of time? The birth of a monopoly military-industrial complex is not so easy. It is like the birth of a country within a country. Such forces and organizations will be watching. Just like the current Stark industry, there was the military before and then S.H.I.E.L.D, and it is necessary to prevent the birth of another Obadiah. Tony Stark has been very busy these days. This feeling of being the enemy of the world is not good. He felt that he could only compromise in the end, and the pressure from all aspects was too great. Because of this, when Lin Luo said that he was in a difficult situation, Stark would immediately believe it and feel very understanding. He envied Lin Luo's ability to control everything. Possessing treasures such as Bao and T-virus that make the world flock to him, Lin Luo is able to roam among various forces with ease, and even develop the umbrella to the limitless degree of dominance. This is simply too strong. Lin Luo didn't hide his secrets, and simply summed it up. In this interest-based country, as long as we grasp the distribution of interests, it will be fine. All I have to do is to feed what can be smoothed out, and catch and pin down what is not. 17. Those big organizations have big appetites, so they can only buy time for themselves to develop by restraining or hanging their appetites. That's how Lin Luo handles the military and SHIELD. And if the middle level doesn't make trouble, the basic disc will not be lost, and they will not be afraid of breeding tigers, and by the way, they can contain large organizations. To him, this trick is just a child's play, and anyone who has watched the drama of the history of the Dragon Kingdom in 217 can figure it out. But obviously for the vast majority of people here, this is an extremely clever strategy. Definitely, if those people don't obey the rules, Lin Luo is not afraid. Lin Luo fought wits and courage with them like this. In fact, he had already given them face. His hidden cards are reserved for those who do not follow the rules. However, Lin Luo didn't expect those high-ranking people to be so arrogant and short-sighted. This umbrella has developed without too much hindrance. Lin Luo felt a sense of absurdity of I haven't exerted my strength yet, why can't you do it? At the moment, Rhodes suddenly realized, raised his wine glass and signaled to Lin Luo, to President Lin Luo. Under Lin Luo's guidance, Rhodes and Stark finally understood Lin Luo's plan, which, to put it bluntly, was profit control. On the premise of feeding the old interest groups, it can also develop new interest points. Who can not love such a company? Under the combination of the interests of all parties, the umbrella company has grown into a behemoth and a complex community of interests. Although the Federation and the military have suffered losses, there is nothing they can do about such a community of interests. Instead, they must actively release goodwill. I hope the two sides can reach a cooperation. Umbrella companies are not rising, they have risen. With such a wrist and control over people's hearts, even without Bao, Lin Luo can protect the development of the umbrella to an astonishing scale. Rhodes was honored to witness the rise of a giant military-industrial complex firsthand. Stark also drank a glass of bourbon like fire and said, I have already thought that tomorrow all the media headlines will be Lin Luo changed the world. As the helm of a huge military-industrial complex, there will never be any lack of topics and enthusiasm. Regarding this, Lin Luo smiled slightly and didn't say much. It's not a big deal to develop the umbrella to the same level as Stark Industries. The next thing is the key, and we'll soon enter the era of boss chaos. At that time, it is the best opportunity for Umbrella and Bao to show their talents. Early the next morning, the news was full of praise and publicity for the umbrella company. Lin Luo did not spend any public relations expenses, and these people did a lot of publicity spontaneously. This is the influence of the giant military-industrial complex. The appearance of the cursed tyrant means that the umbrella has the right to share the cake. This was all in his expectation, but Wanda was very excited. She had to read every newspaper, write down the wonderful passages in it, and read it to Lin Luo. Listening to Scarlet Witch's pleasant reading from the newspaper, Lin Luo leaned back and lay down comfortably, thinking in his heart, I don't know how Wilhelm's research is going. The research value of abhorrence is still very great. I will go and see later, maybe there will be some good results. 0. In the morning, Lin Luo came to the Umbrella First Research Institute. At the moment Wilhelm Birken's face was a little pale, but his eyes were bright, and he looked very energetic. He excitedly introduced to Lin Luo, Boss, I did some experiments, and the results are great. This time the sample is perfect, and it is really suitable for the G virus. While speaking, the two of them came to a giant culture tank, which contained nutrient solution and high concentration sedatives. After a few trials, Wilhelm has already mastered the amount of sedative well, which can not only keep the abomination awake and convenient for research, but also reduce the opponent's strength to the minimum. At the moment's abomination has fallen into autistic mode. He feels that life is really meaningless. Brunsky felt ashamed of his helplessness and fear when he was recruited by Ross to face Hulk for the first time, such a weak self. So, he accepted the injection of the replica super soldier serum without any hesitation. Brunsky just wants to beat the Hulk, wash the shame on himself, no matter the consequences, no matter what the cost. After taking the serum, he has indeed become stronger, running like flying, with infinite strength, and his whole body has inexhaustible strength and energy. Brunsky thought he had done it again, and challenged the Hulk again. As a result, he just kicked him casually, and he was kicked out, and his bones seemed to be rotten. That scene deeply stimulated him, so Brunsky chose to inject a large number of replica super soldier serums, and even in the end he would rather become what he is now, and gain the power to defeat the Green Titan Hulk. Then, he came here. Now his mind is full of the scene of being beaten by two women. The extremely humiliating scene kept flashing back in his mind. Brunsky gave everything, abandoning his human body and family and friends, but only got this result. At this moment, his heart was ashamed. Looking at the silent and disgusted Brunsky, Lin Luo didn't care what the other person thought, and the mouse didn't need a psychiatrist. However, according to the original trajectory, this Brunsky will be washed in the future. Not only will he be free, but he will also become good friends with Wang. Sure enough, in terms of forgiveness and gratitude, America has a unique experience. Anyway, just forget the hatred and ignore the previous suspicions. Even those black uncles who were thrown to the bottom of the sea to become water ghosts did not dare to do anything to America on the mainland, they only dared to attack their own race, Wakanda. This is very democratic and free. However, this has nothing to do with Lin Luo, and he is temporarily not interested in Wakanda, the #1 power in the mouth. Heartgrass and vibranium are both good things, but the Marvel world is full of good things, so take your time. So Lin Luo didn't say much to Abomination, but asked Wilhelm next to him, Minister Wilhelm, how is the research on Abomination's mutated cells going? Wilhelm shook his head first and said, the mutated cells are very complex and are the result of the interaction between serum and gamma rays. It's just that this mutation is a bit similar to the non-stop non-directional change characteristics of the G virus, so the two should be able to have a good integration effect. However, I have tried everything, but I still have no clue about the infinitely stronger ability of the Green Titan. Wilhelm knew about the Green Titan Hulk's ability. He knows that the Green Titan can become stronger as long as it gets angry, and it can strengthen all aspects of strength, speed, defense, and regeneration ability. The report even mentions that a Green Titan that has been enhanced to a certain extent can even survive the center of a nuclear bomb explosion. Such a perfect ability, Wilhelm was definitely intrigued. It's just that no matter how he analyzes the hate cells, he can't see the possibility of infinitely becoming stronger. The upper limit of the Abomination's strength is certain. Even after being beaten up by the tyrant Alice, the Abomination who was burning with anger still showed no signs of becoming stronger. Lin Luo didn't take it seriously at all. Hulk is a miracle, an accident, you don't need to work hard on it. From his experience, this unique miracle that cannot be replicated is either due to his special physique, or there is a master plan behind him. This kind of ability that cannot be replicated in mass production has no meaning for Lin Luo. Therefore, he ignored the Green Titan Hulk, just to prevent this from being the main universe of the film and television version. And Hulk's ability is indeed not easy to replicate. Looking at it at this stage, hatred is the most suitable test object. Definitely, Lin Luo also wants to see if Dr. Wilhelm can study some mysteries of gamma rays. It is not an exaggeration to say that this kind of ray is the father of superhero. The reason is that Erskine's original super soldier serum formula is actually closely related to gamma rays. Therefore, Captain America, the first superhero in the Marvel world, can actually be regarded as a product of gamma rays. Wilhelm Birken went on to report with some regret. I tried to use the T-virus to invade the mutated cells that I hate, but it failed. Although the T-virus has unlimited potential and infinite possibilities, it is still just a virus after all. Viruses need to absorb powerful hosts to become stronger. The hateful cells contain a lot of gamma radiation, and today's T-virus can't modify it, only the stronger G-virus can. The ability of T-virus to rewrite DNA is not omnipotent, or its infection ability is not omnipotent. There have been such cases before. The T-virus parasite carefully developed by the Nemesis Project group was killed by the immune system of the infected person when it was injected into Lisa. Afterwards, a new type of virus appeared on Li's body, the G-virus. Therefore, the T-virus is not invincible, or its invincibility is conditional, that is, it needs to integrate stronger DNA. Only in this way can the T-virus become invincible. But the instability of the G-virus is also a problem. You continue to experiment and decide based on the results. Lin Luo pondered for a while. He didn't give up on the idea of T-virus. You must know that the G-virus is just a mutation of the T-virus. The T-virus can be said to be the key to the path of genetic evolution, and it must find ways to continuously increase its strength. In fact, when watching the bow battle between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra yesterday, Lin Luo realized that the limitations of the T-virus are too great. Although Dr. Wilhelm has developed a controllable perfect T-virus, the requirements for the host of the T-virus are still too high. Even the perfect T-virus is very selective about its adapters, or it can reach the sky in one step like Alice, but if it is replaced by an ordinary person with poor adaptability, the strengthening effect will be greatly weakened. The strongest ability of the T-virus lies in the rapid evolution and infinite possibilities, which is the so-called biodiversity. As long as there are enough samples, it might be possible to obtain a perfect evolution path like War God Alice. But the current T-virus obviously has no way to carry out this kind of diversified evolution. Because using clones to make Bao is simply repeated replication, there is no way to exert the most terrifying ability of infinite evolution of the T-virus. So in the past, Lin Luo had already started to collect various biotechnology products with extraordinary power, such as super soldier serum and abomination, etc., in order to enhance the ability of the virus. These forces are an indispensable part of the future genetic ascension route. Finding various evolutionary things to enhance the ability of the T-virus is the direction that Lin Luo will work on in the next step. Just then, the system sent a prompt. The final stage of the Goddess of Nemesis is open gene collection. Ding! After a long experiment, you realized that the T-virus has limitations. Even a perfect T-virus cannot bring about real genetic ascension. You need to collect more genetic samples and evolutionary objects. Now the mission of the final stage of Nemesis begins. Collect a certain number of genetic samples to start the road to genetic ascension. Seeing that the long-awaited Nemesis mission finally reached its final stage, Lin Luo was very excited and gave Wilhelm an order. You continue to integrate the strengthening of the hate and the G-virus, and I will handle the strengthening of the T-virus. Isn't it the cells of powerful life? With the script in hand, even the cells of ancient gods, he can get them. Yes, bossy. Wilhelm gladly accepts. This kind of research and development work is his favorite thing to do. Moreover, Wilhelm believes in the ability of his boss. He is also looking forward to what kind of powerful biological cells Lin Luo can obtain, and what kind of enhancements he can bring to the T-virus. Lin Luo returned to his office, preparing to plan the evolutionary things needed by the T-virus. According to the information provided by the Red Queen, the plot of Thor has now started, but Lin Luo does not plan to plot the hammer. That's not to say Mjolnir isn't strong. Mjolnir, also known as Mjolnir, is built from the core of the dying hangs in. What kind of concept is this? Even the smallest fixed star is hundreds of times the weight of blue star. The Sun occupies 99.8% of the mass of the entire solar system, and the blue star is only an insignificant part, worse than dandruff. In terms of energy intensity, the dying fixed star is the so-called giant star, and the energy released per second has reached an unimaginable level. Even if nuclear weapons all over the world were detonated together, it would not be of the same order of magnitude as the energy released by a superstar in 1 second. When using Mjolnir, it can not only produce powerful destructive power, but also control lightning and give the user flight ability. And Mjolnir, with the spell cast by the king of God Odin, most people can't pick it up. Even if they pick it up, Odin will notice it. For the time being, Lin Luo will continue to develop in a low-key manner, and does not want to be noticed by people like Odin. So Lin Luo is more interested in Thor's blood and divine power than Mjolnir, who is not easy to get at the moment. Although in the early stage, Thor basically relied on Meow Meow hammer in C, but in fact, Thor's Thor is worthy of the name, and his blood and divine power are stronger than Mjolnir. It's just that Thor can't exert the true power of his own power. Thor's blood is undoubtedly an extremely powerful gene sample with great potential. In fact, in the MCU worldview, Thor's potential is still higher than Zeus. When creating a new weapon, the Storm Axe, Thor was even able to hold the power of the entire fixed star. At this moment, the Red Queen reported the latest discovery. Master, yesterday I found the plane of Steve Rogers on the list in the North Pole, and carried out emergency treatment according to the plan, blocking all other detection signals. Also, Jane Foster Thor, whom you brought my attention to, has a new trend. After speaking, the Red Queen sent 2 videos. In the first video, the iceberg breaks, and a flying wing aircraft with the Hydra logo appears. Hibernation Captain America and Tesseract should be there. This can be used. Then, Lin Luo watched the second video. In the video, Thor already tries to lift Mjolnir, and fails. Because now he is no longer the #1 god of war in Asgard, he is just a mortal who has lost his divine power. At most he has a stronger body and can fight a little bit. In desperation, the burly Thor could only accept the reality, and began to flirt with Jane. Just like in the plot, the two should have gotten together. Watching the somewhat naive brother Hammer in the video, Lin Luo began to recall the information in his memory. Thor Odinson, the son of God King Odin, also known as Thor, the Kings, and Thor. Astonishingly powerful since childhood, he is the strongest warrior among the gods of Asgard. To be honest, Thor in this period is really not good, and his mind is not mature. Probably because of his strength, smooth sailing, and having a good father, Thor at the moment is quite defiant and very reckless and impulsive. He already thought he was the king of Asgard, but he didn't really understand what the word king needs to carry. However, Lin Luo originally didn't have any idea of transforming Thor, that was Odin's job. He's not Thor's father. Lin Luo only wants to get Thor's blood to complete the task. But Lin Luo didn't want to contact Thor rashly. The main reason is that the king of God is not a good person. Although the one-eyed old man was old and had to suppress Hela who kept trying to break free from the seal, his strength had declined a lot and his body was not working well. But Odin is a figure who has lived for thousands of years, and his ability and wisdom cannot be underestimated. In other words, I don't know who the simple character of Sledgehammer is like. Both Father Odin and Mother Fury are very intelligent people. When Thor comes here, he is just like a berserker, with only muscles but no brains. In contrast, Loki, the adopted son who can use magic and likes to plot evil, is more like the two biological sons. Regardless of the surface, Odin has fallen into hibernation and seems to know nothing about the outside world. But in fact, Odin is now overcast, and it is very likely that everything is in Odin's calculations. Odin is Thor 1's behind-the-scenes boss, manipulating everything in the dark. If Lin Luo makes a rash move, the umbrella and himself will definitely be noticed by the king of God Odin. So Lin Luo decided to make a roundabout operation. So where to start? In the office, Lin Luo began to recall the plot of Thor 1, hoping to find a suitable starting point. In fact, in his opinion, the plot of Thor 1 really has the taste of Norse mythology. It is a family ethics drama. To sum up, the son didn't listen to the father, and the father beat the son. He raised a white-eyed wolf and wanted to seek power and usurp the throne. The blue star in the Marvel world, also known as Midgard, is one of the 9 kingdoms. The 9 kingdoms are connected together by the branches of the world tree, and the lord of the gods living in Asgard is actually the manager and Asgardian of the 9 kingdoms. He is responsible for coordinating disputes among various countries, and defending those innocent people, not allowing countries with faster development or stronger power to perish and invade weaker countries. These Asgard people are called gods because they have a long life, Superman-like body, and incredible power. Around 965 AD, the Frost Titan who lived in Jotunheim probably wanted to live in another place because he felt that the local living environment was too poor. So, this group of Frost Titans launched their ability on the Blue Star, trying to make the Blue Star enter an ice age. Odin, the supreme god of Asgard, led the soldiers to block the Frost Titans. However, Lin Luo remembers that in this battle, Odin was also blinded in his right eye by a surprise attack by the Frost Titan Lauf, who did not speak martial arts. In addition, in this battle, Odin also received help from the Eternal Race. In the end, Asgard defeated the Frost Titan to win. At the same time, Odin took away Casket of Ancient Winters, the top treasure of the Frost tribe, and Loki, the son of Lauf, the Frost Titan king, and raised Loki and his son Thor together. This war became the origin of the Blue Star Norse mythology, and at the same time the Frost Titans and the Asgard Protoss also forged a deadly feud. In a blink of an eye, the little baby that Odin brought back became a child of 7 or 8 years old. Odin and Fury, who are adoptive parents, also poured parental love into Loki. But I don't know if Odin did it on purpose or on purpose. After adopting Loki, he didn't tell Loki's real identity as Frost Titan. Instead he said to the 2 children when he was fine, "One of you will succeed me as king of Asgard." The problem is, Loki is the son of the Frost Titan king, and the Frost Titan is the sworn enemy of the Asgards. So, there's no way Loki could ascend to the throne. Odin is just playing around. Sometimes, I really can't understand the brain circuit of the king of God. But Loki doesn't know that he has been working towards an impossible goal since he was a child. 050. Because of personality and race, Loki, who is good at magic and yin people, seems out of place with other Asgard people, and has won the reputation of the second princess. However, Loki did not give up. Because of his inferiority complex and his envy and jealousy towards his big brother Thor, Loki wanted to ascend the throne to prove himself. But Thor is brave and good at fighting, and he is a born god of war. He also obtained the supreme artifact Mjolnir, and created a great reputation in the 9 realms. Thor thus gained Odin's approval. On this day, Odin, who is old and in poor health, prepares to pass the kingship to Thor. In order to allow his eccentric father to recognize him, but also out of jealousy for his big brother Thor, Loki first brought 3 Frost Titans to Asgard's treasury through a secret passage, destroying Thor's coronation ceremony. Thor, who was so close to being king, was definitely very upset. Loki was on the sidelines fanning the flames, encouraging Thor to find a wave of Frost Titan Wangman. Impulsive and warlike, Thor, who was eager to prove himself, directly disobeyed Odin's order, and led his 4 Asgard warriors and Loki to kill Jotunheim, the lair of the Frost vassals. They made a big fuss and almost caused a new war between the 2 races. In order to appease the Frost Titan's anger and also to cultivate Thor, Odin sealed Thor's divine power and knocked Mjolnir and Thor down to Blue Star, which is also the lower realm of Midgard, they thought. When Thor, who has no divine power, fell from the sky, he happened to be bumped into by Jane, and the two fell in love with each other after that. Thor's story begins here. After recalling this part of the plot, Lin Luo secretly thought, now that Odin should go into hibernation due to physical problems, Loki took the opportunity to assume the title of God King under the guise of Odin and started to make trouble. Although Loki temporarily deceived Thor and the gods of Asgard by lying, but Thor's 4 loyal men will not just watch Loki usurp the throne and control Asgard. They will soon come to Midgard, wanting to bring Thor back to Asgard to preside over the overall situation. After all, the 4 warriors of Asgard have always been unhappy with Loki. Thinking of this, Lin Luo's eyes lit up, and he ordered the Red Queen to say, search the surveillance video near Mjolnir, and lock the person wearing the ancient armor. Soon the Red Queen had the result, Master, a female target has been locked, start playing. Immediately, Lin Luo saw the information he wanted to see. In the video, a beautiful woman in armor, like an ancient warrior, strode into the military blockade area of SHIELD, BHCF. The beautiful woman, who looked like an ancient general girl, had firm eyes and a firm expression, revealing an iron-blooded chilling temperament that had experienced many battles from all over her body. Looking at the long-legged beauty holding a spear in the video who looks like a goddess of war, Lin Luo suddenly had a good idea in his mind. He knew that this imposing beauty with big eyes and long legs was the Asgard female warrior Sif. In her girlhood, she overwhelmed a group of strong men and became a powerful warrior and Thor's confidant. Because Sif is a woman and too young, although she is brave and good at fighting, no one thinks highly of her. However, Thor, as the heir of the kingdom, recognized Sif and took it for his own use, giving the other party a chance to play. In the eyes of Sif, the invincible and courageous Thor is not only the strongest fighter, but also her spiritual sustenance. For Sif, who loves martial arts, abides by tradition, and regards glory as his life, it is difficult to resist the charm of Thor. Therefore, Sif has always had a crush on Thor. It's just that Thor prefers fighting and wine, and he doesn't understand Sif's almost undisguised eyes at all, and he doesn't seem to get Sif's charm. Seeing that Thor was beaten to the mortal world by Odin, Loki never thought about letting Thor come back. So Sif couldn't wait. 10 men came here to find Thor. In fact, seeing Sif appear, Lin Luo knew that there was a slight deviation in the plot. According to the plot development of the main universe, Sif should have come with the other 3 warriors of Asgard, but now he appears alone. It is possible that Heimdall, who can spy on the 9 kingdoms, saw yesterday's bow battle, and considering that Thor temporarily lost his divine power. So, that's what makes Sif come to find Thor. There is another possibility, that is, the universe where Lin Luo is located is actually a parallel universe of the main Marvel film and television universe. Definitely the second possible probability is very small, because up to now, the fate trajectory of all characters is exactly the same as that of the main Marvel film and television universe. But even if it is a parallel universe, Lin Luo is not afraid. Anyway, he is ready to make a move in the future. Regardless of whether it is a parallel universe or not, Lin Luo will take the initiative to take the fate into his own hands. He didn't want to snap his fingers down and lose himself, but he had to know that before the snap of the fingers, all living beings are equal. Lin Luo would not bet his fate on luck. As for the subsequent conqueror Kong and the Kong dynasty, in Lin Luo's view, that's actually the case. Although this big villain who can travel through multi-universes and can generate countless variants, shouted loudly, but it still can't change the fact that the 2 Kongs are given for nothing. Moreover, whether it is the Legacy Man or the Conqueror Kong, among all the Kongs, they are considered to be the most powerful ones, and the performance can only be described as stretching the hips. Don't talk about technology and tactics, not even speaking skills. As for the technology that claims to be from the 33rd century that can travel through time and space and the intelligence comparable to Iron Man, Lin Luo didn't see it at all. Tony Stark knocked out the Mark I with a hammer in the cave. Kong the Conqueror, who is so powerful that it takes the entire Kong Council to exile, has spent decades in the quantum realm without accomplishing anything, not even a Pym particle. After living for so many years, he has subdued one of his subordinates, and was even accused of instigating rebellion by a little girl in a few words. Lin Luo even suspected that this guy's charisma might not be negative. The problem that hadn't been solved for so long was solved by that little girl in a few clicks, which is really amazing. In the end, the guy was defeated by a family hero, Ant-Man. This strength, resourcefulness, and city government can only be described as appalling. The lack of strength can also be used to suppress the strength in the quantum realm to make up for it, but as a big boss who can harm the multi-universe level, he is incapable of rage at every turn, and wears a pain mask on his face. This is unbearable. Among other things, Thanos has absolutely no problems with his will and belief. In order to accomplish the goal in mind, even if it is to be an enemy of the whole universe, even if it is to sacrifice one's favorite, even if it is to sacrifice everything to fight across time, people will not frown and persevere to the end. In contrast, Kong the Conqueror is like a joke, and the Council of Kong is also a joke. The so-called Kong dynasty, in Lin Luo's view, is a dynasty of Bran, just like the Golden Age of Bran. In the future, with the help of the villain system, Lin Luo is likely to embark on the road of conquering the multi-universe while defending his own universe. However, he will not imitate anyone. Lin Luo will go out of his own way. The Sif in front of him is a very important step on his way forward. Lin Luo immediately ordered, White Queen, prepare me a set of USS troop combat uniforms and related equipment, and deploy a false mission report about Thor, and don't mention Thor's specific location in the report. Soon, Lin Luo changed into USS equipment and brought the mission information, which contained relevant information about Thor, including photos and intelligence analysis. So he changed himself like this, disguising himself as a PMC mercenary for Umbrella's mission. After preparing everything, Lin Luo took a V-100 transport plane to the area of Mjolnir, which is near the small town of Zinmo. At the moment Sif just ran out of the area controlled by S.H.I.E.L.D, followed by a large group of agents. However, those agents did not make things difficult for Sif, and after expulsing her, they chose to retreat. On the one hand, they think that Sif is a mental patient. After all, in what age is he dressed so strangely, and he is clamoring for Thor? On the other hand, the main task of these agents is still to guard the strange hammer, not to fall into the enemy's plan to divert the tiger away from the mountain. At the moment S.H.I.E.L.D's commander-in-chief, Phil Coulson, gave an order to his opponent, send someone to follow her, just one person, Barton agent, cheer up. Phil Coulson felt like something was wrong with the world. Why is it that any guy who is suspected of being mentally ill can blast their S.H.I.E.L.D agent? The man who claimed to be Thor was like this yesterday, and the girl who is looking for Thor is like this today. What does this mean? Is this a park where Shakespeare comedies are performed? With the idea of fishing for big fish with a long line, Phil Coulson wanted to see what the hell these people were doing, so he sent someone to follow this strange man and woman. Hawkeye Barton, who is at the commanding heights and has hawk-like eyes, replied, I've always been energetic, and this town is even more energetic. Two crazy people came in a row, but I like them very much. First of all, neither the strong man last night nor the girl today was a villain. They had no intention of hurting others, nor did they use dangerous weapons. They were just fighting with their hands. Second, they are hard. Barton, a tough guy, appreciates that kind of fist-to-flesh fighting style, and it's very manly. Facing the pursuit of a group of Midgard warriors, Nozomi at the moment can only choose to evacuate temporarily. It wasn't that she was afraid of death or of fighting. Sif just doesn't think this is a battle for glory. Moreover, she disobeyed the order of the titular king and came to Midgard, not to carry out unnecessary killings and provoke wars. All Sif is doing now is to find Thor and bring him back to Asgard. At the moment Sif is walking forward dejectedly. If Thor wasn't near Mjolnir, where would he be? Just as she was concentrating on her thoughts, a V-100 transport plane with the Umbrella logo printed on it flew across the sky. At the moment, Lin Luo is on the plane, looking at Sif who is traveling alone through the surveillance screen. White Queen reminded, Master's current airspace is in good condition, and you can skydive. Hearing the White Queen's prompt, Lin Luo picked up the umbrella bag and jumped off the hospital directly towards Zaime's head. After landing, Lin Luo, who was wearing a special combat uniform, chose a more secluded place. Then he quickly took out his pistol to guard around, and kept looking at the area where Mjolnir was with binoculars. The sharp-eyed Sif had already seen that the black speck falling from the sky was a mortal soldier of Midgard. However, this soldier does not seem to be the same group as the group of soldiers around Mjolnir just now, because the battlesuit is different. This soldier looks like a mercenary. Then, Sif found that the mercenary's target seemed to be Mjolnir. Seeing this, her eyes lit up, and she thought to herself, since this mercenary in black chose to target Mjolnir, maybe he knows something. Then, Sif laughed loudly, and rushed over so generously. Behind a big tree, Lin Luo, who was wearing a black special combat uniform, had bright eyes, holding the Smith & Wesson MP9 pistol firmly in his hands. Most of his attention was focused on the military blockade area set up by S.H.I.E.L.D, but he still watched his surroundings vigilantly with a gun from time to time. Therefore, Lin Luo quickly found Sif who was rushing towards him with his bare hands. He also didn't expect this Asgard female warrior to talk about martial arts so much. However, Lin Luo reacted quickly, raising his hand and shooting twice. There was smoke from the muzzle, and 2 bullets flew out quickly, hitting Sif's armor with precision. Without breaking the defense, this armor is not ordinary. Just for a while, Sif speeded up and walked a few steps, then jumped, and instantly covered a distance of more than 10 meters to Lin Luo. The Asgard female warrior didn't rush to attack, but looked at Lin Luo with a smile, and raised her eyebrows with a smug look on her face. At the moment, facing the Asgard Protoss warrior with physical ability and equipment far superior to ordinary people, Lin Luo, disguised as a mercenary, calmly threw away the pistol, took out the dagger without changing his expression, and then, he assumed a fighting pose. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Lin Luo's ear. Ding! Found a new coercive target, the Asgard female warrior Sif. Under the big tree, Sif looked at the mortal soldier who was suspected of being a mercenary with admiring eyes. This person can still be so calm in the face of a strong enemy. He is a real warrior. Aroused to fight, Sif licked his lips and said with a wild smile, Asgard warrior, Sif. Asgard? An organization I've never heard of. Lin Luo pretended to be stupid and said, "Ordinary mercenary Lin Luo, the one who killed you." After finishing speaking, he strode forward, swung his right arm, a cold light flashed, and the dagger in his hand had pierced Sif's two smooth and round arms. That's where the armor doesn't protect. Lin Luo's attack speed is more than enough to deal with ordinary Blue Star soldiers, but it is not enough to deal with the Asgard female warrior Sif. In the next second, Sif dodged quickly, avoiding Lin Luo's dagger like a poisonous snake's probe, and then quickly punched. Seeing that white but powerful fist, Lin Luo's pupils shrank, and he was about to dodge. However, he soon overcame his subconscious actions, stood there and endured the punch forcefully. According to the comparison of the two races, even the ace elite of S.H.I.L.D. cannot escape this punch. After all, the current Sif is not like Thor, who has supernatural powers. Thor, who has no powers, has brought down a S.H.I.L.D. agent, let alone Sif, who has powers. In the blink of an eye, Lin Luo was punched hard. Since being injected with the super soldier serum, he has once again experienced what it is like to have a strong fist. A member of the USS Special Forces, even if the fist of death god Hank hit Lin Luo, it didn't hurt or itch. At the moment, Lin Luo felt as if he had been punched in the chest by a schoolboy. Not to mention, it still hurts. This punch, Sif obviously withdrew his strength and didn't use his full strength, otherwise it would have hurt a little more. However, Lin Luo reacted immediately and immediately controlled the facial muscles to twitch, as if enduring severe pain. His body shook a few times, then he gritted his teeth and persisted, looking extremely painful. But even though his hands were trembling, he did not throw away the dagger in his hand. "Lin Luo, your will is very strong, you are an amazing fighter." Seeing Lin Luo, a mercenary who can still stand, Sif was very surprised. Although she didn't use all her strength for the punch just now, Lin Luo's move was simple, sharp, and very threatening, so Sif used part of her divine power. It stands to reason that this mercenary shouldn't stand up after receiving such a fist. Without any hesitation, Sif punches again, this time it's just a normal blow, without any power. Clang. With a sound, the dagger in Lin Luo's hand fell to the ground. Lin Luo, who displayed his powerful acting skills, leaned back, staggered and covered his stomach, and finally sat down with his back against the big tree. At the moment Lin Luo gritted his teeth and said in a trembling voice, "Tell me, what do you want from me?" Sif didn't shy away from it, and sat directly next to Lin Luo, with both curiosity and admiration in his big eyes. "What is your purpose for coming here?" The current Sif just treats Lin Luo as a powerful mortal mercenary. She was going to torture her to see if she could get the information she wanted. Then Sif will knock Lin Luo unconscious. She subconsciously thought that such a strong person must have very hard bones and would not confess easily. Sif is ready for a long fight. Contrary to Sif's expectations, Lin Luo only hesitated for a while, then smiled wryly and said 3 times. "As a mercenary, I shouldn't have exposed my mission, but this time I lost convincingly. I was hired by Umbrella Corporation to investigate a suspected alien presence that was acting very suspiciously. The mission information is in my pocket, you can kill or cut it as you like." After finishing speaking, he closed his eyes, looking like a strong man. Lin Luo feels that he can get full marks for his acting skills, and he is not afraid of being proud. After hearing Lin Luo's words, Sif didn't have any doubts, and took out the photo directly from Lin Luo's pocket. Sif was stunned when she saw this photo. The blonde man in the photo was the Thor she had been looking for. After the shock, Hill subconsciously retorted, "Thor is not an alien, he is Thor, the strongest warrior in Asgard." After speaking, Sif glanced at Lin Luo and thought, "I'm not familiar with Midgard. This man is a real warrior and won't lie to me. It's better to let him look for Thor with me." So, Sif looked at Lin Luo with serious and murderous eyes and said, "I defeated you in a glorious battle, and you are my prisoner. By the holy laws of Asgard, I have the right to do with you as I please. But as long as you find Thor in the picture with me, I will set you free." Lin Luo opened his eyes, pretending to be ignorant and said, "I've never seen a human being as powerful as you. Are you the companion of that alien?" Hearing Lin Luo's words, Sif glanced at Lin Luo angrily and said, "We are Asgardians, Asgardian warriors, Asgardians from the 9 kingdoms, not aliens. Don't worry, we won't hurt you. The premise is that you don't try to play tricks." As the Protoss of Asgard, Sif has always admired the strong, and at the same time wants to be a hero, and then return to Seoul Castle. This can be said to be her lifelong pursuit. Definitely, Sif also has the unique arrogance of Asgardians and will not deceive Lin Luo, a Midgardian, with lies. "As long as you keep your word, I have no objections." Seeing that everything was going according to plan, Lin Luo naturally agreed. Now the goddess of Asgard can't escape his palm. However, Lin Luo didn't show any complacency either. In fact, he will not do too much, everything depends on Sif's own choice. At best, Lin Luo is pushing the flames and making the most of the situation, and it is Sif who really makes the decision. Although, he didn't think that the other party would be beyond his control, but Lin Luo still gave Sif the power to choose. So immediately the two started looking for Thor together. Lin Luo, who knew Thor's location, led Sif to the small town of Jukiao City in New Mexico. Under the curious eyes of all the veterans, Lin Luo, wearing armor and combat uniform, came to a commercial street in the town. Although the two of them were dressed in strange clothes, they didn't dare to look at Lin Luo's fully armed attire. Living close to the border, these people know all too well what it means to dress like Lin Luo. See if that's the Thor you're looking for. Lin Luo, who had already locked Thor's position through the Red Queen, pointed casually. At the moment in the burger shop, Thor was showing off burgers and happy water again. If this continues, the fried chicken and Coke game Fat House Thor will soon make its debut. However, Thor was not alone, sitting next to Jane Foster who hit him twice. The two talked and laughed, fed each other from time to time, and even came to each other as if no one else was there. Thor and Jane look like a couple in love. Obviously, the previous bad relationship has blossomed and borne fruit. Hearing Lin Luo's reminder, Sif immediately turned his head to look, and then saw the tall and mighty handsome blonde guy whom he was thinking of. Thor, I've found you. I've come to take you home. At this moment, Sif only felt that the previous adventures were all worthwhile. With a joyful smile on her face, she was about to walk forward, thinking how much Thor would be surprised to see her, maybe. Then, Sif saw Thor put his arms around the Midgard woman next to him with a smile he had never seen before, and then bowed his head and kissed together. In an instant, she felt as if struck by lightning. The smile on her face froze, her body was on the verge of falling, and she stood there looking at the sweet couple with desperate eyes. Pain? It hurt so much. At the moment, the joy like honey in Sif's heart turned into sadness like yellow lotus. Sif never imagined that Thor fell in love with a mortal, and acted so passionately in front of her. At this moment, the sadness in her heart was like a raging ocean, and she felt that she would never love again. At the moment, Lin Luo blew a whistle and added a knife. It seems that our girls in Midgard are not small, and they fascinated the aliens so quickly. Seeing you in such a hurry, I thought you it's a couple looking at it, so it's not. Hearing this, Sif, who was originally very sad, suddenly became angry. She trembled furiously. He is the Prince of Asgard, the future heir of the country. He can't do this to me. After finishing speaking, Sif will go forward to argue with Thor. She wanted to ask herself how she couldn't compare to that Midgard woman. You will only make yourself more ugly and uncomfortable. Lin Luo shook his head and dissuaded. The matter has come to this point, and you can do nothing but bless them. The more you hold on to him, the more you will stay away from him. In fact, the relationship between Sif and Thor was originally Sif's unrequited love, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is dog-licking. Thor didn't owe her anything. And in Lin Luo's view, Sif doesn't like Thor so much. It's better to say he likes the invincible power of the other party. Seeking flowers. 0. After being clicked by Lin Luo, Sif also calmed down, and whispered with his lips, what should I do? Should I get him back? Looking at the eclipsed Sif, Lin Luo sighed pretentiously and said, we are not acquainted. You need a drink in your current situation. Come with me. After speaking, he walked towards a bar in the distance. Sif in armor just followed up in such a dazed manner. Now she is very at a loss, very painful. Before, Sif openly disobeyed the order of King Asgard and came to Midgard to find Thor at any cost. However, her sacrifice and devotion turned into wishful thinking and self-righteousness the moment she saw Thor. Maybe Thor doesn't want to go back to Asgard with him at all, and just wants to live with that woman. Thor would still feel annoyed if he went back to him by himself. Then she is a pure joker? Asgard, Sif can't go back. Loki will not let her go. There's clearly no place for her on Thor's side. Heartbroken, Sif could only staggeringly follow Lin Luo to the town bar. Because it's not yet time to get up, there is only a dark-skinned bartender wiping the wine glass in a somewhat dim bar. I've taken care of this bar, you can go. Lin Luo, who was wearing a black combat uniform, walked to the bar, threw a bunch of colorful USD, and said calmly, personally, I suggest you go ahead and get that hidden gun, and I'll save myself some money too. 0. After hearing Lin Luo's words, the bartender slowly stretched out. The right hand was retracted as if electrocuted. Then, without looking at the calm but unpredictable man in front of him, he quickly picked up the stack of banknotes and ran out of the bar with his head down. Lin Luo came to the bar, opened a few bottles of the most expensive and strongest wine, then mixed them, and placed them in front of Sif. The unhappy Sif didn't say anything, picked it up and swallowed it. For the second cup, she even raised it to Lin Luo. Lin Luo was also unambiguous, and immediately followed one, not just drinking, Weibo. Seeing Lin Luo's straightforward actions, Sif finally felt a little better. But right away, she thought of the scene that made her almost poke her eyes out just now, and she suddenly felt sad. So Sif kept repeating in his mouth while drinking all kinds of mixed spirits. Thor actually chose the Midgardians, not me. I have lived and died with him for so many years, nothing compares to spending a few days with that woman. That woman doesn't look strong at all, I really don't know what Thor likes about her. He will regret it. Lin Luo glanced at Sif calmly, and thought, don't look at the current Jane as a weak chicken, but she is the female Thor appointed by the Meow Meow Hammer, and then you will know that she is a family. Even Sif, who is an Asgard, can't stand drinking like this non-stop. There is a saying that goes, happy events in life make you feel refreshed, but when you are bored, you will doze off more. Sad and bored in the heart, full of troubles, the physical and mental state will become very poor, and the capacity for alcohol will also become poor. So, soon Sif became very drunk. The drunk Sif wine tasted okay, and he was not as distraught as before. While drinking, she looked at the Midgardian in front of her with dim eyes. Different from Thor's unshaven and rough-faced handsomeness, the man in front of him is handsome with perfect looks and excellent temperament. The eyes are like stars, the eyebrows are like swords, the facial features are three-dimensional and picturesque, and there is a soft feeling that you will never tire of. Even though he was wearing a somewhat bloated combat uniform, he insisted on wearing a sense of straight and smooth lines, and his figure was as tall and straight as the legendary world tree. At a glance, it can be seen that this man has a perfect figure and strong explosive power. This is a big good guy and a strong fighter. Most importantly, Lin Luo was always by her side when she was sad. Thinking of this, Sif drank a glass of wine again and made a decision. I can't just throw in the towel. Since you're looking for a Midgardian, I'm also looking for a Midgardian. You don't like me, someone likes me. I, Sif, am not unwanted trash. Thinking about it, she looked at Lin Luo with burning eyes. The atmosphere on the field also became charming for a while. Why are you looking at me like this? In the small bar, Lin Luo noticed Sif's eyes, and Lin Luo felt a little puzzled. He had often encountered such eyes in his previous life, and definitely not many in this life. However, Lin Luo has always kept himself clean. Lin Luo's original plan was to make Sif give up on Thor and feel revenge, and take the opportunity to let her draw Thor's blood, and then give it to him as a genetic sample. This avoids being noticed by Odin. So far, the plan is going well, but the drunk Sif is getting a little out of control, and there seems to be something wrong with her eyes. Because I want to. Sif leaned on Lin Luo's handsome face that looked like a crown of jade. Lin Luo, it's not right, it's really not right, it's so right. Then, he turned passive into active. In the small bar, the first moment Sif woke up, he felt sore all over, and his body seemed to be falling apart. She thought she was being attacked, and instinctively wanted to touch her weapon, but it was empty. It turns out that Sif has been disarmed and is in the most primitive state closest to nature. At this time, dead memories began to attack her. The crazy scene last night emerged one by one in Sif's mind. Her hands couldn't help clenched into fists, and said in an unbelievable tone, "My first time was actually a mortal, and I took the initiative." Sif only felt dizzy and remorseful. My head hurts. My head hurts. Damn the wine, the damned Midgardians, and Thor. She felt that she had really fallen. This is no honor at all. While thinking, Sif glanced around. The tables and chairs in the small bar were all broken. Looking at those props full of memories, her face flushed slightly. That guy is just like a Stenstein? Are you Asgardian or am I Asgardian? Bistam is a giant beast of Asgard, with big horns and scales. It destroys everything in its path. It is very hateful. To be honest, this mortal is much stronger than Sif expected. She also didn't expect that a man who can be knocked down with one punch during the day would be stupefied at night, which made Sif remember deeply. After reminiscing about the battle scene last night, the circle was a little surprised and a little unconvinced and thought, it must be because I'm not very skilled. FXX. Bah, no next time? He is just a mortal, and it is absolutely impossible for me to have any new intersection with him. Then, Sif's heart tightened. Where did Lin Luo go? I won't be abandoned again, right? But, that's fine too. But when she looked down, she saw the thick new quilt, velvet blanket, and a long blue dress under her body. Sif felt a little relieved, and didn't know where Lin Luo found these blankets and quilts last night, but they were indeed very comfortable. In the end, though, Sif is a pure fighter. Instead of putting on a long skirt, she continued to summon her own magic armor. Sif felt that he could not continue to degenerate, and must use stronger will and fiercer fighting to wash away the shame. Otherwise, she might not be able to reach Soul Castle. Men are big hoofs, it will only affect the speed of my wife's sword drawing, whether it's Thor or Lin Luo. Go to hell? Why didn't you change your clothes? I chose them specially for you. When Sif shouted silently, Lin Luo had already returned. The more he looked at Sif's beautiful but not coquettish face, wild eyes, bodybuilder like a leopard, and top-notch aura, he became more and more satisfied. It's a good cabbage. As a veteran, Lin Luo didn't make low-level mistakes, explain or discuss what happened last night, and he didn't show any complacency. Especially the latter is the direct death penalty. Seeing Lin Luo with a concerned face, Sif, who didn't know how to deal with Lin Luo at first, calmed down a lot in an instant, and said softly, wearing it is not suitable for fighting. Lin Luo at the moment is dressed in a suit and leather shoes. He is dressed in a neat suit, which makes him look energetic. Seeing Lin Luo like this, Sif's originally confident voice softened a lot unconsciously. Lin Luo hit the iron while it was hot. I guessed that you would say that. Look, there are other clothes here. After finishing speaking, he took out a set of loose sportswear, which was customized overnight, with a bit of retro flavor, especially suitable for the female warrior Sif. Between dresses and sportswear, Sif naturally chose sportswear. It wasn't until she changed her clothes that she suddenly realized something was wrong. Why do I have to listen to what Lin Luo says? Didn't I suffer last night? However, she couldn't hide this little thought from her. As a veteran, Lin Luo didn't have time for Sif to think at all, so he began to ask about his health, and then took Sif out to eat, drink and have fun. After they left, Umbrella's personal team arrived to remodel the bistro. The collection that should be collected, the one that should be thrown away, and by the way, a big bed and a pile of brand new wooden furniture have been moved. In the small town, Lin Luo is chatting with Sif. To be honest, there is not much makeup in this town, but Lin Luo can't stand it. Picking up girls is really hard work. He took care of everything last night, and delivered a lot of good things by air overnight. Many residents of the small town are stunned. Why are there so many facilities and food here that were not there before? Are they amnesia or time travel? With the blessing of Chao ability, Lin Luo performed Feng Huo Opera Princes. Then, inside and out, he said something that Sif loved to hear, and showed his extraordinary insights from time to time. All kinds of cosmic anecdotes, myths, and legends come at your fingertips, and Sif is stunned for a while, and it is enjoyable. Knowledgeable, humorous, and able to speak to his heart, facing such a handsome man who is like the incarnation of the god of love. How could the honest girl Sif be the opponent? In this way, it only took one day for Lin Luo to pinch the frustrated Asgard big-eyed Valkyrie to death. 0128031117-1022735561. At the same time, in the wilderness of New Mexico, AS.H.I.E.L.D agent looked at the photo on the camera, frowning, and even trembling slightly. If it wasn't that he couldn't make a decision, he would have already pressed the alarm. It's a pity that he doesn't have this authority. He has to report this matter. It's not that the S.H.I.E.L.D agent made a fuss, but the problem with the photo is too big. Agents as big as his level have no right to contact and deal with them. Only agents above level 7 are qualified and leveled. He must be careful. Sir, Officer Phil Cowlson, you have to look at this. We have found signs of umbrella activity. The agent said in a trembling voice. We found several umbrella transport planes, and within a few hours go past the sky above the town. A middle-aged man in a suit hurried to the screen, then glanced at the familiar face in the photo, then took a breath and said, "It seems that we are in trouble. Immediately block all information and enter the highest level of alert." When they returned to the small bar again, Sif was not pretentious, and directly invited them to compete again. "I was in a bad state last time, and I have to pay for it." Sif looked confident that Asgard's reputation could not be ruined in her hands. Lin Luo nodded happily and said, "I'm not sleepy if you want to talk about this." After another passion, looking at the beauty in his arms, Lin Luo suddenly said frankly, "Sif, you should know that I am here with a mission this time. I don't hide from you either. I need your help. I need Thor's blood as a research sample. I can assure you that this is harmless. Not only will it not hurt Thor, but it will be good for us all. The current Thor is just a mortal without divine power. Maybe I can research a way to restore Thor's divine power. However, Thor is our future king, and Lord Odin appointed him as." Sif did not want to do something that might endanger Asgard. But this is Lin Luo's request, and she believes in Lin Luo, so Sif has a rare hesitation. This beautiful Asgard goddess never thought that one day, she would become indecisive. Regarding Sif's worries, Lin Luo didn't care, and chuckled lightly. Didn't Odin appoint him as Frost Titan? This is actually a stock. On the day Thor was crowned king, after a series of solemn questions and answers, the coronation ceremony reached the final step. As long as this step is completed, Thor is the rightful king of Asgard, the administrator of the 9 realms and Asgardian. At that time, Odin, who had a white beard, wore a helmet, and held the eternal spear, looked at the vigorous eldest son, with tears in his one eye, and said in a trembling but determined voice, "Today, I, the father of God Odin, declare you to be." Having said that, Odin sensed an intruder in his vault. These 3 intruders are the Frost Titan that Loki smuggled in through the secret passage, with the purpose of destroying the coronation ceremony of the big brother Thor. Odin also saw the appearance of the intruders. For a split second, Odin exclaimed, "Frost Titan." Combined with the previous words, it becomes Odin canonizing Thor Odinson as Frost and Pleasant. At that time, Thor and his little friends were stunned. What do these mean? Sif is one of them, so he knows all about it. What? Sif froze for a moment, then seemed to think of something, and asked in surprise, "How do you know?" When she thought about it for a while, she remembered what happened not long ago. But, Lin Luo wasn't there at the time. How did Lin Luo of Midgard know these things? Lin Luo smiled mysteriously and said, "I just know it. I also know that Loki is going to do something to Thor soon. If Loki kills Thor, he won't let you go. But if Asgard wants to fight against me, they will pay a high price, and I will also suffer a heavy loss. Sif, you don't want me to be bankrupted by Loki, do you? So, you just need to give me Thor's blood, and I will take care of all the problems after that." These words are, to some extent, true. Lin Luo definitely won't hurt his own woman, but it's hard to say about others. "So you are the magician of your Midgard," Sif suddenly said. In her impression, only a magician can be so magical, like omniscient. Lin Luo smiled without saying a word, and a faint blue lightning condensed between his fingers. This flash of lightning completely dispelled Sif's suspicions. Everything became reasonable, and she believed that Lin Luo would not harm herself. So, the fooled Sif gritted his teeth and said, "What should I do? This is my good girl." Lin Luo hugged the perfect body without a trace of fat, and said softly, "You go to Jane Foster tomorrow and tell her about it. Just tell the truth. Jane is the woman next to Thor. As long as you tell her that this is to help Thor regain his strength, she will not refuse. Everything we do is for their own good, and they will understand that later. It's okay even if they don't understand." As the Frost Titan King Lauf said, "Thor is now a child who wants to prove himself as an adult. So, we just need to do what's right, and it's a fight for glory." While talking, Lin Luo thought, "I don't know if this is my hard food or not. I see. If it was the old days, and someone said bad things about Thor, you see whether Sif would have shot him with a spear or not. Without that layer of filter, Sif feels more and more that Thor is not perfect, and Lauf's words are not all wrong. Loki, whom Sif has always hated, also once said that Thor is arrogant and conceited, very dangerous. In fact, there is no comparison, but compared with the personable, mature, sincere, and understanding Lin Luo in front of him, Thor is really like a child. Thor bravely challenged the Frost Titan King, and Sif thought it was cool at the time. Looking back now, it wasn't that wise, and it couldn't be considered a complete honor battle. In the end, it also fell into Loki's tricks, and almost triggered a war between the two clans. The mighty Thor may not care, but there must be some Asgardians who are not strong enough to die. A true king should not put his subjects in danger. Unknowingly, Thor's image changed in Sif's heart. After removing the invincible Thor aura, it turns out that Thor 5.6 is just a mortal with flaws. Sif agrees with what Lin Luo said, so there is no reason to refuse. On the second day, Sif reluctantly left Lin Luo's arms. Then, Lin Luo left the bar with Sif. To be precise, this is his bar. The White Queen had bought the pub the night before. Lin Luo thinks this place is of great commemorative value, and plans to buy it and redecorate it for collection. Maybe in the future, he will bring Sif here once a year, and revisit the old dream. It must be a special taste. At first the original bar owner didn't want to sell it, but the Umbrella was given too much. Umbrella is not only willing to provide investment to repair the bar, but also willing to let the bar owner continue to operate. After all, Lin Luo thinks that the owner's wine is not bad. This move almost made the boss grateful to Dade, who has become the most loyal employee of the Umbrella. As a collectible Lin Luo, he bought the bar directly and used it as a place for future vacations. It took Beihao less than 5 seconds to see through the fake bill made by the bar owner, and then listed the real bill. The owner of the bar doesn't want to be kicked out of his house by the IRS and then sit in prison, so he can only compromise. From the beginning to the end, Lin Luo just gave an order and didn't care about it anymore. He believed that Queen Bai could settle things down. Before going out, Lin Luo first prepared a simple but very good breakfast for Sif. During this period, perhaps to vent the few grievances in his heart, Sif kept asking for kisses, very fanatical. Lin Luo never refuses such good deeds. At the moment, he sighed sincerely, life is wonderful, and the taste of the goddess of Asgard is not bad. After a lively and delicious meal, Lin Luo took Sif to the streets of the town. Lin Luo didn't urge Sif, but walked slowly with Sif and chatted. Soon, the two came to a bungalow next to the coffee shop and the burger shop. This is Jane's office. These years, Jane Foster is here to study a strange astronomical phenomenon. 17 events that can be accurately predicted to the second are enough to prove that this phenomenon has regularity and that this phenomenon can cause atmospheric fluctuations. It's just that her research seems so advanced that no one understands her. Normally, Jane Foster put all the research materials here. She has collected a lot of information over the years, but the results are very few. But she was sure she was right. Jane Foster of at the moment is looking at the empty research institute in a daze. Yesterday, a strange organization called S.H.I.E.L.D. snatched all her research materials over the years. It was still snatched without any permission and advance notice, which annoyed Jane. On the other side of the street not far away, Sif looked at Jane Foster and pursed her lips. When facing the huge and ferocious frost monster, she was not so uneasy. On the one hand, Sif doesn't know how to face this woman. On the other hand, what she's about to do next may not be so decent. Outside the institute, looking at the nervous Sif, Lin Luo comforted, whether you go or not, no matter what happens, I will be with you, it's okay. Hearing this, Sif settled down. She strengthened her heart and walked towards Jane in the distance without any hesitation. When he came to the bungalow, she asked Jane, who was in a daze, Jane Foster. Jane turned her head and saw a tall girl with a neat single ponytail looking at her. However, she was sure that she had never seen this heroic girl. It is impossible for Jane to forget a girl with such a temperament as long as she has seen it once. So, she was a little puzzled and asked, "You are?" "I am Sif, and like Thor, I am from Asgard," Sif said succinctly. Looking at the clean and sharp girl in front of her, Jane Foster nodded and said, "I heard Thor talk about you." Although Thor, the client, had no idea of Sif's intentions 17, but as a woman, she could tell that Sif was interested in Thor as soon as she heard it. Therefore, at the moment Jane Foster had a sense of crisis in an instant, and looked at Sif with vigilant eyes. Jane's first thought is that Sif is here to steal men. After all, I and Thor are not even from the same planet, and Sif and Thor are childhood sweethearts who have been fighting side by side together. It sounds like the relationship between the two is very deep, so it's normal for Jane Foster to have such an idea. Although Thor is silly, she really likes him. So, Jane Foster wasn't going to budge. Hearing Jane's words, Sif knew for a long time that Thor really liked Jane, otherwise Thor would not have told Jane Foster about Asgard. But now she doesn't care about this anymore, let alone notice Jane Foster's vigilant eyes. Sif just followed Lin Luo's instructions and said, "You know that Thor has lost his power now, maybe you don't care about that." However, now that Asgard is in danger, Thor's younger brother Loki not only takes the throne, but also murders Thor. So, I need a tube of Thor's blood to restore his strength. Jane Foster was a little puzzled. Why don't you ask him directly? She didn't doubt that Sif wanted to kill them. On the one hand, Thor trusts the 4 warriors of Asgard very much. They have been born and died many times. It is a life and death friendship. Sif cannot betray Thor. On the other hand, now that Thor has not recovered his strength, if he wants to harm Thor or himself, he doesn't need to be so troublesome at all, just do it directly. Lin Luo thought that Jane would ask this question a long time ago, and prepared the answer. Sif said according to the script. Come on, that's Thor. He grew up with Loki, he has a deep bond, and if he knew what Loki was doing, he would act impulsively. At that time, Thor, who has not fully recovered his strength, may fall into Loki's trap. Jane Foster had no doubts about Sif's answer, because she knew Thor was like that. When the two talked, Thor was particularly partial to his younger brother. Regarding what Loki, the god of trickery, did to Thor, anyone with a discerning eye knows that this guy is jealous of his big brother and has been deceiving and fooling Thor. But when Thor talked about those experiences of being deceived, he still smiled silly, thinking that this was a manifestation of brotherly love. Jane Foster instinctively doesn't like Loki, the god of mischief. Even if Thor had the power, Loki would still be able to plot it effortlessly, let alone without the power. There was always blood and sacrifice in the fight for the throne, and Jane didn't want Thor to be sacrificed. So, she immediately said, I'll go to Thor right away and tell him that I need to give him a medical examination and a tube of his blood, and he will definitely not refuse. I'll go with you, don't tell Thor that you've seen me. Because this matter is very important, Sif is very careful not to make any mistakes. When the time comes, she will hide aside and take the tube of blood to complete the task. With her supernatural powers, she certainly wouldn't notice Thor. This may not be honorable, but it is also the mission of a soldier, so it can only succeed and not fail. That's the idea of Sif. So Sif followed Jane Foster towards the field caravan. The RV is Jane Foster's temporary observation post and residence, and it is usually placed in the wilderness. After falling in love with Thor, Jane let Thor live there because Darcy and Dr. Selvig looked at them so strangely. In fact, Jane also knew not to blame them, because at the beginning, she didn't believe Thor's words, thinking that this man was a lunatic. It wasn't until Jane Foster fell in love with Thor and saw and heard things that she believed Thor was a god from Asgard. So, how will Loki deal with us? While walking, Jane Foster did not forget to ask Sif for more information about Loki. In the coffee shop, watching the two women leave, Lin Luo sat there motionless and did not follow immediately, because he knew someone would come looking for him. Sure enough, after a while, Lin Luo saw a man in a blue suit with a round face and an honest temperament walking in. Definitely this is the reason why Lin Luo deliberately did not hide his whereabouts. Elementary level psychers have perceived, controlled, and disrupted the consciousness of others. Lin Luo, who took the psychic potion, is very terrifying in psychic ability, and now he is already a psychic master. So as long as he wants, those S.H.I.E.L.D agents and other voyeurs in the town can't find him for a lifetime. Even if Lin Luo walked over and slapped them, it was no exception. Moreover, Lin Luo's suit has all kinds of equipment that interfere with electronic monitoring facilities. So, as long as Lin Luo doesn't want to be found, no one can find him. With a very gentle smile on his face, the middle-aged man approached Lin Luo very friendly, and said politely, Hello, dear President Lin Luo, I am the agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, Phil Coulson. Nice to meet you. When facing Lin Luo, Phil Coulson didn't think about hiding his identity, let alone bringing his men and weapons. Because he knows the intelligence ability under the umbrella, any concealment is meaningless. Their force is simply not enough to look at this person. Therefore, when Lin Luo was discovered yesterday, Phil Coulson immediately withdrew all surveillance personnel. In the face of umbrella companies that can contain abominations, it is very necessary to tread carefully. The battle between the abomination and the Hulk nearly destroyed half the city, but Tyrant Alice easily suppressed the abomination. They S.H.I.E.L.D don't want to face such a god. Phil Coulson? I seem to have heard this name somewhere. After speaking, Lin Luo looked at Phil Coulson's dangerous hairline, and then pretended to suddenly realize, this hairline, I think wake up, I know you. He's certainly no stranger to Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson has been a fan of Captain America since he was a child, and dreamed of becoming a superhero since he was a child. Afterwards, Phil Coulson joined the Land Rangers following the example of Captain America, and met Nick Fury in the process. After that, the two formed a deep friendship. Later, Nick Fury joined S.H.I.E.L.D as the director, and Philson also became the right-hand man of Black Braised Egg. Among all the S.H.I.E.L.D agents, Phil Coulson has the least black spots, and he can even be said to be a good person. So idle is idle, Lin Luo just wanted to tease this little fan of Captain America. It's my honor to be remembered by a big shot like President Lin Luo. Although Phil Coulson was about to curse in his heart, he still said with a very humble attitude and a very friendly tone, I don't know why President Lin Luo came to such a border town. Originally, Phil Coulson still couldn't figure out the purpose of those two weirdos. But he knew that ordinary organizations would not be able to cultivate the combat effectiveness of those two people. Compared with those two, their elite agent is like a supermarket security guard on the minimum wage. After discovering Lin Luo's arrival, Phil Coulson suspected that the man and woman might be the person who protected the umbrella. Could it be some kind of special bout? But it doesn't look like it. The aggressiveness is too low. Thinking of this, Phil Coulson became a little nervous. He was afraid that Lin Luo was also hitting the hammer's attention. Don't worry, I'm not interested in the thing you're strictly guarding against. It has an owner. Seeing Phil Coulson's nervousness, Lin Luo said calmly. Phil Coulson was surprised. Do you know the origin of that thing? Lin Luo smiled lightly and said directly. Not only do I know the history of that hammer, I also know that you stopped by the gas station when you came. Besides, you also took care of the 2 idiots who robbed the convenience store. The process was quite straightforward. The group that the gas station belongs to is Roxxon Petroleum Company. This oil company is featured throughout Iron Man 1, 2, 3, and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, and appears multiple times in other superhero stories. The reason is that this company was run by a genius. It's not a metaphor, it's a real Tauren, a Tauren. Seeing that Lin Luo did not hide anything and directly revealed his whereabouts, Phil Coulson was relieved instead. It sounded like Lin Luo knew everything, but didn't take any measures. Which means there's really no idea about that weird hammer. Otherwise, I might not even be able to get here, and I would be intercepted halfway. By the way, why did you come here alone this time? Phil Coulson continued to ask whether intentionally or not. Actually, this is a very strange thing. Shouldn't the president of a military-industrial complex like this, a powerful and influential figure, be hugged when he goes out? After hearing this, Lin Luo smiled and said nothing. When the question was asked over there again, Phil Coulson regretted it. Before he came, he had clearly decided that he would never get to the bottom of it, and he would not offend a big shot like Lin Luo. But this damn professional instinct. Over there, Lin Luo didn't continue to put pressure on Phil Coulson, but made a point to him. Our umbrella company is not like your S.H.I.E.L.D. Qinfeng's payment can report 8 is. Phil Coulson was taken aback, he even knows that. However, Lin Luo's willingness to tell him this is also to show that he will not be an enemy of SHIELD. With Lin Luo's status, there is actually no need to explain anything, but Phil Coulson is very grateful for the other party to mention himself again and again. So Philson complained very wittily, such as S.H.I.E.L.D. is just empty shelf, our industries really don't make money, 697 is just for interest, every day. Worrying about human beings 24 hours a day, I lost weight, 996 is so happy, I want to work part-time. However, to be honest, the standard American people with the spirit of freedom and democracy are not very good labor force. They do too little and demand too much, and the cost is indeed a bit high. There is one thing to say, it is still the most cost-effective labor in the big plantation era, but that is no longer popular now. As for why he bought 6 cursed tyrants for 60 million, but reported 100 million, this is the wisdom of director Nick Fury alone. After that, Phil Coulson didn't dare to continue to have any inquisitive thoughts, and smiled, then I won't bother you. I wish President Lin Luo a pleasant journey. When he came, he specifically asked Black Widow Natasha Romanoff for advice, and the other party said bluntly, don't think about stereotypes, just say hello and leave, pay attention to those words that are not clear and seem to be jokes. Now Phil Coulson decided to strictly follow the instructions of his predecessors and leave immediately. Phil Coulson nodded very politely and carefully backed out. When the other party was about to walk out of the coffee shop, Lin Luo shouted, see you later, son of coal. As a result, Phil Coulson didn't react at all, and Lin Luo knew that at the moment Phil Coulson hadn't made a second contact with Thor. In other words, Thor will stay in Old Bridge, New Mexico for a while. Not surprisingly, Quan Mi should be stable. Norse mythology is closely related to Asgard, so the 4 Nordic countries and Asgard people have certain similarities in surname naming habits. Needless to say, the first name, the last name is the father's name plus son, and the pronunciation of son is Sen. Therefore, Thor's surname is Odinson, which means the son of Odin, and the same for Loki. But Loki can also be called Loki Lofson, after all, his real father is Frost Titan Lauf. So, later, when talking to Phil Coulson, Jin refers to Phil Coulson as Cole's son. Thor thought Midgard's surname came from the same source as their Asgard. But in fact, Phil Coulson's surname is Phil Coulson, which has nothing to do with his father's name, but has a direct relationship with his father's surname. The surname Phil Coulson is inherited from the ancestors of the Phil Coulson family, and they are connected together and cannot be separated. After all, they are not Nordic. Just like the murderer Jason, it is the murderer, Jason, not the murderer, the King Jason, let alone the murderer, the son of Wang Ji. In the coffee shop, Lin Luo looked at the time and thought to himself, it's almost there. Sure enough, 2 minutes later, the system prompt came. The host completes a new coercion, the number of coercion +1, and get A-level reward, Blacklight Virus. Lin Luo immediately realized that Sif had successfully obtained Thor's blood and should be on his way back. And the reward turned out to be a Blacklight Virus, which is great. Seeing this award, a shocking scene flashed in Lin Luo's mind. All things are swallowed up, and all things handsome. The Blacklight Virus is the absolute main force in the prototype of the game. Compared with the Resident Evil movie world, the heroine Alice's way of evolution is nagging. Blacklight Virus infected Brother A is very simple and rude. As the prototype of the virus, Alex can devour other Blacklight Virus infected people and even nest in organic matter, so as to rapidly evolve and become stronger. After the infected body is infected with the black light virus, the body will be greatly strengthened, and even some special abilities will be activated, and these can be obtained by Brother A. Therefore, it only took a little more than a day for personnel to evolve to the point where it is hard to resist nuclear bombs. On the 21st day of the infection, Brother A ended all the infections, and absorbed the super hunter who had restructured his body and had amazing combat power. The function of the black light virus is to establish a channel for the rapid transportation of substances, so as to quickly complete various super evolutions, and even infect inorganic matter and turn it into a nest. If left alone, the entire planet will be assimilated into a nest-like existence by the black light virus. The black light virus is closely related to an evolutionary substance that exists in all things, so it has unlimited potential. Therefore, people infected with the black light virus can evolve into starbursting combat power, and the upper limit is even more immeasurable. The black light ability has infection, simulation, and absorption. Its infectivity can be said to be very strong. It can infect a large modern city in 10 days, and it can even infect inorganic substances. Although the infectivity is slightly lower in water, the brood consciousness can control the infected, which is an ability that the T virus does not have. Simulation, as the name suggests, is that the black light virus can change the shape of the infected person by changing the arrangement of cells. The control ability at the cell level, in a sense, can be regarded as kaleidoscopic shapeshift. As a result, the infected person has evolved to a certain extent and also has the ability to remember the survival of cells. After Brother A resisted the nuclear bomb, Huai was in a liquid cell state, but after absorbing the flesh and blood of the crow, he quickly revived. This kind of survival ability is simply terrifying, and the Bao made by ordinary T virus does not have such amazing survival ability. The black light virus absorbs the most core ability of ability. The black light virus can optimize itself by quickly absorbing the genes of other organisms, it can absorb inorganic substances, and it can obtain the memory of other organisms. Moreover, the black light has a brood consciousness structure, and no matter how much memory it absorbs, it will not affect the subject's personality. The three powerful abilities of the black light virus allow those infected at a particularly high level of the black light virus to have the ability to single-handedly destroy an army. Moreover, the black light virus does not have the weakness that the T virus can kill brain cells, so those infected with the black light virus have wisdom and consciousness, and can even resurrect dead man. However, the resurrected dead man is not like an independent living body, but more like a simulation of the host's memory and personality by the virus aggregate. Unlike the T virus, which needs to develop its own Bao, the black light virus infected person can originally evolve a variety of combat forms and various biological weapons that are no less than modern weapons. Moreover, the abilities of these infected people can also evolve rapidly, and as long as there is sufficient energy and material supply, they can become infinitely stronger. Like a super soldier who killed the prototype, he has a moving speed of Mach 1, a jumping distance of 100 meters, and can even run fast on buildings. He has the defensive power to hold the main gun of a tank, and the power to punch through the composite armor of a tank. It can be called a perfect biochemical weapon. The Bao made by the T virus needs to rely on thermal weapons for additional damage, and the original destructive power is not strong. But the black light virus infected people don't have this problem, because they have a variety of forms and weapons. In the biochemical virus game world, the virus prototype A brother has a variety of forms, including claws, heavy hammers, long whips, muscles, blades, shields, armor, etc. Ability is also a kaleidoscopic shapeshift, which can be called omnipotent. Each form of attack can pose a huge threat to armored units, and can strengthen its own basic attributes and turn them into stronger combat power. And the basic attributes of the complete body A brother are also very amazing. Up to 1,000 tons in strength. Running at full speed has surpassed the speed of sound. Not to mention defense and survival, ordinary thermal weapons are ineffective at all, and can even survive a nuclear bomb explosion. As for intelligence, Alex Mercer, the prototype of the virus, had no knowledge of the world at the beginning, but he already possessed extraordinary intelligence. What's even more frightening is that every time he absorbs a person, he can have a person's memory, and then his own intelligence will be strengthened. As the number of people absorbed by Alex becomes more and more, his intelligence is far beyond the human level, and he is originally a collection of brood consciousness and will not be affected by other memories. Definitely Alex's strongest ability is the ability to devour all life forms and evolve infinitely. As long as there are creatures weaker than Brother A, then this virus prototype can quickly become stronger and regenerate infinitely, eventually dominating the entire food chain. The black light virus is such a terrible biochemical virus. Lin Luo is very happy to be able to obtain this level of terrifying virus. However, Lin Luo also knows that although the black light virus has a powerful ability that many T viruses do not have. However, the T virus also has some special abilities that the black light virus does not have. Lin Luo is very greedy, he wants the excellent characteristics of these two viruses. He thought that only by integrating the advantages of these two viruses can he obtain the key to the evolutionary path and step into the realm of genetic ascension faster. But for the time being, a lot of experiments and data collection are still needed to make full use of the ability of the black light virus. After all, the black light virus is still too dangerous now. Alex uses the black light virus to evolve. In fact, that Alex is already dead, and it is the conscious body born of the virus that controls his actions afterwards. So Lin Luo does not plan to directly use the blacklight virus for the time being. In the early stage, the blacklight virus can be used to cultivate infected people such as hunters with amazing strength, which can be used for data collection. Looking at the blacklight virus reward that he just got, Lin Luo felt that he was about to realize all the bull sounds he bragged about scaring Black Widow before. However, considering the danger of this thing, he did not take it out immediately. Although the possibility is very small, and the blacklight virus does not have the unscientific infection ability of the movie version of the T-virus, but if it is accidentally leaked out, it will be a lot of fun. Therefore, after Lin Luo plans to return to the secret base of the Umbrella, he will extract the blacklight virus for cultivation and various researches. I don't know if Wilhelm can integrate the blacklight virus with the T-virus or the G-virus. While thinking, Lin Luo heard the reminder from the White Queen. When he walked out of the coffee shop, he saw Sif with a single ponytail approaching. Try this, although you may not be used to it, but it is hot and refreshing. While speaking, Lin Luo, who was wearing a black windbreaker, handed a steaming cup of coffee to Sif. Now that the result is known, there is no need to be anxious. On the one hand, it might chill Sif's heart. On the other hand, there are actually many ways for Lin Luo to obtain Thor's blood. Even if he misses this time, he will still have a chance later. Maybe the genetic samples at that time will be better. Seeing Lin Luo's concerned eyes and considerate actions, Sif felt warmed up, took the coffee and awkwardly took a sip through the straw. She suddenly felt warm all over. Anyway, Sif is also a girl. If Lin Luo came up and only cared about getting blood, she would still be disappointed. Lin Luo's current performance can only be said to be full marks. After drinking a cup of coffee, Sif pulls out the test tube containing Thor's blood. I've done my job. You're doing great. Lin Luo took the test tube and snapped his fingers. From the shadow, the White Queen came out with a small freezer in hand, and then took the test tube and put it in it to freeze. Next, the White Queen will immediately arrange for people to send this tube of blood to the Umbrella First Research Institute for various researches. At this moment, Lin Luo received a system prompt in his mind. Ding! The blood of Thor has been collected, and the progress of Nemesis has increased. Ding! Nemesis's powerful biological gene collection progress has increased by 1 point. Currently it is 2 points. Ding! The completion of the final stage of Nemesis is advanced, and the basic tyrant armed blueprint is obtained. Lin Luo glanced at the reward information this time, and a look of color appeared on his face. In the past, all kinds of tyrants except the tracker had been fighting in a blank state, so the combat power was actually severely restricted. Because the original thinking of Umbrella has always regarded the tyrant as a mass-produced consumable. The game world of Resident Evil is actually very different from the real world, and it is even more different from the Marvel world. In that world, third world countries are heavily modernizing heavy weapons. Therefore, the bow of the tyrant is specially provided to these countries, similar to a substitute, highlighting a cheap one. As for the problem of easy accidental injury if it is not controlled, human life in those countries is worthless anyway. In addition to being equipped with all kinds of equipment, not to mention the intelligence problems of ordinary tyrants, even if the tyrant is equipped with all kinds of powerful heavy equipment, those poor military armed organizations cannot afford it, so it is better not to provide it. After all, a round of inferior AK bullets imitated by Black Uncle costs only a few cents, while a round of mini Gatling NATO bullets costs $1–2. However, Lin Luo didn't like this small amount of money. And now the tyrant is one of Lin Luo's main forces, so it is necessary to strengthen its strength. And once the tyrant is equipped with an exclusive tyrant armed, then the combat effectiveness will simply increase exponentially. Because the basic tyrant armament of the system is very scary, even if Iron Man sees Tao, he will call it high level and rich. These armaments include a set of composite titanium alloy heavy armor, which is basically the strongest armor except vibranium and Ulu metal. Iron Man's steel battlesuit is made of this titanium alloy, which is very strong in battle. It is difficult for a group of guys who call themselves gods or other big bosses to easily break Tony's steel battlesuit. The hardness can be imagined. In addition, there are offensive weapons in the basic armament, including heavy chainsaw axes and armor-piercing hammers matched with titanium alloy armor. In the basic set, there is no thermal weapon for the time being, probably because of the problems of conventional tyrants, but maybe the Umbrella can be improved on these bases in the future. Or since the system has a basic package, there are better ones? This thing is also very useful against large creatures and boss characters with some kind of defense strengthening. Simple firearms, point-to-point puncture damage. It is difficult to break through the defense of the Marvel powerhouse, but this kind of continuous killing plus physical impact is particularly useful. After all, Loki wearing a god costume can't match the Green Titan's powerful flying bricks. In the Marvel world, great strength can really perform miracles. The so-called divine power and magic are just a special kind of energy, which cannot be completely immune to physical attacks. Lin Luo intends to distribute these weapons to tyrants with relatively high intelligence, such as the Cursed Tyrant. At that time, when the chainsaw is turned on, the gods and demons will give it away for nothing. It's quite interesting to think about it. And Lin Luo didn't expect to just add a nemesis. The progress of gene collection can be rewarded. The last progress should be given by the hate cells. It seems that the T-virus has completed the invasion and transformation of the hate cells, but it can't last. On the premise of the Thor gene, the T-virus ability has been enhanced, and it can already digest the abhorrent cells. Compared with the T-virus, the G-virus actually has a better development prospect, but the uncontrollability of G is far more than that of the T-virus. It is estimated that Wilhelm did not rashly inject G disease into the abomination. Otherwise, a monster that can easily destroy the city will be born at any time. Lin Luo is very satisfied with the rules rewarded by the Nemesis mission. The periodic rewards of this long-term mission can greatly increase his strength. If he completes the last step to get the final reward, then Lin Luo can't just rise from the ground and become a saint. At the moment, Sif looked at the blonde woman who suddenly appeared in front of him with puzzled eyes. The woman with exquisite facial features and a cold expression exuded an aura that no strangers should enter. She was wearing a black combat uniform with a big white dot. Queen written on her chest. Several letters formed a mountain-like trend because of the support of two mountains. This woman was even taller than her. And masters? Sif felt itchy instantly, licked his lips and asked, "This woman looks unusual, is she your subordinate?" Seeing Sif's expression, Lin Luo reacted, chuckled, and said in the tone of a big bad wolf tempting a little white rabbit, "In the future, you will have a lot of opportunities to learn from each other. By the way, our company has many such masters. When the time comes, you can challenge as you like, and you can have a good fight." Okay. Sif, who is similar to a natural warrior, nodded without any hesitation. Without even realizing it, unconsciously, she had been clearly arranged by Lin Luo. However, Sif originally also preferred to challenge strong enemies and obey orders. "By the way, this is my blood, it may be useful to you." As if thinking of something, Sif took out another tube of blood, and said, "Originally, I came here to find Thor. Now that this task is completed, I have fulfilled my mission and fulfilled my promise to Heimdall. I can go back to the umbrella with you first. But I am an Asgard female warrior of Asgard after all, so I cannot leave Asgard for a long time. Ultimately, I still have to go back to Asgard." Sif also relied on the support of strong will to say these words. Although Sif felt very happy when she was with Lin Luo, but the beliefs formed over the years cannot be forgotten in a short time. Fighting for glory in Seoul Castle was always her ultimate dream. Sif has no way to completely sever ties with Asgard immediately. "I understand that I won't keep you forcibly, and I respect your wishes," Lin Luo said as he took Sif's blood sample and handed it to White Queen as well. However, the system did not indicate that the collection progress of powerful genes has increased. It may be because Sif's genes overlap with Thor's, after all, they are both Asgardians. However, Lin Luo didn't care. In his opinion, Sif is already his own, and there is no way to escape his control in this life. So in the future, Lin Luo will develop some methods for her to become stronger based on Sif's genes. Then at this moment, the two scared the entire town. "Ants, the great god Loki, the rightful king of Asgard, has come to save you from false freedom. Now kneel obediently to your gods and accept the rule of this god." In the town, upon hearing this voice, Sif's expression became tense. "Loki? It's Loki." For now, Sif really can't make a move on Loki. Because Loki is Odin's son after all, Thor's younger brother. Although Loki's throne is unclear, he is the nominal king of Asgard after all. As a citizen of Asgard, a warrior of Asgard, Sif couldn't directly attack Loki. As soon as Lin Luo moved his psychic energy, he felt a strange power burst out suddenly in the S.H.I.E.L.D military blockade area, which is where Mjolnir was. For a while, his spiritual energy couldn't completely penetrate the energy barrier. At the same time, he also felt that a different consciousness resided in that strange energy. There are actually not many forces in the entire Marvel universe that can do this. Lin Luo immediately understood that Bai Luo had obtained the psychic scepter in advance. As for Loki's consciousness, it is indeed much stronger than that of ordinary blue stars, but in Lin Luo's view, it is actually that. After figuring out Loki's support, Lin Luo felt confident. He said indifferently, "It seems that Loki has some adventures," so he swelled up. "I remember that he was very good at being hanged and beaten. Let's go and see." Sif, who was a little flustered at first, immediately felt at ease when he saw Lin Luo's calm and confident expression. The two immediately headed to S.H.I.E.L.D's temporary station. When Lin Luo and Sif rushed to that area, they saw Loki wearing a golden horn helmet, wearing golden armor, and holding a scepter. The top of the scepter is sharpened and inlaid with light blue gemstones, which is emitting a mysterious blue light. Around Loki there are 4 Asgard soldiers wearing magic armor. At the moment they are wielding weapons to fight the enemy. During the melee, the area was in a mess, with flames and thick smoke everywhere. At the moment S.H.I.E.L.D's plastic shacks, defense towers and other buildings were basically bulldozed, and various computers and other electronic equipment on the ground were shattered. It wasn't just the Asgard soldiers who caused all this, but also the S.H.I.E.L.D agent, the damned tyrant, and the Hydra team. A big melee broke out between the Asgard warriors brought by Loki, S.H.I.E.L.D and Hydra. On the battlefield, bullets flew horizontally, grenades and RPGs were also numerous, and a few bows and arrows flew by from time to time, and then exploded. On the other side, several tyrants and lickers have already entangled 6 5-meter-tall cursed tyrants. The scene was once very chaotic. Seeing the big battle in front of him, Sif said anxiously, I must report this matter as soon as possible. It is related to the fate of 983 and Asgard. Although Sif has given up on Thor now, he has not given up on Asgard. The battle in front of him involves the struggle between Loki and Thor, the two heirs of Asgard, so Sif thought that he must report back to Asgard immediately. Only the king of God Odin himself could stop the dispute between the two. What Sif thinks is to awaken the Odin God King no matter what. This is what an Asgard warrior must do. So Sif hastily said goodbye to Lin Luo. Lin Luo, I'm sorry I broke my promise. I can't go back to the umbrella with you. I can only go to Asgard to report this matter to God King Odin. Otherwise, Asgard may be completely divided. When this dispute is over, I will return to your side, always by your side, and never leave. Lin Luo said calmly. Loki has always been very timid. Usually he only dares to play dirty. Normally he would not dare to be so arrogant at all. Now, as the god of trickery, he dared to appear here directly and above board. That would mean that Loki may now have control of Asgard and likely has a new card in his hand. So if you return to Asgard now, it's better to find out the situation at Blue Star first. While speaking, Lin Luo stared at the psychic scepter in Loki's hand for a while. As expected of a mind gem, it was able to isolate him from the detection of psychic energy to a certain extent. Although I don't know how Loki obtained the scepter in advance, but Lin Luo guesses that this is where Loki's confidence lies. He didn't care much about the subtle changes in the plot. As long as it is still the Marvel film and television universe, even if it is the parallel universe of the main universe, these people are not much stronger. And now it's only the details that are different. Everyone's fate trajectory is not much different from that of the main universe. Lin Luo still has the ability of a prophet. Then I'll stay at Blue Star for the time being. Sif, who had great trust in Lin Luo, immediately dismissed the idea of returning to Asgard. While speaking, she naturally held Lin Luo's right hand. For others, this strength is like being clamped by a vice. For Lin Luo, this strength is just right and comfortable. After these days of running in, the two have already developed a certain tacit understanding. Therefore, he also let Sif hold it. It is hard to find such a dedicated tool man. Lin Luo has listed Sif as the top of the list of tool people. He is obedient and capable, and saves worry and effort, which is very good. At the moment Loki's face was ashen, it can be said that it was extremely ugly. He also has a big head now. This is completely different from what he thought. It shouldn't be like this. Before coming here, Loki thought that the people of Midgardian were cowardly and cowardly ants. With his words, these people can only obediently accept their own rule. Originally, Loki brought people here to take back Mjolnir, and by the way, performed a manifestation in front of people, so that these Midgardians could admire the majesty of the gods. Loki has coveted Mjolnir for a long time, and in his view, it is a symbol of the throne and also represents the approval of his father. Earlier, he had sneaked over to pick up Mjolnir, but with all his strength, the broken hammer remained motionless. But now it's different. By chance, Loki got this powerful scepter. Moreover, only he can perfectly display the power of this scepter. Loki suddenly felt that he was doing it again. Maybe he could pick up Mjolnir this time, or he could steal Mjolnir's power. So Loki took the psychic scepter and brought his cronies in Asgard to the mortal world. He thought it would be easy to take over Mjolnir or rule Midgard. But first of all, the broken hammer still didn't kill him. That's fine. What's more, when Loki kindly wants to give these ants a chance to be loyal to him, these weak scum who are exchanging fire dare to open fire on him. He had not imagined that these puny mortals of Midgard could be so bold. In fact, the real reason is that the unlucky Loki and his men just encountered a big battle between Hydra and Shield. And it was almost in the middle of the battlefield. Loki came up and provoked very arrogantly, so the evil god Loki and his men were definitely set on fire by Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. together. At the moment, the small town was reduced to a battlefield, with guns firing and bullets raining down. What was even more frightening was that the bows sold by the Umbrellas also broke out in extremely tragic battles. Every cursed tyrant is 1v10, even if his body is covered with scars, he quickly punches and kills the enemy. Even though they have a huge body and amazing regenerative ability, but the enemy's firepower is too fierce, coupled with the outnumbered, so the cursed tyrant is still injured. Under the bombardment of various heavy firepower and other bows, these cursed tyrants are already on the verge of starting alienation awakening. At the moment, those Loki's cronies are very loyal around Loki. Fortunately, because it is a temporary battlefield, Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. have not yet used the strongest heavy firepower weapons and other black technology equipment. So, those 4 Asgard warriors could still handle it. When they came, Loki specially prepared powerful magic armor and sophisticated weapons for them. However, Phil Coulson, who was hiding behind the cover, quickly noticed the situation on Loki's side. So Phil Coulson issued orders to the 4 cursed tyrants. After seeing the action intention of the 4 cursed tyrants, the captain of this Hydra troop also ordered his subordinates. Let those 4 big guys pass. To tell you the truth, he had long been annoyed by that BD with horns. The purpose of their Hydra is to obtain absolute control of the world, so that human beings can gain real freedom. The words of that little boy are the biggest pollution to their Hydra. What thing dares to compete with their great Hydra? Even aliens can't let go. And, without the interference of the 4 cursed tyrants, their Bow Legion can also reduce the pressure. Seeing that his subordinates quickly gained a firm foothold in the battlefield, Loki, holding the psychic scepter, felt that he could do it again. He taunted loudly, "That's all you can do. Such a weak, bhed, attack also wants to rebel against the rule of God. You group of ants who don't know how to be grateful. If this is the case, I will use your blood to extinguish the anger of this god. This god king will use your bones and blood to build an immortal throne on the ruins." Just as they were speaking, the 4 cursed tyrants leapt to the front of the 4 Asgard warriors brought by Loki. What's the use of such a big guy? It's just a target. For these bruised and torn cursed tyrants, Loki looked down upon them very much. If big size is powerful, then in Jotunheim, the group of them would have been killed by that hill-like frost monster long ago. The weapons of these Midgard people are a little bit fancy, but the life here is like ants. No matter how big the head is, it is useless. Phil Coulson doesn't have any pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger idea. Their S.H.I.L.D. is likely to be flanked by people, and besides, he is afraid that these guys who are suspected of being aliens have some hidden means. Therefore, Phil Coulson immediately ordered the 4-headed cursed tyrant to activate the alienation awakening. Originally, these 4 cursed tyrants were already on the verge of limit, but they changed astonishingly immediately after receiving the order. 4 Asgard warriors who were attracted by Loki took the initiative to block a huge cursed tyrant. In the face of enemies whose size is far larger than their own, they have no fear and wave their weapons without hesitation to choose to fight. It's not like they haven't killed monsters of this size. You know, one of the assessment tests for Asgard fighters is to kill Bistam with his own hands. The size of that giant beast is much larger than the titan in front of it. Just when they waved the sharp blades in their hands fiercely and were about to put them down, the 4 cursed tyrants let out a deafening roar, shaking the entire battlefield, and the world seemed to freeze at this moment. Then, the huge body of the 4-headed cursed tyrant rapidly swelled and strengthened. The protective clothing that restricted their strength was shattered inch by inch, revealing steely red muscles like armor. These muscles looked tough, strong, and powerful. After the alienation of the 5-meter-tall cursed tyrant, his size unexpectedly grew a whole lot bigger. At this moment, in the eyes of the 4 Asgard warriors, the size of the 4 enemies in front of them has already changed. It was almost as large as the beasts of Asgard. For this, Loki next to him looked disdainful. No matter how big he became, he was only a body of flesh and blood, and he was still an ant. The ants in Midgard still want to kill gods? Just thinking about it, the 4 tall and mighty cursed tyrants roared again, the muscles of the whole body tensed, and the palms turned into sharp claws, and then swung them down. The strength of this stroke is almost as strong as some heavy hydraulic machines, and the speed is so fast that the arm is even pulled out. The faces of the 4 confident AST warriors changed drastically. After holding up their shields to fight against them, the shields were torn, and their bodies immediately flew horizontally, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. God bleeds? Their proud god body and the armor made of powerful magic are as if they do not exist in front of the alienated awakening cursed tyrant. After landing, they did not give up fighting immediately, but struggled to get up. However, a large shadow covered their bodies, and huge bodies descended from the sky, waving terrifying giant alienated claws. For a moment, the earth trembled and the dust flew up, and 4 Asgard warriors who were well known in the 9 kingdoms were hammered into the soil. It was really hammered into the soil, and the 4 people's seemingly indestructible bodies had already submerged into the unique wilderness soil of New Mexico. 4 Asgard warriors were immobilized, tendons broken, and bones broken by the stormy bombardment. The terrifying force crashed down, and the ground trembled like a huge wave capable of overturning an ocean-going freighter. At this moment, several Asgard warriors thought they were fighting the all-powerful Odin God King, rather than the monster of Midgard. At the moment, the smile on Luigi's face froze. He watched in bewilderment as his 4 subordinates were beaten so helplessly that they couldn't take care of themselves. Can this group of ants really kill gods? Hateful? A whole? Looking at the scene in front of him, and comparing himself to his smug expression just now, Loki instantly felt like a joker. He felt extremely humiliated and lost all face. Loki's fair face turned red like a monkey's butt. He felt a burning pain in his face, as if he had been slapped 10 times. Loki at the moment couldn't figure it out. How could a mere Midgard have such terrifying warriors? Not only Loki, the Hydra team leader in the distance also twitched his eyes. He didn't expect that the cursed tyrant, who was already very powerful, would continue to grow stronger. The 4 aliens who were able to resist heavy fire weapons were beaten so helplessly. This scene made several Hydra soldiers secretly startled. Fortunately, these idiots who came out of nowhere endured this terrifying attack for them. The little leader of Hydra is even more determined, and will report to the higher authorities when he returns home, and apply for the sale of Bao for purchasing a large number of protective umbrellas. Especially these cursed tyrants with astonishing combat power in front of them must not be without, and the more the better. Huh? It turns out that this is the ultimate trick of cursing the tyrant? It's really just like what's said in the instruction manual. It's powerful enough to destroy everything. Phil Coulson had a complicated expression, and was pleasantly surprised. He was naturally very happy when the enemy was defeated. Even Phil Coulson was amazed at the power of the cursed tyrant. The cursed tyrant who swept everything under normal circumstances, could have such an increase in strength after alienating awakening. However, he thought that after an alienation awakening, the tyrant would not be able to maintain normalization, and his intelligence would be reduced to the point where he could not perform the task, and the 10 million would be gone. He felt very. If they continue to fight like this, soon their S.H.I.E.L.D. will go bankrupt. Moreover, this is not the bow with the strongest umbrella, and it is too terrifying that the strength of this umbrella has not changed. Phil Coulson thought happily. Fortunately, I didn't offend that one before. I should have been more polite at that time. Fortunately, that President Lin Luo was more approachable and didn't care about my rash words. The other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were all elated, their spirits lifted, their morale soared, and their combat power also strengthened. Looking at his subordinates who seem to have been completely reborn, Phil Coulson feels that the tens of millions spent are really worth it. Looking at the four-man who had been violently beaten, Loki directly activated the invisibility illusion without any hesitation even though he was furious. With the blessing of the psychic scepter, his illusion is very powerful. In an instant, Loki's figure disappeared from everyone's eyes. However, Loki, the evil god who became invisible, did not choose to help his own hands. In his opinion, these four subordinates are too useless to embarrass him so much. They can't even beat the ants in Midgard, so they just die. After being invisible, Loki is thinking about how to deal with these mortal ants. These people saw the shameful scene of the God King, and they all had to die, leaving no one behind. At this moment, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of two figures, a man and a woman. On the edge of the battlefield where gunfire was raging and flesh and blood were flying everywhere, this pair of men and women were holding hands and watching a show there as if nothing happened. And that woman was a nasty acquaintance. Thinking of his ugly behavior just now being seen from beginning to end by this hateful woman, Loki felt uncomfortable for a while, but he was puzzled and said, "Who is this Midgard man? Why is that arrogant Sif so close to him? And why didn't I notice these two before?" Seeing the first Asgard female warrior who ignored her before and had a vertical eye on her nose, she turned around and fell into the arms of a Midgardian. This annoys Loki immensely. Before this Sif didn't even want to give him a straight look, but he was so affectionate with this mortal. Isn't that slapping him in the face, Loki, pointing his nose and saying that Loki is inferior to the lowly Midgardians? The God King is the king? With the artifact in hand, Loki suddenly showed a ferocious smile, and had a vicious thought in his heart. Don't you look down on me? Don't you like to be with weak ants? That God King will kill this Midgardian in front of you. I am looking forward to what kind of wonderful expression you will show. Loki in the invisible state waved the scepter, and a group of almost transparent light blue energy directly hit Lin Luo who was standing calmly. Seeing such a calm and extraordinary Lin Luo, Loki felt even happier. How dare you get your hands on a woman that Shendu didn't get? The pretentious Midgardian must die. At the moment, the firefight between Team Hydra and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent became intense again as Loki disappeared. Although Phil Coulson knew that the hidden horn alien was a scourge, he couldn't find any trace of him. At this moment, Sif, who was hidden by Lin Luo's psychic power, saw a cloud of blue energy blasting towards Lin Luo. She felt a terrible threat from it. Normal Midgardians would definitely lose their bones after being hit like this. Be careful, Sif reminded loudly, but it was already too late. She couldn't see Loki's hand, so she reacted a little slower. After all, Sif does not rely on his own ability to hide his figure, but relies on the help of Lin Luo, a Shinik master. Lin Luo, who deliberately exposed his figure to Loki, was still indifferent, with a calm expression on his face, unable to see the terrifying blue energy wave attacking. When the mass of energy came in front of him, he raised his right hand casually like catching a ball, and caught the powerful energy wave. Then, Lin Luo used force with one hand expressionlessly, instantly crushing the incoming energy cluster. From the beginning to the end, there was no wave in his expression. This is actually a disguised use of the spiritual shield, a very high-level skill. The psychic potion endowed him with powerful spiritual power, and the super soldier serum greatly improved his intelligence. The combination of the two allows Lin Luo to quickly master various skills. Therefore, in the serious fight with Sif before, Lin Luo did not suffer in terms of skills. Considering Sif's ability and the other party's terrifying combat experience, this is already remarkable. That's why, in a short period of time, Lin Luo was able to apply the Shinik skills of the psychic department to such a superb level. Even Loki, a master of magic, is in his hands. Sif with red eyes is ready to fight Loki. As a result, she saw that Lin Luo resolved the crisis in an understatement, smiling like a flower in an instant, and looking at Lin Luo with eyes full of admiration and admiration. Can you see me? At the moments Loki were dumbfounded. What's up with this Midgardian? Doesn't it mean that the people here are all weak? Were the Frost Titans so fierce back then? That group of trash was able to occupy this place. How did they do it? I can definitely see you, but the question is, can you see me? After saying this, Lin Luo's figure suddenly shattered like a shadow. Seeing this scene with a strong sense of sight, Loki suddenly reacted, gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. BD, you dare to tamper with the consciousness of this god. I am the king of Asgard, the king of gods. You ants humiliate me like this. No matter who you are, no matter what abilities you have, you are dead, and this king will cut you into pieces. While being impotent and furious, Loki suddenly felt as if his soul had been pushed out by some invisible hand. At this moment, he felt that his brain and soul were about to burst. The evil god Loki couldn't help howling. In the case of a strong mental shock, his magic will soon fail. After one blow, the invisible Lin Luo said in a voice that only Loki could hear, as expected, the purity of second princess is too low, poor and weak, poor and weak. Hearing the words second princess, Loki, who put his head in his hands, was stunned for a moment, then furious. Why does this guy who seems to be a powerful magician like to talk in his lungs? Damn ants, you are too deceitful, I want to kill. Loki, holding a psychic scepter, was about to launch an attack, but found that his magical illusion had failed. His figure was once again exposed in front of everyone. Seeing the alien leader appearing again, Phil Coulson reacted extremely quickly, commanding his subordinates and cursing the tyrant in an instant. He's there, fire. The unsuspecting Loki was stunned by the instant fire. When the evil god Loki realized what had happened, he immediately put on a mask of pain. He didn't really feel anything when the bullet hit him. But the harm is not big, the insult is strong. As for the alienated cursed tyrant's extremely sharp claws, which could tear apart everything, it could actually hurt him. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the embankment has a spiritual scepter to protect it. He sent out blue shockwave after another, repelling the incoming cursed tyrant. And this time, Loki, who claims to be a god, didn't even dare to say a harsh word, and ran away without looking back. Looking at Loki who fled in a panic, Lin Luo shook his head, not paying attention to this guy at all. Loki regards these blue star humans as ants, and even calls himself a god. This is the result? The god who is 50/50ths with the human limit Captain America, the god who is afraid of falling to death from a height of 9,000 meters, and the god who is blasted by the Green Titan. 0. Lin Luo really thought it was funny enough. The only thing about the Asgardians who are like gods is their long lifespan. In the MCU world, most of the individuals in this group of gods are actually aliens who have mastered extraordinary powers, and they just live a little longer. In the Marvel film and television industry, although there are many bigwigs whose settings are star-studded or even universe-exploding, but the setting is the setting, and the performance is actually not that great. Among them, the strong ones in the comics, such as Collector and Gao Tianzhen, are like jokers because they do not have the strength in the comics. No strength at all. I really don't know why one can enslave all kinds of strong people. One dares to collect artifacts like infinite gems. As for the celestial ego, he has some real skills, but in fact, he is still not worthy of his status in terms of combat power. Sif next to him looked at Lin Luo with adoring eyes. Just now, Lin Luo's amazing performance completely conquered Tiff. Although she doesn't like Loki, she has to admit that Loki's magic level is very strong, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a master of magic. After all, it was taught by Queen Furika herself, supported by the huge resources of the Asgard kingdom. Therefore, Loki was able to smuggle the Frost Titans into the Asgard vault without the knowledge of Odin and Heimdall. However, such a strong man was easily played by Lin Luo. This kind of strength makes Sif feel excited and boundless in love. However, she was a little puzzled why Lin Luo didn't continue to attack Loki, who just had a chance to keep him. Seemingly seeing Sif's doubts, Lin Luo, who was in a good mood, explained casually. Your god King Odin is just watching. It's okay to teach his adopted son a lesson. If you really want to do something cruel, his adoptive father will be angry. This Odin's brain circuit is also a bit strange, and most people can't understand it. Although the current Odin is in a dormant state in name, he can still observe the situation of the 9 realms, and his strength is still unfathomable. According to the development of the original plot, when Thor fell into a fatal crisis, it was Odin who shot, and instantly let the hammer fly into Thor's hand. Then, Thor performed a return of the king, directly destroying the destroyer sent by Loki. In fact, when watching the movie, Lin Luo felt that there was something weird in it. The destroyer was guarding the treasury at the beginning, and the 3 Frost Titans who were fooled by Loki took advantage of Thor's coronation ceremony and sneaked into Odin's weapon treasury, preparing to take back the casket of ancient winter sealed by Odin. At that time, the destroyer made a move. 3 golden rays fired rapidly, directly turning the 3 Frost Titans into ashes. Highlight a clean, mighty, and domineering character. However, when it came time to fight Thor and the 4 warriors of Asgard, the destroyer's movements became slow, and it took a long time to release the powerful ray attack. In the original time, no power was needed at all. Therefore, Lin Luo suspects that destroyer is cracking fake matches. Just like in the world of One Piece, Huang Yuan said one sentence is terrible, and one kick is a supernova. As a result, when fighting the Luffy pirates, the flashing fruit turned into a snail fruit, and Usopp couldn't beat Usopp in seconds, so he released the water and put it in the sea. The destroyer is the same way. Otherwise, Thor, who had just recovered his divine power, would not have won such a dramatic victory. And the only one who can hide from Loki's perception and secretly control the destroyer is Odin God King. Therefore, Lin Luo extremely suspected that the one-eyed old man was playing dead for fishing. The reason why Thor was sent to the mortal world is to give an explanation to the Frost Titans, and also to see where Loki will go. So before, Lin Luo didn't attack Thor directly, just because he didn't want to provoke Odin. The eldest son Thor is Odin's reverse scale, and no one can touch him. As for the spiritual scepter, Lin Luo has no idea for the time being. For the time being, he doesn't have much desire for top artifacts like Tesseract and Psychic Scepter. Others don't know the true colors of these 2 artifacts. How could Lin Luo not know? These two artifacts are actually two infinite gems. Infinite gems are formed from the singularity before the birth of the universe, and there are 6 in total. Infinite gems existed before time and space existed. So they are almost the earliest things in the universe, and they are also the most powerful things in the universe. Each piece of infinite gems has extremely powerful power and is a manifestation of law. The 6 gems represent space, time, reality, power, heart, and soul. The story of the first few stages of the entire MCU is actually a battle for gems, which can also be called crazy stones. Therefore, Lin Luo knows that competing for infinite gems is a long-term process. Mastering infinite gems in a short period of time is not of much benefit to him, and it may cause fire. Now that the plot has changed, Lin Luo doesn't want to cause the plot to run wild because of the uncertain interests in front of him. In that case, he would cut off his own arm. Thinking of this, Lin Luo scanned the battlefield. Because of Shinix and magic, Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't send him and Loki's silent invisible fight at all. This is the power of extraordinary power. Without extraordinary power, relying only on external forces will not work after all. Therefore, Lin Luo wants to go to the end of the way of integrating the great power of genetic ascension into one body. At the moment on the battlefield, the Altered Awakening's cursed tyrant has begun to weaken. During Alienation Awakening, the tyrant's power, speed, reaction ability, anti-strike ability, etc. will have a qualitative leap. But it has to be said that biochemical weapons like Bao do not respect energy conservation at all. While the overall strength is improved, the Alienated Awakening tyrant will also consume a lot of energy, and the stability and controllability will also be greatly reduced. But at the same time, their combat effectiveness will also increase dramatically. Therefore, the cursed tyrant after alienation and rage is almost indistinguishable from friend to foe, except for the remaining consciousness that makes them want to complete the task. They almost kill everything in front of them. These 4 alienated awakening cursed tyrants are unstoppable, and the violent killing scene makes almost all enemies terrified. Relying on the powerful strength of the 4 alienated awakening cursed tyrants, the S.H.I.E.L.D. side, which is at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers and Bao, is holding back. In the tug of war, the battle became more and more fierce, and the battlefield has become a meat grinder that is mercilessly harvesting lives. The brutal tactics used by conventional tyrants and lickers to exchange lives for injuries continue to consume the power of the cursed tyrant. From time to time, both S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and Hydra soldiers fell to the ground, died together, or were directly killed by Bao. In this battle, both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra lost, and Lin Luo won alone. Because after this battle, the two sides will definitely place orders. Seeing that the battle is almost over, Lin Luo turned his head to Sif and said, "Let's go." When the voice fell, Sif felt something falling nearby. Just now, Lin Luo has called the V-100 transport plane that has been carrying out optical camouflage in the sky. Then, the two boarded the invisible transport plane. It wasn't until Lin Luo boarded the transport plane with Sif and began to return to the umbrella that several vigilant agents realized that something was wrong. However, they have no time to deal with this doubt. Silently, Lin Luo got what he wanted, and gained another powerful assistant, Zero. By the time Lin Luo and the Asgard warrior woman Sif flew back to the Umbrella headquarters, the battle was over on Mjolnir's side. In the end, S.H.I.E.L.D. won, and they kept the mission goal, which is the Hammer of Unknown Use. However, this victory was extremely tragic. Alienation Awakening's 4-headed cursed tyrant output almost from beginning to end, and finally died of exhaustion. So far, there are only 2 of the 6 cursed tyrants left, and they are in very poor condition, and need to be adjusted and recovered to continue fighting. Fortunately, Bao's regeneration ability and recovery ability are extremely powerful, and the 2 remaining bows will soon be able to rejoin the battle sequence. As for Hydra, it was actually not easy. The mighty Bao army was almost completely wiped out, and there were basically not many people left in the Hydra army that sneaked up. The rest of the people are not strong, but just like Phil Coulson, they don't charge forward, they just direct behind the scenes. On a slightly raised hill, Hawkeye's Lin Te Barton put down his bow and arrow. His right arm trembled slightly, and the tiger's mouth had been cracked. Around the hill, lay a few Hydra soldiers and dense lickers. The senior and excellent agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. looked at the fallen cursed tyrants in the distance with complicated eyes. Hawkeye Barton never thought that one day, he would be saved by weapon. Thinking of this, Hawkeye Barton sighed and said, "If things go on like this, maybe I will be able to retire soon. It might be a good thing for him." Although he is unwilling to be peaceful, he is not unable to live the life of his wife and children on the Hot Kong. But in his heart, Barton couldn't calm down after all. Seeing the powerful combat power of the cursed tyrant after Alienation Awakening made his blood boil, but at the same time he felt fearful. Umbrella? These are the 2010 mountains, which have silently weighed on the hearts of everyone and every organization. The world is about to change? While thinking, Hawkeye Barton clenched the compound bow in his hand. The bowstring was stained red with blood. Among them, Justin Hammer, the executive president of Hammer Military Industry, was also the one suppressed by the umbrella. In recent months, Hammer Military Industries and Hammer's experience has been like a roller coaster. First of all, Tony Stark, whom he envied and hated, suddenly shut down the weapons research and development department. A large number of orders from the military were released. As CEO, Justin Hammer seized this opportunity and received a large number of military orders. As a result, Hanmer Military Industry transformed itself and became a supplier of the Ministry of Defense. At the moment, in the office of the CEO of Hanmer Military Industry, watching various videos about Bao in his hand, Hanmer fell into silence. I thought that without Tony Stark, and with the military, their Hanmer Military Industry would be bigger and stronger, and create another glories. Who would have thought that Tony Stark first created the extremely advanced steel battlesuit, which made the high-tech weapons of Hanmer Military Industry less valuable? This is not the most deadly. All the top executives of the little-known umbrella were dead, and a not-so-good president was replaced. At that time, everyone was not optimistic that the playboy named Lin Luo could manage the company well. There can only be one R&D genius as ahead of his time as Tony Stark. The vultures are all waiting to gobble up Umbrella Corporation, and Hanmer Military Industries is one of them. Lin Luo is indeed not Tony Stark, he is more ruthless than Tony Stark, and directly launched a cheap and powerful Bao. Although this kind of organic biological weapon can't replace modern heavy weapons, to some extent it makes some of their weapons look like broken copper. Just like this, after a few days of good life, Hanmer Military Industry seemed to be beaten back to its original shape. The jackals are sent away, and the tigers come, and no one can bear this. At the moment Justin Hammer just feels like a playboy, a lifelong enemy. He is an honest man who is rich and doesn't mess around, and pays attention to being kind and rich. He was beaten by two playboys, left and right, and hung up continuously. Can the world be better for honest people? I am too difficult. Facing the powerful pressure of the two giant organizations, Umbrella and Stark Industries, Justin Hammer did not flinch. Justin Hammer relied on his hard-working hands and self-improvement enterprising spirit to develop the Hanmer Military Industry to the huge scale it is today. With firm will and conviction, Hanmer's eyes shone with wisdom. Should I continue to imitate the steel battlesuit, or should I get Bao's production technology? As for plundering and exploitation, it is purely slander. These are the traditional virtues of the ancestors and Emerican, and they cannot be lost. Asgard, king on the throne, Loki at the moment is more grumpy and angry than Justin Hammer. He is too difficult. Loki is now furious. Even sitting on the long-awaited throne of king can't appease the monstrous anger in the heart of evil god Loki. In recent days, Loki has always been able to get everything he wants. This gave him a sense of superiority in IQ. With Wang Quan in hand, Loki felt that he was almost invincible, and the others were just ants. In his opinion, the mere Midgard, including the once unattainable Mjolnir, is not for him to rub. As it turned out that your brother Hammer is still your brother Hammer. Forget it, Lu Ji reluctantly accepted. But why did those weak ants in Midgard dare to attack a god like him, and even succeeded? Loki was full of confidence when he went to Midgard, but he was beaten to shame by these mortal troops, and was even driven back by those nasty monsters. At the moment Loki gritted his teeth, his face was ferocious, his eyes seemed to spew fire, and he completely took off his usual fake hypocrisy mask. Now Loki figured it out. Those powerful big men were actually a kind of weapon. The essence was no different from the armor on their bodies and the sharp blades in their hands. Since this is the case, I will give you a ruthless blow, give you the most fatal blow, and completely crush you from the field you are most proud of. You monkey-like Midgardians, don't think it's great to have a weapon that's a little bit stronger than a rock. The humiliation this king has suffered can only be washed away with blood and destruction. I will make you ants pay 10 or 100 times the price for this. I want you to fall into fear and pain when you hear the name of this god king. I will use the destroyer to completely wipe out those ants and Midgard. Sitting on the throne, Loki clamored to use the destroyer card. For the destroyer, Loki has 100% confidence. The destroyer is the guard of my old father's treasure house, the ultimate weapon. The destroyer is made entirely of Asgard URU metal, making it almost indestructible. It also has unparalleled destructive power, which can destroy almost all known substances. Its face can emit continuous high-temperature golden beams, which can melt almost all substances. Those three not weak frost titans, under the burning of the destroyer's high-temperature ray beam, didn't hold on for even a second, and were directly reduced to ashes. In addition, the destroyer can also shapeshift at will, which is very flexible. With such a powerful weapon, Loki can control it at will. The reason is that the destroyer is an armored robot that can be controlled autonomously or by humans, so Loki can also control the destroyer. Thinking of this, Lu Ji gritted his teeth again and thought to himself, by the way, that capable Midgardian and that stinky woman Sif must also die together. No one will be left behind who offends the God King. As for whether those ants can come up with weapons stronger than the destroyer, that is absolutely impossible. Non-existent? If they can win, I will accept the title of second princess. Loki in the hands of the destroyer is inflated again. Compared to Loki, who is full of confidence again now, S.H.I.L.D side, the black stewed egg is numb. Phil Coulson, who was just far away in New Mexico, ran back in a very embarrassing situation, claiming that the situation was very serious, and then asked for money and people. Nick Fury had known for a long time that Hydra forces were attacking their S.H.I.L.D temporary base. He quickly asked Phil Coulson to calm down, and said that he should not panic at any time, but should be calm and calm. Hearing the director's instructions, Phil Coulson really calmed down and admired the director's strong psychological quality very much. He said exactly what he knew. First of all, the Hydra troops are attacking in large numbers. Forget it, there are 6 cursed tyrants who can still deal with it. But who would have thought that a group of aliens who claimed to be gods suddenly appeared on the battlefield? These guys can fight against the modern army only with this ancient armor and cold weapons. In a critical moment, in order to protect the mission target, Phil Coulson could only order the 4 cursed tyrants to carry out the final awakening. After a great battle, S.H.I.L.D suffered heavy losses, and even the cursed tyrant had only 2 ends left. Nick Fury was silent for a while, and then angrily cursed like a volcanic eruption. Ma Zafok, Phil Coulson, what did you do? I managed to earn 40 million military expenses, and you will pay me all back. Now the aliens are coming, what do you want our S.H.I.L.D to do? Forget about the money, but the cursed tyrant who was originally a powerful reliance has only 2 ends left, and it is still at the critical moment when this alien appears. Moreover, the existence of the suspected alien who claimed to be a god is not very friendly to them, and the 2 sides are obviously enmity. Thinking of all kinds of problems recently, Tang S.H.I.L.D has become so unbearable. At the moment Nick Fury's face is almost dark, the anger and aggrieved heart can be imagined. Looking at the silent Nick Fury, Phil Coulson thought with admiration. After such a big thing happened, the director's face still hasn't changed at all. As expected of the director, Chiang. After all, Nick Fury was Nick Fury. After venting his anger, he calmed down. He silently analyzed in his heart. The Avengers' plan was rejected by those idiots from the Security Council. It's up to us, S.H.I.L.D now, but that guy who claims to be the king of Asgard is a big risk. Almost instantly, Nick Fury understood that S.H.I.L.D alone would not be enough to deal with the next possible alien invasion. At this moment, an unpredictable and handsome face appeared in front of Nick Fury's eyes. If there is anyone on Blue Star who can defend against Asgard's invasion, it is Lin Luo, who even he can't see through, and that protective umbrella that is getting stronger and stronger. After all, Phil Coulson said that in the end, he cursed the tyrant to drive away that invisible and indestructible bullshit king. Although Nick Fury was very reluctant in his heart, he still had to pull down his face and call Maria Hill and Black Widow Natasha Romanoff in person. We are now facing level 7 events. In order to deal with the coming war, we must. All useful forces must be united. 17. So I hope you can ask President Lin Luo to take action, send a stronger bow to fight, and then beat those brats who claim to be gods back to their mother's womb. After hanging up the phone, Black Braised Egg was very upset. Before that, no matter in which corner of the world, there were people from their SHIELD. Whatever needs to be done, they S.H.I.L.D can take care of it. It can be said that whether Blue Star is chaotic or not, it is their S.H.I.L.D who have the final say. But now, they can only hand over the fate of Blue Star and S.H.I.L.D to a business group. In the past, they were the ones who forcibly took over various tasks from others, but now they want to actively give the tasks they have obtained to others. This feeling is really bad. This made Nick Fury feel very aggrieved, very uncomfortable, but helpless. People's fists are harder than yours, so it's time to settle the matter. With the monitoring of the Red-White Queen, Lin Luo definitely knew that the mice in the dark place could no longer hold back and started to move around. Lin Luo didn't care at all about those small organizations and small forces with bad ideas. Since they wanted to die, Lin Luo wouldn't bury them, but would just throw away their ashes. As for the cruel, vicious, and cunning second princess Loki, Lin Luo didn't take it to heart either. He knew Loki would have revenge. But this self-righteous guy who claims to be the god of tricks is actually a chess piece from beginning to end. In Thor, Loki can be said to be Odin's pawn. This one-eyed old man looked very kind, considering that he stimulated the behavior of the 2 of them since he was a child. Maybe he just let this raise goo. Moreover, the roadbed was appointed as the nourishment for Thor to become stronger. In the end, all the schemes of the evil god Loki will be in vain, and he is doomed to miss the throne of king. During the New York VIP battle, Loki made a big fuss. But he still couldn't get rid of the fate of the chess piece, being secretly manipulated by Thanos. He had no idea of his own at all. As for his king's dream, it is defined by the head of the Chidori ball as boring, childish, and insignificant. Lin Luo didn't pay attention to such an unstable and low-purity guy. Moreover, he is not what he used to be. Now Lin Luo has mutations in his left hand, technology in his right hand, extraordinary power, and a team of capable men. It can be said that as long as he stomps his feet, the whole Luosheng will tremble. This really put him on. If it weren't for the immortal fights and multi-universe invasions that followed, Lin Luo would be as lonely as snow and invincible now. In order to cope with future threats, the technology and mutant Lin Luo must all be the same, and will not give up, and the progress of genetic ascension must be accelerated. One day in the future, Lin Luo will do it, and wait until those powerhouses have gone through untold hardships, defeated those conventional bows with great difficulty, walked in front of him and said, Lin Luo, now you don't have the protection of Bao, just grab it. At that time, I would put my hands behind my back, and said calmly, idiot, those bows are not to protect me, but to protect you. The romance of a man is to stand still by himself, and the gorgeous mech does it for him, and what's even more romantic is to take off the machine and use his hands to tear up all objections. Thinking of this, in the Umbrella President's office, Lin Luo thought to himself. Then let the group of so-called gods in Asgard see what it means first, that the canon is the truth. 0. In the luxurious office of the Umbrella Company headquarters, Lin Luo is enjoying the personal service of an Asgard female warrior. When it was over, he also praised, Sif, your massage techniques are getting more and more proficient, not bad. At this moment, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff and Maria Hill rushed in. As soon as they came in, the two said anxiously, Lin Luo, something is wrong, you have to take action on this matter, it's up to you. Then, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff and Maria Hill saw the little vixen who was giving Lin Luo a massage. How long has it been? Is this another call? For some reason, a sense of crisis arose in the hearts of the two of them for no reason, and they couldn't continue talking about the rest. Sif, on the other hand, said generously, Hello, my name is Sif, I'm a warrior from Asgard. Are you here to ask Lin Luo for help? Then you have found the right person. Lin Luo is a real fighter, honest, upright and generous. The days with Lin Luo are happy, but her spears are already thirsty for blood. So if the blind enemy threatens Lin Luo, then Sif will definitely use his spear to pierce the opponent. Very well, Sif, if you continue to maintain this kind of thinking, I am very optimistic about you. After finishing speaking, Lin Luo looked away from the happy Sif. He looked at Black Widow Natasha Romanoff and Maria Hill with disgust. You two have to work harder, learn from Sif's down-to-earth and hard-working attitude, and your awareness is not as good as someone who entered the door late. Do you really think that you are still a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. and come to fight the autumn wind when you have nothing to do? Have you forgotten who you are? These two women have abilities, but they are wild and unruly, and they need to be tapped from time to time, otherwise they will float away. To be honest, when I first came to Marvel, because of the filters, Lin Luo still thought that Black Widow Natasha Romanoff was good. Superheroes are indeed very personal, and they are not afraid of power. Later, when he became powerful, these people became a little thorny. But Lin Luo doesn't care too much. After the initial accumulation stage, a mere Black Widow Natasha Romanoff can't affect the overall situation at all. These two people don't work hard now, and when the umbrella continues to grow, they will regret it. Looking at Lin Luo who was directly on the lips, and then at the silly white sweet Sif who nodded repeatedly, Maria Hill and Black Widow Natasha Romanoff looked at each other, then shook their heads. This woman is completely under the CPU of Lin Luo. I am afraid that even if she doubts herself, she will not doubt Lin Luo. It is completely hopeless. Then the two had to complain about Lin Luo from the bottom of their hearts and shamelessly expanded the group of victims, while introducing themselves to Sif. After that, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff said with a sweet smile, the main thing is that this matter is also related to the safety of the umbrella, not just SHIELD. Maria Hill also nodded frantically and said, aliens will attack Old Bridge City soon, and if you don't take action, then the umbrella will also become a key target. Yes. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff also immediately followed up, because this time, thanks to your cursed tyrant, those aliens were repelled. Seeing the two beautiful agents with good temperament singing and pleading softly, Lin Luo raised his eyebrows, unexpectedly did not make any other requests, and just pretended to say helplessly, you should go to the Ministry of Defense and the military for this matter. Although Umbrella is a military-industrial enterprise and also has private armed forces, it is not suitable for launching such a formal military operation in the federal mainland, right? I can't do illegal things. I'm still young and I don't want to embark on the path of crime. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff and Maria Hill looked at each other, then shook their heads drivingly. Lin Luo's excuse is very good and powerful. It sounds like there is nothing wrong with it, but it is unrealistic and does not conform to the national conditions. If the military was really reliable, Tony Stark wouldn't be flying around the world, let alone the abomination. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff secretly complained. The most likely thing the military will do is to ask for the corpses of aliens and various technological artifacts after the war. Here, Maria Hill also sees very clearly that the military says it is for the people, but it is actually all for the benefit of the people. No benefit, they don't come out at all. Besides, if the military takes action, how can S.H.I.E.L.D. eat alone? At that time, no matter it is the seemingly well-known hammer or any other benefits, it will be distributed to the military. If you don't do much, you still have to take advantage of the benefits. This is the military. If you really want to suffer such a big loss, you might as well kill their chief. So from the very beginning, Nick Fury never thought about working with the military. The two heard the hidden meaning in Lin Luo's words, but they really couldn't decide. Therefore, only Black Widow Natasha Romanoff reported Lin Luo's original words to Black Braised Egg. Mom Zafok, it's about this time, this kid still wants to make trouble with us. Although the human spirit Nick Fury is very angry, his heart is like a mirror. It was because of this time that he had to raise conditions. If it were him, he would do the same. Because the current S.H.I.E.L.D. really has no choice but to agree. After all, this time, they S.H.I.E.L.D. offended the escaped alien king. Therefore, this is a battle that S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot escape, and it can only win but not lose. Based on this premise, Nick Fury can only meet Lin Luo's request. So, Nick Fury had no choice but to open the address book. He started calling one by one, saying good things, making favors, or simply threatening and luring. Playing grandson, playing stupid, playing uncle. In short, Nick Fury used all the means available. Anyway, in these years, he has done a lot of things, holding a few cards in his hand. In this country, there is no saying that there is no credit and hard work, that is, real benefits and useful chips are the most reliable. Half a day later, Nick Fury put down the phone, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and thought, Ma Zafok, it's finally done. It's not easy. I think Nick Fury has been working hard for so many years, and I finally managed to use all the network resources I have accumulated for Lin Luo. This mother Zafok is amazing. However, the timing Lin Luo chose is too good. In the space when the storm is about to hit, even the military has to give it a face protection umbrella. At the moment, Nick Fury can only sigh that this kid is so horrible. It seems that it is not wrong to work a day job for such a person. Definitely, his trembling hands and cold heart are enough to prove that this is just useless self-comfort. At this time, Nick Fury only made a phone call, and said calmly, I made a few calls, and it has been resolved. From now on, Umbrella has a higher-level federal military cooperation agreement with the Department of Defense. Now, are you satisfied? Although Nick Fury has tried his best to pretend that nothing happened, 3 of the 4 people in the office are human beings. Almost as soon as Nick Fury finished speaking, Natasha Romanoff and Hill heard that director Nick Fury was very insincere. The two sighed in their hearts, and only Lin Luo could make director Nick Fury, who never suffers and is decisive in killing, suffer this dumb loss. Lin Luo nodded and said, definitely satisfied. I am really happy to do business with you SHIELD. Nick Fury was silent for a while, resisting the urge to hang up the phone, and finally said, I'm waiting for your good news. After hanging up the phone, Nick Fury's expression softened. A big stone in his heart fell to the ground, and his whole body felt much more relaxed. It has to be said that at the critical moment, it depends on Lin Luo and the Umbrella. Nick Fury is very fortunate that in this time of crisis, there are still people who can stand up. Otherwise, this time, their S.H.I.E.L.D. will definitely be pushed out by all parties as outcasts to test the depth of aliens. If the aliens are not strong enough, they will swarm up and snatch the benefits. If it is strong, it will be S.H.I.E.L.D.'s fault, and Nick Fury may be pushed out to be a dead ghost by then. It was precisely because Nick Fury knew the ugliness and despicability of those big shots that he did his best to help Lin Luo settle the federal cooperation agreement. In my heart, Nick Fury was a little unkind, and hoped that this time it would be better to make more noise. Then those short-sighted members of the World Security Council will agree to restart the Avengers program. At the moment, Nick Fury has made up his mind to restart this plan no matter what. Absolutely can't put his fate in the hands of others like now. After dismissing Natasha Romanoff and Hill, Lin Luo picked up the phone and prepared to contact the new tool man. Doing good deeds and accumulating virtue in ordinary times is just a tool person who will get such blessings. The phone was connected immediately, and Lin Luo opened his mouth and said, Tony, are you interested in helping me save the world? I wish I could. I've been waiting for your words for a long time. Tony Stark lifted his spirits. He finally waited for this day. After realizing the huge hidden danger of the T-virus, Stark thought that one day, Lin Luo might need his help. Therefore, these days, Stark has been recharging his energy and deliberately reducing the number of times he uses the steel battlesuit. Frequent use of the steel battlesuit will cause the arc reactor on the chest to be active, consume more energy, and the concentration of palladium in the body will rise rapidly. It is precisely because Stark made a more rational choice and did not use the steel battlesuit crazily, so he was able to talk to Lin Luo in a better state. Hearing that Stark is in good condition, Lin Luo nodded in satisfaction. If it is according to the original plot, Stark has already given up on himself in despair, and the result hastened his own death, and the whole person is withered, both physically and mentally. Then, without hesitation, Lin Luo sent the video of the three-party melee between Loki, Hydra, and S.H.I.E.L.D. That is to say, Red White Queen has a powerful data analysis ability, just like J.A.R.V.I.S, which can analyze the loopholes of things. Otherwise, there would be no trace of the invisible Loki on this video at all. However, Umbrella's advanced monitoring equipment and the Red White Queen's powerful computing ability can barely simulate the stealth Loki's trajectory. Definitely, Lin Luo is hidden from the video. So far, everyone has been paying attention to this battle, but they have no way to see through Loki's invisibility illusion, let alone knowing that Lin Luo was there at the time. After watching the video, Stark, who was extremely shocked, said, "Oh my god." Lin Luo smiled and said, "As far as they are not qualified to be called god, they are just stronger aliens. I will prove it with their blood and their desperation. But the premise is that you can lend me an arc reactor, because our Umbrella has just produced an experimental UBG-01 gauze electromagnetic gun. This is a large electromagnetic gun. You should know that this weapon consumes 360 cards per attack. Only the arc reactor can supply energy to it, so that this electromagnetic gun can be used continuously. In fact, the reason this amazingly powerful weapon is called experimental, not because of lethality or other reasons, but because of energy issues. Because it needs to consume a lot of energy, the electromagnetic gun needs to carry a huge battery, which greatly reduces its practicality and power, and it cannot be used continuously for a long time. For this reason, this thing is basically a decoration. With Stark's arc reactor this is different. A small reactor is a small nuclear reactor, which contains an extremely large amount of energy. Tony said nothing else. You don't have to worry. I will send an arc reactor directly. I only have one request. I want to eat steak. Please cook that nasty golden calf for me. Apart from supplying energy to the base facilities, the large reactor has no other better use. However, the small reaction furnace is different. The energy contained in this thing can be transformed into a powerful killer with casual modification. Not to mention, the small reactor is also the core technology of the steel battlesuit. A small arc reactor is equivalent to a steel battlesuit. The steel battlesuit is Stark's bottom line, as is the small reactor. The steel battlesuit can only be used to save people, not to be used as a weapon. This is Ethan's last wish and Iron Man's belief. However, Lin Luo is an exception. In fact, Tony Stark thought about it, if he really lost his life because of blunt poisoning. Only 2 people are eligible for the steel battlesuit, one is his good brother Roddy, and the other is Lin Luo. Stark trusted only those 2, and in his opinion, the weapons that can be made by the arc reactor are not worthy of the T-virus. If people want to make weapons of mass destruction, they don't like his little broken reactor at all. And while constantly fighting against crime, now Tony has gradually understood that no matter what he does or thinks, it will be of no avail. Wars and arms will continue to appear. This is like a wild beast must have fangs and claws, but it is actually a good thing to some extent. At least now this weapon is still in the hands of our own people, and it belongs to the meat that rots in the pot. You can trust me. Lin Luo is full of confidence. What kind of waves can a mere Loki who does not accomplish enough and has more than fail make waves? It's not that Lin Luo looks down on Loki, it's really the so-called god of tricks, who kills himself every time with one blow, every time he is hung up and beaten. I don't know where this guy's so-called cunning and wisdom are reflected. If it wasn't for the wrong timing, Lin Luo would kill the gods this time. Unlike Lin Luo's self-confidence and calmness, Stark has a rare hesitation. After calming down, he was actually scared. Before that, Stark had never thought about the alien invasion. A lot of sacrifices can be made in a small war, let alone a Star Wars like this. Thinking of what terrifying weapons and powers the aliens might possess, Stark worried, those guys call themselves gods, is it really alright? The unknown is the scariest thing. Normally, Stark wouldn't take these so-called gods seriously, but now can be said to be his most vulnerable time, and the content of palladium in his blood is getting higher and higher. Stark had to test his blood toxin concentration every once in a while, and every time his complexion became ugly. In fact, if Lin Luo hadn't given him hope, Stark would have started to let himself go. Since Lin Luo made the content of the transaction so clear at the beginning, it means that the other party must be able to solve his own problems. Tony is still very confident about the strength of the umbrella company in biotechnology. Because of this, Tony Stark has been working hard to reduce the blood toxin concentration, and has not had any serious problems until now. Seeing that there was a problem with the mentality of the tool man, Lin Luo decided to add fire to Stark. Stark, you are actually scared. This is not like you have to be stunned. Although we human beings do not have the powerful bodies of aliens, we are the most creative creatures with the strongest will and belief in the universe. In fact, my original intention of creating an umbrella company is for the evolution of all mankind. I hope that one day, everyone will be bow, so that there will be no more sacrifices and pains. I hope that Umbrella Corporation can keep the torch of biotechnology burning brightly, illuminating the path of human evolution, so that human beings can surpass gods with mortal bodies. At that time, whether it is gods, demons, cosmic monsters, aliens, or invaders from parallel universes, they will all crawl under our human feet. I want to use the brilliance of technology to guarantee the greatness of mankind. At the moments Tony Stark was dumbfounded, and the only way to express his excitement was groove. That's very well said, Beer. This pattern is too big, making Tony feel ashamed. He was ashamed of his weakness just now, and even doubted Lin Luo's strength. Thinking that Lin Luo will not only seal up the harmful huge amounts of T-virus, but also prevent aliens from attacking Blue Star and save the world. In an instant, Tony Stark felt that compared with others, this little setback he encountered was nothing at all. As a result, Tony Stark felt as if he had been pumped, and he was full of energy to ensure that he would go to work immediately and carry out the research and development work that Lin Luo had explained before. Lin Luo is very satisfied with Tony's performance on the road. Employees with this kind of ability who don't need money, they want as much as they come. At the same time, in the Senate Armed Services Committee, a group of military governors and senators are holding a seminar on disaster incidents at the highest level. Senator Stern of Pennsylvania first tweeted, "We cannot leave the fate of the planet and the Commonwealth to the Umbrella Corporation. We have to do something, or voters won't support us. They're going to think we're wasting taxpayers' money." Thunderbolt General Ross said disdainfully, "You're wasting taxpayers' money if you had given me the money. I've already caught a Green Titan or procured enough to protect our newest bow," the leading five-star general said helplessly. "Although I hate to say it, we have no choice now. The aliens in the video show only a fraction of their power, and that's likely just the tip of the so-called Asgardian iceberg. The army is the foundation of Emericon, and we cannot take any chances. Now we can only rely on the umbrella. None of the people present were fools, they all heard the hidden meaning of this general, in fact, they just didn't want to be the first bird. This is also very normal, the aliens who can enter the interplanetary transmission must have more than that ability. Normal people would choose to preserve their strength. For now, it is impossible for the military to go all out. One of the senators couldn't help saying, technology like Bao is too dangerous to be in the hands of individuals. In order to make American great, this technology should be in the hands of Congress. The other generals and senators were silent. If there were outsiders present, they would definitely nod their heads in agreement. After all, they represent a community of interests, and they must speak for their own people, even if this person can't speak their minds. But all along, they have this attitude. We must get what we like. Anyone who does not support us is against us and is an enemy. This is the liberal democracy unique to American. However, it also depends on when and who the other party is. That Lin Luo has been hiding his secrets and being well informed since he came to power. A person can make such a big movement without making a sound, this kind of endurance and means, few people present can do it. What's more, Umbrella now has a deep cooperative relationship with Stark Industries. Everyone present knew exactly what Stark, the former giant arms company, represented. These two conglomerate companies exist like giants at the level of military-industrial complexes. And Umbrella is in charge of weapons, and Stark is in charge of energy. As far as the new century is concerned, mastering these two is basically mastering the world. Moreover, Lin Luo's wrists are also very superb, and he even tricked Nick Fury, the thorny chief, without making a fuss. Not long ago, S.H.I.E.L.D. gave up a lot of benefits, prompting the Umbrella and the Federation to sign almost the highest level of cooperation agreement. It was the first time for them to see that black and ruthless bureau chief suffer such a big loss. Characters like Lin Luo are the most difficult types of people to deal with, not to mention that they have a good hand of cards. The people present may be arrogant, but they are definitely not fools. It is impossible to offend the existence of Lin Luo just because of this senator's words. If you want to use them as gunmen, you can't just rely on nonsense. Besides, at this critical moment, if the protective umbrella is suppressed, what can be used to resist the alien attack? God bless American. The Senate of New Mexico also drew a cross very timely. Obviously the military is unreliable, and they can only hope that the umbrella company can withstand it. Otherwise, they would be the first to suffer in New Mexico. He is also a senator who is not stable. And many people have the same idea as the Senate of New Mexico, and they can only pin their hopes on the umbrella company. Definitely, there are quite a few people who have the same idea as the military. They all want to let the umbrella withstand the wrath of the aliens, and then wait to take advantage of it. After all, the current umbrella puts too much pressure on people. Many organizations and individuals are eager for the umbrella to be deflated, and some people are even ready to be traitors, but there is no way to contact the Asgard people for the time being. In a blink of an eye, a few days passed, and when the forces of all parties were expecting, fearing, coveting, and other thoughts about the umbrella, Loki had redressed and made a comeback. This time, Loki is full of confidence. With a flash of light, Loki brought the destroyer and the new double team to the area where Mjolnir was. Loki is thinking about where he fell, and where he got up. And last time, his control over the psychic scepter was not as proficient as it is now. Now, Loki has mastered the use of this supreme artifact, and that hateful Midgardian can no longer plot against him. In a temporary small room on the hillside, Lin Luo held a wine glass and slowly sipped the mellow wine. In front of his eyes is a huge amount of operable holographic projection, just like the projection screen that J.A.R.V.I.S projected on Stark. Looking at the location marked Mjolnir in the projection, Lin Luo clicked, and sure enough, he saw a blurry figure holding a scepter. Unsurprisingly, it's Loki who uses illusion to become invisible. In the distance, at the moments S.H.I.E.L.D. agents can be clearly seen confronting the destroyer and Asgard soldiers. It is also marked on the top, there is a high-intensity energy flow here, which is suspected to open a space wormhole in a short time. Mjolnir electromagnetic fluctuations are normal, not activated. Under Lin Luo's gaze, Loki dog sneaked up to Mjolnir. Then, he first pulled hard with one hand, but the hammer did not move at all. Not reconciled, Loki did the same as last time, put down the scepter and used both hands, just like pulling a carrot. However, the hammer is as one with the earth, without even moving it. The scene was awkward for a while. With a flushed face, Loki glanced around guiltily, and thought to himself, fortunately, I have magic, no one can see me, and my image of a wise and mighty king will not be affected. Ha, funny. Seeing this scene, Lin Luo couldn't help but sneered. Lin Luo knew that by this time the plot had changed beyond recognition. According to the original plot development, now Loki has turned against Heimdall and has colluded with the Frost Titan. After a full-style operation, Loki's throne will be unstable. The 4 warriors of Asgard. Now the 3 warriors should also find the Thor they never forget. Now it may be with the help of the Psychic Scepter or the Order of Thanos, or it may be enlightened after being hit by Lin Luo. In short, judging from the fact that the opponent can still use Bifrost, the current Loki is still barely fooling the past. As for the 2 reckless and a foodie among the Asgard warriors, they were probably sent to that corner to squat in a bitter kill by Loki. In this regard, Lin Luo is not surprised. After all, he has done a lot of things in the Marvel world, and has laid out several times. The butterfly effect caused by this is too great. If there is no change at all, then Lin Luo came in vain? As long as the general trend does not change, it doesn't matter. Changes in minor plots and minor details at most, he cannot grasp the collective actions of those secondary villains and small boss dollar. At that time, it will be enough to directly suppress all dissatisfaction with force and erase all accidental factors. For Lin Luo now, this is already within the scope of ability. It has to be said that the whole Thor story is just a little bit of a joke. Everything Loki has done, and done so many things, is to prove that he is no worse than Thor, and to let his family recognize him. This wave is a reverse family man, so many innocent victims are really exposed by logging. However, forgive and be grateful. Loki, who has done so many bad things, did not receive any decent punishment in the end, which is also the normal operation of old whites. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Lin Luo's mind. Then, Lin Luo drank the red wine in the glass, nodded and said, "Start." Bar. Following his order, under the control of the Red-White Queen, Lin Luo's 10 heavy-armed cursed tyrants who had just been armed with tyrants had set off and were ready to join the battle. For this battle, Lin Luo has already prepared and has a clear plan. This operation is not only a military exercise and force deterrence of the umbrella, but also an actual combat test for the heavy-armed cursed tyrant. Coupled with the benefits received before and the potential mission rewards and punishments, Lin Luo has earned another bloodbath this wave. Several times the income and several times the happiness in one action. This is what an arms dealer should be like. "Boss, we are ready." Immediately afterwards, the heroic Sif in armor and the beautiful Wanda in a red dress walked in and reported to Lin Luo. "Then let's start, deploy the weapons first." Lin Luo walked out of this temporary invisible room. At the moment, the Red-White Queen, commanded by Lin Luo, has controlled the 2 Alice Tyrants and started deploying the UBG-1 railgun. The 2 Alice Tyrants, the Red Queen and the White Queen, have infinite strength, unlimited endurance, and a highly active brain, making their shots extremely accurate. The electromagnetic gun, which originally required a dozen high-quality technical engineers to assemble, was completed in minutes by 2 Alice Tyrants. When the efficiency is high, it is the same as a modern assembly line. In fact, the technological content of the 2 Alice Tyrants is originally full of those fully automatic intelligent assembly lines. At the moment, the small arc reactor that Tony personally modified for the electromagnetic gun is shining brightly and has entered working condition. This is 10 kilometers away from the battlefield, and there are no other shelters around, so it is the most ideal commanding height. Right here, give Loki and the Destroyer a hard shot and let them experience firsthand how hospitality the Umbrella Corporation can be. Is that you, Stark? In the wilderness of New Mexico, looking at the huge silver steel titan that moved freely in front of him, Phil Coulson looked bewildered. Behind him are several S.H.I.E.D agents who are also somewhat dazed. Just now, there was a sudden strong wind, and the dark clouds in the sky gathered together under the inexplicable tornado, forming a black passage visible to the naked eye. That heavy and terrifying aura appeared here along with a rainbow light. At the same time, various precision instruments of S.H.I.E.D beeped crazily, indicating that there was a high-energy reaction nearby. Phil Coulson brought a group of agents to check the situation, and saw a circular sign on the ground with some incomprehensible text on it. Naturally, they don't know that this is the unique symbol of Asgard's artifact Bifrost after it is opened. When Phil Coulson ordered to take pictures and keep them, and then asked the researchers to study them, everyone only felt dark in front of their eyes and cold in their hearts. At the moment, in front of everyone was a 3-meter-high steel titan made of silver metal. Its head looks like a helmet made of some metal horizontal bars. There are only some hollows in the face, and there are no facial features. This steel titan exudes a cold metallic luster, giving people a suffocating sense of oppression. Everyone was a little panicked for a while, and at the same time they were a little confused. "Didn't you say hit aliens? Why is Iron Man here?" The Sidwell agent next to him took a careful look at the huge metal armor, frowned and said to Phil Coulson, "Are you sure it's that Stark guy? As far as Tony's lawless character and powerful technical ability are concerned, he can do this kind of thing. In fact, if Nick Fury and the real leader hadn't given him the death order, Sidwell would never have stayed in such a dangerous place. Last time, he managed to survive hiding in hiding. This time the battle will only be more intense and more dangerous. If possible, Sidwell really doesn't want to stay here. He was ready to run away at any time." At the moment, Phil Coulson put on an air of composure. "No problem, just." During the hesitation, the metal horizontal strips on the destroyer's face squirmed and spread out, and at the same time released a dazzling golden light. An extremely powerful terrifying energy was brewing in it. Immediately, the S.H.I.E.D agents felt a burning sensation, and the air became somewhat dry. They licked their dry lips, then instinctively pulled out their weapons and aimed at the metal titan in front of them. "This doesn't look right, it doesn't look like one of our own. Be careful, get out of the way." Phil Coulson immediately realized something was wrong. However, it was already too late. The huge amounts of steel titan's body shook slightly, and then a golden high-temperature beam more than 1 meter wide burst out from its head. The high-temperature rays composed of golden energy not only have a temperature capable of melting everything, but also have unimaginable destructive power. This ray swept across, and the cars, rocks, electronic equipment, and buildings encountered along the way all burst and melted, and some even directly turned into ashes. A large number of shockwaves and scorching heat rose up, instantly turning this place into a magma hell. At the same time, the various heavy fire weapons and drones deployed by S.H.I.E.L.D. also fired instantly. However, the line of defense that S.H.I.E.L.D. has painstakingly built is nothing in front of the extremely hard and destructive destroyer. Bullets and other weapons have little effect on the destroyer, worse than scraping. Flames blazed, explosions continued, and in the blink of an eye, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s defense line carefully built was completely destroyed. At this moment, a car stopped on the side of the road, and Thor, a tall, blonde-haired, bitefy man, came out. Thor has been offline for a long time. However, he has not completely let go of Asgard and his identity as Thor. Even with Jane Foster as his girlfriend, Thor still can't forget his precious hammer. So when he saw the traces of Bifrost launching in the sky, he rushed over immediately. The reason why Thor didn't arrive last time was simply because he was too late and the battlefield was too far away. Thor without a hammer can't even fly, and without divine power, he can only ride in a car. However, after 2 close encounters with him, Jane Foster's car seemed to be on strike. By the time he and Jane arrived in the car, it was over there. If it was only Thor alone, he would have rushed up, regardless of whether it was over or not. But there is no way. Jane Foster is by his side. Thor has to consider the safety of his lover. Definitely there is another very important reason. Thor doesn't know how to face his family and Asgard. Earlier, Loki told Thor himself that his father Odin was dead because he was angry at Thor's reckless behavior. Loki is already the new king of Asgard. In order to appease the Frost Titan's anger, Loki, as the king, could only agree to the Frost Titan's request and exile Thor forever. Although this sounds very unreliable, but Loki just acted so casually, Thor is convinced. Therefore, Thor hesitated a bit when he heard the sound of the battle here. He guessed that it might have something to do with his beloved hammer. Maybe someone from Asgard came to recover Mjolnir. However, Thor felt guilty, so he didn't know how to face the fellow Asgard. With this hesitation, he missed the opportunity to meet Loki. But after the last time, Thor strengthened his faith. Therefore, he usually lives in Jane Foster's trailer, and the location is not far from Mjolnir. Finally this time, he brought Jane Foster to the vicinity of the battlefield in time. Actually, Thor didn't want to bring Jane Foster, it's just that this future female Thor is not so easy to persuade, nor will she be afraid. At the moment, Thor stepped out of the car and saw the destroyer and a group of Asgard soldiers stalking him. In an instant, this tough guy's eyes were red. These days he has been living in deep self-blame. If not for Jane Foster by his side, he might have given up on himself long ago. As soon as they saw Thor, several elite Asgard soldiers immediately saluted, "Your Highness Thor." Among the grassroots soldiers, Thor still has a great reputation. Over the years, Thor holding Mjolnir has been almost invincible, and his reputation has spread throughout the 9 kingdoms, and he is still the kind of pure warrior, either fighting or on the way to fight. Therefore, even though these Asgard soldiers have now accepted Loki's rule, they still have great respect for Thor. "Is my father's funeral over?" Thor stepped forward and asked. He was a little afraid to look directly at those eyes full of admiration. Although Thor is actually a little scared of the answer to this question, he asks it anyway, because his impulsiveness killed his old father, and he couldn't even attend his father's funeral. He, the eldest son, failed so badly that he simply lived on without face. Several soldiers looked at each other in blank dismay, and finally a squad leader holding a spear replied respectfully, "The God King is not dead. The God King Odin just went into hibernation." Upon hearing this, Thor was stunned for a moment, and muttered to himself, "Father is not dead? But how is this possible? I was tricked by Loki again." Jane next to her rolled her eyes. She has long heard that Thor's younger brother is not a good person and has a bad stomach. This little uncle can't have it? In an instant, scenes of various brothers in the past appeared in Thor's mind. Every time he sparred with Loki, Thor would use Mjolnir to blow Loki's back hard. Thor thought it was his love for his younger brother. He thought that this was the only way to make Loki get back from the wrong way and stop using tricks that girls only use. Who knows, every time Loki will not listen to persuasion, and will deceive himself with illusions and lies. However, Thor just laughed it off and didn't take it to heart. He thought Loki was joking with him, that it was a sign of brotherly love. Who would have thought that Loki would go so far now that he dared to fake the death of his father, making him mistakenly think that he killed his most beloved father, Odin, and stole the throne by the way. Loki. No matter how innocent Thor is, no matter how much he believes in Loki, he knows that this time Loki has crossed the line. Looking at the furious Prince Thor, all the Aster soldiers looked at each other, and then retreated to the side tacitly. This is Odin's housework. No matter who is right or wrong, it has nothing to do with them. If you intervene rashly, you may die a miserable death. Too much nonsense. Seeing this, the old coin Loki in the distance didn't bother to pretend, and directly showed his cards, ordering the destroyer kill him. With the help of the destroyer and the artifact of the psychic scepter, at the moments Loki swelled beyond bounds. He intends to kill Thor directly, and then go back to conquer Asgard by force and suppress all dissatisfaction. Let those muscular brats look down on themselves, this time let them know that people still have to eat brains after all. If there is only strength but no brains, it is just a beast. People tame beast by wisdom rather than brute force. The destroyer, who was ordered over there, finally spared the fleeing S.H.I.E.L.D agents. After a short period of hunting, the S.H.I.E.L.D agent has been severely reduced. The scene looked like a mess, the wilderness became potholed, and there were scorched marks all around, and all kinds of molten metal flowed and solidified. There was no blood or corpses on the ground, because the S.H.I.E.L.D agent who was hit was cremated on the spot, leaving no bones left. At the moment Destroyer's body squirmed and shape-shifting, his head turned abruptly to face Thor. Immediately afterwards, the Destroyer strode out, the ground trembled and dust flew up. The Silver Destroyer rushed towards Thor with terrifying momentum. Jane, stay away. Thor confidently stretched out his hand. After knowing that his father was not dead, his self-confidence exploded. Thor believes that his father will not leave him alone, and he is always the favorite cub of his father Odin. But half a day later, in Jane Foster's expectant eyes, nothing happened. Thor was stunned on the spot. This is unreasonable. Did Dad really give up on himself? Then, just then, the Destroyer had come to Thor. Its face began to emit golden light, and the high-temperature rays that would burn everything were about to be emitted. Under the watchful eyes of Thor and a crowd of onlookers, the Destroyer turned his head and pointed the muzzle at Jane Foster. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned, not understanding what this meant. Who is this woman? To make that metal titan so important? Jane Foster was also devastated. She didn't seem to have done anything wrong with Loki, and she hadn't even seen this trick god. Why is my hatred level so high? Thor, who grew up with Loki, understood his younger brother's thoughts instantly. He opened his arms and shouted at the ready-to-go Destroyer. Do you hate me that much? Although I don't know what I did to make you so angry with me, but I apologize to you. I'm sorry, brother. So, please don't implicate innocent people. Jane has nothing to do with our affairs. Kill me and let this end. Looking at the stupid big brother with tears in his eyes, Loki, who uses illusion magic to hide himself, has a slightly complicated expression. Now it is Loki who is controlling the Destroyer's actions, and just now he wanted to attack the woman, but he only acted subconsciously. After hearing Thor's words, Loki's heart was also touched. But immediately, he revealed a secretive smile. Just when Thor faced the Destroyer and was about to die, the expected attack did not come. The horizontal stripes on the Destroyer's face were suddenly retracted, as if the furnace door was closed. At the same time, the golden light in the stove was completely extinguished, and it returned to the original silver face with only two eye-shaped holes and metal bars. Then the Silver Titan turned to leave. Seeing this scene, Thor showed a slightly smug smile, and thought to himself, my brother really still loves me? It doesn't matter if my father doesn't talk to me, I still have a brother. In the distance, Jane Foster, who saw this scene, breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, after all, it's his own brother. Loki can't really kill Thor. I really thought too much before, and I was worried for nothing. Just as he was thinking, he saw the metal titan who turned his head and was about to leave suddenly turned around and punched Thor's smiling face. All of a sudden, Thor flew out, and then fell heavily to the ground. Seeing Thor rolling to the ground like a bag of potatoes, Jane Foster exclaimed and hurried forward to check. It's okay, it's over. Looking at the concerned girlfriend, Thor was very peaceful. He who has no divine power has received such a heavy blow, he has already breathed in more and vented less. Jane Foster suddenly burst into tears and said with grief, no, it's not over yet. I mean it's over for you, you're safe. At the moment Thor finally confided. When you really love someone, you will find that love makes people weak. Like right now, Thor only thinks about keeping Jane Foster out of danger. The former Thor no longer had the arrogance he had before. Sometimes, he even thinks it's good to have no divine power, and he can live a peaceful life with Jane Foster. Now Thor finally understands that power is for protection, not for killing and war. Then at this very moment, the spell attached to Mjolnir begins to work. The last words of God King Odin come into play, whoever is worthy of this hammer shall possess the power of Thor. Thor, who sacrificed himself to save others, is a qualified person, so Thor was once again recognized by this powerful artifact. In an instant, various electronic instruments near Mjolnir issued crazy alarm sounds, and then released a series of electric sparks. Soon, all these newly installed and very expensive electronic instruments were scrapped. The surge of electromagnetic waves in Mjolnir formed an invisible shockwave, destroying all nearby electronics. Then, the Mjolnir, which no one could pick up before, soared into the sky and flew towards Thor who was lying on the ground waiting to die at high speed. In an instant, Thor felt a familiar feeling come to his heart. He skillfully stretched out his right hand, and took the hammer that fell from the sky with a bang. Under Jane Foster's unbelievable eyes, Thor's injuries were fully recovered and he was resurrected with full blood. At the same time, a set of tough and gorgeous god-level armor began to slowly condense around him. At this moment, Thor's expression became flamboyant and confident again. Came back? Are back? Thor twirled the chain on Mjolnir vigorously, dancing Mjolnir into a little windmill. A blue electric current visible to the naked eye appeared around him. Surrounded by a powerful electric current, Thor at the moment is like descending from the mansion of a god. He looked defiantly at the destroyer striding away. Aware of this scene, Loki's expression was as if he had eaten a defense, and he immediately turned back the control destroyer. This time, he vowed to destroy Thor to ashes, not to leave a hair on him. Under Jane Foster's amazed eyes, Thor, who has regained the power of Thor, rose from the ground and flew directly to the silver destroyer. Before and after the destroyer, he pointed the hammer in his hand at the destroyer's head and threw it out forcefully. All of a sudden, the destroyer, who was about to emit high-temperature rays, lost its footing and nearly fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Thor smiled confidently again. At the moment he was full of sunshine, like a god of war. At this moment, Loki, who was hiding in the dark, frowned, feeling that things were not simple. He secretly thought, did the destroyer move so slowly before? Wasn't it a pretty boy when he killed the Frost Titan? Why did this thing become so much weaker in my hands? Odin. Thinking of this, Loki urged the scepter in his hand without any hesitation. Under the influence of the inexplicable blue light, the aura of Destroyer's whole body changed, and his originally stagnant movements suddenly became flexible and fast. Then, Thor, who had just been handsome for a few seconds, was violently beaten by the brand new version of the Destroyer. He swung Mjolnir again, trying to knock down the Destroyer, when he saw the silver metal giant body suddenly shape-shifting, and the tall body twisted into a twist. After miraculously dodging Thor's all-out blow, the Destroyer struck back swiftly, throwing out his fist like lightning. As soon as Thor saw the Destroyer punching, he felt a pain in his body and couldn't help but bend down. This punch was too fast, and in a critical moment, he could only reluctantly rely on Mjolnir to fly away from the spot. After landing, Thor looked at the Destroyer with suspicious eyes, and felt a faint pain in his body. If it weren't for the protection of Mjolnir and the armor, he would have suffered enough just now. At the moment Thor began to doubt life. Is this going up in strength? Why did this thing suddenly become so strong? Unconvinced, Thor continued to wave Mjolnir, wanting to continue fighting the Destroyer for 300 rounds. However, his attacks failed again, and then he was beaten many times in a row by the Destroyer. The current Destroyer doesn't even use the high-temperature golden light beam anymore. He can't find Thor just by punching him. Seeking Flowers 0. This scene is very similar to Thor's usual way of educating Loki. On the hillside in the distance, Lin Luo calmly saw Thor who was continuously deflated. The voice of the Red Queen rang in his ears. Mjolnir has been activated for final railgun alignment. The scene in front of me is different from that in the plot. Originally, after Thor staged the return of the king, he easily destroyed the Destroyer. It doesn't look like being beaten unilaterally now. Loki must be very happy now. He finally found a chance for revenge, and experienced the thrill of punching to the flesh. Sad magician? But soon, Lin Luo was relieved. In fact, thinking about it, according to the original plot development, before Thor regained his strength, the 4 Asgard warriors fought desperately against the Destroyer. Then, Thor took shit luck and hit the Destroyer's vitals, so that he could easily defeat the Destroyer. However, now one of the 4 Asgard warriors has been subdued by Lin Luo, and 3 are offline. Thor faced the Destroyer in good condition and full of energy. And more importantly, Loki obtained the Psychic Scepter in advance. 0. This artifact is about equal to the level of infinite gems. In other words, it is also derived from the differentiation of the singularity of the universe. With such energy poured into the Destroyer, the strength of this terrifying metal armor will inevitably increase dramatically. It can be said that the Psychic Scepter is an incomprehensible existence for ordinary people, and it is also huge amounts of for the strength improvement of extraordinary people. Lin Luo has Shinic skills at the level of a Shinic master, and is definitely not afraid of Psychic Scepters. After all, the person holding the scepter is just Loki, and it is impossible for the other party to exert all the power of the scepter. But it is still very easy to use this artifact to deal with other people. Loki was played by Lin Luo with the Psychic Scepter, not because the Psychic Scepter is not strong, but because Lin Luo's psychic power is too strong and Loki is too useless. According to the various gossip in the comics, the singularity of the universe is at the level of the creator god or the Tenjin group. Definitely this is a definition of strength casually given by Lin Luo. In comics, various gods fight, and the strength of the same character varies greatly. The upper and lower limits are too large, and there is no way to make an accurate judgment. What's more, Lin Luo is in the MCU world. What is the situation of the God group? You can only know if you have seen it and played it. However, the existence of that level is still far away from Lin Luo, so let's deal with the runaway Destroyer first. Just thinking about it, the White Queen prompted, Master, there is a new communication, marked as Black Widow Natasha Romanoff and Maria Hill, do you answer it? Lin Luo nodded, and the moment he answered the call, he heard 2 anxious voices ringing in his ears almost at the same time. President Lin Luo, please act quickly. Now that the Metal Titan is being entangled by someone, it's a great opportunity. If you don't make a move, it will be too late. If you have any means, don't hide it. It's about this time. At the beginning, the S.H.I.E.L.D agent was beaten, and there was no time to ask for help. It wasn't until the Destroyer turned his attention away from them that Phil Coulson remembered that they still had Lin Luo and the umbrella in their hands. At the moment, Lin Luo said calmly, what's the hurry? Let the cannon fly for a while. The Umbrella Bow Legion is about to arrive on the battlefield. Just wait and see the good show. As Lin Luo's voice fell, a uniform and well-equipped Titan army joined the battlefield. The audience was shocked. 10 5-meter-high cursed tyrants lined up in a row. Led by 2 supermodel-like Alice tyrants, they came directly to the center of the battlefield. Alice Tyrant is wearing a black special combat uniform, with the umbrella logo tattooed on the front of the combat uniform. At the moment, the red-white queen walked in the front, her eyes were indifferent, and her exquisite angel-like face was full of chill and coldness. If this unstoppable scene is posted on the internet, some netizens will definitely exclaim, "Sister, kill me." Led by the red-white queen, the cursed tyrant wearing high-purity titanium alloy armor began to move forward in an orderly manner. The heavy armor full of metal texture, the gleaming chainsaw axe, and the overbearing armor-piercing hammer make people have no doubt that this army can destroy everything and slaughter everything. A single head cursing the tyrant is already full of pressure, making people afraid to look directly at it. What's more, 10 cursed tyrants stood side by side, equipped with such terrifying weapons and armor. The cursed tyrants wearing the new type of heavy armor can't even see their faces, just like ancient titans with a height of 5 or 6 meters in heavy armor, holding terrifying weapons that make people's scalp tingle can't muster up the courage to fight. Seeing this terrifying force with boundless deterrence, like the Dark Legion, Phil Coulson felt his scalp go numb and his heart tremble with fear. He is very clear about the combat power of the cursed tyrant. A cursed tyrant without equipment is already an extremely terrifying killing machine, which can cause huge destructive power with just a few gestures. At the moment Phil Coulson couldn't have imagined just how brutal the Tyrant of the Damned would be when equipped. Seeing the enemy attacking, Asgard soldiers who also wore armor and held sharp knives bravely rushed to the doctor. It is not easy for them to intervene in the battle between princes, but there is nothing wrong with defending the prince and protecting the honor and dignity of Asgard. However, it turned out that this was also the wrong choice, because they are simply powerless to protect it all. The previous 4 Asgard elite soldiers had already proved with their blood that the cursed tyrant was not what he looked like, and was completely different from the behemoths they encountered in other countries. Cursed tyrants are war machines dedicated to combat. After equipped with armor and weapons, they directly become ultimate weapons, and their strength has been increased by more than several times. The cursed tyrant without equipment can already compete against Asgard soldiers under normal conditions, and after Alienation Awakening can even blast these powerful Asgard soldiers. The cursed tyrant with the equipment is even more powerful, and the strength is a bit stronger than after the Alienation Awakening. What's more, there are 2 Alice tyrants who are stronger than Asgard warriors to assist. In fact, under the control of the Red-White Queen, the 2 1.9-meter Alice tyrants did not use their full strength. The Red-White Queen focused more on the destroyer who was beating Thor. Under the analysis of the 2 super artificial intelligences, the destroyer, whose energy intensity is rising steadily, is the formidable enemy. At the moment when the 2 armies came into contact, the Red-White Queen's figure flashed, black light flashed, and sharp claws flew across the sky. In just a split second, the Red-White Queen rushed into the crowd. At the moment, the faces of the 2 Asgard soldiers who passed by the Red-White Queen still maintained the previous expression, but there was a terrible wound between them. In a second, their bodies had been cut in half, and the broken organs and broken bones stained the ground red. These 2 tall and heavily armored Asgard soldiers are also experienced in many battles, and they are also well known in several other countries. But the elite among the elite was cut in half by the sharp claws of the 2 Alice tyrants in an instant. As they staggered past, the Red-White Queen just waved its sharp claws at random, without using Alienation Awakening, and cut their armor, weapons, and flesh. The originally high-spirited Asgard soldiers looked shocked, and some even took a step back in fear. They also didn't expect that they, who claimed to be gods, were defeated so easily by 2 Midgard women. In the past, they thought that the people of Midgard were ants, and they thought that they could make great achievements here easily. But now it seems that they are ants. For a while, all the Asgard soldiers dared not go forward to fight the 2 Alice tyrants. Faced with the siege of a group of Asgard soldiers, the Red-White Queen chose to attack without fear. Then, their bodies jumped, rolled, and moved like lightning, and they swung out their bone-sharp claws, killing an enemy each time. The 2 nearly perfect Alice tyrants just shot at will, directly breaking through the formation of the Asgard soldiers. This is the terrible thing about Alice's tyrant. Even if only a part of the power is used, it is not something that Asgard soldiers can compete with. Therefore, as soon as they came into contact, the high-minded Asgard soldiers were killed and turned on their backs. At this moment, several Asgard soldiers only felt darkness in front of their eyes and coldness in their backs. When he looked up, he saw a man covered in silver armor holding up his arrogant metal-heavy hammer and smashing it down heavily. The last thing on the Asgardian soldier's mind was those eyes that were cold and unfeeling, as if they contained no emotion. The Asgard soldiers held back by the 2 Alice tyrants were powerless to stop the heavily armed cursed tyrants who followed. The brutal heavy-armed cursed tyrant rampages in the battlefield, slashing and killing wantonly, and even the Alienation Awakening can dominate the audience without using it. The battlefield is full of the beastly roar of the cursed tyrant and the wind-breaking sound of chainsaw axes and armor-piercing hammers falling at high speed. Facing the tyrant's army with overwhelming combat effectiveness, the proud Asgard soldiers retreated steadily, and soon they were defeated. It's all trash, BD. Seeing these unstoppable cursed tyrants easily push back the troops he brought, veins burst out on Loki's forehead, and some painful experiences came to mind again. Loki made up his mind to change to a stronger group of men. This group of subordinates were not only very brain-dead, but also extremely stubborn in some aspects, and their combat effectiveness was not good enough. They were beaten by 2 women and a group of monsters and fled. Loki suddenly felt very embarrassed. Such a troop is not worthy of him as the king of God. Thinking of this, Loki gritted his teeth, activated the power of his mind again, and directly ordered the destroyer, "Kill them for me, and leave no one behind." With the power in his hands and the materials in hand, Loki decided to completely follow the rule policy of Shun Chang against death. The fact is, these ants have rejected his kindness and kindness over and over again. The Midgardians were hopeless and in no way entitled to his mercy. The destroyer who got the order gave up Thor, who was still struggling, and turned his head directly to release the golden beam at the place where the 2 Alices were. The terrifying high-temperature rays swept across, instantly incinerating several hapless Asgard soldiers. They didn't even hum, their bodies exploded, turning into a pile of ashes, and their hard armor turned into burning fireballs. The destroyer, empowered by the psychic scepter, has become more and more ferocious. However, the Red-White Queen has been wary of the destroyer. The moment the opponent turned his head, he had already turned into a black tornado and left the battlefield. It is still difficult for a pure flesh and blood body to resist this kind of ray that can incinerate everything. Although protected by the bone armor, the alienated Alice Tyrant can withstand 1 or 2 attacks, but the original will also be severely damaged, which is not worthwhile. The direct attack of the destroyer can kill those slow-moving enemies and burn the titanium alloy armor of the cursed tyrant. But when facing the Red-White Queen, who has absolute speed and precise judgment ability, it is not so powerful. Meanwhile, Loki also wants to ambush the Red-White Queen by attacking those S.H.I.E.L.D agents. However, apart from Lin Luo's order and Lin Luo himself, other things are not within the scope of consideration of the Red Queen and White Queen. Even if these S.H.I.E.L.D agents are dead, the Red-White Queen won't blink. In the end, the destroyer can only use its huge body to fight the Alice Tyrant controlled by the Red-White Queen at close range. In this way, the armed Demmed Tyrant is protected to the greatest extent possible. After all, the normally armed Demmed Tyrant is no match for the destroyer at all. Originally, Lin Luo wanted to take advantage of this rare actual combat opportunity to test the performance of the armed cursed tyrant. He was very satisfied with the test results. With this tyrant army in hand, Lin Luo has the confidence to turn the table. It can be said that this is nuclear deterrence to some extent. After that, even if those idiots are greedy for the technology of the umbrella, they still have to weigh it. It is impossible to grab it directly. Various calculations and infighting within the definitely rule are indispensable. As long as the opponent dare not lift the table, Lin Luo is invincible. 2.1. As for trying to calculate him, it is impossible. With the 2 super intelligences Red-White Queen present, Lin Luo has countless eyes and ears. Most importantly, the enemy can only count on the strength he has. However, Lin Luo can get constant rewards through the villain system, which means he has countless cards. And he also knows the script, knows the big events and the fate of the main characters. Therefore, it is impossible for Lin Luo to lose. At this time, the voice of the Red-White Queen reached Lin Luo's ear. UBG-1 has been activated and calibrated, the positioning system is turned on, and the space coordinates of the target destroyer have been located. Coordinates 3582, 1997, distance 10.2 kilometers, ballistic computer locked. Do you want to charge and launch the electromagnetic gun? The data should be collected almost, let's fire. Lin Luo nodded, end it all. He is also looking forward to the amazing power of the UBG-1 electromagnetic gun. After all, it is a large electromagnetic gun, and it is the crystallization of technology far beyond modern technology, so its power must not be weak. While looking at the indestructible and extremely powerful silver metal titan on the screen, Lin Luo thought to himself, I don't know how many shots this destroyer can take. At the highest point of the hillside, with Lin Luo's order, the UBG-1 electromagnetic gun began to charge. The technology of this electromagnetic gun is extremely advanced, much higher than Marvel's current technological level. The solid shells of the UBG-1 electromagnetic gun not only have extremely strong penetration and impact, but also the initial speed has reached a terrifying level. This is absolutely impossible with today's technology. At the moment, the small arc reactor used as an energy source emits a more intense white light, which is a sign that the energy supply power has been turned on to the maximum. The barrel of the electromagnetic gun, similar to a particle accelerator, began to glow and heat faintly, and the shells inside were being accelerated to a terrifying speed. Driven by such a powerful electric current, the power of this cannon must be astonishing. Definitely, the consumption of this extremely destructive shot is also astonishingly large. Under Lin Luo's gaze, the electromagnetic gun constantly absorbs the energy zone rapidly from the small arc energy furnace. The small arc energy pile is also operating at the highest efficiency. Just for a while, the electromagnetic cannon being charged has almost emptied 1/3 of the energy of the arc's energy pile. You must know that this arc reactor looks small, but it does not have a lot of energy. In the future, the Stark industrial building will be self-sufficient for a year, only relying on the energy supply of an arc reactor. Although the current arc reactor still uses the palladium element as the energy core, it is not the more powerful and harmless one. But it is still able to make the steel battlesuit carry out long-term flight and battle, and the energy is unimaginable. This shows how amazing the energy consumption of this electromagnetic gun is. Lin Luo sighed in his heart, the average person really can't afford this thing. But after consuming so much energy, the power must not be low. At the moment, the fully charged railguns were firing on the locked destroyer. With the acceleration of the particles, the specially made high explosive armor-piercing projectile made by the protective umbrella burst into dazzling brilliance. With a terrifying exit speed comparable to light, it was like a bolt of lightning piercing through the destroyer's so-called impenetrable armor. The destroyer, who was waving his fists and wrestling with Tyrant Alice, suddenly had a large scorched black hole in his chest. After seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. What happened? This indestructible, more and more fierce destroyer stopped cooking so suddenly? Fighting so far, everyone has fully understood and experienced the strength of the destroyer. Whether it is S.H.I.D. agent or Thor, they have to admit that the silver metal titan in front of them is not something they can deal with. And this thing seems to be getting stronger, which is even more desperate. Phil Coulson was actually ready to withdraw because the hammer was gone. Their mission has already failed, and it doesn't make much sense to stay here. Obviously, just like what Lin Luo said, that thing has a purpose. Fortunately, the interior of Asgard doesn't seem to be monolithic either. The guy with the hammer and the red cape doesn't seem to be the same as the Asgardians who attacked them. This is the only good news. A group of S.H.I.D. agents also pinned their hopes of victory on this cloaked man with a hammer. However, this guy only worked for a second, and then stopped immediately. Just when they were about to give up, an inexplicable attack suddenly appeared, piercing directly through the Silver Titan's chest. At the moment the destroyer was lowering his head and motionless, some silvery liquid metal was tumbling and melting in that huge amounts of hollow. After being stunned for a while, Phil Coulson first realized, this must be Lin Luo's shot? The technology of the umbrella is really too strong. In addition to the umbrella, Phil Coulson can't imagine that there is another organization on Earth that can have such a powerful weapon. Moreover, before that, Lin Luo agreed to take action, and dispatched an extremely powerful tyrant army. So Phil Coulson guessed the truth of the matter all at once. Only Thor, who was Thor, realized the true face of that attack, which was a high-energy electric current stronger than his Thor power. Because the speed is too fast and the strength is too strong, it has already exceeded the observation range of the naked eye, so it hits the hard body all at once. You must know that the body of the destroyer is made of URU metal, so hard that even his Mjolnir cannot destroy it. But such a hard body, in front of that high-energy lightning, was pierced through like paper. Moreover, apart from him, no one could detect this kind of attack, not even the destroyer could react. In fact, for such an attack, the moment it is targeted is equivalent to being hit. Thor, who is good at attacking enemies with lightning, is very familiar with this kind of attack, which can be said to be his forte. However, Thor himself would definitely not be able to use such a powerful move, otherwise, he wouldn't have been violently beaten by the destroyer just now. In an instant, looking at the hollow armor of the destroyer whose armor was pierced, and the wound where molten steel was burned out, Loki showed an expression of extreme astonishment. He never imagined that the destroyer, which he had placed high hopes on, would also fail. If the destroyer is defeated, it's all over. Loki's lies and plots will all be made public, and Thor will return to Asgard. Then, the throne that Loki has only sat for a short time will also be lost. And let alone the throne of the king, it would be good not to sit in the electric chair by then. Almost subconsciously, Loki's eyes flashed a face that seemed to remain calm and composed forever. He gritted his teeth and said, "It must be that hateful Midgardian? Why do you want to spoil the good things of this god? How dare you sneak up on me, despicable?" Loki, who always likes to stab people in the back, has become a little out of words. He was in Kyoiki, and was terrified. The truth is, if the attack was aimed at him, Loki knew he couldn't dodge it. That damned Midgardian is his nemesis, and he can even see through his magic. Loki was confident in his magical illusion before, he thought that no one could approach him silently. And his illusion can fool anyone. As it turned out, Loki found himself the one being played. Now that Midgardian who can control his consciousness has mastered such a terrifying attack method, Loki suddenly felt the threat of death. He can't die yet, he hasn't completely ruled the 9 kingdoms yet, and now he has nothing left when he dies. At the very least, let those ants know their prestige and submit to their own rule. So, Loki desperately mobilized all his strength. He can't wait to squeeze out the energy of every cell. Under the blessing of Loki's whole body strength, the psychic scepter in his hand once again emitted a bright blue light. Then a blue shockwave was instantly released from the arc-shaped sharp blade at the top of the scepter, hitting the destroyer in the distance. After receiving a wave of supplementary power, the destroyer who had lowered his head suddenly raised his head. Under the effect of the power of Mind Gem, the hole in the destroyer's chest has been quickly filled with silver metal, and solidified shape-shifting. In the blink of an eye, the destroyer's seemingly serious damage was completely repaired. "Can't this kill you?" Looking at the silver metal titan that stood up again and seemed to have recovered to its original state, Phil Coulson felt a burst of despair. At the moment his bald forehead was gleaming and sweat was evident. The sweat washes away the hair growth balm that Phil Coulson just smeared on his hairline, which is said to be the latest technology of Integrate. Thor also struggled to stand up from Jane Foster's arms. He glanced at his girlfriend and held Mjolnir tightly in his hand. At this moment, Thor was ready to sacrifice himself. Phil Coulson is ready to go. He is not afraid of death, but he doesn't want to sacrifice in vain, let alone let his subordinates sacrifice in vain with him. The enemy in front of them is obviously not something that mortals like them can deal with. Moreover, even if they managed to survive from the destroyer, they probably wouldn't be able to escape the backstab of their own people. Just now Nick Fury reminded him to leave immediately if the situation is not good. If it goes on like this, with the urgency of the military, it will definitely drop the nuclear bomb without any hesitation. As for whether they will hurt the innocent, or even take their own lives, they will not be wronged at all. According to the original words of Director 103, unless those sons of B are thrown in the center of the battlefield, they will release nuclear bombs without hesitation even if their own father is there. On this point, Phil Coulson agrees very much. Therefore, he thought about evacuating here in time. Seeing that the destroyer regained his fighting ability, Loki wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said frantically, "The destroyer is undefeated. I hold the scepter of the mind, and I am the real ruler of the 9 kingdoms. This king is invincible. No matter how many times you attack, I can fix it, it's useless. Go to hell, boy who returns to evil." The Asgard troops who saw this scene in the distance also cheered. Without the containment and charge of the 2 terrifying Alice tyrants and the help from the destroyer from time to time, these Asgard soldiers finally managed to hold their formation, but they still suffered heavy casualties. If the destroyers were truly defeated, they would have to surrender or die in battle. Seeing the destroyer stand up again now, their morale is also boosted. In an instant, their weapons flashed a dazzling white light again, and they were ready to attack with all their strength, and cooperate with the destroyer to destroy the enemy in one fell swoop. However, at this moment, Lin Luo on the hillside chuckled lightly and said, "1 shot is not enough, 2 shots will do." As his voice fell, the UBG-01 electromagnetic gun that had just fired was fully charged again, and fired continuously. The 2 shots directly drained the energy of the small arc reactor. Silently, the powerful high-energy electric current energy beam was excited twice successively. The initial speed is close to the speed of light, so that the attack of the electromagnetic gun cannot be dodged. The destroyer, who was about to release his big move just after getting up, got hit again. The silver metal titan's neck and chest were all exploded, and then huge amounts of figure crashed to the ground. For a moment, the audience was shocked again. The insolent smile on Loki's face that hadn't disappeared slowly froze, and his body trembled slightly. That day, he remembered again the fear of being dominated by the hateful Midgardians. When everyone was stunned, Thor, who hung up for a long time beside him, did not waste this opportunity. Because of Thor's power, he detected the attack of the 2 terrifying electric currents early. Therefore, Thor can react in time. With the little strength he had just recovered, Thor rushed directly to the destroyer who fell to the ground and hit him with a hammer. This hammer directly shattered the destroyer's head. In fact, the 2 previous electromagnetic cannon attacks had severely damaged the destroyer's core. Thor's last hit this time has no other meaning except to make everyone present feel more at ease and make Loki more desperate. At this time, on the hillside, Lin Luo looked at the dimly lit small arc reactor, and was still slightly taken aback in his heart. Unexpectedly, after 3 shots, UBG-01 really exhausted the energy of this small arc reactor. The power of this electromagnetic gun is indeed astonishing, even the destroyer can be killed. But this energy consumption is also really large. After all, it is a large electromagnetic gun, and pure electric current is used as shells. This consumption is also normal. Fortunately, in this battle, Red White Queen has collected enough data. With these data as a reference, Lin Luo believes that the electromagnetic gun will definitely be improved to be better and stronger in the future. While Lin Luo was calmly thinking about how to improve the electromagnetic gun in the future, the world has already exploded because of the powerful power of the electromagnetic gun. After killing the destroyer with a hammer, Thor raised his head and roared, "Loki, get out. Face me." But few people cared about Thor's cupping behavior. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that what is really strong is the unknown powerful weapon of the umbrella. But Thor still had a reputation in Asgard, and the Asgardian soldiers immediately started shouting, "Surrender? We surrender to Prince Thor." Their calculations were shrewd. It now appears that Prince Thor has won. Then as fighters, they are fighting for victory and glory, so naturally they should be on the side of the winner. Besides, Prince Thor is one of his own, and there is no shame in surrendering to him. Lin Luo didn't bother to pay attention to the small thoughts of these Asgardians. Indeed, he could have wiped out these Asgard soldiers in a matter of minutes. But this is tantamount to offending Thor and God King Odin. Although Lin Luo is not very afraid, it is unnecessary. In his opinion, as long as he develops slowly, he will be invincible, and then everything will be decided by him. Therefore, Lin Luo has been developing in a low-key way and slowly developing, that is, to build high walls and slowly become king. High-profile development is not impossible, but it will actually slow down his development. Compared with the temporary scenery, it is not more important to pay more attention to the benefits brought by the rapid development. After all, the water in the Marvel world is still a bit deep, and there is no harm in being more stable. Definitely mainly because these Asgard soldiers did not cause any damage to Lin Luo and the umbrella. Otherwise, Thor is now recycling the ashes of these people. Over there, is still clamoring for the roadbed to come out. In fact, now Loki, with his pale face and red eyes, has run back to Asgard. With the energy provided by the psychic scepter, even if Heimdall doesn't open the door for him, there is a way for him to come back. On the throne of the God King, thinking of the extremely humiliating scene just now, Loki gritted his teeth and said, I will prove with practical actions that I am not a frost titan. I will prove my right to this throne by eradicating one of Asgard's henchmen. When I truly become king, I will gather the strength of the entire Asgard to conquer Midgard. My army will wipe out that loathsome Midgardian and his army of monsters completely, leaving nothing behind. After laughing wildly a few times, Luigi had completely lost his mind. He was going to implement his crazy plan, just to prove that he was good at it. At the moment, in the S.H.I.E.L.D. office, Nick Fury couldn't close his mouth as he looked at the destroyer who was knocked down in the blink of an eye. This time, let alone the mantra, Ma Fake Xia was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. It would have been surprising to see an alien invasion, but Nick Fury has seen it. This is not the first time that aliens have invaded, and last time he took action to settle it himself. Thinking of that glorious history, Nick Fury's blind eye hurts. Aliens really have nothing good, even their cats are bad. However, Lin Luo's Bao Legion also has inexplicable weapons that are even more alien than aliens. The weapons and means of those aliens, compared with the technology of the umbrella, are too primitive and crude, simply outrageous. Thinking of this, Nick Fury heaved a sigh of relief, but immediately frowned again. Aliens don't seem like a big deal anymore. But what about the umbrella? Nick Fury, who is suspicious by nature, has started to think, if the umbrella goes bad, who in this world can stop Lin Luo? Is it possible to only use the whole card that can only be used once? Will Carol help him in the battle with inhumanity? It seems that the level of this umbrella has to be raised. For the first time, Nick Fury felt that the current level division was too conservative. The original level can no longer keep up with the changes in the world and the strengthening of the umbrella. Immediately afterwards, Nick Fury made another arrangement, giving the highest level orders to the two most capable subordinates. At the moment, in the office of the Minister of the World Security Council, Pierce looked at the report on the table and the video in front of him with a look of shock. Although he has raised the importance and level judgment of the umbrella company several times, it still seems too conservative now. The previous defeats have left Hydra a little bit hurt. Since then, they can only move slowly, and cannot solve the problem as simply and directly as before. Moreover, as far as the strength of other people's weapons is concerned, it is not certain who will solve it. Unless he doesn't go out with this thing, any protective measures are for nothing. At this moment, Pierce completely lost the idea of confronting Lin Luo head-on. It occurred to Pierce that the hammer they fought so hard for earlier belonged to the owner. According to the report, Lin Luo seems to have known this for a long time. Pierce had a toothache, if only they had Umbrella's all-knowing intelligence ability. Backed by S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, Pierce actually felt inferior to the Umbrella in intelligence ability. Now, he couldn't sit still any longer, and quickly started to make arrangements for the future. At the same time, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff and Hill received orders almost simultaneously and consecutively. After reading the order requirements, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff raised an eyebrow at Hill. It's Director Nick Fury and Minister Pierce. Needless to say, you know that they both raised the threat level of the Umbrella and let us win Lin Luo as much as possible. My side is similar. Hill frowned, remembering what Lin Luo said before, telling them to try their best to curry favor with Lin Luo and not to be compared by that Sif. At that time, the two of them didn't think so. Now it seems that everything has been hit by that hateful man again. In the luxury villa, Stark looked at the video that looked like a PS, and thought in the same days, aren't I, Tony Stark, a genius? Why can't I understand the technology and strength of the Umbrella, or even the world? And did the aliens steal my technology? Why haven't I received my royalties yet? Then, he complained again, to be honest, my small arc reactor is already sci-fi, and Lin Luo's electromagnetic gun is not at the level of sci-fi, it is already magical. As a genius inventor, Tony Stark thinks he is no weaker than anyone else in terms of weapon development and technology creation. On the one hand, it is his character. On the other hand, his ability are really strong. So far, he has not encountered any opponents in this regard, not even anyone who can be called a threat. As for Bao, because it is not a traditional weapon, but also a product of Lin Luo, Tony Stark did not include it in the comparison category. After all, others don't know, but Stark knows very well that the strong one is not the Bao, but the T-virus. Bao is just an application of many functions of the T-virus, and it is still a very minor function. But now seeing Lin Luo take out such a perverted electromagnetic weapon, Stark was really shocked. For the first time, he tasted the taste of surrendering technically. It's not a good feeling, but fortunately, it's a technology developed by my good brother Lin Luo, and it's equipped with his arc reactor. This powerful weapon also has part of the credit of Stark Industry. Stark finally did not lose completely. At almost the same time and at the same place, in the Senate Armed Services Committee, a group of military leaders and senators gathered again to hold a seminar. Senator Stern of Pennsylvania again preempted it, chiding, "Didn't you say that these aliens are very strong? The result is nothing more than a group of primitive people wearing armor and holding iron plates. The bigger metal titan is not very powerful, it was easily knocked down. Your military is already so weak that you can't even deal with this kind of enemy." Hearing Stern's brash words, Ross took a puff of his cigar and said in a nonchalant tone, The technology of that thing is not strong, but it can hang us. Don't forget that we were helpless at the time. The generals didn't even bother to explain to these people how powerful the metal armor was and how advanced the technology was. They will not, well, tell these people that the American military, which dominates the world, is also frightened by the weapons of the umbrella. According to supercomputing analysis, this weapon currently does not have any countermeasures, and it can accurately strike long-range targets. This is unsolvable existence. Another pot-bellied MP said. Why is there no way? Don't we still have this method? I think the technology of the umbrella should be in your own hands, so that it is safe. Hearing this sentence, the New Mexico senator said with some displeasure. You still have the face to say this. Didn't you propose the use of nuclear weapons at the time? If we listened to you, we didn't suffer huge losses in vain. Who will bear the responsibility? If the nuclear weapon really exploded in New Mexico, no one would know, and it wouldn't be surprising that he, a senator, would be torn apart from his life. Also, New Mexico is where his roots are, where his family is. So he hated the New York State senator who first proposed the use of nuclear weapons. But even he agrees that umbrella technology should be brought under control. Demiligian doesn't allow such a bully and doesn't want to be a dog? At the moment, some large and small organizations and forces also had the same idea as the military. The technology of the umbrella is too strong and too tempting. These people have no way to deal with it rationally, and they can't restrain the greed that shouldn't be in their hearts. For a moment, demons danced wildly, undercurrents surged, and the eyes of the whole world were focused on the umbrella and Lin Luo. At this time on the hillside, Lin Luo was still enjoying the adoring eyes of Wanda and Sif. One of the two is dressed as an urban beauty, and the other is an Asgard female warrior. Both of them are high-value beauties who are very beautiful without makeup. The key is that both of them have a good grasp of temperament, which is 1,000 times stronger than the admiration of those vulgar fans. If you consider that one is one of the strongest players in Marvel in the future, and the other is the identity of the goddess of Asgard, the sense of accomplishment is even greater. Wanda is okay, I just know that Metal Titan looks very powerful. Sif understands the horror of the Destroyer. In Asgard and the Nine Realms there have always been terrifying legends about the Destroyer. Lin Luo defeated the Destroyer so easily, which was beyond Sif's imagination. Lin Luo was indifferent about this. If it is the Destroyer in the comics, it would be a great sense of accomplishment. After all, it is the artifact used by King Odin to deal with the gods. The Destroyer in the Marvel film and television, in fact, that's it. In a world where Iron Man can be the main force, how strong can the level of power be? Just then, a system notification came. Congratulations to the host for defeating the Destroyer, greatly expanding the influence of the protective umbrella, and obtaining A-level items, a psychic potion. Good stuff. Seeing this reward, Lin Luo's eyes lit up. The previous psychic potion opened the door of the extraordinary for him. Let Lin Luo possess extremely powerful psychic power, and it is also the kind of ability that explodes. The master-level Shinik ability allows him to use all kinds of Shinik skills at his fingertips. Even a master of illusion like Loki was still played around by Lin Luo. This is the power of psychic power. However, because the time for obtaining Shinik power is too short, Lin Luo's accumulation of 300 Shinik powers is still not enough. With the ability of a Shinik master and his superb skills, he is already a Shinik master. However, a weak foundation and insufficient accumulation are still a big problem after all. Therefore, Lin Luo can only say that he has touched the edge of a Shinik master, which can be said to be the weakest kind of master. And the psychic potion rewarded by the system can greatly enhance Lin Luo's Shinik and spiritual power. After use, it can also allow him to control some new Shinik skills. Lin Luo estimated that after using it, his Shinik level should be able to reach the level of a real master. Although it is still not comparable to a top magician like Ancient One, even Ancient One has to respectfully call himself a master. Because Lin Luo at that time had this qualification. At the moment, Sif bid farewell to Lin Luo. Lin Luo, I'll go back to Asgard first, and after solving the problem over there, I'll come to you right away. If possible, she really doesn't want to leave Lin Luo. However, Asgard is, after all, the homeland of Sif. As a warrior, she must fight to the end for Asgard. This is the glory of a warrior and cannot be defiled. Lin Luo nodded and said, Go, come to me if you have any problems, and I will help you solve them. Seeing Sif's leaving back, he didn't say anything more. Sif is a chess piece that Lin Luo buried in Asgard. With Sif here, Lin Luo can justifiably join the plot of Asgard, and maybe he can get a large inheritance by then. Asgard's technology and the treasures of Odin's treasury are very good. Just like Casket of Ancient Winters, the top treasure of the Frost clan, it only appears as a background board in Marvel movies, but this thing can destroy stars. In the comics it is even possible to freeze the entire planet. In Marvel movies, Casket of Ancient Winters may not be as powerful, but it's not weak. Besides, controlling the temperature is a big killer. Iceman, who was not well known before, became one of the Omega-level mutants from a small role at the beginning because of the blessing of physical law. Definitely in front of a group of alter-reality monsters, Iceman, the Omega mutant, is still a younger brother. As a female warrior of Asgard, although Sif behaves like a kitten in front of Lin Luo, she is actually a real female Tyrannosaurus. She can kick an ordinary big truck away with one kick, just like an ordinary person kicks away a toy car. The shotgun hit her at close range and could be ignored. As for the speed, it is even faster, much faster than the cheetah, and it has endurance. A distance of 10 kilometers seems to be non-existent to Sif. After a while, Sif found Thor. At the moment, Thor and his men had gathered where Bifrost had fallen. Everyone is gearing up, eager to go back to Asgard and beat Loki right away. There are not many opportunities to show your face in front of the new king, let alone such a good opportunity to beat the dog in the water. Thor was still very happy when he saw Sif, and he was about to say hello to his comrade. Then, the eyes of Jane Foster, who was still reluctant to part with her just now, changed and became sharper. There is a murderous look? Thor keenly perceived the murderous look, nodded and said, Ms. Sif, you are gone. Your Highness Thor, let's go. After Sif prepared to go back and defeat Loki, he quit the battle group and chose to leave Asgard to live. Definitely this is just the first step, after which she will sneak back to Midgard and stay with Lin Luo forever. But no matter what, Sif and Thor will never have any intersection again. Therefore, she didn't care about the Ms. Sif who separated Torna's relationship at all, and even thought it was fine. The two were destined to go their separate ways, and they were very happy with each other. In fact, Thor had no idea about Sif at first, let alone in the future, because he loved Jane Foster deeply. At this moment, when Lin Luo moved his spiritual energy, he discovered that there was an extremely terrifying energy gathering in the sky and crashing down. Soon, he saw a colorful energy falling from the sky in the sky, just like a bridge composed of rainbows. BHFH, Thor, Sif, and others holding Mjolnir left the blue star through the Bifrost, which can travel through space, and return to Asgard. Looking at this miraculous Bifrost, Lin Luo thought to himself, Bifrost is really a strategic artifact. With Heimdall who can see through the 9 realms, this fixed-point strike and sneak attack ability is really too strong. The full-screen view plus group teleportation can be said to be the nemesis of all old 6S, and it is also an artifact of stealing homes. No wonder Asgard has such a great reputation in the entire universe. No one wants to offend this country. The reason is very simple. Maybe when you are sleeping, someone will send it over and cut off your head directly. How to prevent this thing? Bifrost is indeed a bit unreasonably strong, very stupid. As far as Lin Luo is concerned about the Asgard people, part of it is also because he is afraid of Bifrost's stealing home tactics. However, soon Lin Luo's expression became relaxed. This loss will make Loki even more desperate. In order to prove himself and gain Odin's approval, Loki, the evil god who wants to be a king, will use Bifrost as a weapon to directly destroy Jotunheim, the lair of Frost Titan. In fact, facing this kind of energy attack from the sky, unless one has a strong defense system or means of space transfer, it is a unilateral attack. In the face of such an attack, almost most of the countries will be helpless, and even until they perish, they still don't know what is going on. However, Lin Luo knew that Thor, who had realized the true meaning of love, would destroy Bifrost to stop Loki. Until the time of Avengers 1, Bifrost hadn't been fixed yet. Even if Thor wants to come to Blue Star, he needs Odin to collect a lot of dark energy to help teleport. So for the time being, Lin Luo doesn't need to worry about Asgard and Bifrost. Thinking of this, he glanced at Jane Foster who was looking up at the sky on the screen. The poor astrophysicist didn't know that she was about to become a Watcher's Stone. Originally Thor said that Loki would come back immediately after it was settled, but without Bifrost, Thor couldn't easily return to Blue Star. And without the deterrence of a strategic artifact like Bifrost, the restless elements in other countries began to move around again. Before, they were subject to the rule of the god King Odin. One is because Asgard is too strong. The second is because you can't escape. With Bifrost around, you can be caught if you dare to do something wrong, and when you are about to commit a crime, Bifrost will slap you in the face. Even if most of them are reckless, they know that this is absolutely impossible, so they can only swallow their anger and bow their heads. Without the suppression of Bifrost, these people began to commit suicide, robbing and killing people, launching wars, and it can be said that they did all kinds of evil. So even if Bifrost is restored to use, Thor has to settle the chaos in the 9 kingdoms first. After all, these things are all because of him. If Thor didn't listen to Loki's instigation before, and didn't provoke the Frost Titan, there would be so many things. Therefore, Jane Foster is doomed not to wait for her sweetheart who is on colorful clouds. But this Jane Foster also had a rich experience. He ran into a strong man who fell from the sky with his car. It turned out to be Thor, and then he had a long-distance relationship separated by several worlds. Immediately afterwards, it encountered the intersection of celestial bodies, and was then occupied by TIE particles. In the end, she broke up with her boyfriend and got cancer. By the way, she became a female Thor. With this experience, if you add a rampant big truck, you can be the heroine in the drama next door. After thinking about it, Lin Luo didn't bother to pay attention to Thor's family's short-lived parents and love for their children. His only thought about Asgard now is whether he can find a chance to pack Asgard away when Ragnarok arrives and the Flame Titan Surti destroys everything. Definitely this is just a vague idea, exactly how does not depend on the situation. It shouldn't be too difficult though. While thinking, Lin Luo shifted his gaze to the destroyer lying on the ground, which had turned into a pile of metal wreckage. This Asgard's #1 weapon is nothing more than that. As long as Lin Luo has enough time to develop, swallowing the whole of Asgard is no more than a small problem. I believe this day will come soon. At the moment Destroyer, Phil Coulson is expressing gratitude with the Red White Queen. Then, the S.H.I.E.L.D high-level agent asked cautiously, I don't know if you can give us some samples of SHIELD. At that time, we can also carry out research sharing. At this time, White Queen repeated Lin Luo's answer, leave the head to you, anyway, you are good at scalping, after all, it is a traditional craft. After listening to Lin Luo's words, good old Phil Coulson was very happy and embarrassed. For a moment, he felt that it was not enough to thank you, it was not right to say no thanks. After all, this kind of traditional craftsmanship doesn't sound so glorious, so let's not mention it. Phil Coulson was very pleasantly surprised and satisfied to have such a harvest, and he is also very grateful to Lin Luo. After all, the destroyer was defeated independently under the umbrella of others. From the beginning to the end, their S.H.I.E.L.D did not play much role except as a target. Or it doesn't work at all. In this way, such an important loot was obtained. Can't go straight up to a level this time? Who doesn't like the credit for nothing? The reason why Lin Luo saved some soup for S.H.I.E.L.D is because S.H.I.E.L.D is still useful. This time, S.H.I.E.L.D suffered a lot from Loki's torment. To be honest, although Nick Fury has severe paranoia and persecution paranoia, his food is not as ugly as other forces. The key is that the research ability of S.H.I.E.L.D is also good, and I feel that the management of these years is not free. When Loki came with the Chidori army, he was shot by Phil Coulson and flew out. That energy gun was built on the basis of the destroyer. On the wreckage for S.H.I.E.L.D, the Red White Queen has already done something. No matter what they researched, the umbrella will get a copy of the same information. Lin Luo can let S.H.I.E.L.D vote for the wreckage of the destroyer. Similarly, he can also vote for S.H.I.E.L.D's technical information, only fair. Then Lin Luo let the Red White Queen pick up most of the remains of the destroyer. Ulu metal is on the same level as vibranium, definitely a good thing. Especially in the current version of the Marvel film and television industry, whether it is a superhero or a villain, they basically rely on physical attacks to output. Even the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One has to use magic to turn into a sword and rope to chop and tie people. So it's great to be able to carry it. Otherwise, wouldn't Captain America and Rogers be knocked down by a magic trick? That would be too shameless. Then Lin Luo left by plane. At the moment, Lin Luo was looking at the big silver medal in front of him with great interest. After a little induction, he found that this medal has an unimaginable ability to conduct spiritual energy, and there is no loss in transmission. More importantly, the defensive power of this thing is astonishingly high, and it is also very flexible. Lin Luo couldn't help but feel amazed by this, and thought to himself, Ulu metal is really good stuff, works better for me than vibranium. No wonder Odin built the destroyer out of this stuff, which is a magical or supernatural metal that can hold and store all superhuman powers. If it is made into armor, it will not only be indestructible, but it will not affect the flexibility of the flexible body, and it can also add spiritual energy to enhance the defense, which is perfect. Lin Luo instantly thought of the many uses of this metal, the most important of which is to create spiritual armor and spiritual weapons. This can greatly improve his strength. Soon, Lin Luo will be able to become a real Shinik master. With such Shinik equipment, it will be even more powerful. Thinking of this, Lin Luo told the White Queen, Queen Bai, put Wolo metal into the research and development project, and let the umbrella researchers quickly analyze and reconstruct it further. The master has already recorded it. Bai Ho has already added it to the top priority research and development sequence. While speaking, the transport plane descended slowly, and Lin Luo had already reached the umbrella headquarters. After getting off the plane, he went straight to a secret safe room that had been established long ago. Then, Lin Luo immediately took out the reward from the system and used the psychic potion. This time it was taken orally. After drinking it, Lin Luo smacked his lips. It tasted like plain water. Definitely the taste is not the point, as long as it is not devil fruit flavor. The point is the effect. In the secret safe room with thick steel walls, Lin Luo suddenly erupted with a dense energy visible to the naked eye. The strength of Shinik energy and mental power in his body rose rapidly at an incredible speed. In an instant, these energies turned into a shockwave like a violent electric current. Under the infusion of powerful energy, the sun, moon, stars, and the universe seemed to flash in Lin Luo's eyes. Then, he waved his hand. The mind screams. Invisible, tangible energy permeates the material world and spiritual space in an instant. The indestructible steel wall twisted suddenly, as if being kneaded by Invisible's big hands. This is the power of God. In the safe room with super strong protection ability, as Lin Luo erupted slightly with spiritual power, several steel targets were instantly shattered. Then he asked, how is it? After a while, White Queen reconnected and boasted in Yuja's voice. Master's ability is too strong. The energy impact just now not only has an extremely strong penetrating strike ability that cannot be avoided, it can also instantly decompose molecular connections and cause structural damage. And it can even involve dark energy, which has an impact on the spiritual mind and the mysterious dark world. Lin Luo nodded. He was not surprised by this result. Anyway, the current Lin Luo is also a real Shinik master, and he still has some means. After using the potion, metamorphosis occurred again in his Shinik strength, and he also mastered several new abilities without a teacher. Just like the psychic scream used by Lin Luo just now, it can directly use psychic energy to destroy the enemy's mind, and it also has an extremely powerful ability to disintegrate matter. In other words, in front of Lin Luo's spiritual power, light armor and heavy armor are meaningless. The real stack the thickest armor and receive the most vicious beating. Moreover, Lin Luo has also mastered a more terrifying mind skill, that is, a mind ability similar to that of a certain bald professor, that is, mind control. It can only be said that Yuri is really reborn. This ability allows Lin Luo to control those creatures whose overall strength is not as good as his own or whose will is weak in a short period of time, making them obey his orders. At the beginning, Professor X used this terrifying ability to perform a fake smack my ear and freeze all pedestrians on the road. At this moment, everyone stopped thinking, motionless like a sculpture, and it seemed that time really stopped. However, only human beings have stopped, and other things are still operating normally. It is far worse than the ability where time stops, but it is still shocking. This should be the ability that ordinary creatures are most afraid of. In this regard, Jessica controlled by the Purple Man, Magneto who wears a hat all day long, and the Black Emperor who died without a helmet all have the most say. The Black Emperor can absorb all energy, including kinetic energy, so it is immune to almost any physical attack, and can even absorb the energy of a nuclear bomb. But even so, the Black Emperor still has to wear a special helmet that can immune mind control at all times. Once there is no helmet, the powerful ability is just a decoration. In fact, the same is true. The Black Emperor, who has no helmet to protect his mind, is controlled by Professor X. Asking for flowers, Magneto then took out the nuke-absorbed Dark Emperor with a single coin. Magneto also learned a lesson, and since then inherited the hat of the Black Emperor, and never left his body. Just like Luffy, he is always in the hat. After thinking about it, Lin Luo pressed a button on the table. Wanda, who has a slender figure and a tight OL uniform, appeared very prominently. Wanda from at the moment has fully adapted to the role of assistant to the president. Pierce had sent a new order before, but she just glanced at it and didn't take it seriously. If it weren't for his younger brother Pietro, Wanda wouldn't even want to do superficial work. After hearing Lin Luo's call, Wanda, who was wearing a bright red dress, stepped on high heels and walked in quickly. Then, she looked up for a quick glance at Lin Luo, then lowered her head. At the moment Wanda suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. She frowned and raised her head curiously to look at Lin Luo again. Nothing wrong? President Lin Luo is still so handsome, even more handsome than before. It's just that the temperament or momentum is a little different. Wanda always felt that some kind of miraculous metamorphosis happened to Lin Luo, but she couldn't tell what changed. If I have to describe it, it's like a 2D character suddenly has a 3D shadow. Wanda also didn't know why she had such a strange feeling. Could President Lin Luo still be a paper man? This time she took a little longer to watch. Lin Luo raised his eyebrows and smiled. How many pages have you seen? Is there a book of darkness on my face? Is the Book of Darkness a recent novel? Why haven't I heard of it? After Xinchen muttered a few words, Wanda looked up and smiled. I just feel that President Lin Luo has become a little different, more handsome. Really? I also think you are more beautiful. Lin Luo really thinks that Wanda has more charm. This is not just the charm of the body and appearance, but the metamorphosis of a certain spiritual temperament. On the one hand, after joining the Umbrella, it really made Wanda feel more free and confident. On the other hand, after being in contact with Lin Luo, the psychic master for a long time, the master of origin magic power also began to slowly unlock his ability. At the moment Lin Luo exercised mind control on Wanda with a thought. Then, Lin Luo was surprised to find that he could control Wanda's main consciousness freely, and the other party didn't even realize that his consciousness was controlled. But if it goes deeper, Wanda's subconscious will be able to counterattack. Feeling the huge hidden energy, Lin Luo secretly nodded and thought, as expected of the power called the Creation God Fragment, origin magic power really has something. After all, he is one of the strongest players in Marvel in the future, and it is impossible not to point his cards. However, Lin Luo's psychic power can still become stronger, and no matter how strong Wanda is, he is still his own. Through this experiment, Lin Luo has a deeper understanding of his mind control ability. Lin Luo knew that Scarlet Witch Wanda could sense other people's thoughts. Even an artificial intelligence like Ultron, after possessing the vibranium body made by the Cradle of Life, is still directly mind-read by Wanda. Thinking of this, Lin Luo nodded secretly, thinking, now Wanda is not only completely unaware of my emotions, but also doesn't even know that I'm controlling her. This mind control ability is indeed bug, maybe even spider telepathy can hide it. If you have time, you can find Little Spider-Man to try. As a result, the two Little Spider-Man of Midtown Technical High School bristled at the same time, and almost immediately jumped to the school ceiling and climbed up 8. Under Wanda's puzzled eyes, Lin Luo dismissed the Scarlet Witch. For the time being, Lin Luo can't completely control Wanda with psychic power. But with his current strength, it is enough to deal with various crises in the current world. As for the Kirita army that is coming soon, Lin Luo didn't take it seriously at all. In fact, in the Cosmic Army, this army sucks. After all, an army that can be blown up by Black Widow Natasha Romanoff's small pistol and taken down by a nuke sucks. Such an army can only be said to be killed by Lin Luo's Bao army. No wonder that Raccoon from Guardians of Galaxy complained that the Kurita is the most trash army in the universe. Before, Lin Luo told Natasha Romanoff, Stark, and others that the original intention of developing Bao was to reduce casualties and pain. Regardless of the process, this is true in terms of results. With Umbrella Corporation and Bao, in the upcoming event of the Kurita Star invasion, it is unknown how many people will die. Lin Luo can also be regarded as contributing to world peace. The New York VIP war is no longer enough for Lin Luo to pay attention to. What he needs to care about now is existences like Ancient One, Dark Strange, and Dormammu. Lin Luo was not strong before, and these terrifying existences would not care about him at all. But with Lin Luo's powerful psychic power, he might be targeted by some beings like the Strange 230 Doctor. After all, sometimes the Marvel world seems to be really fair, king, against general. So Lin Luo thinks that he can first find a way to reduce his sense of existence. However, originally, Lin Luo also planned to keep a low profile these days. With the information provided by the Red-White Queen, he clearly knows that the current situation has become very delicate. As the saying goes, the tree wants to be quiet but the wind doesn't stop. The battle with the destroyer certainly showed the strength of the umbrella, making those people dare not directly snatch it. However, at the same time, the umbrella was targeted by many forces. In this regard, Lin Luo already has many interesting ideas. Just before that, Lin Luo received an invitation letter from Norman Biological Company. He knew that Norman Osborn, the current president of Norman Bio, had already regarded Umbrella as a strong competitor. During this time, he was constantly promoting new products, but with little success. Lin Luo also knew that the other party invited him to show his strength, and at the same time test himself. In fact, the reason why Norman Osborn has been working hard on biotechnology, and even invested almost all of his wealth, is actually to survive. As far as Lin Luo knows, the Osborn family has always had an unexplained genetic disease, and it is difficult for blood relatives of the family to live past the age of 40. But this genetic disease is not without its benefits. It endows members of the Osborn family with some extraordinary abilities. However, they have to pay with their lives for this. So it's more of a curse than a blessing. This genetic disease caused by genetic failure has no cure at present and is an incurable disease. That's why Norman Osborn has devoted himself to the research and development of biotechnology over the years, and has invested a lot of group resources in order to find a way to end the tragedy of the Osborn family. Dr. Lizard Connor's Lizard Gene Research Project is one of the many biotechnology projects, but it was dropped because of the delay in producing results. Definitely, the most important reason is that Norman Osborn's main research and development project has not progressed for a long time. The military is very dissatisfied with it and threatens to stop the contract. Now the main research and development project of Osborn Group is human body strengthening medicine. This is not only to repair the congenital genetic defects of the blood members of the Osborn family, but also to obtain military contracts and huge profits. This potion is a replica of the Super Soldier Serum. But after so many years, the only successful case of Super Soldier Serum is that Captain Buttock sleeping in the iceberg. This Super Soldier Serum is so easy to replicate. Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military will not be thinking about buying the bow of the umbrella. Over the years, Norman Osborn has invested a lot of manpower, financial resources, and various precious resources in this project, but has never achieved any substantial results. This project is like a bottomless pit, only seeing the investment but not seeing the results. This definitely aroused the dissatisfaction of other board members, and even the military chiefs were also very dissatisfied. Thinking of this, Lin Luo thought, this human body strengthening potion is not a complete failure, but it should be called the Green Goblin Potion. Now Osborn hasn't risked using immature human strengthening potions to turn into Green Goblin, but it should be soon. Otherwise, this conceited guy wouldn't even think about sending me an invitation letter. Now Osborn's condition is very serious, and he should almost be unable to suppress those fat idiots on the board of directors. It is estimated that this time, Osborn just wanted to test it out, to see if my umbrella company has a better technology to treat his disease. This is a rush to the doctor. But it's also a great opportunity, and desperate people make all the mistakes. Lin Luo happened to have the technology to treat Norman Osborn in his hand. However, if he took it out openly, it is estimated that Nor Osborn would not dare to ask for it. It can only be said that Norman Osborn is a smart person, knowing that no one can be relied on except himself, so he has never been pinned on the military, the board of directors, and Dr. Connors. Otherwise, the president of a large group like him would not be forced to experiment with immature medicines himself. The main reason is that Norman Osborn cannot fall, otherwise Harry, who has not yet grown up, will definitely not be able to keep the Osborn Group. To others, the Osborn Group is just a tool for making money and gaining influence. For the Osborn family, it also represents hope for survival. No matter what, Norman Osborn wants to take Osborn into their own hands. He doesn't care even if he has to become a devil for this. And those people are indeed evil wolves wanting to devour the Osborn family and even the Joe Osborn Group at any time. However, Lin Luo is a fierce tiger. Now that Norman Osborn has exposed his weakness, if Lin Luo doesn't take advantage of it, he will be sorry for his current status as the Umbrella President. It happened to use Norman Osborn as a cover to attract the attention of other forces. With a plan in mind, Lin Luo decided to be invited to participate in this new technology exhibition of Norman Group. Since Norman Osborn is thinking of calculating the umbrella, Lin Luo will teach him a good lesson. 3 days later, Norman Company held a new technology exhibition at the headquarters building of Norman Group. As a Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped, Lin Luo walked out of it. As soon as he came out, he attracted the attention of countless eyes. Especially those girls, all of them had hot eyes, wishing they could eat him in one bite. Such a handsome guy with both good looks and temperament, that woman would not be tempted to see him. At this moment, they are like a dream come true, each of them looks in a trance. Fortunately, this is a science and technology exhibition. There are usually intellectual beauties here, and they are quite reserved. If it was changed to a place like a carnival or a nightclub, those gangster women could come out for anything. Boys still have to protect themselves outside. Definitely, Lin Luo will not let those women have the opportunity to eat their own tofu. For example, now, he only released a little bit of aura, without using any Shinik skills. The people around did not dare to look directly at him, and even took the initiative to back away, as if seeing some ancient beast. Several social people clearly felt that the man in front of them, whose body and appearance could be called perfect, was not of the same class as them. During the science and technology exhibition, Lin Luo was strolling casually with a glass of red wine. Immediately, he stared forward. At the moment, a tasty, well-developed blonde teenage girl is arguing with a teenager wearing an intern name tag. Lin Luo was a little confused. This is not Gwen Stacy and Peter Parker, but why are these two people different from what I remember? Thinking of this, Lin Luo concentrated a little and listened. Lin Luo's 5 senses are so sharp that even though he was so far away, he still heard the two people arguing. Gwen Stacy, with exquisite facial features and fair skin, is really as beautiful as Angel. At the moment, the blonde woman in a white coat was staring at Peter Parker with a skateboard. Peter Parker, you hand over your name tag. You're not an intern here at all. I didn't expose you just now because of the face of my classmates. As a student who also passed the Midtown Science and Technology examination, Peter Parker said a little bit angrily. Didn't you say that you prefer umbrella technology? Why do you still come to Osborn Group for an internship? And what's so good about umbrellas? They make murderous weapons. Blonde Gwen immediately retorted. That Iron Man Tony Stark you admire wasn't an arms dealer before. As far as I know, Norman's products are neither innovative nor epic-making, while Umbrella's products have made many breakthroughs in medical and biological fields. 11. Their latest gene medicine can already suppress most cancers. Although it can't be completely eliminated by 2.0, it can greatly prolong the life of patients. And there are other really great results for Umbrella. In fact, Gwen chose to come to Osborn Group as an intern only because she was not accepted by the Umbrella, and the requirements there were too high. The demands of the Osborn Group are definitely not low, but this is her father's jurisdiction, and her father, George Stacy, is the director. Hearing that Gwen Stacy had a crush on the Umbrella, Lin Luo couldn't help but glanced at the other party. He looked at the young and beautiful Gwen with soft blonde hair, his eyes lit up. At this time, Lin Luo has already determined that this Gwen should be the female Spider-Gwen, that is, the so-called Gwen Stacy of Marvel 65, because her appearance is somewhat different from Gwen in the film and television. In that universe, Peter Parker did not become Spider-Man, and Gwen Stacy became Spider-Man, codenamed Ghost Spider. However, his Shinik ability didn't sense anything special about Gwen. It looks like the current Gwen Stacy hasn't turned into Spider-Gwen. Also, she and Peter Parker haven't become good friends yet. Thinking of this, Lin Luo showed an unpredictable smile. In this case, you can invest in advance. While Lin Luo observes future Spider-Gwen, Peter Parker wants to prove himself right. As a straight man of steel, Peter Parker only sees right and wrong. There is no difference between men and women. So he said bluntly, I've just looked at the Osborn Industries product and I think it's pretty good. And I think since you work for the Osborn Group, you shouldn't speak ill of them. In the last sentence, Peter Parker meant revenge. After all, who made Gwen say bad things about Iron Man? Tony Stark is Spider-Man's idol. I'm just seeking the truth from facts. Is it wrong to tell the truth? Gwen Stacy is only a high school student now, not the tough-willed and powerful female spider doctor. Plus, Peter Parker was too irritating. Gwen's anger also rose, and she spoke a little louder. Peter Parker was not happy on the spot. Why are you yelling so loudly? You are not wrong, am I wrong? He still doesn't believe it. Can this black thing make this woman say it's white? Therefore, Peter Parker began to criticize various bad things about the Umbrella. Gwen Stacy immediately fought back, refuting one by one. Then the two began to argue based on their own arguments, presenting facts and reasoning. It was as if the two had come to the debate. Unknowingly, the arguments between Peter Parker and Gwen became louder and louder. The two thought it was just a bit of a heated scientific discussion. But in the eyes of others, this is a quarrel. Several security guards with strong arms and round arms quickly came over and politely invited the two of them out. Gwen is just an intern, and her status is not much higher than that of Peter Parker, a fake intern. Those who can come here to participate in the science and technology exhibition are either technical masters or dignitaries. The two interns were so loud, it would have been polite to just throw them out. It is because Parker and Gwen are young that they are so polite. After being kicked out of the Osborn Group, Peter Parker was not angry, he just shrugged and slid away on his skateboard. Seeing this scene, Gwen Stacy was even more furious, and felt very unconvinced. If the security hadn't come over just now, she would have won. This Peter Parker is just messing around in the end. After some debate, apart from losing her position as an intern, Gwen just gained a lot of anger. Seeing the unconvinced Gwen, Lin Luo walked forward with a smile, handed him a business card and said, "I heard your debate just now, and I have to say that your remarks are very exciting and very convincing. My name is Lin Luo and I am an executive at Umbrella. Your performance just now was very good. Here is my business card. If you are interested in our company in the future, you can visit us anytime." His business card looks very simple, only a name, a number, and the logo of the umbrella. Definitely, the material of this business card just looks ordinary, but the price of the material is more expensive than gold. However, most people can't see it. Lin Luo wasn't worried that Gwen would find out his true identity. Coming to this dangerous world, Lin Luo has always kept a low profile. Although, the influence of the umbrella is now only higher than that of Stark Industries. However, Lin Luo did not become a media darling like Stark, and lived in the headlines of the news every day. He attaches great importance to the confidentiality of his information. And, Lin Luo happens to have the ability to do a good job of keeping his information private. Even without the help of the two internet gods Red White Queen, his influence alone can silence most of the media. As long as Lin Luo doesn't want to be reported, those so-called uncrowned kings have to shut up obediently. After securing the position of Umbrella president, Lin Luo exerted a little influence, and all the media dared not publish his photos. Umbrella is very popular now, but Lin Luo is like the legendary god of gamblers, Gao Jin, who doesn't even have a single photo of his back. As for the photos of the previous Lace News, there is no need for them. Lin Luo said that those media people who followed the trend have all withdrawn them by themselves. In this free country, military-industrial complexes such as chaebols and umbrellas are heaven, and the law has to bypass them. If you don't understand this, you will die miserably, and sometimes even death is a luxury. Therefore, although Gwen Stacy is very optimistic about Umbrella's technology products, she really doesn't know what Lin Luo looks like through her channel. Even her father doesn't have this qualification, except for the blockade and protection of the Red White Queen. Lin Luo's file was originally almost the highest level of confidentiality. George Stacy is just a police chief, and he has no authority to inquire about Lin Luo's files. And that's just the tip of the iceberg of how powerful the military-industrial complex is. Thank you, Mr. Lin Luo, for your compliment. Gwen was flattered to receive the business card, and at the same time introduced herself. "My name is Gwen Stacy, and I am a third-year student at Midtown Technical High School." Originally, Gwen was still a little depressed. Xia Yi won the opportunity to enter the Auburn group as an intern, but messed up on the first day of work. Who would have imagined that, with a sudden turn of events, she would actually be favored by the top executives of the Umbrella? Umbrella is a well-known big company, and it is also the hottest company right now. It became so popular that even an intern spot could be snatched up by famous college students. The reason is that the Umbrella company has high requirements for basic R&D personnel, but there are very few places released. So there's a lot of competition, and even being an intern is a big deal. At the same time, the treatment and benefits of the Umbrella are surprisingly good. If you can get an internship opportunity under the Umbrella, this resume will allow Gwen to choose a prestigious university at will. In addition, if she has a relationship with the Umbrella, she can also enter the major high-tech laboratories, research units, or other internship positions that cooperate with the Umbrella for internships. In this way, after graduation, Gwen can be admitted by these big companies first, and can reach the sky in one step. Without certain relationships and contacts, no matter how strong the ability is, it may not be possible to enter such a large company. With such an opportunity, Gwen felt that her future life would be smooth sailing. While Gwen took the business card, Lin Luo received a system prompt. Find a new intimidating object, Spider-Gwen's worldline version of Gwen Stacy. Hearing this prompt, Lin Luo knew clearly, it really is the female Spider-Man Gwen Stacy. While thinking, he looked up at Gwen who looked surprised. Seeing the milk-like skin full of collagen, Lin Luo couldn't help sighing in his heart. Youth is indeed the best cosmetic. But this time, you won't be killed by Newton. In both the film and television universe and the main Marvel comic universe, the death of Gwen Stacy is a classic case of Newton's coffin being crucified. Such examples are rare, but not impossible. To put it simply, when Gwen Stacy fell from a height, little Spider-Man Peter Parker panicked, and directly stretched out a cobweb to grab Gwen. Under the action of inertia, Gwen, who stopped suddenly, was pulled and his neck was broken. And then there's a world where everyone but Newton is sad, including the audience. This plot is comparable to Sheldon's comment on Superman saving Lois who fell from the plane. Lois, who is falling at high speed, will be cut in half instantly when she meets Superman's steel-like arms. If he had been merciful, he should have watched her fall to the ground. Definitely this refers to the Superman who has no biological standpoint, which is the stronger Homelander. Due to this reason, the folks who like Crescent and warm breast milk can only sadly watch the people on the plane play GG. He really can't support the whole plane. This time Newton's words really work? However, Newton's words didn't work for Lin Luo. Even if the one in front of him is not Spider-Gwen, or Gwen Stacy does not become a female Spider-Man in the future, Lin Luo will not let this beautiful girl die so hastily. After all, dead man can't be coerced. While saying goodbye to Lin Luo politely, Gwen Stacy felt a little strange in her heart. The executive looked a little strangely at people. It's not that annoying Mimi's gaze, but a condescending sense of looking down. Normally speaking, Gwen Stacy wouldn't like this kind of sight either. But the executive had a see-through look, which made her feel that the other party was not an ordinary person, as if he was really standing at a higher level. For a moment, Gwen Stacy had an illusion. She felt that the other party 220 was really qualified to see her like this. It was a strange feeling. As for the fact that Lin Luo's name seems to be the same as that of the Umbrella president, Gwen Stacy didn't take it to heart. In her understanding, it is impossible for such a big shot to come to the exhibition alone, let alone notice such a small role as her. So, Gwen Stacy thought it was just a coincidence, or that the Umbrella president used a pseudonym. After all, that person is too mysterious, and there is almost no information about him on the internet. After returning to the Umbrella headquarters, Lin Luo, who was sitting in a luxurious office, immediately asked the Red Queen to find information about Green Goblin Norman Osborn. Just now, after some practical investigations, Lin Luo has seen many things. For example, this science and technology exhibition was initiated by Norman Osborn, but this time, neither he himself nor Harry Osborn appeared. This shows that Norman's right to speak in the Osborn group has been suppressed. The other party's condition should have reached an extremely serious point, and Norman Osborn may soon be bedridden and rely on equipment to continue his life. While thinking, Lin Luo opened various confidential information of the Osborn group. The above shows that the board of directors of the Osborn Group has begun to poach the corners of the Osborn Group overtly and covertly, and even held a meeting to openly stop the project set by Norman. Several decisions were passed by everyone except Norman, including experimental projects for various human strengthening agents. Sure enough, Norman Osborn has now been sidelined by the board. In addition, Lin Luo saw that Norman had begun to pave the way for his son Harry Osborn. However, the Osborn Group is a huge group with a market value of hundreds of billions, and Norman, who is not in good health, can't protect him at all. There are too many people staring at such a group. The members of the board of directors are all good people, they are not good at R&D, and they are good at dismantling and internal fighting. According to the data, all of Norman's backhands were directly destroyed by the people on the board of directors. Obviously, Osborn has lost control of the situation. Seeing this, Lin Luo showed a faint smile. The game is set. Everything under control. Previous. Next. In the office, Lin Luo was lost in thought while looking at the documents in his hands. The data showed that Norman was quietly buying Bao with an anonymous account, but he didn't buy any good things. Bao is an exclusive business, an absolute seller's market, and it is also a powerful magic weapon used by Lin Luo to balance the situation. So those small organizations or individuals simply cannot buy a few bows. It seems that the traditional business war in the United States is more useful. Lin Luo had an insight into Norman's sinister intentions. Lin Luo guessed that Norman Osborn wanted to study Bao to see if he could crack the umbrella technology. Even if they can't, these bows can physically convince those directors who have two hearts. Thinking of this, Lin Luo smiled slightly and said, "In this case, I will give you a more useful gift. It's time to increase the strength of the superheroes in this world, and at the same time raise the height of this world." Recently, various organizations have sent various spies to investigate and infiltrate Umbrella with various overt and covert means. These guys are like flies. Although they can't do anything to protect the Umbrella, they make Lin Luo feel very annoying. So, he came up with a once-and-for-all solution. The easiest way to put out a fire is to make a big explosion and use up all the oxygen. Lin Luo intends to choose a pawn and make it a more dazzling shooting star, in order to capture the current eye-catching light of the Umbrella. Just in time for Norman Osborn to hit the gun, and the guy clearly has bad intentions for Umbrella. Since Green Goblin is looking for death, let him be fulfilled. As Lin Luo continued to issue orders, the giant military-industrial complex that served as the Umbrella began to operate. Many well-known and secret organizations, units, and departments began to move in the same direction because of Lin Luo's will. Employees, secret agents, intelligence personnel, even politicians and soldiers are like a cog on a huge machine, starting to turn in an orderly manner. Silently, Lin Luo has already woven a big net. For ordinary people, this net is a city wall that cannot be crossed. Even a character like Norman Osborn struggles helplessly when caught in this web. Seeing that his order was quickly accepted and completed, Lin Luo nodded in satisfaction. Umbrella is now like a nascent empire, full of vitality, with infinite possibilities and powerful motivation. In the case of internal discord like Norman Osborn, the Umbrella is simply impossible. Lin Luo's basic discs are all employees given by the system, loyal to Locke, outstanding ability, absolutely no idlers. At this point, Lin Luo can fully control the company. In Umbrella, he is the only emperor and god. This is impossible for any large group or any large organization to do. You can see what S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated by Hydra. As for the military, it is not monolithic. Otherwise, there would not be so many military-industrial complexes with direct competition. In fact, each faction of military power will support one or more military-industrial complexes representing itself. Because of Lin Luo's strength and superb skills, he was able to take the initiative in cooperation and struggle with the military. At the moment, the Red Queen just reminded, Master, General Ross, and Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes from the military department sent another request for cooperation. Do you agree to meet? After hearing this, Lin Luo shook his head and said, temporarily refuse, wait until they can offer better terms. If it wasn't for better development, Lin Luo would have taken the upper-level route long ago. However, as a military-industrial complex, the appearance of the umbrella should not be too ugly. Therefore, although Lin Luo already held several whole cards in his hand, he still didn't finish the matter. He still left a sip of soup for the military. After all, to some extent, the interests of the military and the umbrella are consistent. Therefore, cooperation with the military is a win-win situation for the umbrella company and the military. However, Lin Luo is also very aware of the greed and viciousness of those in the military. If you just cooperate with the other party so unprepared, just look at how Norman Osborn was threatened by the military. Why did Tony Stark keep refusing to hand over his steel battlesuit technology to the military and still be alive? It's not that he has connections with his father. Lin Luo naturally understands the stakes and can use them effectively. Thinking of this, Lin Luo told the White Queen, Bai-ho, send a greeting card to Christina Wayne to celebrate her recovery. I also want to contact Tony Stark to discuss further treatment and in-depth cooperation. Christina Wayne is the granddaughter of the 5-star General Sodden Wayne. She used to be a young, confident high-level officer with a sense of justice. But in a peacekeeping operation, Christina was unfortunately hit by a bullet shot by terrorists in the spine, causing paralysis. Umbrella has an interest in General Sodden. After knowing this, Lin Luo sent someone to cure Christina with the perfect T-virus strengthening potion, thus gaining the gratitude and friendship of the old general. T-virus strengthening potion can save lives, even kill people, and even destroy the world. So it is not so simple to use. These days, the staff of Umbrella has done a lot of testing and pre-preparation work for Tony Stark. After a few downs, it's not too far to truly heal Iron Man. Definitely, Umbrella does have a faster way. But how can you show sincerity without slowing down? If it can be cured at once, the favor will appear small, and it will make the patient doubt the effect. This is the best, safe, stable, reliable, maximum benefit, win-win. Iron Man Tony Stark was not the first patient cured by the T-virus strengthening potion. While curing several incurable diseases, Lin Luo also spread the information of T-virus and G-virus. Some of these materials are true or false, only vague data and descriptions, without any data related to production technology. Bao represents death and force, and virus potion represents life and hope. Mastering the protective umbrella of these two forces is a dimensionality reduction blow to other forces. That's why Lin Luo dared to hang on to the military all the time. Because he has nothing to fear. At this time, White Queen reported. Minister Wilhelm has just reported that an anonymous person is in close contact with him, wanting to buy the company's T-virus and G-virus. According to the information provided by the sister, the anonymous person was employed by Norman Osborn. Hearing this news, Lin Luo's eyes brightened, and he felt that his previous fishing plan was completely stable. This Norman Osborn really can't sit still. A man in a state of madness can do anything. No matter what happens at that time, it will be Norman Osborn who is to blame and has nothing to do with Umbrella. In fact, these days the Umbrella has been targeted by major organizations, and Lin Luo's every move has been magnified and studied. This has made Lin Luo, who adheres to the dog principle, very uncomfortable. The problem is, he is really unchecked. To be honest, if these people had been wise enough to accept the rule of the Umbrella early, they would only live better. But those in power will definitely not compromise, they will only covet greater interests. In fact, if Lin Luo didn't want to make too much noise and attract the prying eyes of those big bosses, they would have been settled long ago. At this stage, he didn't want to waste time and energy on these insects, he just ran over them when they were stronger. Therefore, Lin Luo formulated a plan to get the best of both worlds, to attract the attention of others and at the same time strengthen the Umbrella. This is called making a fortune in silence. Thinking of this, Lin Luo felt that the time was ripe for the next step. He immediately called Wilhelm. After coming to the office, Dr. Wilhelm said very respectfully, "Boss, I'm here, what's your order?" This laboratory tyrant did not dare to breathe when facing Lin Luo. Lin Luo casually said, "Minister Wilhelm, first of all congratulations, you have recently achieved very good results in the research and development of Bao and viruses. The company will never forget your contribution. I heard that someone contacted you to buy T-virus and G-virus, and now I want you to trade some information about T-virus and G-virus to them." Dr. Wilhelm was very happy when he heard the compliment from Lin Luo, and even raised his chest a little. When he heard the last sentence, Dr. Wilhelm turned pale. He then said with trepidation, "Boss, I am loyal to the company, even if I die, I will not betray the company, let alone you, the boss." At the moment Dr. Wilhelm was full of anxiety, for fear that Lin Luo would not believe him, so he was about to curse and swear. "Don't worry about your loyalty, I know very well." Lin Luo first comforted Wilhelm, and then explained, "I want you to do this, in fact, to complete my plan. Because the Umbrella is now regarded as a thorn in the eyes of major organizations, something must be done to divert attention. While I'm not afraid of them, these idiots do slow down our company. I don't want to waste my precious time and energy on these idiots." Lin Luo definitely believes in Dr. Wilhelm's loyalty. In fact, in the eyes of the system staff, he, the president, is equivalent to the human emperor of the Warhammer world. The degree of loyalty of these people to themselves is more reliable than the stamp of thought. Even if they betrayed themselves, they would not betray Lin Luo. Therefore, Lin Luo never worried that Dr. Wilhelm and other employees would betray him. He has always been very satisfied with Wilhelm Birken's ability. Speaking of which, this Dr. Wilhelm as a reward can be regarded as quite cost-effective. Although the ordinary version of Dr. Wilhelm doesn't have much combat power and is just a scholar with no strength, but he is indeed a unique genius in technology research and development. In addition, Dr. Wilhelm is very familiar with the data and production technology of the G-virus. Whether in the game or in the movie, Dr. Wilhelm's main research project is the G-virus. Definitely can't escape the fate of being injected with the G-virus and turning into a monster, and then being brushed off by the protagonist. However, with the addition of Wilhelm and the T-virus sample in the game, Niu Wang is good. Lin Luo directly equals to obtaining the G-virus, and it is a very mature G-virus that has been further optimized. This saved him a lot of time and energy. Next, Lin Luo handed over a document to Dr. Wilhelm. There are various data materials of the game version T-virus and the original G-virus on it, most of which are true, but also do not involve any production technology. In addition, this document points to a place, which is the Haishui Town Research Institute in the small city next to Luoshendu. The above shows that the T-virus and G-virus are stored here. This is definitely a trap. If you want to fish, you have to have bait. These viruses and this information are the bait. But in order to pick myself, go out, Lin Luo definitely can't take the initiative to trade this information. That's why I went around and chose to let Dr. Wilhelm trade with the other party. As an employee gifted by the system, Wilhelm Birken is a real black householder. Lin Luo's file is clean enough, and Wilhelm's is even more outrageous. Because this guy's information is blank, without any information or traces of existence, just like aliens. At that time, no matter how hard these people search, it will be impossible to find information related to Wilhelm. Norman Osborn's men were dealing with an invisible man. This directly cut off the clues from the root. After Dr. Wilhelm left, Lin Luo's eyes became more unpredictable. Now everything is ready, except for Norman. But before that, they can continue to increase their strength and momentum, so that they can control the Osborn group as they want. The next morning, Lin Luo came to Umbrella's newest medical laboratory. At the moment, Iron Man Tony Stark has been waiting here. He looked visibly nervous. However, when he saw Lin Luo, Tony Stark forced a smile, and said with a haha, "I didn't expect that the great hero who saved the world would personally come to save me. I watched the video of you beating that stupid guy, it's so handsome. That armor is just a parody of Mark's armor. By the way, it is said that the armor fell into your hands. I have seen the part of SHIELD. I can only say something but not much. It's not too late to talk about the destroyer armor when you get better." Speaking of this, Lin Luo showed a malicious smile. "And your condition is very interesting, and it can be regarded as a rather special case. So collecting data from this treatment will also be very helpful for us to improve T-virus strengthening agents." For Lin Luo, Tony Stark, like Dr. Wilhelm, is a talent with relatively high cost performance. Tony Stark ranks very high on Lin Luo's tool list. Although Tony Stark has an awkward personality and often falls ill, his technique is really strong. In the Marvel world, this setting is a genius cursed by knowledge. However, in the past, Lin Luo asked the other party to serve him with all his strength in a few words, and this feeling was very good. Apparently, the umbrella saved Tony Stark's life. But in fact, Lin Luo knew very well that even without a protective umbrella, Tony Stark could solve this problem, and he could also gain a stronger arc reactor. The updated arc reactor is even more solid in the name of Tony Stark's Iron Man. It is with more powerful energy that Tony Stark can develop a stronger Mark armor, so that he will not be defeated in the battle with those monsters, and he can even carry it. But now none of these exist. Lin Luo felt that there was an opportunity to exchange the clues of the new arc reactor for benefits, just like the captain buried in the iceberg. 877 This is the benefit of knowing the script in advance. With this prophetic ability, Lin Luo is able to control everything. Even the smartest people in the universe can only be used by him. So I've become your guinea pig, and I know it. Tony Stark shrugged, and his expression softened. Before Lin Luo didn't come, he was still a little nervous. After all, this is the last treatment, life or death depends on the effect of today's medicine. This isn't the first time Iron Man has faced a life and death decision, and it won't be the last. But even Iron Man Tony Stark is still nervous when faced with this kind of life or death decision. But when he saw Lin Luo coming, he instantly felt relieved. Now Lin Luo has this capital and strength. What's more, Lin Luo has a convincing aura. So when he saw Lin Luo's relaxed expression, Tony Stark felt that he was safe this time. Soon, 2 umbrella technicians in white coats brought the frozen T-virus strengthening potion. This is specially customized for Tony Stark, adding the strengthening potion of the perfect T-virus. The 2 technicians first nodded to Lin Luo with respect and admiration, and then took out the blue strengthening medicine map. This is the T-virus strengthening potion. Looking at the small tube of potion, Tony Stark sighed inwardly. Unexpectedly, this seemingly inconspicuous potion would have such a strong effect. And his Tony Stark's life is now pinned on this small tube of potion. Lin Luo smiled and said, I'll do it. As he spoke, he plunged straight into Tony Stark's surprised eyes. It hurts, take it easy. Tony Stark yelled exaggeratedly, and complained, shouldn't there be a sense of ceremony? Like dimming, BHFF, the lights, finding a beautiful woman to breathe or something. This is different from what he thought. Shouldn't there be this instrument and several doctors watching nervously? It's a bit too easy just to get the needle stuck, right? Lin Luo said indifferently, because our medicine is absolutely effective, so there is no need to do what is there or what is not. With the Red White Queen here, everyone's life data will be monitored in real time, so there is no possibility of problems. I feel. While speaking, a blue light flashed in Tony Stark's eyes. Immediately afterwards, the green marks on his blood vessels gradually faded away. The bathroom is over there. Lin Luo pointed in a direction. The current state of Tony Stark is like washing hair and marrow in some novels, and it is indispensable to expel all kinds of dirty things in the body. Moreover, there are indeed a lot of dirty things in Stark's body. Except for the palladium element, this guy spends his days drinking and drinking. Even with the best medical resources, Stark's body is not that healthy, and he claims to be tired of a lot of harmful substances. What? Stark looked bewildered. Then, he felt his stomach turned upside down, extremely uncomfortable. In the next second, Stark clutched his stomach and ran towards the direction Lin Luo was pointing at. As a result, he only ran a few steps before arriving in front of the bathroom, almost hitting the door. Stark with a flushed face was a little puzzled and said, "FK, how did I run so fast?" Seeing Stark rushing into the bathroom, Lin Luo shrugged, then left the laboratory and went straight to the reception hall. He is going to receive a few guests here. After waiting for a while, Lin Rong saw Rhodes and Pepper rushing over. It turned out that when Stark first entered here, J.A.R.V.I.S contacted these two people and told them some things that were hidden from them. After receiving the notification from J.A.R.V.I.S, Rhodes and Pepper were already waiting outside. Lin Luo, who found out about this, arranged the two of them here. When they saw Lin Luo, Rhodes and Pepper were very respectful and cautious when speaking. Not to mention that Tony Stark's life is still in his hands, but Lin Luo's current status is enough for them to treat it with caution. Over there, Lin Luo nodded, as a response to the greetings of the two. Alice, who looks like a supermodel, has already put some cold drinks and fruit platters on the table. Lin Luo didn't want to hold any serious banquet. In fact, he just received the three of them. After all, they were guests from afar. And, wait a minute, he might have to put Tony Stark to work. Now that the umbrella has been noticed by too many people, the Marvel world is deep, and there are not many cards in hand, which is really unreliable. At this moment, the three of them saw Stark running over quickly, and when they saw Pepper and Rhodes, they jumped up and down, shouting excitedly like a child. Look at me, look at me, look at me. I have to say that although Tony Stark's behavior was very funny, Pepper and Rhodes immediately felt relieved when they saw his tricky behavior. They knew Tony Stark was supposed to be fine. Seeing Tony Stark alive and kicking, Rhodes and Pepper were also very amazed. The technology of this umbrella is really powerful. I, Stark, tried my best to gather resources from all over the world but failed to solve the problem of thallium poisoning. Unexpectedly, the umbrella company can solve it so easily. From their point of view, it was really lucky for Tony Stark to get to know Lin Luo. This potion is really great. I have been fully revived. Soon, Tony Stark ran up to the three of them, and smiled at Lin Luo. 10, as you said, I can really hit 10. It's such a great feeling to be reborn. Even Iron Man Tony Stark couldn't hold back the feeling of helplessness that he was getting closer to the death line every day. If it weren't for Tony Stark believing in Lin Luo and the technology of the umbrella, he's already screwed up. If J.A.R.V.I.S hadn't notified me, I wouldn't even know what happened. How long do you want to hide from us? Pepper, who was completely relaxed, restrained the joy on his face, and said in a more serious tone, Tony, you should tell us earlier, we are your friends. At first, Pepper didn't know what was going on when he was notified by J.A.R.V.I.S. After a while, she learned that Tony Stark went to the umbrella for treatment. If the treatment is not effective this time, then Tony will probably have no hope of living anymore and will be killed by the higher and higher concentration of palladium. J.A.R.V.I.S also revealed that if Tony really dies, Pepper will become the chairman of Stark Industries and will exchange some important technology and shares with the umbrella. Later, after meeting with Rhodes, Pepper understood the cause and effect. At the moment, Tony Stark said with a relaxed face, I don't want to tell you, because I will solve this problem myself. You see, it will be solved. Is it really all right? Pepper was still a little worried, but also a little surprised. Now Tony Stark has a ruddy complexion, a strong body, and is full of vigor and vitality that is clearly visible from top to bottom. The treatment effect is so good, it looks like a different person. In fact, she had noticed that Tony Stark's situation was not right before. His face was often pale, and he seemed to have no strength to walk. It's just that Pepper at the time thought that Tony Stark had a relapse and started his life as a playboy again. So she didn't take it to heart. Now, Pepper understood the whole story. There is such a big difference in the physical condition of the same person in a short period of time. The technology of this umbrella is so good that it is scary. In order to prove to Pepper that he is fine, Tony Stark put on a crappy posture and said to Rhodes, I'm full of strength now, and my body is even better than before I was injured. Roddy, do you want to fight? You are definitely not my opponent. Tony Stark used to call Rhodes Roddy, just like acquaintances usually call Rhodes Roddy. You lucky BD. Rhodes cursed with a smile, and took a sip of strong wine. His eye circles were a little red. Tony Stark laughed and said, my luck has always been very good, after all, I am Iron Man. Then, he turned to Lin Luo and said, the effect of this strengthening potion is really too strong, it's simply unbelievable. With such technology, what are you afraid of? Even if you want to live in the White House for a long time, those old guys who are afraid of death will support you. Looking at the excited Tony Stark, Lin Luo raised his eyebrows and said, are you surprised? As long as our two companies cooperate, sooner or later there will be better products. Lin Luo thought to himself, the final step of the Nemesis project, there is only one Captain America level genetic sample missing, and the most basic product can be completed. Yes, there will be better ones, haha, we will be omnipotent if we join hands. After listening to the conversation between Lin Luo and Tony, Pepper looked surprised, a little unbelievable. Tony Stark is a living example of how effective the umbrella strengthening potion is. Can there be a better product for this? And why are you in such a hurry to develop new products? Generally, isn't it time to promote products on a large scale and quickly seize the market? Rhodes' eyes lit up even more, and he said excitedly, really? There is something I've been wanting to say for a long time. In fact, I also have a dream of being a hero. As Rhodes previously told Iron Man, he joined the military to fulfill his dream of being a hero. However, Rhodes gradually discovered that he was just an ordinary colonel after all, no different from other colonels, and others could not recognize who he was. That's fine. But what makes Rhodes unacceptable the most is that sometimes, as a member of the military, he actually stands on the opposite side of heroes. Unknowingly, Rhodes became the person he wanted to defeat when he was a child. This made Rhodes very painful. Therefore, he envied his friend to be Iron Man. Hearing Lin Luo's description, Lord Ston suddenly felt that he also had a chance to become a superhero. Stay tuned, I can only say that everything is possible. Lin Luo smiled mysteriously, revealing an inscrutable expression. Up to now, everyone knows that the umbrella has a very powerful hole card, but they just don't know what it is. This is the result Lin Luo wants. Sleepiness is the scariest thing. And Lin Luo can also come up with new powerful products at any time, so this unknown threat is even more threatening. So until now, these people have only dared to fight against the umbrella within the scope of the rules. The definite downside is that these people's infiltration and investigation of the umbrella has also reached a crazy level. But here, only using traditional business warfare is considered virtuous and disciplined. Such as spies, contract traps, pressure from contacts, etc. are just normal competition, and even murder and arson are considered traditional business wars. As long as it doesn't involve high-level personnel. These days, Lin Luo is too much trouble, so he made up his mind to be ruthless. Lin Luo has always done things fairly, as long as someone thinks to be immoral with him. Here at Lin Luo, they are not protected by the law, and they have no chance to speak morally. Second chance? Non-existent? At the moment Tony Stark seemed to have thought of something, muttering to himself, strengthening potion with better effect, it's impossible? If it can be stably controlled and mass-produced, then. This equates to mass production of Captain America Rogers. Those military and careerists will only see that this potion can become a powerful weapon that can bring unimaginable power and fame. However, Tony Stark saw the hope of human evolution. When the aliens invaded before, everyone could only pin their hopes on Lin Luo and the umbrella. This time, Lin Luo resisted the pressure and defeated the aliens. Woolen cloth. What should we do if stronger aliens come? Tony Stark secretly considered several sets of plans. In fact, strengthening human beings in all aspects is one of the most effective plans. But this requires extremely advanced biotechnology and a powerful group with inestimable strength. Except for the umbrella, no one has this strength. The Osborn group can't do it at all. It is said that their board of directors is a little unstable. Thinking of this, Tony Stark thought, virus, healing the body, stimulating potential. Why do I seem to remember where I saw it? It seems to be called extremis? Forget it. Over the years, the similar investment proposals he had read had not 10,000 but 8,000. All those assumptions, inventions, and ideas added up are nothing compared to a hair of the perfect T-virus strengthening potion. Whether it is the latest biological medicine or the so-called bottom-of-the-box treasures of the Osborn group, they are all rubbish in front of the perfect T-virus strengthening medicine. Even the original super soldier serum has limitations. After all, it is capable of permanently changing the will of a person's mind, supposedly making the bad worse and the good better. Based on this alone, Tony Stark is not interested in this potion. After changing his mental will, is he still himself? Therefore, even the super soldier serum can't compare with the perfect T-virus strengthening potion. After all, it is absolutely impossible for everyone to have a tube of this thing, otherwise it will be a mess. It can be said that the perfect T-virus strengthening agent represents the hope and light of mankind. Umbrellas are the future of mankind. Lin Luo glanced at Tony Stark, who looked thoughtful, and said with a smile, it seems like heroes see the same thing. In fact, Marvel really has no shortage of potions to become stronger. As far as Lin Luo knows, there are Super Soldier Serum, Extremis, Centipede Potion, Green Goblin Potion, Spider-Man Power, Lizard Potion, Green Titan Power. There are all kinds of medicines, some of which are not weak, and the potential is still very good. But these medicines all have a characteristic, which is also the characteristic that the perfect T-virus strengthening medicine does not have, that is, they can turn into monsters. The poor rely on mutation, the rich rely on technology. This is presumably a traditional Marvel feature. Moreover, it is the kind that can really mutate and become a monster, but the protagonist happens to be immune to this side effect. In fact, the Super Soldier Serum could also be called the Red Skull Serum. Thinking about it carefully, this is also very logical. After all, the effects of these potions are the same as the mutation alchemy potions of the demon hunters, which are equivalent to gene-induced mutations that can take effect quickly. The genes have changed, and the body cannot be justified without changes. Moreover, modifying genes originally is a very dangerous thing, and if you don't pay attention, it will cause side effects such as physical breakdown and personality transformation. From this, classic and evil villains were born, such as Red Skull Smith, Green Goblin Norman Osborn, the Abomination. In fact, the T-virus is also the same principle, but the T-virus can originally integrate various good DNA fragments, and then change the host's DNA. Therefore, the perfect T-virus can not only gather the strengths of 100 schools of thought, but can evolve infinitely stronger without any side effects. This is the perfect route for genetic ascension. Therefore, in Lin Luo's view, Marvel's potions and monster power are the nourishment of the T-virus, and the T-virus is just a pre-tool. Once the golden key is completed, he will open the path of genetic ascension. Latter. Because of this, Lin Luo has been committed to completing the Nemesis project. Although Lin Luo didn't express the potential of the perfect T-virus, Stark has faintly realized that the perfect T-virus strengthening potion is an epic-making product that can subvert the world and change the fate of people. It has to be said that Stark's sense of smell is still very keen. So what you said before is true. Stark looked shocked. T-virus is really the hope of human evolution. Ask for flowers. Oh. In fact, when talking about better products just now, Stark also first thought of Kaida's interests and world-class business groups. Later, Stark remembered that Lin Luo said that the T-virus was originally a treasure used to allow humans to evolve, and he also said that humans should be on par with or even surpass gods. At that time, Tony Stark was very excited when he heard it, and he just laughed it off when he calmed down afterwards. After all, this kind of thing is a bit too unimaginable. Even Lin Luo can't do it easily. It can only be said to be a good hope. But after personally experiencing the beauty and power of the perfect T-virus strengthening potion, Tony Stark changed his mind. Now Tony Stark has become a loyal fan of Lin Luo and T-virus. Now he finally knew that he was just a frog in a well, and his vision was no different from those people he looked down on before. The smarter people are, the more they can appreciate the meaning and great potential that the perfect T-virus strengthening potion can represent. Such technology is simply not something that can be developed at the current level of technology. The umbrella is indeed for making money, but at my level, money is just a number to me. Lin Luo has a serious face. 0. So I have been limiting the development of the T-virus, and I have tried to make it an angel that saves people, not a demon that destroys the world. You should understand the pressure I can bear. In fact, this is almost the same as the truth. If it weren't for Lin Luo who controlled the T-virus, the world might have been infested with zombies long ago. Normally, no matter how strong the ability of the person in power to control the group is, there are too many people who can't stand it. A small-scale leak of this thing is inevitable. There are too many people and too many influences who want to believe that the T-virus has leaked. Therefore, Lin Luo fulfilled their wishes. Some idiots will not stop playing with fire and setting themselves on fire until they throw their ashes up with a torch and make them feel the pain. Tony nodded again and again. I understand, I understand. These days, the military is coercing and luring him in various ways, just to obtain the technology of the steel battlesuit. If it weren't for the fact that Tony Stark was about to die, and he was backed by the behemoth Stark Industries, he might have given in early. Therefore, he can fully understand Lin Luo's mood. Facing a man who saved himself and a great man like a saint, Tony Stark is 100% trusting. Stark has even begun to imagine an image of a hero who endures humiliation and perseveres for justice. Moreover, he felt that Lin Luo's words really touched his heart. No matter what decision Lin Luo makes in the future, Stark will fully support it and will never have any opinions. We are very fortunate that the umbrella is under the control of President Lin Luo. Pepper, who understood a little bit, raised his glass quickly and took a big sip. After experiencing Obadiah's incident, she also felt more and more afraid of those careerists. If that virus really fell into the hands of an ambitious person like Obadiah, the consequences would be disastrous. Regard the umbrella. Rhodes followed suit and let out a sigh of relief. And the common thought in the hearts of the three is that Lin Luo is too strong to be able to defend the T-virus while holding up the umbrella of the sky. No one else can do it. Only people like Lin Luo are qualified to grasp such a treasure with infinite potential. Only Rhodes hesitated in his heart. For professional reasons, when he heard about strengthening potions, he thought of transforming soldiers, private armies, and then world chaos. But think of it, Umbrella has already launched Bao. Rhodes admired Lin Luo's long-term vision very much. This young umbrella president is not only familiar with human nature, but also seems to be able to see through everything. However, he still has a worry in his heart. Those people will definitely try their best to get something like the perfect T-virus strengthening potion, and they will never stop. In other words, no matter how strong Lin Luo's ability to control the umbrella is, this virus is likely to be leaked out, which is probably certain. Rather, it is not easy for Lin Luo to persevere until now. Seeing that Tony Stark and others were lost in their brains again, Lin Luo just smiled without saying a word. From the very beginning, he had no idea of leading all mankind to evolve together. In the future, only those who are useful to Lin Luo will have the opportunity to evolve, and it is worth his time and energy. Evolution potions are a waste for those rotten people to use. Those guys who are intoxicated with drunkenness and dreams, if their bodies become stronger, they can't continue to drink or get high. Those hopelessly rotten people will not be happy in 480, and they are likely to bite back at the umbrella, and even file a lawsuit against the umbrella for depriving them of the right to enjoy happiness. Do not doubt, anything is possible in this magical land. At the moment, Little Pepper suddenly poured another glass of red wine without a trademark with a look of surprise on his face, then drank it in one gulp, and said in admiration, "Which winery is this? It tastes so good. Why have I never had this fine wine? Is this wine brewed by President Lin Luo himself?" Pepper, who didn't like drinking very much, couldn't put it down for this bottle of peculiar wine. The taste of this wine is so unique that once you drink it, you will never forget it. And it is clear and light. After drinking it, the head does not feel uncomfortable, the stomach is not uncomfortable, and the stomach is even warm and comfortable. Lin Luo smiled slightly. "This is a good thing. It is brewed from a special worm we cultivated. You really can't drink it outside. In fact, it's made from a special secretion of the alpha parasite." However, if they said it this way, they would be even more afraid, so Lin Luo didn't tell the whole truth. After all, it is an exclusive formula, so there is nothing wrong with keeping it confidential. Hearing the worm, Pepper in a fitted white dress screamed and almost dropped the wine glass in his hand. Rhodes' face darkened, but he immediately pretended to be an indifferent tough guy. However, he still murmured in his heart, "Worm wine, is it so strong? Is this the taste of the upper class?" Stark took a sip without any hesitation, smacked his lips and said, "It tastes really good. It should be made from specially cultivated grapes, right? Well, it should be some years old, I guess 82, right?" He couldn't believe that Lin Luo would really use some worms to make wine and use it to entertain guests. Even he, Tony Stark, wouldn't do such a nasty thing. In Tony Stark's opinion, this should be some well-preserved old wine, so the taste is so special, different from any current taste. It might be a gem that brewing has been handed down. As Lin Luo, it is not difficult to get this kind of thing. Shaking the precious whiskey in his hand, Lin Luo said frankly, "It's made of worms, otherwise it tastes so good, why don't I drink it?" Tony Stark was suddenly embarrassed, feeling that it wasn't right to put down the wine glass, and it wasn't right if he didn't put it down. When the three of them were very conflicted, Lin Luo added, "However, this wine has a special strengthening effect, specifically whitening and beautifying the skin. After drinking a few more glasses, all the wrinkles on the face will disappear. It is definitely impossible for him to entertain guests with such wine just because of bad taste. It's just like relying on the thread of force to achieve the goal, it's not interesting. The real fun lies in the kind of expression of reluctance, but you can only bow your head and submit." As soon as Lin Luo's voiceover there fell, Pepper took the bottle directly, hugged it in his arms, and then looked at Rhodes and Tony Stark with fierce eyes. Tony Stark drank his last bit of wine in one gulp, and said confidently, "I have long said that bugs are the most nutritious, crunchy, and chicken-like." Looking at the special bottle of good wine, Rhodes actually wanted to say that he wanted to be a little whiter, but he was embarrassed and didn't dare to compete with Pepper for the rest of the wine. Soon, Pepper left contentedly with the bottle of wine. There are still many things in the company waiting for her to deal with. These days, Tony Stark leaves most of the problems to Pepper because he has something on his mind. In fact, Pepper is pretty much the CEO of Stark Industries, though not formally appointed. Tony Stark and Rhodes stayed on. Right now Stark is in great shape and full of energy. In his words, the pants didn't get wet at all after going to the toilet. This feeling of being 20 years younger is really cool. In this state, Stark's mind is extremely clear-headed, and at the same time, he is extremely focused, but at the same time, his troublemaking heart is just about to move. Because he wanted to repay Lin Luo for saving his life, Stark wanted to develop the most perfect special power armor for Umbrella Company immediately when he was in his best condition. Therefore, Tony Stark said, "I have a new idea in the Mark armor, which can be used on your experimental power armor." Lin Luo knew that Tony Stark, who just broke free from the brink of death, was the time when he created the strongest ability. Sure enough, Tony Stark seemed to be back in the cave to face the Attila armed group. Under the pressure of no result or death, his spirit was highly concentrated, and all his attention was devoted to invention and creation. Therefore, Tony Stark had a revolutionary breakthrough under such crude conditions. He built a small arc reactor in the cave, and used a hammer to knock out the Mark I, which is the prototype of the steel battlesuit. Now, Stark has better conditions and a better state. At the moments Tony Stark only felt that his whole body seemed to have endless strength and energy. He is constantly inspired and his fingers are flying. In the at-the-moment weapon research and development room, Tony Stark is rapidly operating on the holographic screen. Under his operation, rows of armed power armors were produced on the fully automatic intelligent assembly line. This time, Stark really gave it his all. Seeing Stark's efficient performance, Rhodes was also amazed. It's been a long time since he's seen such an energetic Stark. Through the holographic projection system over there, Stark has already started the final test work. Joint test, 3, 2, 1, perfect. Weapons test, 3, 2, dash, pass. Energy test, 3, 2, 1, perfect. After a series of tests, a set of experimental T-20 power armor performed perfectly. The various heavy firepower weapons equipped can easily blow up the T-103 conventional Tyrant. The defense is comparable to the titanium alloy heavy armor in the basic Tyrant's armament. Mobility is also a lot beyond ordinary armor. In the end, Stark looked at his work with excitement and said, "This feeling is really good. I haven't felt this motivated and energetic for a long time." After injecting the perfect T-virus strengthening potion, he felt that he had obtained some kind of metamorphosis and sublimation both physically and mentally. Looking at the test results, Lin Luo gave Stark a thumbs up. "Not bad. This power armor is very suitable for the needs of the Umbrella. Tony, well done." Lin Luo is very satisfied with the various data of the experimental T-20 power armor. It seems that Tony Stark has really put a lot of thought into it, and it can even be said that he has used all his skills in pressing the bottom of the box. This armor can be used on USS members of the Umbrella. The Alpha Squad and the Fox Spirit mercenary group equipped with this set of armor will definitely become stronger and can better complete various difficult tasks. Putting on such power armor, the USS members of the Umbrella basically have the combat power of a single-man army. Combined with the powerful intelligence support provided by the Red-White Queen, Lin Luo now has an invincible army. Tony Stark first smiled triumphantly, and then said sincerely, "Actually, the drawings you gave are amazing. It's just that my skills are limited, and I can't realize all the functions in the drawings." Speaking of this, Tony Stark was still a little depressed. Originally, he thought that no matter what requirements the Umbrella Company gave, Gong could easily meet the requirements with his technical ability. But this drawing is really very unusual. Stark knew at a glance that this was a small part taken from a very high-level armor design. Even for this incomplete part of armor technology, its performance and technology are so high that it far exceeds the level of modern technology. Even if it is an incomplete armor, he can't completely construct it, let alone a complete outfit. Tony Stark even doubted that the complete armor could not be driven at all with his current energy level. The small arc reactor is already a very high-level energy source. According to Stark's estimation, it is unlikely that anyone will crack this technology for at least 30 years. Stark felt more and more that the research and development level and technology accumulation of the Umbrella were really amazing. Lin Luo smiled slightly and said, "There is no rush, there is still room for you to play in the future. This drawing is actually part of the design blueprint of the NS1 nanobiochemical armor. Good stuff definitely has to come out a little bit. Give Stark a blueprint for transformation, it can be improved and become more suitable for the battle in the Marvel world, and it can also gain Stark's favor, which is really profitable." Lin Luo never refuses such a good deed. In the Umbrella Science and Technology Building, in the Weapons Research and Development Room, Tony Stark looked at the powerful holographic projection operating system in front of him, and was amazed. He praised, "Your system is good, really good. There is still something. I have a better one at home, though." Lin Luo said calmly, "Is it really better? You can try to invade, just to test the security of the system for us. Deal." As if afraid of Lin Luo's repentance, Tony Stark immediately took out his own tablet and began to operate quickly. At the same time, he said self-confidently, "If I win, you will give me 10 bottles of the wine just now. If I lose, I will cover all the follow-up power armor upgrade maintenance work, free of charge. Don't look at the worm wine, that sounds scary, but those women can't do anything for beauty. Don't talk about drinking any bug wine, I'm afraid it can be tolerated by food and defense. The beauty industry has always been hugely profitable, and the profits and turnover are even more frighteningly high. It costs hundreds of thousands of dollars just to get a cosmetic injection to remove wrinkles. For those women, beauty is really more important than life. As for the follow-up maintenance and replacement of the power armor, no matter whether he wins or loses, Stark will pay for it for free, just like paying for the wine and part of the treatment fee." Lin Luo raised his eyebrows, nodded and said, "It's a deal. The cashier is here." Over there, Stark's eyes shined brightly again, and he began to focus on typing on the keyboard, and began to perform all kinds of dazzling 17 operations. At the beginning, his expression was still very relaxed, but gradually, his movements slowed down, and his expression became very serious. The future war machine James Rhodes next to him joked with a relaxed smile while drinking red wine. "Tony Stark, didn't you say that the company's system is just something? They also said that their company's firewall can be cracked immediately. Why is our big genius stumped? I'm just not familiar with the system here." Tony Stark had already begun to answer irrelevant questions because he was too involved. "I think I can help you optimize the system in the future, just wait until I am familiar with its structure." Seeing that Stark was sweating, Lin Luo also reminded, "You can use any means, including artificial intelligence." Just in time, he wanted to take this opportunity to test the Red-White Queen's defensive ability. But there should be no problem. After all, these days, the internal database of the Umbrella Company has never been compromised. I am afraid that only the future mechanical life form Ultron or Vision can touch the Red White Queen. Hearing Lin Luo's words, Stark hesitated for a while and finally took out a USB flash drive and inserted it into the tablet computer in the room. At the same time, he regained his fighting spirit and self-confidence. J.A.R.V.I.S has never failed, even the database of the Pentagon can come and go freely. At the moment, Red Queen's warning sound came from Lin Luo's ear. The changeable information flow intrusion was detected, and it was determined to be an unknown strong artificial intelligence, and the countermeasures have been completed. When the Red Queen successfully defended, the White Queen also took action immediately. The reverse invasion has begun. Please give instructions to the Master. At the moment, Stark has activated JARVIS. After J.A.R.V.I.S invaded the insurance company's network, Stark pressed the key heavily on the virtual light curtain, then wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said to himself, "In 5 seconds, you'll know I was right, like everything else. After all, I'm Tony Stark." 5, 4, 3, 2, ER, J.A.R.V.I.S. Tony Stark looked puzzled and embarrassed at the same time. "Brother, don't cheat me at the critical moment, it's embarrassing." At this time, a vague middle-aged man's voice came from the tablet. "Sir, I'm stuck, I'm sorry." Lin Luo said calmly, "Don't worry, J.A.R.V.I.S just fell asleep, and it will return to you soon." Speaking of which, the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S and the name immediately remind people of Edwin J.A.R.V.I.S, the steward who served the Stark family. But in fact, the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S may have something to do with the butler. The source of the name is actually the acronym for just another rather very intelligent system, which is Jarvis. The meaning of this sentence is very simple. In fact, it is a very smart artificial intelligence system. Later, Stark will use the same method to name the new artificial intelligence. In a way, Stark can be regarded as a named ghost. "Your artificial intelligence is excellent, very good." Tony Stark nodded repeatedly. If he loses, and he will not renege on his debts. As for the sky-high bills that need to be paid later, Stark didn't even bat an eyelid. It's just a small amount of money. And compared to his life and the effect of this strengthening potion, Stark is very willing to pay the money. At this moment, Stark and Rhodes suddenly realized something, and then they looked at each other in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. In just a short period of time, Umbrella has demonstrated an unparalleled technical ability, and it is in all aspects. The business scope of the Umbrella has included medical care, military, weapons, energy, artificial intelligence and even people's livelihood. It can be said that as long as human beings need it, Umbrella companies can provide it. If these are all developed to the level of giants, the Umbrella may even become a cyberpunk giant in science fiction movies. At that time, the political and business circles will have to serve the Umbrella. At that time, it is not polite to say that the person who lives in the White House will be changed if he changes, but once the Umbrella is in turmoil, the problems involved in all aspects will be serious. In fact, there are signs of this in the current Umbrella, but it is not obvious yet. Today's Umbrella is already a huge community of interests. Otherwise, the Umbrella has so many good things, and those greedy talents will not stay still. This is the embodiment of protecting its huge influence. In fact, as a genius, Tony Stark knows more about the gold content of the Umbrella. If there is really a huge business group that can develop into a monopoly class like cyberpunk, then only the Umbrella can do it. The reason is very simple. Umbrella has an absolutely independent technology research and development ability, and several of them are at the level leading the world. In other words, it is the society and human beings who need the Umbrella more, but the Umbrella does not need the support of the current system and resources. It stands to reason that in a world where all walks of life are closely related and information flows at a high speed, it is difficult to do this, and the probability can be said to be zero. Although I don't know how Lin Luo created this miracle, but he did it. Rhodes, who was a little frightened, sighed, "Your Umbrella technology is too comprehensive, and all of them are world-leading." As Minister of Weapons Development and a middleman between Stark Industries and the military, Rhodes is well aware of the influence of the military-industrial complex. But those powerful military-industrial complexes only have these two leading technologies at most. It cannot be said to be rare, it can only be said to be unique, with multiple world-leading technologies like the Umbrella. Moreover, these technologies do not seem to be developed in cooperation with the military, which is even more human. "Thank you for the strengthening potion, I will always remember this favor." Stark didn't say much about the Umbrella's powerful technological monopoly ability. Deep down in his heart, he is very grateful to Lin Luo. For Tony Stark, this strengthening potion is not only a simple life-saving, but also a guarantee for him to sleep peacefully. Since escaping from that horrible cave, Stark has suffered from insomnia. The reason why he became Iron Man, on the one hand, is to fulfill Dr. Ethan's last wish and make up for past mistakes. Another aspect is that he only feels safe when he is wearing a steel battlesuit. But under the torture of the palladium element and seeing the alien invasion, Tony Stark realized that he was just an ordinary person hiding in the steel armor. The perfect T-virus strengthening potion not only strengthened Stark's body, but also strengthened his mind. Now Stark has regained confidence and hope for the future and mankind. A strong body brings a strong spirit. Even if Stark is not wearing a steel battlesuit, he will not feel uneasy and fearful for no reason. At the same time, Stark also knows that boarding the big ship of the Umbrella, Stark Industries will definitely be able to make further progress. 093 Lin Luo smiled and nodded at the two of them. I don't mean to expand the Umbrella for the time being, and I created these technologies for the benefit of all mankind. Afterwards, the three chatted for a while, and Rhodes and Stark said goodbye and left. In the luxurious office, recalling Stark's last grateful expression, Lin Luo thought to himself, if Stark knows that this perfect T-virus strengthening potion is nothing at all, I don't know how surprised he will be. To be precise, the perfect T-virus strengthening agent is just one of more than a dozen perfect T-virus products, and it's not the best one. Lin Luo is most optimistic about the Golden Key Evolution Potion, because this medicine is an important product of the genetic ascension route. At the same time, this is also a product of the plan to restart the Avengers. It's like in the Resident Evil game world, when the Nemesis project was promoted, the magical T-virus parasite was researched. In fact, in the game, the G-virus is actually a product of Nemesis, because the original G-virus was born by accident. The special experimental subject Lisa relied on the immune system to kill the invading parasites, and then the G-virus was born in her body. After some research, Wilhelm Birkin extracted the mother strain of the virus. However, in the game, the G-virus can only be transmitted through the mother strain of the virus or blood infection. And the Golden Key Evolution Potion can be regarded as a nemesis potion that removes the effect of the tyrant and only retains the strengthening ability. This is a brand new evolutionary potion that far exceeds the perfect T-virus strengthening potion. Because the Golden Key Evolution Potion has the best gene fragments of various powerful bloodlines, the strengthening effect has also become stronger, and it can even allow human beings to achieve evolution. For example, Thor's level of life is not comparable to that of ordinary Earthlings. The truth is, Asgard has more physicality than Captain America Rogers for an average guy. Not to mention Thor's immortal physique that can withstand the impact of neutron stars in the later stage. But now this powerful physique and countless abilities belong to Lin Luo. This is the power of genetic ascension. Norman Osborn is anxiously waiting for the results of the human strengthening drug experiment in the headquarters building of the Osborn Group. This is his last chance. Just now the military issued an ultimatum: if they do not see results within a short period of time, they will stop all trading contracts. According to their words, whether it is the cheap weapons of Hanmer military industry or the latest bow product of Umbrella Company, they all have a broader prospect than human strengthening agents. The military has invested too much in this project and is getting tired of it. They were determined to quit the project. This is Norman's last chance. Norman Osborn also knows that military orders are the only bargaining chip he can continue to control the group. If the results of this experiment are still unsatisfactory, then he will have no chance to stand up and will be kicked out of the board of directors forever. Moreover, Norman Osborn did not have the time and energy to regain control of the company. Looking at his trembling hands, Norman Osborn felt as cold as falling into an ice cave. His physical condition has reached a precarious level. Half a day later, Norman Osborn yelled frantically at the researchers. How could it be ineffective? I have invested so much effort and resources, why is there still no progress in human body strengthening medicine? At this moment, a group of people rushed in, nodded casually to Norman Osborn and said, I'm sorry, President Norman, the board of directors has made a decision, and the human body strengthening potion project has been stopped. In the blink of an eye, the entire laboratory was emptied. From start to finish, Norman Osborn didn't hold back. His face was pale, his whole body was trembling, and his heart was ashamed. As a player familiar with the rules of the game, Norman Osborn knew he was out. No one will help him from today. When he was in glory, those people circled around him like dogs. Now that he is down and out, those people will become the most cruel wolves and eat up the Osborn Group. Although, Norman Osborn knew exactly what was coming, but he was powerless to stop it. Norman Osborn used to do that to losers, and it was even more brutal. This is how he built his business empire step by step, but when it was his turn, Norman Osborn would still feel furious. At the moments Norman Osborn finally recovered a little sanity, and said viciously, BD, I won't make it easy for you. The Osborn Group belongs to me. Even if I become a demon, I will keep this group. You scumbags will pay for it, I swear. At this time, the face of his son Harry flashed before Norman's eyes. He said loudly again, for Harry, I must do whatever it takes. My son Harry, I must live. I must live too. The Osborn Group belongs to our father and son, and no one can take it away, whether it is the military or the board of directors. Norman Osborn felt a pain in his heart when he thought of his son Harry Osborn, who was in full bloom. He can endure other things, and he can only endure them, but when it comes to his son, he can't maintain his reason. In order to survive, to avenge the board members of the company, and for the future of his son, Norman Osborn decided to take risks. Then, Norman Osborn took out a tube of human body strengthening potion that he hid privately, and pierced his arm without any hesitation. As the potion took effect, terrible and weird changes took place in his body. The muscles all over his body swelled, and his originally weak body became stronger. Norman Osborn could feel that the strength of his whole body had increased a lot, his senses had become more acute, and he could even hear the sound of butterflies flapping their wings. At the same time, the dark power of the Japanese stocks took over his mind. In an instant, an unusual blush appeared on Norman Osborn's pale face. He thought of the information he had obtained about the T virus and the G virus of the Umbrella Company. At the moment, Norman Osborn, who had a strange change in his mental state, said to himself in the empty room, "You are right, this is a gift from God, and we cannot live up to God's mercy. We deserve it. This is what they forced us to do, we have no choice. And such a good thing, that kid doesn't deserve to have it at all. It's just a waste to keep such a precious thing in Lin Luo's hands. Look what this guy did. He put this miraculous virus in a small research institute and didn't pay much attention to it. Only we can realize the potential and value of these viruses. The Osborn Group will surely be great again and become the new empire. Harry, he will live and be the heir to the Osborn Empire. This is a gift from God, and I will make those directors regret it for the rest of their lives. No, they won't have a chance to regret it, ha 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 dot." Suddenly, Norman Osborn let out an eerie laugh. Then, he took out his mobile phone, spent the last emergency funds, and started posting tasks one by one on the dark web. In the luxury mansion, accompanied by a burst of melodious light music, Lin Luo woke up slowly on a big bed that could sleep 10 people. At the moment the music stopped, White Queen's beautiful voice came. "Master, good morning, it's 6:31 in the morning. Today's weather is Nanfang level 3, suitable for outdoor activities. The lowest temperature today is 9 degrees Celsius at night and the highest temperature is 19 degrees Celsius during the day. Your next most important itinerary is to meet with the military at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning." After waking up, Lin Luo only felt refreshed and refreshed. At this time, the system sends a new prompt. Trigger a new organization task. In order to control the world, you must have enough force as a deterrent. Set up a Blackwatch organization. It turned out to be this organization. Lin Luo frowned slightly. Blackwatch was a bit like a cross between the Umbrella Corporation and the USS. According to the game setting of the prototype of Massacre, in 1962, the Ministry of National Defense of Great America and its subordinate high-level research project agency secretly established a special force named Blackwatch. The original purpose of this top-secret force is to use biochemical warfare to defend against all threats from the United States and hostile forces overseas. All actions of this force are top secret and top secret. Afterwards, Blackwatch discovered a miraculous virus that can greatly improve a species' intelligence, strength, and other physical elements at the genetic level. This is the origin of the Blacklight virus, a virus named DX1118. Immediately afterwards, the Blackwatch troops established the Hopetown experimental base to test various effects of the virus. As a result, a virus leak occurred in the end, and a virus parent named Elizabeth Green was born. The virus spread from Elizabeth is the Blacklight virus. Due to special reasons, the Blacklight virus leaked on a large scale, and created a generation of protagonists who slaughtered the prototype, that is, Alex Mercer, a collection of Blacklight viruses. Since then, Blackwatch has aimed to eliminate virus-infected people and eliminate all unknown virus activities on the country. As far as Lin Luo knows, the strength of Blackwatch is still very good. After all, what they want to fight against is the infected person of the Blacklight virus, and if they are weaker, they will send their ministers to the infected person. Therefore, the members of Blackwatch, in terms of personal ability and individual quality, are no worse than members of the USS troop. In addition, the equipment of the two sides also has something in common. Both are equipped with a large number of advanced weapons and a full set of biochemical protective suits with the highest level of safety. In addition, Blackwatch also controls powerful super soldiers. These super soldiers are actually transformed people who were injected with the original Blacklight virus, but they were controlled by special means by the Blackwatch. These super soldiers are very powerful, with a moving speed of Mach 1, a distance of 100 meters in one jump, and they can even run quickly on buildings. Its defensive power can withstand the tank's main gun, and the power to punch through the tank's composite armor can be called a perfect biochemical weapon. In the hands of Lin Luo, only the Alice Tyrant controlled by the Red White Queen can defeat these super soldiers. As far as Lin Luo knows, there must be no Blackwatch organization in Marvel at present. Establishing such a villain organization, and then recruiting all kinds of talents, constantly gaining fame and becoming stronger, is quite a pleasure to develop and manage. Therefore, Lin Luo thinks this task is quite fun, and believes that the rewards are also very generous. So far, the rewards of the villain system are all very useful, even the sea-level rewards are very good. Lin Luo felt that he must have triggered something, otherwise such a task would not have appeared suddenly. Sure enough, after a while, the White Queen sent Lin Luo a video, which was the video of Norman Osborn's intelligence personnel starting to investigate the Haishui Town Research Institute. Lin Luo looked indifferent after watching the video. He knew that the bait had been eaten by the fish. Previously, Norman Osborn's corporate espionage made a deal with umbrella corporations. The insider Dr. Wilhelm. The other party should already know what is stored in the Haishui Town Research Institute. Now it seems that President Osborn, who was forced to perish step by step, finally couldn't bear it anymore. Norman Osborn is definitely a smart man, and the other party knows very well that if he continues to wait like this, he will just sit and wait to die. In fact, according to the development of the plot, it is indeed the case. If things continue like this, not only will Norman Osborn die tragically, Nanyo Zhao, but his son Harry Osborn will also end up in an extremely miserable end. If the trajectory of fate remains unchanged, the Harry Osborn of this world will not only be kicked out of the board of directors, but also become a little green goblin. Sure enough, after becoming a poor person, he can only rely on mutation. As far as Norman Osborn is now in an extremely desperate situation both mentally and physically, he will definitely use the Green Goblin potion. Norman Osborn, who has become Green Goblin, has no scruples, and he certainly uses viruses and even G-viruses without hesitation. In this process, it is normal for the virus to leak and let the biohazard come to this world. Lin Luo thought to himself. This is the price necessary to master the world. Speaking of which, I am also doing as Romans do. After all, Great America builds bases all over the world and fights every day. In order to promote their hegemony all over the world, they have made thousands of people from other countries the price. What's more, every time superhero fights, the city is littered with dead bodies. Before that, Lin Luo was ready to give Great America a taste of the Aboriginal treatment. Can't people in other countries always suffer, but here will always be free and democratic, singing and dancing? After all, what the old whites did to the residents here was not so democratic and free. This time, Lin Luo is nothing more than treating others in the same way. Lin Luo is still looking forward to what kind of wonderful performance these people will have this time. P.S. Recently, the data has dropped sharply, please follow up. It can be said that this system mission came at the right time, because this system task is exactly what Lin Luo has to do. Originally, he was thinking of detonating a biohazard to divert attention, and then throwing out the game version of the T-virus to make those organizations toss. Now that he has a systematic task, he might as well be bolder, make things bigger, and then take this opportunity to absorb all kinds of talents in this world. Lin Luo began to think. Norman Osborn, cornered, can do anything and has no choice. This kind of person doesn't care about tomorrow and the future at all, and is eager for an immediate biochemical crisis. Although Lin Luo gave Norman Osborn other choices, Norman Osborn will definitely trigger biohazard. People who have climbed to the top will not allow themselves to fall to the bottom. Even if they fall, they will pull others on their backs. What's more, the members of the board of directors are only thinking of making trouble and killing them all, so the food is too ugly. In this regard, Lin Luo has been complaining that the so-called gratitude and second chances of these white skins are all reserved for himself. In fact, only those who are alive are eligible to be grateful, to be entitled to second chances. However, this time, Lin Luo will give some people a real second chance. After the outbreak of Resident Evil, the attention focused on the umbrella will be diverted. At the same time, those smart people will know that the umbrella really has nuclear deterrence, and they dare not act rashly. Lin Luo can even use the military and the power of S.H.I.E.L.D. to form Black Watch. In the original form of Massacre, Black Watch is a secret force that suppresses various virus activities and eliminates biohazards. The new Black Watch will also abide by this principle, which is very consistent with the original. Glancing at the interconnected characters and organizational forces on the holographic projection, Lin Luo nodded and said, "The stage has been set up, and the next step is to see the performance of the actors. 440 This is both a crisis and an opportunity, and it is also a preview of various disasters in the future. I hope these people can learn something from this lesson, so that fewer people will die in future disasters." Then, he opened the communication list and glanced at it casually. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff finally knows what it means to endure humiliation, and report some irrelevant clues to herself if nothing happens. Don't care what people think in their hearts, but they at least put their heart into acting, and sometimes even give out benefits and say a little provocative words. Although Lin Luo knows that this is a dramatist, she looks gorgeous and beautiful, but she is full of lies inside, all acting without any emotion. But in fact he is quite useful. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff still has a hand in pleasing people. This Maria Hill is a bit too much, she doesn't even have the self-cultivation of an agent. Not to mention the usual reporting of clues or distribution of benefits, there is no greeting during the New Year and holidays, which is very intense. Thinking of this, Lin Luo secretly smiled and said, "I like strong ones, but little Agent Hill, you still don't understand what it means to be a knife and a fish." Lin Luo, who is a good teacher, is determined to teach Maria Hill a good lesson this time, for free. So, he smiled and clicked Maria Hill's name on the screen, and sent a message. "I will have a very important interview with the military tomorrow, so I need people from S.H.I.E.L.D. to discuss it together. U.S.H.I.E.L.D. can send someone I know well to discuss with you." In S.H.I.E.L.D. Director's office, Maria Hill is reporting Lin Luo's request to Nick Fury with a haggard face. Maria Hill, who has always been shrewd, capable, and tenacious, now has a hesitant look on her face. At this moment, she kept praying in her heart not to be this unlucky person again. One is that Maria Hill really isn't suited for that kind of cliché and intelligence investigative assignment. The second is that this Lin Luo is too tricky, not only can't get any intelligence, but every time he is crazily calculated and played ruthlessly. Thinking of the photo of a nun in her photo album that had been blocked by 5 layers of passwords, Maria Hill felt an urge to die. Keep it to her shame. If you delete it, don't say it looks pretty, it's a shame. It can only be said that Lin Luo's taste and vision in choosing clothes are as abnormal as his bad taste. This man's psychological control is too terrifying, he is simply a devil. Glancing at Maria Hill's tangled expression, Nick Fury's eyes flickered, and he thought to himself. People have sent you the information, can I still arrange someone else for him? Do you dare to arrange someone else? Sometimes, Maria Hill's mind is really not very bright, and she is not very good at observing words and feelings. However, Hill was not originally a talent in this area. She was blessed with outreach coordination and overall arrangements. It can't be her fault. Just for the time being, it's really not good to refuse Lin Luo with black marinated eggs. In fact, these days, Nick Fury has gradually realized that this S.H.I.L.D. is probably a pill. Constant external pressure and various internal problems, the people below are all Hydra. The ones above are a group of idiots who can do nothing but give orders. Pigs are better than them. Sometimes, the black corned egg even wondered whether Pierce knew that S.H.I.L.D. had many problems, so he dropped the pick and was not the director. For the time being, Nick Fury can't spare the time and energy to deal with the umbrella, and even pray that Lin Luo can last for a while. At least wait for him to solve the internal problems before considering the threat of the umbrella. Therefore, Nick Fury directly issued an order to Maria Hill. Maria Hill agent, you have full authority to represent us S.H.I.L.D. to attend this meeting between the Protection Bureau and the military. In fact, he still has a card in his hand, a real king bomb. That's Captain Marvel Carol fighting in the universe. As long as Fury presses the emergency pager, Captain Carol will cross the Star Sea and the boundless space to come to Blue Star for emergency support. However, Black Braised Egg is familiar with Carol's temper, so it is certain that he can save his life, but he will definitely not care about S.H.I.L.D.'s life or death. Even if Lin Luo wants to build a new American empire, it is estimated that this friend who is as powerful as a god will ignore it. As long as Lin Luo can fight aliens, maybe Carol will applaud and vote for Lin Luo. BHFD. Definitely, as long as Umbrella continues to stand on the side of humanity and justice, Nick Fury will be grateful too. After all, thanks to Lin Luo's shot not long ago, their S.H.I.L.D. was able to survive the last Asgard invasion smoothly. It's just that Nick Fury has been unable to see through Lin Luo's intentions, and the Umbrella technology is too powerful. So Nick Fury instinctively feels a little jealous of Lin Luo. Yes, director. Hearing the director's order, Hill was calm on the surface, but his eyes were a little empty, and he was not as firm and indomitable as before. She sighed endlessly in her heart, but she could only accept the order. In fact, Maria Hill can also understand that the current S.H.I.L.D. and the director are not having a good time. She also knew that the protective umbrella was too powerful, and maybe she would continue to rely on Lin Luo to fight against Asgard's invasion in the future. Therefore, although Maria Hill was very helpless and reluctant, she had to come to the umbrella company as usual the next day. Guided by a classic rice blonde sweetheart hottie receptionist, Hill went directly to the private reception room of the umbrella president on the top floor. Before entering, Maria Hill tried to control the urge to roll her eyes. She tried her best to maintain her previous cold and indifferent expression and vigorous style, and directly pushed the door open. As soon as Hill entered the door, he saw a beautiful woman in a red dress with a slim figure and mysterious temperament, and Lin Luo, who looked like a master in a fairy tale except for her inner face. Hill also saw Air Force Colonel James Rhodes, who appeared to be the delegate and liaison for the meeting. At the moment, Lin Luo was talking to Rhodes with his female secretary Wanda. Looking up, he saw Hill pursing his lips and walking in stubbornly. Lin Luo looked up and down this outstanding female agent, and said jokingly, "Oh, Ms. Hill is here too? So now representatives from S.H.I.L.D. and the Air Force are here. Ms. Hill, you don't need to be so nervous. It's just a discussion, and it's not about sending you to the execution ground." He could see that Maria Hill was a little bewildered and embarrassed. Lin Luo understood that Maria Hill was using a strong shell to protect her soft heart. Maybe this is a means of self-protection that Maria Hill has been doing. However, Lin Luo thinks it's quite interesting, and it's also a cute point. President Lin Luo's aura is too great, I'm sorry. In fact, Maria Hill wanted to say directly, you are much more terrifying than the execution ground. However, she was really afraid of being dragged by Lin Luo to play in disguise again today, so she had no choice but to bite the bullet and drag Lin Luo. I don't have any aura. I don't have as many affairs as Maria Hill agent. Speaking of this, Lin Luo showed 10 wicked smiles and said, it's been so long since we haven't contacted each other, and the relationship is a bit weak. Remember the last time we met was at church? Right. It's okay if Lin Luo doesn't say it, but as soon as she said it, Maria Hill felt those dead memories attacking herself. At this time, she glanced at Rhodes next to him with a puzzled expression, and Lin Luo's magical question came to mind involuntarily. Why is God a black man? Because no matter how the believers shout Father in their hearts, God will not appear, just like black people do not have fathers but only mothers. Maria Hill, who suddenly felt the merit -10, quickly lowered her head and put on a pain mask. Why do I remember? Why can't I forget? This Lin Luo is really the devil. In the end, Maria Hill could only twitch the corners of her mouth, and said in a dry voice, no, don't remember. Fortunately, at this time Rhodes asked with some confusion, President Lin Luo, since the representatives of S.H.I.L.D. are here now, everyone should be here, so why don't you start the negotiation? Lin Luo smiled slightly, and said in a very mysterious tone, because there is still a VIP who hasn't arrived. At this moment, Wanda was notified and rushed to open the door. At this time, a white-haired man wearing a Federal Army uniform with various medals on his chest walked in. Despite his advanced age, the iron-blooded aura and majesty of the old man are still very sufficient. Rhodes and Maria Hill were stunned when they saw the old man. They didn't expect that the person who came would be the leader of the Federal Army, the 5-star General Sardin Wayne. This is a real boss, a powerful figure, stomping his feet, to the extent that the federal military would have a small earthquake. In the spacious and bright top-floor president's reception room, Lin Luo looked at Rhodes and Maria Hill who were stunned, and said indifferently, "You don't need me to introduce you, do you?" Then, he turned his head and smiled at General Sardin. "General Sardin, congratulations to Christina for her recovery." The General Sardin in front of him is not an ordinary person. Ordinary people are also not eligible to use the perfect T-virus strengthening potion. This General Sardin Wayne has made countless military exploits throughout his life and is a leader in the federal military. Although the old general is now in a semi-retired state and no longer serves in the army, but serves as the principal of West Point Military Academy, his students are spread across various military departments and have great influence. Lin Luo also established this friendship because through the perfect T-virus, the general's favorite paralyzed granddaughter Christina stood up again. This is one of the trump cards of the umbrella. It's still thanks to the strengthening potion of your umbrella. General Sardin gave Lin Luo a grateful look and said, "President Lin Luo is really young and promising, but he is much more reliable than that fellow No Osborne. My biggest wish is to watch Tina stand up again and give me a military salute. Thank you for fulfilling my only wish as an old man." Lin Luo said with a smile, "It's still a long time. It's too early for General Sardin to say it's the last wish." What President Lin Luo said is true. After hearing this, General Sardin took a deep look at Lin Luo, and then nodded slowly. More powerful than absolute power is time. In the face of time, everything, power will eventually decay, only time is eternal. Umbrella now has time. The time of these old people is in the hands of Lin Luo, to be precise in front of the small bottle of T-virus medicine. Possessing such a powerful medical ability is the guarantee of life for the elderly. Therefore, General Sardin did not have the idea of using power to suppress others in front of Lin Luo, because he knew that the opponent didn't have to do anything, just wait for his death to win. And the self at that time was just a pile of bones, and that was the real loser. General Sardin. General. Looking at the old man in military uniform in front of him, Rhodes was like a quail, not daring to breathe, and immediately gave a respectful military salute. Hill also directly saluted the general respectfully. Only then did she realize that Umbrella had such a strong background in the military. Rhodes was even more surprised, feeling that some of his boss ideas might be turned into jokes. The ordinary-looking old man in front of him was no ordinary army general. General Sardin is the only remaining 5-star general of the Federal Army. Normally speaking, in peacetime, a 3-star general is already the highest point of a military general, and he exists like a ceiling. As for the 4-star general, he can only serve in the Ministry of National Defense. The 5-star general is actually the marshal of the military, the supreme leader of the armed forces. This is the highest title and highest honor that can only be obtained in wartime, and it is also the highest right of the army. Now it is even more unique. The old general can be said to be the first person in the army or even the federal military. That's why this guy said directly when his temper was very hot before, "Don't think that the weapons and soldiers you command are your strength, that's my strength, and I am the military." Such wild words, but few people think it is wrong. Because in addition to his high position and weight, General Sardin is also the glory of the federal military. He has made countless contributions throughout his life and is also selfless. In the end, Sardin's sons and daughters have been fighting on the front line. Even his granddaughter, Colonel Christina, did not sit comfortably in the office, but was really exchanging her life for military merit. Before, Rhodes was very emotional when he heard the news that the colonel was injured, and felt very sorry. No one doubted the old general's loyalty and contribution to the federal military, just as no one dared to doubt the old general's influence on the military. To put it bluntly, as far as General Sardin's influence in the military is concerned, stomping his feet can make the world shake. Rhodes and Hill are both terrorist contacts who shocked the umbrella, and thinking of those jumping beam jokers against the umbrella, both of them are numb. In fact, the two almost turned into that kind of joker. With such a strong hole card, why didn't you show it earlier? As soon as General Sardin came out, Rhodes and Hill understood that this meeting should focus on Lin Luo and the umbrella. Hearing the two people's greetings, General Sardin glanced at them casually, then nodded. With just one glance, the old man saw the details of the two of them clearly. When talking with Lin Luo, General S.A. and others all looked relaxed, with kind eyes, just like a kind old man. But when the eyes turned to Rhodes and Maria Hill, they became as sharp as a falcon, and the aura all over their bodies was also full of majesty. Seeing the old man's stern eyes, Maria Hill and Rhodes, who were already under great pressure, trembled, like a mouse being targeted by a cat. In a daze, the two seemed to have returned to the period when they had just joined the army and were scolded by the instructor for lifeless training. Apart from obediently standing up straight and obeying orders, neither of them dared to make any unnecessary movements and expressions. Seeing this scene, Lin Luo looked at General Sodden with great admiration. The reason why he wants to cooperate with this old man is because although he is a military leader and has the bad habits of the arrogance of the American military, at least his brain is not broken. According to Lin Luo's information, the military also has many factions. Although the vast majority of military leaders are a little arrogant, they also know that Lin Luo and the Umbrella are not easy to mess with. As long as you have a brain, you can see the fighting power of Alice Tyrant, and you will know that this type of Bao is engaged in assassination, even Hiroya can't handle it. So even if Lin Luo deliberately teased them, the military also acquiesced. However, the leaders of several factions could not understand the style of Lin Luo and the Umbrella, and even proposed to use tough measures. You don't need to think about it to know that people from these factions either have no brains, or have an interest transfer relationship with competitors of the Umbrella. Lin Luo didn't get used to them either, and went to lie down and do small things to please them. He got straight to the top. And after this General Sodden got the benefits of the Umbrella, he didn't rely on his identity, so he directly gave the Umbrella a platform. This is the real smart person, but also the object of cooperation. Regarding the conditions that Lin Luo and the Umbrella are about to propose, Rhodes knew that those big bosses above would definitely not be satisfied. However, he glanced at General Sodden who seemed to have nothing to say. Rhodes knew that no matter how unwilling his bosses were to be reconciled this time, they could only pinch their noses and admit it. Looking at Lin Luo with a calm face as if everything was under control, high-level agent Maria Hill once again felt that absurd, skeptical sense of collapse. There are various experiences these days, including Hydra infiltrating Hydra high level, Umbrella Bao versus Abomination alien invasion was repelled by the Protection Company. Let Maria Hill and some other people's three views, like glass smashed by a sledgehammer, smashed to the ground, and it can never be restored. The smarter a person is, the more he believes in what he believes and insists on, and it eventually becomes a belief, and a habit. However, the more this is the case, the greater the impact will be when the so-called reality is broken. Ask for flowers. Maria Hill is such a person, and she is also the group of people who have been hit the hardest. Looking at the calm Lin Luo and the powerful old General Maria Hill, a feeling of powerlessness rose again. Lin Luo seems to have everything under control. Not long ago, Japanese mercenaries equipped with the latest high-tech equipment sneaked into the Umbrella Haishui Town Research Institute. Along the way, they proceeded extremely smoothly, without encountering many obstacles at all. In the end, they managed to obtain the documents needed for the mission. One of the mercenaries looked at the thick document in his hand and asked with some concern. Head, the Umbrella is the most powerful group right now. Is it really okay for us to offend such a big force? After hearing this, the mercenary captain patted the latest submachine gun from the Osborne group, and said with disdain, Fart, Umbrellas, and Bao are all blown out by businessmen to make money. I only believe in the treasure in my hands. As long as the firepower is strong enough and the money is enough, I dare to take on any task. Now go to the waste treatment plant to collect enough samples, and when this task is completed, I will take you to Hippai. Regarding the captain's words, the others also echoed. 0. What Bao? We didn't see it at all. This Umbrella is so strong that it doesn't even have a serious security guard. Yes, I have never seen such a bad security system and such a bad research institute. There is no one on Sunday, and this Umbrella is about to close down. No way, the reward for this mission is too high. Even their previous tasks of suppressing riots and massacring civilians were not so high. Therefore, no matter how big the risk is, it is worth it. After all, one mission is worth the previous 10 missions. This kind of price is enough for them to capture the White House, and blocking people's money is like killing their parents. For them, the big deal is to lose their lives. They didn't take their lives seriously when they were doing their job, and they just exchanged their lives for money. They are all a group of desperados who have lived through today and have no tomorrow, and they don't think so much at all. Not long after the group of mercenaries left, Norman Osborn, wearing Green Goblin armor, stepped on the flight skateboard and followed silently. This set of Green Goblin armor is transformed from the group's latest life support armor. It has amazing defense and can strengthen the strength and speed of the human body. Originally, this group of mercenaries was just a cover, just to attract the security forces of the Research Institute. Norman Osborn, who is fully armed, intends to solve the subsequent troubles himself. But I didn't expect that the Research Institute would be breached without his taking action. Such an important virus has such a bad security force. Sure enough, this Lin Luo was just lucky, nothing special. Now this luck already belongs to the Osborn group, and it belongs to him, Norman Osborn. Lin Luo, don't blame me. The world is just like this, where the big fish eat the small fish, and the blame will be on you for not being strong enough. Ha ha ha. As long as you let go, everyone else is just ants and pawns, they should all die. Thinking of the happy place, Green Goblin Norman Osborn's eyes were full of madness and evil. At the moment, he had a wicked smile on his face and weird eyes, like a real devil. However, neither the team of mercenaries who were open to money nor the well-equipped Green Goblin Norman Osborn discovered that the cameras they thought had been turned off a long time ago were actually operating normally. The bright or dark cameras are like pairs of ruthless eyes, recording all their actions. It's like looking down on three from God. When Green Goblin Norman Osborn arranged for these mercenaries to enter the Blackwater Town Research Institute, Lin Luo knew the news immediately. Before that, he abolished the security system of the Haishui Town Research Institute, leaving only spies and spies from other organizations. The reason why the people in Green Goblin felt that the resistance of those security personnel was not strong, that's because in a way, they're in the same boat. Those spies and secret agents had no idea of working for the Umbrella at all, so they all died. After all, in terms of equipment, this group of intruding mercenaries still has an absolute advantage. This time, Norman Osborn, Green Goblin, really paid for it. Moreover, Lin Luo also let the Red-White Queen pull the side frame, so that those spies were caught off guard. Although Lin Luo knew that it was impossible for these mercenaries to get out of the research institute alive, he still gave them a chance. At the same time, the Red Queen briefly reported the relevant information of the mercenaries to Lin Luo. Lin Luo, who possesses superintelligence, is not a problem at all. While presiding over the normal progress of the meeting, he thought to himself, this Norman is really talented as a scientist and businessman, and his criminal skills are definitely at the level of super criminals. In fact, this is also the case. I remember that when there was a Spider-Man, Norman's son Harry Osborn also took the Green Goblin potion and inherited the honorable title of 710 Green Goblin. It can also be regarded as inheriting the father's business. But when facing the bully Maguire, someone threw a pumpkin bomb back. Not only was his eyes dusted, but even his face was disfigured. This Green Goblin sucks. Looking at how Norman Osborn in front of him used the power of technology and capital to quickly capture the Haishui Town Research Institute. Definitely, this is based on the premise of releasing water on the forest road. If it was true, these people would never be able to reach Luoshengdu, not to mention capturing the Haishui Town Research Institute. In fact, at the moment they took over the mission, the T-103 tyrant had already fallen from the sky. None of this shit deserves to die at the hands of the cursed tyrant. However, Green Goblin's handling of human nature is still very precise, and there is no sign of crazy criticism at all. In a short period of time, such a group of carefree desperados were found to form the Suicide Squad. And only these people dare to attack the current Umbrella. Could it be said that in the world of American comics, the crazier people are, the greater their criminal ability? Lin Luo thinks of Arkham with outstanding people, and it may be true. Then, he waited patiently, watching those people trying to die. Along the way, the group of mercenaries rushed forward and quickly arrived at the target location. All of them were very brave. Without even taking basic defensive measures, they directly attacked the waste treatment plant. Seeing that the group of mercenaries had opened the Pandora's box without realizing it, Lin Luo knew that the time had come. So in the president's reception room, Lin Luo said calmly the terrible news that shocked Rhodes, Maria Hill, and General Sardin. I regret to announce one thing. Not long ago, an insider appeared in our Umbrella and sold the confidential information of the Umbrella. I just got the news that the Umbrella Research Institute in the Haishui Town area was attacked by unknown armed men. The very important and very dangerous virus information was lost. At the same time, these people also destroyed a biochemical waste treatment plant in the town, leaking some biochemical viruses. According to the forecast of the company's experts, this event is likely to lead to a biochemical crisis. Hearing Lin Luo's words, except for General Sodden, he could still maintain his basic composure. An inexplicable look appeared on both Maria Hill and Rhodes' faces. This is a strange look that they would never show normally. This is not normal fear or panic, but fear, and fear on top of it. Simply put, the two were terrified. General Sardin, with all his hair and beard, was smoking the cigar inside the Umbrella, which had a strange smell and a strong flavor. The more you pump, the more energetic you are. The more you pump, the more you go up. It's really good. Afterwards, Sodden looked at Rhodes and Hill with disdain, and thought in his heart, the little brats nowadays are really not as good as the next generation, and they are as frightened as little chicks. The first to die on the battlefield are these soft eggs. In his opinion, even if he is panicked to death, the hand holding the gun must not shake, and the trigger must be pulled stronger and faster. Without this psychological quality, how can he survive in the hail of bullets? Looking at the two people who were stunned, Lin Luo immediately said, however, before that, our Umbrella has sufficient and complete plans and emergency measures for such incidents. As you all know, since the alien incident, our Umbrella has been under too much pressure and suffered countless plots and investigations. In order to deal with possible threats from other worlds in the future, Umbrella has invested a lot of resources and money. Under my leadership, some defensive measures have been basically perfected. However, the Umbrella has no time to take into account attacks from within humans. Moreover, our Umbrella is not very convenient to take action. After all, we have no law enforcement power outside the sphere of influence of the Umbrella. So I hope to cooperate with S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military to set up a special force to deal with large-scale biochemical crisis to deal with this matter. I named it Black Watch. Lin Luo knows that Rhodes and Maria Hill are so cruel. Part of the reason is that they are indeed too young to be as sophisticated and calm as General Sardin. Another part of the reason is that they are more aware of how poisonous the Umbrella virus is. Thousands of deaths is good. Faced with such a terrible calamity, both men would definitely be terrified. Definitely, in fact, they actually don't know the real horror of these two viruses. All the information about the T virus and the G virus that Rhodes and Hill knew was only the part that Lin Luo wanted them to know. And not all true. However, the deterrents caused by this part of the information and the ensuing biochemical crisis are enough to make them panic, and they can only follow Lin Luo's pace. At the moment, after hearing Lin Luo's words, Hill calmed down a little. She immediately thought of the umbrella that a bunch of organizations had been targeting recently. According to the information of S.H.I.E.L.D., there are indeed a large number of spies and agents of various organizations operating here in Blackwater Town. And to be honest, Lin Luo and Umbrella are taking the blame for SHIELD. The previous alien invasion was caused by SHIELD, but the Umbrella resolved it and took on the follow-up pressure. In this regard, everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. owes Lin Luo their sympathy. No matter how hateful this man is, in terms of the overall situation, he can still be trusted. Facts have also proved that Blue Star cannot live without a protective umbrella and Lin Luo. What's more, if Resident Evil really happened, only Lin Luo would have the most say. The establishment of Black Watch is imminent. Rhodes didn't even dare to breathe. There are two monsters with terrifying auras, Lin Luo and Sardin, in front of them, and General Sardin is more threatening than Rhodes' immediate boss. Considering the possible biochemical crisis in the future, Rhodes felt that it was too difficult. If you agree, you will definitely be scolded when you go back, which is tantamount to distributing the military's rights. If you don't agree, if a biochemical crisis does happen and the military fails to deal with it in time, it will definitely be blamed. On the one hand, the clothes on the body may be stripped off, on the other hand, a large number of civilians are sacrificed, and they may even be court-martialed. Rhodes felt it was too difficult, but the first option was better than the second. At the moment, after silently listening to Lin Luo's explanation, General Sardin put down his cigar and said lightly, "The Federal Army will fully support President Lin Luo's decision. Don't say, Umbrella still has friendship with him. For so many years, General Sardin has dealt with many small crises. His lesson learned, you can always trust your soldiers and weapons, but professional things are best left to professional people." That's why General Sardin was able to express his full support for Lin Luo without pressure and very resolutely. After General Sardin made his statement, Rhodes, who already had a tendency in his heart, didn't hold any hesitation for a second. He was so frightened that he quickly raised his hand and voted, "The Air Force will support the Army's decision. I personally agree with President Lin Luo's proposal." At the critical moment, Maria Hill was still very professional. Wearing a blue and black suit, Hill had a serious face and seriously clarified the pros and cons. In the face of Resident Evil, we must abandon all prejudices and contradictions and cooperate fully. For S.H.I.E.L.D., she was actually a bit disappointed. But Hill's heart of justice didn't stop beating. She knows the terrible consequences of the biochemical virus leak, so now Hill is very serious and sincere. It seems that we have initially reached an agreement. Lin Luo nodded and said, "Then the plan about Black Watch will be put on the agenda. Afterwards, various cooperation matters between you and our umbrella can also be carried out through Black Watch. Like S.H.I.E.L.D., Black Watch is a formal official military organization, part of the defense system. This is definitely not something that can be decided right now. It needs to coordinate the interests of all parties. Because this is tantamount to directly reducing the power and interests of other departments. To really establish such an organization, an opportunity is needed, an opportunity that those politicians and other department heads have to agree to. 1.4 This opportunity is the biochemical crisis that is about to erupt. As long as the real biochemical crisis breaks out, the military personnel will have sufficient reasons to submit bills to the parliament. This plan will pass. Therefore, the purpose of this meeting is actually to achieve the intention to establish Black Watch. Lin Luo is very satisfied with the current result. Then, Lin Luo glanced at Hill with a cold and capable expression on his face, and suggested, "If Black Watch is successfully established in the future, we will definitely need to send people from our side. I can't say much about the military, but for S.H.I.E.L.D., I suggest that Ms. Hill can represent S.H.I.E.L.D. as the top Black Watch. After all, we are old acquaintances, so we can trust you. I'll consider it." Hill considered Lin Luo's proposal very seriously, but it depends on how Director Nick Fury decides. To be honest, Hill is also a little worried about handing over such a position to others. In the current S.H.I.E.L.D., there are not many people she can trust. Because the matter was urgent, Hill and Rhodes hurried back to report after the agreement was reached. General Sardin chatted with Lin Luo for a while. The two chatted very happily, and this envy died, and I don't know how many military generals. 0. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters building, in the director's office, Hill, who hastily returned from the Umbrella headquarters, reported the contents of the meeting to the director Nick Fury. Hearing this news, Nick Fury, the black marinated egg, was ecstatic, almost laughed out loud, and shouted in his heart, "God help me too." In his view, the establishment of a military organization like Black Watch can disperse the influence of the Umbrella and the military, and use their power to share various pressures for SHIELD. Simply put, they can use the power of Black Watch to secretly do private work in the future. In this regard, Nick Fury is very proficient and very professional. And S.H.I.E.L.D. can also place people in Black Watch. The most important thing is that the Umbrella also provides technical support. So isn't that equivalent to obtaining the technology of the Umbrella in disguise? For the technology of the umbrella, the black marinated egg has been coveted for a long time. But Lin Luo is indifferent, mysterious, and his protective umbrella is impenetrable, and his cards are constantly in the cards. Even he, the shield director, cannot intervene. Now this is tantamount to a gift from heaven. How can such a good thing be missed? Nick Fury immediately gave the order to Maria Hill. Agent Maria Hill, as of today, you are AS.H.I.E.L.D level 8 agent and serve as the scheduled commander of Blackwatch. At the moment S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters in the World Security Council Minister's office, Pierce is also proud and smiling. Just now, Wanda, who has been lurking for a long time, sent him a message. 17 Facing the major threat of biohazard, Umbrella finally compromised and agreed to come up with important technologies to build a three-party cooperative Blackwatch. This Blackwatch force, composed of the Umbrella, S.H.I.E.L.D, and the military, was established to prevent and contain various biohazard activities. Afterwards, I will serve as the person in charge of the Umbrella and serve as an advisor to Blackwatch. Pierce thought proudly, Lin Luo, you still can't help it. Your technology will eventually flow into the hands of our Hydra. As for whether Blackwatch can be successfully established, this question is not a problem for Pierce, because he will use a lot of resources and important contacts to ensure that the Blackwatch force will be successfully established. And, Pierce was sure Nick Fury felt the same way. For the time being, S.H.I.E.L.D and Hydra have the same interests in forming Blackwatch. But after that, it's up to each other. All of a sudden, two old coins in the same building who seemed to have the same camp but were actually completely different showed a similar smug smile, and their inner thoughts were surprisingly similar. Relying on the strength of the organization and my powerful ability, this Blackwatch is in my pocket. And this time, not only can they obtain a powerful organization for nothing, but they can also obtain the powerful and advanced technology of the Umbrella. Earn blood. The two thought that the top executives of the upcoming Blackwatch are all their own people, and the Bao technology, like all kinds of black technology, is also their own, so why don't they try their best to support it? As a result, Nick Fury and Pierce made up their minds to give the green light to Blackwatch all the way, and directly let the establishment of this organization start at a high speed. Thinking that since the Asgards invaded New Mexico, the protection umbrella has received attention from all sides and is about to be set on fire, Pierce quickly picked up the phone and dialed Nick Fury's number. Fury, this is Pierce. I heard that there may be a biohazard in Blackwater Town, and I think it's best not to target the umbrella again. Lin Luo seems to be trustworthy now, he is a hero. We don't need to be so concerned about umbrellas. We should focus on protecting our citizens. We, S.H.I.E.L.D, have a duty to keep them safe from aliens and bioviruses. Therefore, we should provide strong support for the establishment of Blackwatch. After all, this is an emerging armed organization that S.H.I.E.L.D participated in the construction of. On the other end of the phone, Nick Fury readily agreed, nodded, and said, for the Blackwatch that is about to be established, I will provide the greatest degree of help, and I will definitely ask people for people, money for money, and technology for technology. After hanging up the phone, the ecstatic Nick Fury sighed. Pierce really deserves to be my good teacher and helpful friend, and he can speak from my heart every time. The last time he tracked down the matter of Hydra inside S.H.I.E.L.D, he also fully supported and personally presided over the overall situation. Also, Pierce spared no effort in implementing the Insight plan, and spoke good words for me in front of those idiot council members. Pierce, what a nice guy. After sighing, whether it is the director of Black Braised Egg or Pierce, the leader of Hydra, they all began to imagine that when Blackwatch is established, they will immediately get an elite army composed of more than 100,000 elite members, and master everything about Blackwatch, in their own hands, including the extremely advanced biological technology of the Umbrella. In terms of self-confidence and love for daydreaming, the two are surprisingly consistent, and there is no slight difference. At the same time, in the Umbrella headquarters president's office, Lin Luo first received Hill's reply. As he expected, Nick Fury will fully support the establishment and operation of Blackwatch. Maria Hill is also a high-level representative of S.H.I.E.L.D and one of the scheduled commanders for Blackwatch. Lin Luo naturally has no opinion on this. This was originally in his plan. At the moment, Wanda in a red dress also handed the phone to Lin Luo. I have reported the news to Pierce as the president ordered, and this is his reply. Lin Luo took it and glanced at it. There is Pierce's reply on it. Continue to lurk, do your best to do the work of Blackwatch, we will provide everything you need here. Apparently Pierce put all his money on Blackwatch. On Hydra's side, the soon-to-be established Blackwatch enjoys pro-treatment. Their own laboratories and research projects are only pro-sun level. Obviously, both Black Braised Egg and Hydra leader Pierce regard Blackwatch as their own vegetable field. The two waited for the outbreak of the biochemical crisis, and began to fully promote the establishment of Blackwatch. At the moment, Lin Luo smiled slightly and said, Black Braised Egg and Pierce, you are still too naive, you just don't understand the basic principles of biochemical viruses. If you want to make a fortune from Resident Evil, in the end you are doomed to be nothing. Having absolute dominance in this regard, only the Umbrella. I laugh at Nick Fury's ignorance, Pierce's lack of strategy, thinking he has everything under control and can swallow Blackwatch in one gulp. However, the only thing that really controls everything is the umbrella. In fact, it was Lin Luo who really borrowed the chicken to lay the egg. With the support of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, coupled with the resources from the military, the establishment of Black Watch was stable. While completing the mission, Lin Luo can also get a good military organization plus a group of elite troops. And it can also reduce S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra's targeting of umbrellas. Now it means that everyone is waiting for the biochemical crisis in Blackwater Town to break out, so that they can make a fortune together. Even if Norman Osborn didn't die, these people would force Norman Osborn to die, and they might even make the Resident Evil outbreak by themselves. But all the plans of these people are doomed to fail. All the resources and funds they invest will eventually make a wedding dress for the umbrella. Just when the incident in Haishui Town was intensifying like a powder keg, Lin Luo suddenly received a message from Gwen Stacy the next morning. Mr. Lin Luo, my body suddenly became very strange. After much deliberation, only you can help me with such a problem, so I ask you to meet with me and help me solve the problem. Although I know this request is presumptuous, but I really have no other way. Seeing this somewhat strange text message, Lin Luo definitely didn't miss it. He knew that no accident, Gwen had become a spider spirit. So the plot of Spider-Man is about to unfold. Then director George Stacy is in danger. This is the star of Death Shining 657. Although the current world is obviously a synthesis of various multi-universe worlds, except for major events, some small events cannot be judged by the original plot. However, Lin Luo knows that the so-called superheroes all have a common identity, that is, they are orphans, and they can even be said to be the lone star of the evil spirit. In fact, Lin Luo has always had a doubt, can these superheroes add up to a pair of parents? Although it is impolite to think this way, it seems to him that being a superhero really has such a hidden ability, that is, parents can't sacrifice their power without limit. People who may not meet this invisible requirement are not even qualified to be superheroes. So Lin Luo always feels that the director and screenwriter have some misunderstandings about superheroes, or they discriminate against people with happy families and good parents. But in fact these superheroes are just ordinary people. Even Dachao, an absolutely righteous and kind god in the world, will blacken into an unrighteous Superman after Louise is gone. People with absolute belief like Batman have the saying of the bat laughing, not to mention other heroes. Therefore, Lin Luo is very sensible when looking at these so-called superheroes. He is very clear that without the film and television filters and the halo of the protagonist, these superheroes are just heroes made by the times. Just like little Spider-Man didn't immediately start to fight for justice after possessing the ability. According to the usual practice, he had to sacrifice a relative to start the hero's road. The current Gwen Stacy is just a girl whose body has undergone a terrible mutation, just like the second development of Chuan Ran. Normal people will become frightened, dazed, and afraid. It is also Lin Luo's specialty to point out the path of life for confused beautiful girls. Thinking of this, Lin Luo sent a message to the other party, I'll wait for you at the cafe in Zhongcheng Park. It seems that this time, he is going to play a guest role as a life mentor again. Gwen Stacy, it seems that your world line this time is very lucky, and you have met me, a kind person, but it's not going to feel good either. In one of the most famous exquisite coffee shops in Zhongcheng Park, Lin Luo pushed the door and entered. Although in order to hide his identity, he deliberately restrained his aura, acting like an ordinary office worker. But the well-proportioned and slender limbs, the perfect lines formed by the tensed muscles of the whole body, and the handsome facial features still attracted everyone's attention instantly. If this was in a bar, someone would have whistled straight away. Lin Luo has long been used to being the center of attention. He just set his sights on the beautiful girl in the red skirt and white shirt school uniform. The faint sunlight sprinkled on Gwen Stacy's blonde hair and fair face, bathing her whole body in a strange soft light. However, these rays of light still couldn't dispel the melancholy and bewilderment lingering in Gwen's brows and eyes. Those jewel-like pupils, like the eyebrows drawn with a paintbrush, make the girl look so pitiful at this moment. I feel pity for it. If it weren't for this being a coffee shop, and Gwen Stacy's age was a bit dangerous, someone would have come up to tease her. Lin Luo could tell at a glance that this girl with exquisite facial features was like a girl who came out of a 3D cartoon, and she was very nervous and uneasy at the moment. He stepped forward and greeted Gwen Stacy. I still like your lively appearance in the debating competition. The moment he sat down, Lin Luo's psychic energy activated, and then he noticed the change in the girl. He smiled immediately, and sure enough, the Gwen in front of him was already the female Spider-Man Gwen. When the men and women next to him saw Lin Luo sitting opposite Gwen, they all sighed and gave up automatically. People are talented and beautiful, a natural couple. Hearing Lin Luo's voice, Gwen Stacy, who was thinking about something, hurriedly raised her head and glanced at Lin Luo, who didn't know when she sat down. Now she is not familiar with her ability. Otherwise, Gwen Stacy would not have been fooled by Lin Luo's seemingly harmless temperament, because this man was able to approach her so quietly. However, at the moment when she saw Lin Luo's gentle and handsome smiling face, Gwen's originally nervous mood immediately relaxed a lot. Through Lin Luo's words just now, she remembered the situation when the two met for the first time. Gwen Stacy realized that the seemingly powerful Mr. Lin Luo had always remembered her. Now, Gwen trusted Lin Luo even more. After calming down, the girl bit her delicate red lips with her white teeth, and said softly, Thank you, Mr. Lin Luo, for agreeing to my rude request. But I really have something important to say, and I don't know how to say it, or who to talk to. Take your time, don't rush. Lin Luo pretended to be a caring big brother, and comforted him. I'm here to solve your problems. No matter what kind of troubles you have, I can help you solve them. Help is absolutely necessary, but conditions are also indispensable. Originally, Spider-Man's DNA was a good thing. Not to mention anything else, just the Peter Jilling, that is, spider telepathy, which is a magic skill. Because this ability can sense danger in advance, this is very strong. The real world is not the same as in anime and film and television. It is like a normal person. If you get hurt by others, those boss will not be so disciplined. First level A to give room for development, will never sneak attack, and will not amplify their moves in advance. Here, people will kill you as soon as they make a shot. It is not the same as playing health badminton, thinking about playing back and forth. Moreover, this Spider-Man's abilities in all aspects are also very strong, whether it is strength, speed, reaction ability, or resistance ability, they are all outstanding. I remember that the first generation of Spider-Man once stopped a tram that was galloping at full speed by relying on its own strength. Such a gene must fit the Nemesis plan. Looking at the handsome face and warm smile like a movie star in front of her, Gwen Stacy was dazzled on the spot. This is an important reason why she chose to seek help from Lin Luo. That means he is so handsome, so he can't be a bad guy, right? So, Gwen talked about the strange encounters of the past 2 days. Yesterday, I visited the Midtown Museum, and a spider I didn't know where it came from bit me and then ran away. I reported it to the staff and didn't go to the hospital because I didn't feel any discomfort. But that's not an ordinary spider, it's a mutant spider that carries a trans gene. At the moment, Lin Luo, who was quietly drinking coffee, said cooperatively, "How do you know?" With a perfect face, Gwen showed off her slender arms, and said in a low voice, "Because I was bitten, I also became stronger. My strength has increased, my speed has increased, and my hands and feet can suck walls, just like a spider. And I will never fall, and I can even walk up the wall backwards with bare feet. Even my eyesight, hearing, and ability to sense crises have gotten better. These changes absolutely couldn't have appeared out of thin air. They must be related to that mutated spider. After being bitten, my genes probably underwent some kind of change." After speaking, she was still afraid that Lin Luo would not believe her words, so Gwen pointed to some small words on the signboard in the distance and said, "Did you see those words? The Midtown Museum is temporarily closed to anyone, and the opening date is unknown. I couldn't see it before, but now I can see the dust on the signboard clearly. This is definitely not something that normal people can see clearly." Lin Luo turned his head and glanced, thinking to himself, it's really hard to see clearly, about 0.8 grams in total. However, Lin Luo didn't show his fangs at the beginning, but pretended to be puzzled and said, "This is a good thing. No matter how many people can't ask for it, it shouldn't be a problem. I'm afraid there will be adverse reactions." Gwen said pitifully, "I dreamed that I turned into a spider every night. Mr. Lin Luo, can you help me?" With her beautiful face, pitiful tone, and bright eyes, even a hard-hearted man will fall in love with her. Even a woman will feel her heart melt when she sees this scene. However, Lin Luo was unmoved and just said calmly, "Your worries are indeed not unreasonable. Genes are very complicated and delicate things. A slight change may cause big problems. And this kind of optimization is impossible without cost. It should be careful. How about this? You know that I am a senior executive of the Umbrella. I can take you to the medical research department of the Umbrella and help you do a physical examination. All procedures and inspection results are kept strictly confidential, and I promise not to disclose any information about you to the outside world, so that you can continue to live a normal student life. But you know, I can't help you in vain. I need you to sign a confidentiality contract. And when necessary, we have the right to retain your inspection data. But rest assured, we will not conduct any other experiments on you without your consent." Gwen Stacy didn't immediately say yes. She hesitated for a long time. But, first, Gwen didn't sense the crisis. The previous experiments proved that she could sense even the danger of being thrown a cup. Second, this Mr. Lin Luo has been acting calmly and calmly. Maybe such an ability is nothing to their Umbrella. Thinking of those legends about Bao and Umbrella biotechnology, Gwen Stacy also calmed down a lot. She nodded to Lin Luo and said, "Mr. Lin Luo, I believe in you. Don't worry, this is the most correct choice you made." Lin Luo sincerely felt that serving him was much more reliable than being a Spider-Man. At least life would not be so miserable. Then Lin Luo brought Gwen, who was in a delicate mood, to the Umbrella First Research Institute. Here, Lin Luo accompanied Gwen Stacy through a series of inspections like a warm man. The person in charge of these checks is none other than Dr. Wilhelm Birkin, head of research and development at Umbrella Biotech. Accompanied by Lin Luo, an acquaintance, and that she was not subjected to compulsory experiments and inspections, and did not feel any malice, Gwen Stacy was very relieved. Finally finished the last test, Gwen Stacy sat nervously on the sofa outside the laboratory waiting for the result. Lin Luo walked into the laboratory and said to Dr. Wilhelm, "How is the result?" In the pure white laboratory full of various precision instruments, Dr. Wilhelm was amazed at the test results. He replied in amazement, "Boss, this girl's physical abilities are excellent in all aspects. The most important thing is that her optimized gene is very stable, just like a perfect T virus. So, her body is very suitable for the improved TS series of genetic evolution agents. The so-called TS series gene evolution agent is the latest development of the Nemesis project, and it is a gene evolution map created by integrating the advantages of the perfect T virus and super soldier serum. So Lin Luo said to the nervous Gwen with a kind smile on his face. After our inspection, some kind of change has indeed occurred in your gene. To be precise, it has integrated the gene of some kind of mutated spider. I am afraid that if your situation is not resolved now, it will never be resolved. Because the test results show that the changes in your body will be permanent and there is no way to recover on your own. I am sorry that you are so young and have to suffer all this. I know it's not fair to you. Fortunately, the TS base, okay, evolutionary agent of our umbrella can perfectly solve your body problems. But this potion is a top secret product of our umbrella, which is expensive and will not be circulated on the market at all. This is something that money can't buy. This is an important asset of the umbrella. If you want to use it, you must pay a price, such as cooperating with experiments and providing genes. Definitely, we definitely respect your choice. After all, we are not some devil gong. After this series of words, little Gwen was stunned. Although Mr. Lin Luo did not specifically say anything about the problem, if there is no problem, people will not say so much and make such a request. It must be that Mr. Lin Luo did not want to arouse her fear and anxiety, so he chose such a euphemism. So the tearful little Gwen always felt that although Lin Luo didn't say it clearly, the meaning was that if he didn't inject the TS gene evolution agent, he might be overwhelmed. Looking at Lin Luo's handsome and harmless smiling face, somehow Gwen Stacy gritted her teeth and nodded. I agree with your request. At this moment, a system prompt came from Lin Luo's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully coercing the female spider, Gwen Stacy, and reward the perfect Spider-Man gene. Ding! The host obtains high-quality genetic samples for supplementation. The Nemesis project has one last sample before it is finally completed. At that time, the final reward will be obtained the Golden Key Evolution Medicine. Hearing the prompts from the system twice successively, Lin Luo's smile became more kind and mysterious. In the luxurious office, Gwen Stacy looked around curiously. After coming here, she felt a lot more relaxed. Facing all kinds of sophisticated instruments and researchers with bright eyes, Gwen Stacy instinctively felt nervous. Thinking of this, she glanced at Lin Luo, who was very indifferent from the beginning to the end, and thought to herself, fortunately, Mr. Lin Luo is here, otherwise I come here alone, I really don't know what will happen. Gwen Stacy keenly noticed that when she saw the test results, only Lin Luo's eyes did not change. Although this gentleman's eyes have always been filled with divine light, those translucent eyes are pure and clear, like the most precious transparent crystal, and he is a good person at first glance. Lin Luo didn't pay much attention to Gwen Stacy's little thoughts. The reason why he was very calm was that Lin Luo knew all about Gwen's abilities, even better than Gwen himself and those researchers. The first is the super body that is basically necessary for every superhero, including super strength, speed, reaction ability, etc. Especially the reaction ability. Gwen, who has integrated the spider gene, has a unique advantage in this respect. Spider telepathy is a limited version that predicts the future, and it can even be said to surpass the reaction speed of time. Others are various types of spider abilities, including spider telepathy, including sticky cilia structures and limbs, which can climb freely on walls. At the same time, the sense of body balance has reached a perfect level, even more outrageous than a tumbler. Anyway, it is basically these abilities, plus at most the ability to spit spider webs unique to the original film and television Spider-Man. But obviously, the Gwen in front of him doesn't have such an ability, otherwise he would really be a spider spirit. Definitely, Umbrella's technology is perfectly capable of allowing Gwen Stacy to launch cobwebs, and that's not a problem. For these abilities of the female spider Gwen, Lin Luo was very clear before the inspection. So at 590, he naturally wouldn't be surprised. To be honest, for Lin Luo, who will soon have the Golden Key Evolution Potion, these abilities are not qualified to make him make a fuss. No matter how strong the Spider-Man gene is, to put it bluntly, it cannot withstand heavy firepower. As a representative of the civilian superhero, Spider-Man still has limits, and can only fight those lower bosses in urban battles. In fact, even in the comics, Spider-Man's main opponent is only the dead fat Jin Bin, who claims to be full of muscles from the neck down. Besides having the power to control the underground world, Jin Bing was originally just a stronger ordinary person. It can be seen that Spider-Man's ability is actually the same thing. What's more, the Golden Key Evolution Potion has absorbed the perfect Spider-Man gene as a sample. So for Gwen Stacy, Lin Luo really means that she has no desires and no desires. Be strong without desire. Gwen Stacy, who has spider telepathy and keen intuition, can immediately feel that people really don't seem to think much about herself. This further confirmed Gwen Stacy's previous thoughts. Mr. Lin Luo is a good person, unlike other people who see him with bright eyes and greedy for his body. The office where the two are now is a temporary office. In fact, it is usually used for fishing. In order to explore Lin Luo's thoughts and weaknesses, those spies did everything possible. Badge, it may be that the employer's asking price is too high. These people are really dying for clues. Therefore, apart from the real people, few people know where Lin Luo's real office is. As people close to Lin Luo, the two Alice tyrants cannot be instigated or deceived, because behind them is the super artificial intelligence Red White Queen. As for Wanda, although his physical ability is still lacking, his fighting level can't be said to be average, it can only be said to be non-existent. But as the owner of the Chaos Demon, the future Scarlet Witch, the master of controlling consciousness, if he wants to deceive this, no one can do it except Lin Luo and a few magic masters. Therefore, all information about Lin Luo was well hidden, and the top spies in the industry couldn't even take a single photo. However, Lin Luo has also read Sun Tzu's Art of War, and knows that blocking is worse than sparse, and also knows the truth of encircling 3 and missing 1. Therefore, he set up such bait all over the company to release false information. In this way, everyone has an explanation, so that these people will not go to extremes at every turn. To be honest, these people are really more threatening than dying under the umbrella when they are alive. It is very troublesome to deal with, and it will make people think that Lin Luo is unruly and gives people a handle. Although there are no rules in the first place, only the strong are respected, but the main thing is trouble. Therefore, the layout of this office is basically arranged according to Lin Luo's preferences. The surroundings are also full of photos related to Lin Luo. You only need to change the job description a little bit to deal with the very immature female spider Gwen in front of you. At this time, after Lin Luo sat down, he directly picked up the thick document on the table and handed it to Gwen Stacy, saying professionally, "You are enjoying the treatment of a 5th-level personnel, which is already very good. As a company executive, I am only treated as an 8th-level employee. The highest salary in the whole company is our president, the 10th level of authority plus the 10th level of personnel treatment. The classification of the umbrella is based on SHIELD. However, the treatment and authority are separated. Because there are too many secrets in the umbrella, Lin Luo does not want to delegate power to others. But the vast majority of employees don't care about this, as long as the treatment is good enough, they really don't care about permissions. They even think that knowing less is not a bad thing, but if the authority is too high, there may be problems. Sometimes, the less you search, the safer you are. After all, in this land, I have heard and seen too many similar things. Even if you haven't heard of it or seen it, there are various movies and TV shows as reference learning objects. Gwen Stacy's 5-level treatment is really good. Lin Luo is rich, but he is not a money loser. His money and resources will only be given to those who are useful, specifically those who are useful to the umbrella and can obey orders. And Gwen Stacy is that kind of person. Gwen Stacy obediently took the file and glanced at it. She found her identification details and an employment contract inside. It is said to be an employment contract, but the series of obligations and various restrictions, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a contract of sale. This kind of contract with only obligations but no rights, will only be signed. But after Gwen Stacy saw the treatment in the contract, she felt that there was no problem at all, and it was very reasonable. No way, Lin Luo gave too much. Just the annual salary is as high as 1 million USD. In this land, 1 million USD can make many people take risks many times. Gwen Stacy knew about federal salaries. The current monthly salary of the well-known Phobali regular clerkship is only $4,000 a month, and even a small leader who is an ordinary leader does not necessarily have $100,000 for 10 months. One must know that his father, the chief of the police station, counted various allowances, and his monthly salary was only over 10,000 yuan, which could not be compared with her salary. In addition, the umbrella provides all kinds of unimaginable preferential treatment, such as various medical insurance, commercial insurance, and various subsidies, and even high-end employee apartments. In addition, Gwen Stacy's main job is as an external agent under the umbrella, with a certain degree of task autonomy. Thinking that she could surpass her old father's lifelong efforts at once, Gwen Stacy immediately felt a sense of satisfaction and pride in her heart. Normally, father and daughter often disagree, but without economic rights, there is no independence and autonomy, and even independent thinking is not worthy. Therefore, when arguing normally, Gwen Stacy is somewhat lacking in confidence. But not now. And originally, although Gwen Stacy developed very well in all aspects, but her face was a bit too young. She looks more like a junior high school student than a high school student, and unlike her classmates, she can pretend to be a white-collar worker without any problem if she dresses up a bit. For this reason, Gwen Stacy often feels troubled, feeling that she has been treated as a child, and she is very unconvinced. Lin Luo didn't see her that way, and gave her such a good contract and treatment. In this moment, Gwen Stacy felt like she was really being treated like an adult, not a child. What's more, he gave too much. Therefore, she signed the contract with her slightly trembling hands with excitement on her face, and she hugged Lin Luo's arm and shouted affectionately, "Boss." Lin Luo nodded in satisfaction. "In the future, I will work hard to serve the umbrella. I guarantee that your body will remain stable and there will be absolutely no problems." Lin Luo also knows that this salary is definitely very generous. You must know that during this time period, the US dollar is still very strong and has not depreciated. Even for S.H.I.E.L.D, which seems to be not bad for money, the monthly salary of ordinary employees is only a few thousand USD. A high-level agent like Phil Coulson only earns about 20,000 US dollars a month. But Phil Coulson is also slowly accumulating qualifications. He has worked hard for S.H.I.E.L.D. for more than 10 years before he has such treatment. Gwen Stacy was just a little girl who didn't graduate from high school and had just joined Umbrella when she got a contract that made Phil Coulson envious. This shows how good the benefits of the Umbrella are. This was originally a decision made by Lin Luo himself. It is enough for system employees to rely on their ideological seal to maintain a comfortable life, but some permissions can be appropriately released. Anyway, these people will not betray and are absolutely loyal to Lin Luo. Other outsiders can rely on high wages and good treatment to win them over, but they cannot be trusted and will only be given the most basic permissions. Even if these people work in the Umbrella for a lifetime, they will not have the opportunity to come into contact with various confidential information. In this way, the entire Umbrella can be firmly controlled by Lin Luo. Outsiders like Gwen Stacy are just one of many screws in the future. In the private office, Lin Luo noticed that Gwen Stacy hadn't moved for a long time, and she didn't let go of her hug. He lowered his head and glanced at this angel-like beautiful girl, and found that little Gwen's face was reddish, and he was quietly loosening his palm. However, due to the influence of the spider ability, her hands were like growing on Lin Luo's suit, and she couldn't tear them off no matter what. Because she is not very proficient with her own ability, Gwen Stacy doesn't know how to release her own ability at all. She didn't dare to use too much force, for fear of tearing Lin Luo's clothes. Seeing this scene, Lin Luo smiled slightly, his arm muscles tensed and bounced back, and a layer of invisible ripples flashed across. Suddenly, Gwen Stacy's hands seemed to have encountered some invisible electric current and were bounced aside. Pinch ha ha ha. Suddenly, Gwen Stacy, who was startled, let out a weird cry like a kitten with fried fur. Since acquiring this magical ability, it was the first time that Gwen encountered such a passive startle. Then seeing that there was no danger, she returned to normal and laughed. Cool. Gwen Stacy looked at her hands that were bounced off, and then at Lin Luo. If not, she would be blowing the whistle now. After obtaining the ability, it was the first time that Gwen saw that someone could entangle her hands like this. Lin Luo looked at Gwen Stacy, who was innocent and seductive, and patted Gwen Stacy on the head to comfort her. Little Gwen's performance just now was really funny. This was the same as teasing a cat, so Gwen Stacy closed her eyes very much. At the moment is the most relaxed and comfortable moment for Gwen these days. These days, the various changes in her body made her worry unceasingly. Gwen Stacy couldn't help collecting videos and photos of being bitten by poisonous spiders on the internet. Seeing those shocking ugly scars and very scary sequelae, she was terrified. Because she didn't want her father to worry, she didn't tell him. However, Gwen Stacy didn't dare to go to the hospital for an examination, and there was no one else to confide in. In the past 2 days, she has endured huge amounts of pressure, and even hid in bed and cried secretly several times. That's rarely the case with the tough and cheerful Gwen Stacy. Although, she also knows that those thoughts in her mind are not good, because negativity is too pessimistic. But Gwen Stacy just couldn't control it, and she was afraid that no one would understand her and everyone would treat her as a monster. Gwen Stacy thought it was worse than death. Until she met Lin Luo. In Gwen Stacy's view, Lin Luo is the best person in the world, not only giving her the best treatment, but also helping her solve problems. Moreover, Lin Luo was not afraid of her at all, did not treat her as a different kind, and respected her very much. That's what makes Gwen Stacy happiest. This feeling of being recognized is very important to her. Now Gwen Stacy believes that seeking help from Lin Luo and joining the Umbrella is indeed the best choice she has ever made. Even as a Shinik master, Lin Luo couldn't sort out all the thoughts of a little girl. He didn't want to understand either. Lin Luo only needs to know that the current Gwen Stacy trusts herself very much, and that is enough. After coming to the Marvel world, Lin Luo has gotten used to looking at these superheroes with calm and rational eyes. Just as he thought before, without the film and television filters and the halo of the protagonist, these superheroes are just ordinary people. What will happen in the future depends on the influence of the environment and experience. And Gwen Stacy is at her most malleable right now. After all, the current Gwen Stacy is just a girl who has not graduated from high school, and has not been polluted by the big vat of society. Moreover, originally Gwen Stacy's awakening ability has only a few days, and she doesn't understand the power she has. Therefore, Lin Luo put Gwen Stacy in a few words. For the current Umbrella, the benefit to Gwen is not even a drop in the bucket. With this little expenditure, a loyal high-level combat power is bound, which is really a big profit. What's more, Gwen, who has used the TX gene evolution agent, will definitely have a combat power far surpassing that of the original female Spider-Man, and this is a good experimental subject. Lin Luo felt that this wave of transactions was very cost-effective and made a lot of money. For such a good-looking, capable, cheap, and easygoing subordinate, he wants as much as he comes. Then thinking about the situation in Haishui town, Lin Luo suddenly felt that his previous plan could be made more perfect. And just take this opportunity to train Gwen Stacy well and see where the limit of her ability lies. So, Lin Luo smiled and said to Gwen Stacy, "In 2 days, I will give you a task, and you will be required to complete this task independently. Before the mission, I will give you a big surprise." "What surprise?" Gwen Stacy widened her beautiful eyes with anticipation. Lin Luo said casually, "If you say it, it won't be a surprise." In the end, Gwen still didn't get any surprise out of Lin Luo's mouth, so she could only leave with her lips pouted. Obviously, her coquettish tactics have tried a lot for the old father and the director, but why did it fail for Mr. Lin Luo? Not reconciled, Gwen Stacy decided to try a few more times in the future, maybe it will work. In the office, Lin Luo looked at the current changes in Haishui town. Then, he turned off the holographic projection screen and thought about it. The establishment of Resident Evil and Blackwatch is a sure thing. The difference is only sooner or later, and how much benefit the Umbrella can get from it. Thinking of this, Lin Luo asked Wanda, "Wanda, is the #1 secret underground training base available now?" "Boss, it is already in normal operation and can be put into use at any time." Wanda checked the information a little, replied immediately. Although, she was also surprised that this base was not within the scope of her duties, and she shouldn't have asked her. However, now Wanda has learned to do things without asking, always accepting orders instead of questioning them. Lin Luo nodded and said, "I think it should be usable, I just want to practice with you first." Wanda had a question mark on her face, am I not a secretary and a magician? Although, she always thought her ability was a mutant ability, but the boss said it was magic. Then Wanda calls herself a magician. Half a day later, in a huge underground plaza lined with steel barriers, the panting Wanda bent over in an unladylike manner, holding her stomach and putting her legs on her knees. Gasp. Lin Luo said that this was the training with the lowest difficulty, and Lin Luo only dodged and did not fight back. At the beginning, Wanda was still very confident, seeing that Lin Luo usually sat in the office and did not do high-intensity training. She is used to hiding and has received strict training from Hydra. In Wanda's mind, she should be able to beat Lin Luo easily. After all, Lin Luo didn't fight back. Wanda thought she was invincible. However, the terrain here is complicated, and various thick steel barriers and rock pillars can be seen everywhere. Wanda turned around and was almost confused. At the beginning of the battle, Wanda chased Lin Luo and started to attack, let alone win. She couldn't even touch Lin Luo's shadow. Lin Luo is so flexible. In order to keep up with Lin Luo's rhythm, Wanda tried her best and didn't stop for a moment. Ask for flowers 00. Just for a while, she was out of breath, feeling like her heart was about to jump out of her throat, and she couldn't run anymore. Looking at Wanda, who was about to die, Lin Luo, who was panting with red face, shook his head and said, "What's wrong with you? Are you thinking of sucking air into your hands and suffocating me? I have to say, this Hydra is really bad. No wonder I didn't do S.H.I.E.L.D in the end." Elite talents like Wanda don't mind brainwashing, and they don't even train well. Later, he even dared to study the psychic scepter, and was about to steal the power of infinite gems to build mechanical troops. Red Skull did this too, and ended up being Soul Gem's watchdog. Even Baron Strucker dared to seek the power of infinite gems, just like the sand crocodile trying to control Hades, highlighting one to die. Infinite gems are also things that Hydra can touch? Don't talk about Thanos, they can't even pass Ultron. Sure enough, in the end, Baron Strucker died at the hands of Ultron. His death became a gauntlet to the Avengers. Therefore, it is not surprising that Wanda, a top seed who had the opportunity to become the absolute trump card of Hydra, was cultivated like this. 0. Wanda tried hard to restrain the urge to roll her eyes, panting, and said helplessly, "Boss, I don't understand why I have to be specially trained? And it's this kind of physical ability training." Lin Luo said indifferently, "With your ability strength, one bullet can solve it. In this world, pure magic can't stand at all. Being able to fight and resist is the kingly way." Without the strengthening of the scepter, Wanda can only listen to the voices of others, and try her best to barely control the consciousness of others. Such ability strength is useless in fierce battles. Only Wanda, who experienced the Sokovia incident, saw Quicksilver killed in battle, and then went mad and enlightened, is the real Scarlet Witch. The current Scarlet Witch does not live up to its name. That's why Lin Luo thought about training Wanda. No matter how he is one of his own, he is still the strongest in Marvel in the future. It would be too embarrassing if he died in such an inexplicable way. Wanda is still talking. "I am the one who wants to be the commander, as long as I direct them to do things." She is usually directed around by Lin Luo, and she has a lot of experience in this regard. Therefore, Wanda thinks that she only needs to learn and sell now. "With your half-baked level, how can you be the commander of Blackwatch?" Lin Luo asked back. "You don't want to serve me tea and water for the rest of your life, do you?" Wanda curled her lips and said, "What's wrong with serving tea and water? It's still easy. Now my massage skills are getting better and better, and my cooking skills are getting better and better. This secretary is the best job for me. Then what about your brother? What should we do then? Will you stay in Hydra for the rest of your life?" Lin Luo said angrily. His hands were about to move. "This woman will turn upside down if she doesn't fight for a day." Wanda immediately said, "It's not impossible. I think he is quite comfortable in Hydra." Lin Luo couldn't bear it anymore, and directly raised his hand. "Run faster, run farther, I'll give you 5 minutes. Why? Seeing Lin Luo's movements, Wanda screamed reflexively. She no longer felt relaxed and freehand before, and ran away while clutching the round parts behind her. His vigorous posture, which was faster and more flexible than a rabbit, was in stark contrast to his panting appearance just now. 5 minutes later, Lin Luo walked out of the training ground satisfied. It turns out that the red skirt is called like this, and sometimes it can be slapped twice more. This sound is quite nice. Moreover, this wave has indeed stimulated the potential of Scarlet Witch, and it is quite a shame to run away with anxious eyes. Previous. Next. 2 days later, Lin Luo continued to watch the live broadcast of Haishui town in his office. I have to say that this town is quite interesting, and there are a few ruthless people. However, in Lin Luo's eyes, these ruthless stubbless that make ordinary people frightened are just pawns and experimental products, similar to ants. The value of these people's existence is just to provide a little bit of data that may be useful, and to entertain him, and there is no other meaning. At the moment, with the direct leakage of various biochemical wastes from the Haishui Town Research Institute, the situation in the entire town has become more and more turbulent. This small town was reduced step by step from a small country. At the beginning, there were about 100,000 residents here, and the folk customs were simple, similar to Gotham City, and it was extremely unfriendly to tourists and outsiders. In the past, when Umbrella established a research institute here, it encountered all kinds of troubles and threats and extortions from die-hard elements. After that, Lin Luo waved his hand and offered a very generous compensation. Many people chose to leave here with expensive settlement and moving expenses. The rest are basically criminals and greedy people who do not do their jobs properly. They claim this is their ancestral land. Without adequate compensation, there is absolutely no way for them to leave here. If you want to continue to expand the scale of the institute, you have to step over their corpses first, otherwise they will never give in. 297. In fact, these people think that they have the qualifications and confidence to persevere. It is not without reason that Lin Luo chose to establish the research institute in this Blackwater town located in the mountains of Acre. The terrain here is remote, backed by huge mountains and dense jungles. Almost no outsiders come here throughout the year. The tourism industry here is similar to the slaughtering industry, and it is similar to the Ming robbery. It is dependent on the sky, and it depends on who is unlucky. Moreover, there are no special products here, the planting industry is not developed, and there are no large factories nearby. Generally speaking, in such a small town, the economy must be extremely sluggish, and it is already good for the people in the town to survive. The income of the townspeople can only barely eat and wear. People here may only yearn for big cities all their lives, but there is no land that they cannot leave forever. However, the opposite is true. The gap between the rich and the poor is very obvious here. Some residents are indeed so poor that they cannot even leave here. But some people have higher enjoyment and income than white-collar workers in big cities, and there are even several millionaires and multimillionaires. The town's medical care, education standards, and facilities are far above the average, and other entertainment facilities are also available, and there is even an armed force that is not weak. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that this town is weird, but they don't know what terrible secrets are hidden here. Lin Luo, who owns the Red White Queen, definitely knows exactly what the pillar industry in the town is. At that time, Lin Luo was taken aback. Good guy, the Milijian version of Tazai. It used to be an industrial base for planting happy grass with the characteristics of Millikan. There are a large number of plantations to grow old American happy grass. Almost all the plants used in the plantations are illegal smugglers in the industrial chain, which can almost be called modern black slaves. Isn't this a big gift package delivered to your door? Because of this, Lin Luo put the research institute here. In Lin Luo's view, this place is a natural experimental field, with this almost free land and excellent experimental subjects. Those residents who were not infected with the clam weed business all took the money and left, and the rest of the people did not need Lin Luo to pay. He wasn't going to pay either. In fact, the various industries and remaining land in the town have far exceeded the settling expenses. Originally Lin Luo made a lot of money from this business, not to mention there are so many experimental subjects with good quality. Thinking of this, Lin Luo glanced at several big white men with disturbed expressions. These few people are the rulers of the town, and they are also the biggest criminals in the vicinity. At the moment, the mayor Uncle Dong Ji Rice has panicked. As the mayor of Haishui town, Ji Rice thinks he is hardworking and has never been lazy. He carried forward the business of his ancestors, led all the townspeople to become rich together, and relied on his hands and wisdom to make everyone's life better. The business is getting bigger and bigger, and the town is getting better and better. Greg Rice didn't feel like he was doing anything wrong. Where there is a demand, there is a market, and where there is a market, there is a profit. He just did his duty as a businessman. Making money is not shabby, and as for crime, it's fine if you don't get caught. Everything is developing in a good direction, which is the recognition and praise of him as the mayor of the town. Definitely a bit of a diehard, not worth mentioning. But everything has changed since that goddamn umbrella company came along. First, some townspeople were bewitched and left the town. The other part is not working hard to do business, just thinking about blackmailing the umbrella to get more compensation. Although G. Rice also wanted more benefits, he didn't want to give up the golden rooster that was constantly laying golden eggs. So, G. Rice wanted it all, pretended to sell the town, took the sky-high compensation to buy better equipment, and made more fascinating little things. Then contact those big lords who do everything as long as they give money, use supply channels and better goods as commissions, and hire them to promote the Blackwater Town Research Institute. In this way, the compensation and the town are all his, and everything is the same as before. That's the perfect plan. Until the gunshots that broke the peace of the town not long ago, everything changed. First, the research institute said that there was biochemical pollution, and then various forces and various people who didn't know the so-called began to appear. The white business that could not go on in the first place is about to be completely shut down, and the loss is too great. However, the disaster was not over yet. Just after the accident at the waste treatment plant, accidents also occurred at some of the family's processing plants and secret bases located in the mountains. It is said that it was attacked by a monster, and Rice disdained it very much, and directly sent his own private army to sweep and investigate. However, one day passed, the investigation team never came back, and no news came out. If it weren't for the past majesty and forced deterrence, the town would have been in chaos long ago. But even with Rice suppression, this small town of 100,000 people has become more turbulent. A layer of invisible haze hangs over everyone's heart. At the moment G.E. Rice is already outraged. I just want to do business honestly and make money. Why do you all come to hinder me? One of the subordinates asked with some concern. Recently, the situation has become more and more chaotic. We can't beat those big companies. Why don't we withdraw first? Others don't have the confidence and strength that Rice has. Therefore, I am still very worried about my own life safety and property safety. If you don't get the money, what are you going to do? G.E. Rice at the moment has regained his strength and shouted. This time I will personally lead the team to solve the problem. I want to see who dares to fight against me. Gun in hand, charge me. He didn't believe that what monster, what beast, could be more ruthless than the submachine gun in his hand. The morale of all the subordinates is also soaring. It's like being beaten. Lin Luo, who watched this scene, knew that these people probably never returned, just like the first batch of mercenaries before. However, this has nothing to do with him. Umbrella has repeatedly emphasized the dangers of biochemical waste, and has also given them the opportunity to move them away. But they are not afraid and do not move away, so no one else is to blame. 2 days later, in a secret base of the Umbrella, under the guidance of the Red-White Queen, Lin Luo brought Gwen to the cold storage of the technology department in the base. Lin Luo built quite a few bases like this in one go. In pursuit of speed, many bases are put into use while being built. For example, the highest priority here is to build the technical department and cold storage, and then other various subsidiary departments. Not surprisingly, this #1 secret underground base is the main place Lin Luo uses to train and place external agents. The rest of the Umbrella First Research Institute led by Dr. Wilhelm and the deeply buried Hive base will basically not be announced to the public. In particular, the Hive base is the place where the Umbrella is most closely guarded, because it is where various viruses are produced. Fortunately, the special structure of bees can ensure safety and confidentiality. The staff in the Hive base are all excellent talents who are loyal and locked up, so there is no need to worry about leaking secrets. The first underground secret base belongs to the 3rd level of secrecy, and only personnel above level 5 are eligible to use it. After coming to the technical department, Lin Luo watched 2 workers bring out a freezer with a countdown timer from the cold storage. The countdown is not only the effective storage time of the TX genetic improver, but also the self-destruct time. When the time is up, the improver is either unusable or less stable. This is actually a gene mutation drug, but it is relatively stable, and it may also lead to the extraordinary 5. Once the effect of the medicine is unstable, God knows what changes will happen. Maybe it will create a monster that hates it. In addition, without the direct orders of Lin Luo and Red-White Queen, no one can open this freezer. When it was built, various situations were considered. Not only could it not be exploded, but also it had double defenses. One layer was made of special materials. So it's useless even if Magneto comes, and it can effectively counter psychokinesis 1.2 players like Wanda. After gradually becoming familiar with her own ability these 2 days, Gwen Stacy was no longer so afraid and uneasy. The whole person is a lot more lively, but also a lot. But seeing Lin Luo's indifferent expression and eyes that seemed to see through everything, he immediately calmed down and didn't have too many thoughts in his heart. Then, Lin Luo accepted the base staff's offer to open half of the freezer, and then used his fingerprints and spiritual power to open the last security lock. Looking at the tube of purple reagent, Gwen Stacy's neck, which was as smooth and white as jade, trembled, biting her red lips with her white teeth, and said nervously, "Isn't this going to in the underground training base?" Gwen Stacy, who had just finished taking the TX genetic modifier, was undergoing various tests. Lin Luo knew that this version of Gwen Stacy was actually lively by nature, so he didn't take her for unnecessary examinations. After all, the data on paper is only dead, and the real effect can only be seen after some actual practice. And watching a young and beautiful female high school student make various pleasing movements is also a kind of enjoyment. In order to limit the biohazard to Haishui Town, Lin Luo observed and thought day and night. With such hard work, shouldn't you rest your eyes and see something good? At the moment, Gwen Stacy kept yelling, moving around in the complex training facility, jumping up and down, just like a monkey. The speed is fast and flexible, and it can be seen that Gwen Stacy wants to express herself well in front of Lin Luo. However, Lin Luo just glanced at it casually, and didn't take it too seriously, being too weak. When building this training base, Lin Luo had already made the designers consider all aspects. Here can meet the training of water, land, air, and various complex environments. The materials of various facilities are also different, but the only thing in common is that they are strong and heavy, and resistant to beatings. You must know that the destructive power of superhero is amazing. For example, the seemingly weak Gwen Stacy in front of me actually has the strength to become a destroyer. Gwen Stacy realizes this too. She felt that her speed became faster and her strength became stronger, and she was deceived by this wonderful clinging ability. Facing the punctures and sneak attacks of various steel spears, Gwen can easily dodge 28. Spider telepathy and her instincts integrate perfectly, making Gwen Stacy feel like she's Superman. At this moment, she felt as if she was omnipotent and nothing could hurt herself. For the first time in his life, Gwen felt that obtaining this kind of ability was also a good thing, a great thing. My strength, speed, and ability have become stronger again. After some experiments, Gwen Stacy was amazed. She thought that her original ability was strong enough and outrageous. Unexpectedly, this potion actually made the already powerful ability and strength even stronger. This potion is simply too strong. Moreover, after using the potion to become stronger, Gwen Stacy not only did not feel out of control or ran away, but became more stable. Her control over her own strength and ability has also suddenly improved by leaps and bounds. Thinking of this, Gwen Stacy asked Lin Luo in surprise. When I first started awakening ability, I felt that the world was too big, too noisy, and too fragile. I have become super sensitive, and everything will break when I touch it. I don't know what to do. But now why can I perfectly control my strength and ability, and there seems to be one more around. All of a sudden, Gwen Stacy didn't know how to describe that strange feeling. She really didn't expect that the already strange body could become even stranger, and could even awaken a more miraculous new ability. This TX genetic modifier is really unusual, it must be very valuable. Mr. Lin Luo is really kind to himself. Lin Luo took Gwen Stacy's words and said, "It's like having some invisible hands, feet, eyes, and ears. It seems that you are very lucky, awakening the Shanic power that comes with the TX genetic modifier. This is a very powerful, extraordinary power, even stronger than your own spider ability. If you develop this ability well, you in the future can even be omnipotent, just like a god." But the current Gwen Stacy is only a preliminary awakening ability. This female high school student doesn't have the terrifying psychic ability like Lin Luo. It may take Gwen Stacy's lifetime to develop Shanic power to the level of a master, let alone the more advanced level of god. However, even if it is the intermediate or advanced psychic realm, the MCU world at this stage is almost already a character, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a god. Even the primary psychic power has a strong effect, at least it will not be so passive when facing a master of mind control like Wanda. Gwen Stacy was extremely surprised, and exclaimed, "It can make people have such a magical ability, and the effect of this potion is too strong." Gwen was deeply shocked by the powerful effect of the TX genetic modifier. Even she knew about such a potion, and it might not be possible to buy it with money alone. After all, this is tantamount to letting people master a magical ability out of thin air. What kind of magic potion is this? Even the super soldier serum that created Captain Legendary doesn't have such a powerful effect, does it? Gwen Stacy didn't expect that the TX genetic modifier was more precious than she thought. It would be strange if it didn't have such an effect. Lin Luo calmly said something very serious. "You know, the potion you used is not qualified for Tony Stark and the granddaughter of a 5-star general. Definitely, in fact, this ineligibility is twofold. The constitution of these two people is not good. If you use this strengthening potion that can even draw out the power of extraordinary all at once, the effect will not be good or even harmful. This is the same as the principle of not being filled." On the other hand, Lin Luo really didn't want to give them such a good medicine. After all, you have to take it out a little bit before you can sell it at a good price. In fact, up to now, even those few who are absolutely on their own are not qualified to use the TX genetic modifier. Regular USS members only have access to the common T-virus strengthening potion. Because the strengthening effect of this medicine is very strong, and the cost is high, and the steps are cumbersome. Making a single TX gene modifier requires more capital investment and human resources than making dozens of common T-virus strengthening drugs. As for Gwen Stacy, in Lin Luo's view, she is already his subordinate and still needs to be taken care of. Otherwise, Lin Luo and the Umbrella will lose face. If the opponents hide too much, no one will work hard for themselves. This wave is tantamount to buying a horsebone with $1,000. Everyone has their own value, and people with abilities like Gwen Stacy are worthy of Lin Luo's investment. Villains like those in Blackwater are only worthy of being fuel for the Umbrella and Blackwatch. And that's the best thing they've ever done in life, and that's their crowning achievement. Definitely, the perfect integrate effect of Gwen Stacy originally and TX genetic improvement potion is also an important reason. The combination of the two will bring better TX gene improvement medicine. This value is much greater than the investment in Gwen Stacy. Feeling that her physical condition has become stronger and better than ever, Gwen believes in Lin Luo's words. Thinking that the other party used a strengthening potion that even Iron Man was not qualified to use, she admired and appreciated Lin Luo even more. That sense of identity is also stronger. She was still a little apprehensive. Gwen was afraid that her performance would not be good, that she would disappoint Lin Luo's kindness, and waste such precious medicine in vain. However, she is in really good shape now. This made it impossible for Gwen Stacy to refuse the benefits of this potion. So at this moment, Gwen Stacy decided to do her best to serve Lin Luo well. Looking at Gwen Stacy in front of him, Lin Luo thought of other spiders. Whether it's Gwen Stacy in the original world or the Spider-Man in the film and television universe, they are all very hardworking. After all, Spider-Man has no team, no support, and is a typical civilian hero. And although almost every Spider-Man has no parents or uncles, they all have an aunt. Therefore, they dare not reveal their identities, nor can they use ability to make money. Just like the original movie version of the Spider-Man bully Maguire, he was even forced to fight black boxing to make money, and was hacked for his salary, which eventually killed the most important uncle. What a miserable word. The other little Spider-Man also had to hide and tuck. In the early days, they were all kinds of ignorant, and the beatings were light. It can be said that they suffered a lot. And Gwen in front of him not only perfectly controlled and became familiar with his own ability, but even further improved his own ability. Now she has someone she can rely on, who can share her uneasiness, has a generous salary and treatment, and has a definite goal. With the backing of the umbrella and Lin Luo, Gwen can use ability with confidence, even if her true colors are revealed. This is the benefit of having a background. Because the backstage of the umbrella is big enough and good enough, it can definitely hold it. At the moment, Gwen Stacy also realizes the benefit of having someone to back her up. All of this is very wonderful, and the effect of the TX genetic improvement medicine is much better than expected, allowing her to quickly get rid of the days and anxiety of the mutation in her body. Looking at the satisfied Gwen Stacy, Lin Luo smiled and said, "Don't be too happy, the surprise I said hasn't started yet." Gwen Stacy surprised again, "Any surprises?" She hesitated for a moment, and said with some concern, "A few days ago, I was a female high school student in common. You have invested so much in me, will it?" Although Gwen Stacy knew that her ability was extraordinary, what Lin Luo gave was even more extraordinary. If this continues, she is afraid that she will not be able to afford it if she sells herself. At this moment, Wanda, who had been invisible for a long time, couldn't help but said quietly, "He won't lose money, so you can use it with confidence." Then Wanda murmured silently in her heart, "How much this profiteer invests, he will definitely earn back." This simple little girl has almost lost her mind by Lin Luo. No matter how much she gives, isn't she still an asset of the umbrella? You are also an asset to the umbrella. Originally, Wanda didn't intend to speak. After all, he was trained and tortured by Lin Luo these days. For this president, Wanda was a little apprehensive. But looking at Gwen, who is becoming loyal one after another, and Lin Luo, who is smiling and not showing any signs of expression, Wanda couldn't bear it anymore. She thinks that this man can't be too complacent, can't let him occupy all the good things, right? This fool's the fool. In fact, there are still losses, such as hiring a disobedient female secretary. Lin Luo glared at Wanda, and the meaning was obvious. "Are you itchy? Dare to tear down the boss?" Wanda glanced at the still silly Gwen Stacy, and suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of justice in her heart, and stared back at Lin Luo. Origin magic power and eyes quietly sent a message to Lin Luo. "Have you got a new puppy?" I have to say that although Lin Luo's secret training process was very humbling and tortured, it worked out very well. In the past 2 days, Wanda's body has also become much stronger, and the original origin magic power has also become stronger. Hence the just act of today. Lin Luo also glanced at it, and the meaning of that look is clear. Not everyone can become a dog raised by an umbrella. Wanda gave Lin Luo a supercilious look, and said nothing. "I became a dog too." Then Lin Luo's voice sounded in Wanda's mind. "You are not a repair dog, but an important asset of the company, my dear assistant Miss Wanda. Be a problem." Until now, she didn't know why she believed Mr. Lin Luo's evil in a daze. In fact, the two met twice in total. When things came to an end, Gwen Stacy felt that she seemed a little reckless, but the atmosphere was set to this point, and it seemed that she couldn't refuse. Lin Luo is like a big bad wolf who tricked Little Red Riding Hood, showing a seemingly kind smile and saying, "Don't worry, it doesn't hurt at all." After speaking, he stuck a needle in Gwen Stacy's slender arm that seemed to have no pore. Meanwhile, Gwen Stacy let out a kitten-like purr. "It hurts. Wait until Gwen has fully adapted to the strengthening of the TX genetic improvement agent." Lin Luo took Gwen to the equipment department of the secret base. Then, the two immediately saw a protective umbrella sealed in the prototype display cabinet and a product completed by Tony, the NS1 nanobiochemical combat suit. He pointed to the battle suit and other equipment that seemed to be full of technology. "These are all prepared for you. For your safety, we put it first. In this way, you, the external agents hired by the umbrella, can complete the task without any worries. So don't worry too much, our umbrella has always been people-oriented. Is this all for me?" At the moment Gwen Stacy was so moved that she didn't know what to say. The NS1 biochemical battlesuit prepared by Lin Luo for Gwen has many differences in style and structure from the original version, so it can be said to be an advanced version. Similar to the original version of the basic NS1 biochemical combat suit, it is prepared for ordinary USS troop members. Gwen's is a special NS1. It is equipped with a small arc reactor from Stark Industries, so it has sufficient energy. This greatly strengthens the various functions of the nano-biochemical suit. We must know that the original NS1 biochemical combat suit charging system purely relies on absorbing various energy conversions, and the energy storage is actually very low, which has caused many problems. For example, the battery life is strong, and there is no way to switch modes multiple times. Gwen's biochemical combat suit not only has a super endurance ability, but also can switch between various modes at will, and the duration of each mode is greatly increased. For example, the original optical camouflage is only invisible for 10 minutes, and then it needs to be recharged. In addition, the original version converts various ubiquitous energy by absorbing solar energy and bioenergy. Although the charging methods are various and convenient, but the energy intensity is not enough, so the basic biochemical battlesuit cannot be equipped with some powerful accessories. Gwen's nanosuit is different. First of all, it is specially customized according to Gwen's ability and personal characteristics. It looks small and exquisite, with very feminine lines and beautiful appearance. And on the basis of the original version, it adds an energy shield stand, a miniature rocket magazine on the shoulder, and a small arm shield on the left arm, which can emit high-intensity paralyzing arcs. In addition to clothes, it is also equipped with a super carbon fiber nanobow, with conventional arrows, high-explosive armor arrows and electromagnetic arrows. Its powerful power is stronger than that of ordinary light-fire weapons. It's just that regular arrows can easily kill an elephant, and high-explosive armor-piercing arrows can even destroy a chariot. In addition to the nanobow, there are 2 superconducting nano-combat daggers and 2 electromagnetic submachine guns. This was armed to the teeth. If this piece of equipment fell into the hands of Deathstroke, the mercenary king in the next world, it would easily kill some less powerful extraordinary ability users. The strength of this set of equipment can be imagined. In fact, except for those perverts with amazing powers, in the Marvel movie universe, everything depends on equipment. And on the premise of sufficient strength, with top-level equipment, he can even fight those top-level bosses. For example, the golden combination of Captain America Rogers and Vibranium Shield can even fight against Thanos without dying. The same goes for Iron Man with his nano armor. Doctor Strange relied on Dr. Time and forcefully negotiated to get away the multi-universe Lord of Darkness Dormammu. In the end, Thanos also relied on the Infinity Gauntlet and 6 gems to complete the great cause of Planned Parenthood in the universe. However, generally speaking, it is not so easy to obtain these equipment. Compared with those hard-working superheroes, Gwen Stacy has such luxurious equipment just after signing the contract, and she is already at the starting line. You know, her clan little Spider-Man Peter Parker is so miserable that he has to pick up trash. Little Spider-Man really has no choice. He needs various instruments to check and record his physical condition. At the same time, in order to facilitate future actions and conceal his identity, little Spider-Man also needs to make some special equipment. Now he hasn't recognized that Mr. Tony who everyone wants to grab a handful of wool as his adoptive father, so he can only rely on his own efforts. However, Peter Parker's only relative is Aunt May. Originally, Aunt May's income is not much. In addition to dealing with large and small expenses, Aunt May also likes to do some charity activities from time to time, engaging in humanitarian assistance and so on. So it was even more difficult for this family that was not wealthy at all. Little Spider-Man feels that being a boy requires self-reliance. And he couldn't explain to Aunt May why he asked for money, because the use of these equipment must be kept secret. Therefore, little Spider-Man can only choose the most economical way, and go to the trash can to find the equipment he uses. In short, when the little Spider-Man struggled through the trash can and was overjoyed to see a usable part, Gwen was stunned at the luxurious equipment in front of him. Looking at the equipment full of technology and fill money atmosphere in front of her, Gwen Stacy reconfirmed in disbelief. These are really all for me. Although, accepting these equipments made her feel a lot of pressure. However, the female Spider-Gwen really likes these equipments, and fell in love with them the moment she saw them. If she is not really interested in science, she will not be in a hurry to go to the Austrian group for an internship, and she has a good impression of umbrella technology. She is also full of gratitude to Lin Luo again. Now Gwen Stacy is truly a part of the umbrella. Lin Luo nodded and said casually, "This is just the equipment for the mission. You don't need to have too much pressure. These add up to only $100 million US. Small money." The outrageous words frightened Gwen into a fool. $100 million is still a small amount of money? With her high annual salary far exceeding that of her father, it would take her 100 years without eating or drinking to afford such a set of equipment. Prior to this, because of the sudden high and scary annual salary, Gwen Stacy had swollen to the point that she could afford everything. She really couldn't afford to sell this equipment. After a burst of amazement, perhaps out of a girl's nature, Gwen Stacy hesitated for a while, and then made a personalized request. "The clothes are beautiful, but can they be painted differently? Is it too dark to look good?" Taking a look at the pure black uniform, Lin Luo shook his head. She really is a little girl who likes to make those fancy things. He clapped his hands, and a holographic projection screen suddenly appeared in front of Gwen's eyes. On it was the 3D stereoscopic holographic projection of Gwen's biochemical battlesuit. "Look at yourself and tune it." Lin Luo was also a little curious about what color combat uniform this high school girl likes. "I remember those boys' little Spider-Man are mainly red." Looking at the holographic projection with detailed details in front of her, Gwen Stacy once again exclaimed, "Cool, this is awesome. I want this color, some more of this color, some more of this. This color is good. The front should be silver, the forearm and stomach should be blue, and the middle should be separated by red. Soon, she learned to adjust the color scheme of the bio-combat suit and some insignificant exterior designs without a teacher. At this moment, Gwen Stacy seems to have returned to the happy time when she was a child dressing up her doll friends. Very top-notch, very happy. After the holographic image was rendered on the clothes and changed to Gwen's favorite color, Lin Luo looked weird. Why does this clothes look like Gwen is an optimized high-tech version of the spider tights? Lin Luo thought with some emotion in his heart. The world line has come to an end. It seems that what should come will always come. It is estimated that those big bosses who will destroy the world or even the entire universe will appear one by one in the future. But this time, I will make a move. Here, the Red-White Queen has adjusted the appearance of Gwen's battlesuit extremely efficiently. At the moment Gwen happily changed into the NS1 biochemical battlesuit that she personally decorated. Because she has practiced in Osborne Group, she likes this kind of combat uniform very much. At the same time, Gwen Stacy also personally experienced the powerful combat power and precious level of this battlesuit. She was even more grateful to Lin Luo in her heart. This battlesuit set off Gwen Stacy's slender figure even more gracefully. Looking at Gwen's well-fitting and familiar combat uniform, Lin Luo casually said, "This combat uniform is called the Ghost Combat Uniform. From today onwards, your code name will be Ghost Spider. I like this name." Gwen Stacy became more and more satisfied with this battlesuit. At this time, the White Queen released the mission through the battle communicator according to the strategy Lin Luo had planned before. Identity verification passed, determined to be Gwen Stacy's 5th-level agent. Now, Qian Zhao announces the task, and 3 days later, he will disguise himself as a tourist and go to Haishui Town to investigate the biochemical leakage accident caused by the attack by the hostile company on the umbrella. Great, I'm about to complete the task. I feel better than 007 now. Gwen Stacy looked excited. She felt that she had taken such good equipment from others, so she had to work. The sooner the task is completed, the sooner Lin Luo's investment can be repaid. However, Lin Luo glanced at the slender and attractive ghost spider Gwen Stacy with some disgust, shook his head and said, "In your current state, to complete the task is to deliver food to people." Although Gwen Stacy's ability is very strong, and her equipment is even better than the world's top, but her experience and temperament are too poor. To complete the task in this way, there is absolutely no possibility of problems in terms of safety. Ordinary heavy weapons can't break through the defense of the battlesuit, and they can't even touch Gwen Stacy's side. After all, spider telepathy ability is not a vegetarian. But no matter how good the equipment and abilities are, they are still used by humans, and the current Gwen Stacy is not good at it. I'm already very strong. With the double strengthening of potions and equipment, Gwen Stacy felt great, and her whole body was full of strength. Lin Luo nodded, "Then see you at the training ground. Wanda, come out and get beaten." Wanda, who had been watching secretly from the sidelines for a long time, shrank her neck, and did not lie down again. In fact, for Wanda's outspoken behavior just now, Lin Luo didn't say anything, but he had already made an account in his heart. Therefore, he will not release water for the training later. In addition, as he said, these two people are important assets of the umbrella, and they will work hard for him. Lin Luo didn't want to fail in the initial investment because the two were too good at it. In addition, at the current level of the two of them, it is not easy for him to give the task to them. So Lin Luo asked Wanda to take Gwen to the training ground first. He generously gave Gwen Stacy time to familiarize himself with the equipment and his own strength. In addition to those heavy weapons, Lin Luo also asked the equipment department to prepare a kind of web shooters for Gwen. Gadgets are standard equipment for spiders, and if you don't have them, you are embarrassed to go out and say hello to people. Definitely, the premise is that they have not met the Spider-Man who can spit cobweb by himself in the first generation. Then, Lin Luo started the afternoon tea time. The supermodel-like Alice Tyrant in a white silk-made dress hurriedly greeted him wholeheartedly. A set of tea, water, snacks, and massage. Lin Luo also felt that the time was almost up. So, he got up and walked towards the training base. Even though it's only been an hour now, but with Gwen Stacy's memory and learning ability after being strengthened by the TX genetic improvement drug, it is already equivalent to several days of training time for others. So, now Gwen Stacy should be familiar with how to use that biochemical nano combat suit. Web shooters should also work decently. After all, this seems to be the instinct of spiders, they are born with it. If so, this training is still a bit worth seeing. Looking at the empty training ground, Lin Luo sighed, "I raised a little traitor." Normally speaking, Gwen Stacy, who has obtained powerful equipment and her strength has skyrocketed, will definitely be full of confidence. She can't wait to come out and challenge herself, and she must charge head-on. But now, the other party chose to hide behind rows of steel jungles and 643 walls. The opponent clearly knew that it was absolutely impossible to win a frontal battle. Gwen Stacy couldn't have figured this out on her own, so Wanda was tipping the scales. After all, Wanda has been trained by Lin Luo to doubt life these days. In order to better train the strongest man in Marvel, Lin Luo has used Shiniken Fusion, because he found that this Scarlet Witch showed signs of being disabled. If that's the case, he'll be at a loss. Therefore, Lin Luo put a lot of effort into training Wanda. After training, no matter how stupid Wanda is, she knows that Lin Luo's strength is unfathomable. This time, Wanda was thinking of pulling Gwen to attack herself, wanting revenge. The abilities of both of them are the kind that are very suitable for concealing sneak attacks. Sneak attack plus justice 2 against 1, this is where their confidence lies. Looking at the various dense barriers and complex terrain around him, Lin Luo didn't immediately look for Yamato Gwen's location. This training base was established by him. Lin Luo is well aware of how complicated the terrain here is. If you can't lock the positions of the two in advance, it will be very difficult to catch them all. Lin Luo calmed down, stood still, and his whole body entered a state of harmony between man and nature. There was no ripple in his heart lake. At the moment, layers of invisible light appeared from Lin Luo's body. Lin Luo began to release his extremely powerful spiritual energy. These spiritual energy, which cannot be seen by the eyes, cannot be heard by the ears, and cannot be detected by the most sophisticated electronic instruments, are like the smallest matter, centered on Lin Luo's body, and rippled around in layers. Ripples like water waves instantly enveloped all directions and penetrated all obstacles. Whether it's airspace, hard walls, or even thick steel barriers and those special materials, they can't stop the penetration of spiritual energy. And the penetrating psychic energy will immediately feed back the clearest and most accurate information to Lin Luo. This information is absolutely undetectable by means of common perception. It wasn't until 840 meters away that Lin Luo's spiritual energy stopped spreading. Lin Luo's spiritual energy spread into a circular field with a diameter of 840 meters. Basically, most of the training bases have been included in his perception. Within this field, Lin Luo can see and hear many useful information. However, limited by the current strength, the perception ability obtained by spreading Shinnick energy in a large area is not as clear as when it is concentrated in a certain place, and can detect all subtle movements. However, this kind of wide area perception can still detect many potential dangers in advance, and it is a very powerful means to warn and detect enemy situations. And under the premise of maintaining this state, Lin Luo can't narrow his attention to a certain point. For this part of the regional situation, Lin Luo can only make a rough understanding. But this kind of information collection ability is already very scary, and it is definitely enough for normal use. After all, there are very few means in this world that can hide from Shinnick perception. This is much more accurate than the naked eye viewing and the detection of various electronic instruments. Soon, the psychic energy that Lin Luo diffused was slightly paused, and then quickly retracted. At the same time as he withdrew his spiritual power, his figure flashed, and he was running gracefully and swiftly forward like a cheetah. Psychic has already locked on the target, which is between two steel columns about 500 meters away. Among them, Wanda hides behind the cylinder, and Gwen Stacy looks around on the cylinder. The cooperation between the two seems to be something, obviously after a lot of rehearsal. In this regard, Lin Luo is still very willing to see. It can only be said that there is no motivation without pressure. All the way to the place where the two were hiding, Lin Luo pretended not to know and walked forward. At this moment, the red shadow of Wanda who activated the illusion magic behind the steel pillar flashed and ran in front of Lin Luo. When she appeared, a dense red glow had already appeared on her hands. Then, Wanda quickly waved her hands forward, and all the red lights in her hands sank into Lin Luo's forehead. Lin Luo, who was attacked by the red light, froze. Wanda yelled towards the top of the steel pillar in front of her, "Gwen, hurry up, the president is too powerful and I can't control him soon." A silver light flashed, and Gwen Stacy on the top of the steel pillar flew, down, and rushed towards Lin Luo who was frozen in place with lightning speed. In midair, Gwen Stacy was about to lightly tap Lin Luo with her small fist, and muttered in a low voice, "Is it necessary to do this? I always feel that it's not fair to take advantage of others' danger." However, she did not refuse Wanda's kindness before. The reason is, before this, Gwen Stacy hadn't fought anyone. So, she has absolutely no idea how to fight. Secondly, only Lin Luo's actions are completely unpredictable to Gwen. Once, Lin Luo just raised his hands and flicked away his strong adsorbent ability hands. Before, Gwen always thought that it was some high-tech protective equipment that Lin Luo was carrying with him. In fact, Gwen found that Lin Luo's suit was not simple. No matter how much he took pictures, he would not be photographed. That's just the most basic function. But after mastering Shinnick power, she knew that Shinnick power could do just that. Therefore, Gwen suspects that Lin Luo also used the TX genetic improvement potion, awakening psychic powers, and is also a psychic master. However, Lin Luo in front of him just stood still, and his aura was just like that of common people. Now, Gwen Stacy was even more confused, and even a little afraid to attack Lin Luo. However, right away, she thought of a terrible question: why can't Lin Luo's heartbeat be heard from here? For Gwen, who possesses superintelligence, these thoughts flowed through his mind in an instant. It's just that her speed was too fast, so at the moment, Gwen Stacy had already arrived in front of Lin Luo. Then just when she was faintly feeling bad, Lin Luo, who had a dull and blank expression before, suddenly raised his head and smiled at her. Pinch Gwen let out another meow. I was so frightened that my hair exploded again. Lin Luo's seemingly benevolent smile made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave, with thousands of fears gushing out of her heart, and the hairs all over her body stood on end. Fortunately, because of the doubts in her heart, Gwen Stacy reserved her strength and did not rush to Lin Luo at full speed. Under the pressure of fear, she reacted quickly. He made 3 actions in an instant. First, he raised his hand like lightning and used the cobweb injector he was just familiar with to spray out a cobweb and a spider web continuously. Among them, the white spider web is shrouded towards Lin Luo. Another sticky, extremely hard cobweb was sprayed towards the top of the steel pillar beside him. With the power of the cobweb, Gwen Stacy used both hands and feet to firmly adsorb on the surface of the steel column as soon as her body swung. Then she seemed to be back when she was a child, crawling forward quickly with all her strength. The small body is like a flexible little Spider-Man, and it climbed to the top of the steel column in one fell swoop. Before Gwen Stacy breathed a sigh of relief, the handsome face that terrified her appeared in front of her eyes. How is this possible? I didn't use a spider web to catch you. Gwen Stacy was taken aback again, and couldn't speak clearly. Smiling at Gwen again, Lin Luo threw out a fist and said casually, "Your spider telepathy is a great ability, but you rely on it too much. Ghost armor, turn on armor mode." Just now, Lin Luo used the ability of Gwen's spider telepathy to give her a little stimulation and let her fall into the trap. I have to say that now Ghost Spider Gwen is not weak at all. Her originally very strong strength has been comprehensively enhanced by the TX genetic improvement potion, and she also has a super biochemical battlesuit and Shinik power. Its responsibility and flexibility should not be underestimated. In the case of Lin Luo empty-handed, it is not easy to easily defeat the opponent while preserving his strength. But Gwen Stacy's psychological quality is too poor. Facing a crisis, she only knows how to run away, but she falls into Lin Luo's trap all at once. Lin Luo's voice fell, and people came to Gwen Stacy. Gwen Stacy only saw Lin Luo's smiling face suddenly become extremely dazzling and approaching. Then she felt a shock in her stomach, and she flew out of the body. When she was in midair, her spider telepathy belatedly sensed it. At this time, Gwen Stacy understood why she was so cautious. It turns out that what Wanda said before was not an exaggeration. Lin Luo's strength is just that strong. Lin Luo hit the two of them. It was really easier than an adult hitting a child.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.